Good news, I've been reborn. Even better news, this rebirth comes with a system. Should I pursue wealth or cultivate my immortality? Perhaps I could become a citizen of my homeland? Yet, with the regrets of my rebirth, I still yearn to rectify the missed opportunities of my past. System. Host. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. You must swiftly reach the stage of forming your core. Lin Mo glanced at the mud truck he had halted with one hand. With my current skills, I surely cannot provoke the hefty man and the little boy. Never mind. I still have 2 major math problems left to solve. You can entertain yourself. System. What time is it, and you're still solving problems? Host. Your medicinal supplements are deteriorating. Lin Mo remains silent, solely engrossed in his equations. Chapter 1. This rebirth is simply splendid. On the bus from Hucheng to Yangcheng, Lin Mo suddenly sat up with a start. Have I been reborn? Most passengers on the interstate bus were dozing off. Watching the sun set in the west, Lin Mo's initially startled heart gradually calmed. He pulled out 2 mobile phones from his pocket, taking a deep breath. One was a small communication device, and the other, a non-SIM card Nokia N95. Both were relics of the past. Nevertheless, Lin Mo cherished them, caressing their surfaces. Opening the small communication device, the orange screen was rather uninspiring. August 25, 2012, the summer vacation following the entrance exam. This bus is heading back to Yangcheng. Lin Mo began to recall the time period he found himself in. Phew, being reborn is a blessing. After all, my previous life was utterly miserable. He had never experienced smooth sailing. In middle school, both his parents passed away, leaving him a house and some compensation in Yangcheng. This compensation could have ensured a stable completion of his university education. However, Lin Mo squandered it, indulging in aimlessness during high school, unchecked by parental guidance. Within a few years, he had depleted the compensation funds and failed to gain admission to university. His life had essentially been one of aimlessness. In summary, he was a failure. Subsequently, every midnight reverie was filled with regret for not studying diligently and for engaging in countless futile endeavors. He would often ask himself while intoxicated, if given another chance, would he make better choices? Now, the opportunity had truly arrived. Then I shall study diligently. Even if I cannot become someone of great stature, I cannot remain a useless person. Ding. The invincible cultivation system has been activated. The cultivation realm upholds the principle of strength. Since ancient times, cultivators have comprehended the heavens and refined their bodies with spiritual energy, pursuing the path of immortality. This system shall assist the host in reaching the pinnacle of the immortal path. Wait, am I not reborn? Have I perhaps traversed into another realm? Lin Mo looked out the window again. There were no flying swords. The highway was filled with cars on 4 wheels. What is happening? Has the cultivation realm advanced technologically? System, where precisely are we? This is the cultivation world known as the Geoxiaojia. Here, the spiritual energy is abundant, and all beings possess a spirit. Goodness, Lin Mo clearly saw a sign indicating Yangcheng was just 10 kilometers away. Could it truly be a cultivation world? Just one where technology is equally advanced? Lin Mo did not lower his guard. He could not ascertain what kind of world this was, so he continued to inquire about the cultivation system. Cultivation system? How do I cultivate? It is the invincible cultivation system. Well, this system is rather stubborn. May I ask, invincible cultivation system, how do I cultivate? A task has now been issued. Complete 100 push-ups today. Lin Mo. Oh, so this is how one cultivates? Host physique is too poor to meet the chi refining standards. Physical training is required. He had been reborn, and the system had been granted, yet Lin Mo felt that something was amiss. Indeed, he had not disembarked yet. The bus was still in motion. Lin Mo held his phone, perusing the information within. The messages inside gradually overlapped with those from his previous life. So have I traversed or been reborn? With this question in mind, Lin Mo pondered. He was born in Hucheng. At 4 years old, his parents took him to Yangcheng, where he continued his studies. 2 years prior, his parents perished in a car accident, granting him a considerable compensation. His grandparents had long since passed, and the relationship with his father and uncles was far from harmonious. His family was closer to his maternal grandmother. However, his uncle was still imprisoned, and his grandmother faced significant struggles raising his cousin alone. Therefore, Lin Mo chose not to return to Hucheng for his studies, but remained alone in Yangcheng. Ultimately, he had to rely on his uncle, who also had his own family, to act as his guardian. Lin Mo never disturbed his uncle thereafter. Or rather, his uncle hardly paid him any heed, only inviting him over for a meal during holidays. For Lin Mo, this was already quite sufficient. Moreover, at that time, he did not wish to be a burden, so he opted to live and study independently, as he still had some funds remaining. Reading the messages on the small communication device, tears welled in Lin Mo's eyes. This device contained messages from his parents. In his previous life, he had accidentally dropped the small communication device into a sink, rendering it irreparable, and thus he lost those final messages. If only I could have had this 2 years earlier. Lin Mo sighed. The interstate bus slowly approached the provincial bus station. During the summer vacation, Lin Mo returned to his grandmother's house, where the presence of his grandmother and cousin made life less oppressive. However, with the summer vacation over, he had to start his first year of high school. Thus, he could only board the bus, bidding farewell to his grandmother and cousin as he returned to Yangqing. After disembarking, Lin Mo retrieved his large backpack from the overhead compartment. He then followed the crowd toward the exit. In late August, the heat was intense. At this time, interstate buses remained the preferred mode of travel for most within the province. Exiting the provincial bus station, he noticed the nearby train station was equally bustling. Yet he saw no signs of a cultivation world, nor any flying swords in the sky. System, are you toying with me? Host, please do not doubt this system. This place is undoubtedly a cultivation world. Very well, if you say so. With his backpack in tow, Lin Mo proceeded to the subway line 5. Taking the bus would take an hour, but the subway would shorten his journey by half an hour. The fare from a train station to home amounts to 5 yuan, while the bus fare is merely 2. Lin Mo recalls that in his previous life, he always opted for the bus to save those 3 yuan. Today, however, he is eager to return home. Perhaps it is due to the afternoon on a weekday that the subway is not overly crowded. Upon exiting the subway station, Lin Mo still has a 10-minute walk ahead of him to reach home. Nevertheless, this is considerably faster compared to the bus. As he pushed open the door and tossed aside his backpack, Lin Mo sank deeply into the embrace of the sofa. Rebirth, perhaps, he murmured while enveloped in the softness of the couch. Just as he contemplated lounging a little longer, his pocket phone began to ring. Startled, Lin Mo sprang up with a jolt. Noticing that the caller ID displayed his grandmother's name, he swiftly answered. Hello, Grandma. Ah, dear child, have you arrived? Grandma, your timing is impeccable. I just got home when you called. Hearing her long-missed voice brought a sudden warmth to Lin Mo's eyes. After a lengthy conversation with his grandmother, Lin Mo finally ended the call. He sank back into the sofa once more, unable to contain his exhilaration as he exclaimed, "This rebirth is simply magnificent." Chapter 2. The Nourishing Essence Pill for Strengthening Yin and Reinforcing the Kidneys. Host, this world is fraught with peril. Cultivating your skills is of utmost urgency. Do not be negligent. Reclining upon the sofa, Lin Mo gradually dispelled the sense of estrangement from time. The room, too, began to regain its former state prior to the collapse. It was not too late for everything to change. Rising from the sofa, Lin Mo did not engage in any particular task. Instead, he retrieved a broom from the small balcony and commenced cleaning. Host, cultivation is the ultimate goal of our kind. The path to immortality is the righteous path. Lin Mo paid no heed, diligently sweeping the living room and bedroom, having been away for over a month. While the dust was not excessively severe, a thorough cleaning was certainly in order. After tidying up, Lin Mo suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to switch on the electrical circuit. With a click, the circuit was activated. The lights flickered on, illuminating the entire room considerably. Lin Mo approached the ancestral altar and lit a stick of incense for his parents. Mom and Dad, your son has failed in filial piety. In my past life, I committed many foolish acts, but in this life, I vow to study diligently and become a useful person. Host, you can still cultivate immortality. Cultivate immortality. If I cultivate immortality, can I bring my parents back? Lin Mo gazed at the black and white photograph above. The host's parents may have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. If the host endeavors to cultivate diligently, perhaps he could locate their reincarnated selves. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Really? Host, do not underestimate this system. I am the invincible immortal cultivation system of the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Quite commendable, yet you have bestowed upon yourself another title. Nonetheless, a flicker of hope ignited within Lin Mo's heart. With nothing much to occupy his time, he began performing push-ups on the pristine floor. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. I can't go on. I am exhausted. Lin Mo collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. I can't do it anymore, system. I can't. The host's physical fitness is somewhat lacking. But please persevere. Complete 100 push-ups within today. After resting for a moment, Lin Mo noticed that the count of his push-ups had not reset to 0. Wait a minute, system. Am I not supposed to complete them all at once? Host, do you not possess any awareness of your physical condition? This system would never issue an impossible task. Very well, being mocked by the system, Lin Mo resolved to do 10 push-ups, then rest for a spell. In a little over an hour, he completed 100 push-ups. Task completed. Reward, strengthening pill X1. Lin Mo abruptly sat up from the floor, and with a mere thought, a nourishing pill appeared in his hand. Should I consume it directly? Indeed, host, the strengthening pill can enhance physical fitness, detoxify, beautify, strengthen the body, and nourish and reinforce the kidneys. I'm only 18. I'm in peak condition. I don't need to nourish my or reinforce my kidneys. With that, Lin Mo swallowed the strengthening pill in one gulp, preparing to rise and fetch water, only to feel the pill dissolve in his mouth, cascading down his throat. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, followed by an unpleasant odor emanating from his skin, the pungent scent nearly causing Lin Mo to retch. He dashed to the shower. As the shower head sprayed water, the black grime emerging from his pores flowed away with the hot water into the drain. Lin Mo clenched his fists. His once slender muscles appeared significantly more defined, and his previously uniform abdominal muscles now separated into 6 distinct sections. Just a single strengthening pill had yielded results comparable to months of rigorous training. Lin Mo gazed into the mirror, relieved to see that his head had not become pointed. So, this is what it means to cultivate immortality. Host, do not misunderstand. Given your current physical condition, you are still unable to refine qi. Please diligently complete your daily tasks. After showering, Lin Mo attempted to lift the refrigerator. A refrigerator weighs at least 50 kilograms. In the past, he struggled with all his might to move it. Yet today, he effortlessly embraced it with both arms and lifted it. However, he could not maintain the effort for long and set it down. Is this what it means to throw away tiles? Lin Mo began to anticipate the life that lay ahead. Emerging from the shower, Lin Mo's stomach growled. He glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Ah, how swiftly time passes. Just as Lin Mo prepared to step outside, his mobile phone chimed. The display read, "Landlady." Upon seeing this, Lin Mo suddenly recalled the matter at hand. The place he currently resided was somewhat distant from Guangba, the school he was to attend. Merely commuting took an hour each day. Thus, before heading to his grandmother's home, he had sought a one-bedroom apartment near the school. Lin Mo remembered how the landlady had initially treated him quite well, especially after learning of his background. During festivals, she would either invite him to her home for a meal or gift him fruits and snacks. However, after he became disinterested in his studies, her concern waned, and she ceased to check on him, likely believing he was beyond redemption. After graduating and moving away, they had lost contact. In retrospect, it was indeed foolish of him to take such kindness for granted. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo answered the phone. "Hello, landlady. What can I do for you?" "Oh, Lin Mo, that apartment has been tidied up. You can move in any time over the next few days. I just wanted to inform you. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest." Before disappointment could set in, the landlady had indeed treated Lin Mo quite well. She was a considerate type. Lin Mo promptly responded, No, not at all. How about I come by tomorrow to pick up the keys?" "Tomorrow? That's fine. I'll be home all day. Just give me a call when you arrive." After confirming the time for the following morning, Lin Mo changed his clothes and stepped outside. Having lived here for over a decade, he had a fair understanding of the food options available downstairs. An inexplicable hunger gnawed at his insides. "I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. Is this strengthening pill or a hunger pill? System? System. So what is the cost?" With that, Lin Mo arrived at the local eatery downstairs. Though it was termed a small food shop, the variety was extensive, with congee, noodles, and rice dishes all expertly prepared. Regrettably, they only served rice rolls in the morning. When Lin Mo was in middle school, he would often visit in the mornings to enjoy a plate of lean meat rice rolls with a base. Typically, a standard serving of rice rolls came in 2 stacks. Adding a base meant an additional stack, totaling 3. For just 5 yuan, Lin Mo could satisfy his hunger. Unfortunately, in the coming years, he might not have the chance to enjoy that dish again. "I'll have a large serving of beef brisket noodles and a large serving of wonton noodles. And hurry up, I'm about to starve. Take a seat, it'll be sent over shortly." In no time, the wonton noodles arrived first. The clear broth complemented the golden bamboo noodles, with a sprinkling of chives floating atop. As for the wontons, they were nestled beneath the noodles, supported by a spoon to prevent the bamboo noodles from becoming overly soft. The noodles made from duck eggs and flour are characterized by their delightful chewiness. If the noodles become overly soaked, they lose their appeal entirely. Thus, Lin Mo, wielding a pair of disposable chopsticks, unabashedly slurped them down, unperturbed by the heat. Chapter 3. Renting a room. The young lad was draining his father's finances. After devouring 2 bowls of noodles, Lin Mo ordered an additional serving of pork ribs with preserved meat rice. Under the watchful gaze of the aunt in the shop, he consumed an entire 2 bowls of rice. A long and satisfying belch escaped him. Lin Mo patted his not-so-bulging belly, relishing the sensation of fullness. The effects of the strength-enhancing elixir seemed to linger, as he felt a warm glow enveloping him. Despite the summer heat, not a single bead of sweat graced his brow. Time to settle the bill and depart. On his way, Lin Mo suddenly recalled that in his previous life, he had come home on this very day, promptly dropped off his belongings, and rushed out to purchase an array of snacks, indulging in them while playing computer games. Reflecting on it now, it seemed quite enjoyable. Therefore, he decided to buy some snacks, albeit in modest quantity, merely to evoke fond memories of the past. Upon returning home, he powered on his computer, which still operated on the Windows 7 system. Lin Mo had harbored a fondness for computers since childhood, teaching himself how to install operating systems and seek out game downloads online. Consequently, his family had arranged for an internet connection early on, enabling him to search for information. Having been reborn, Lin Mo naturally refrained from gaming. He sought information regarding cultivation. Yet, upon opening the cultivation section, he discovered that a mortal's journey to immortality was still ongoing, while immortal ascension had concluded. Numerous cultivation novels existed, yet none contained any information about actual cultivators. I say, system, did you perhaps arrive in the wrong place? Lin Mo could not help but voice his thoughts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Furthermore, this system is bound to the host. If there were a mistake, it would be the host's error. In that case, it could be deemed not entirely wrong. However, unable to ascertain whether this world housed cultivators, Lin Mo resolved to continue observing. The meaning was straightforward. He would bide his time. Those familiar with the three-body problem understand the terror of the dark forest theory. The following morning, today's task, run 10 kilometers. System, you become rather aloof. Not bad. I hold the sun and moon in my grasp, plucking the stars. There is no other system like me in this world. This system was rather unserious. Lin Mo rose, examined the route map, and ultimately decided to take a bus to the landlord aunt's place before running back. He then left home to indulge in a lean sausage at the neighborhood eatery. After finishing, he strolled to the subway. The apartment he intended to rent was on the outskirts of a village within the city, a location he had secured just before the summer holidays began. Previously, it had been shared by two young workers who seemed to be changing jobs and no longer required it. Hence, it was available for rent. The area was well equipped with transport and amenities, and it was merely a 10-minute journey to the Guangba school Lin Mo attended. Lin Mo walked with ease to the building's entrance. Having lived here for 3 years, he felt a peculiar familiarity with everything around him. Standing at the stairway, he dialed the landlord aunt's number. Hello, landlord aunt, I'm downstairs. Oh, you've arrived. I'll have my daughter come down to meet you. Please wait a moment. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was just as it had been in his previous life. Shortly thereafter, the sound of flip-flops echoed from the stairwell. A girl descended from above and opened the iron door below. She stood approximately 165 meters tall, quite tall among girls, with a ponytail swaying behind her. Clad in a black t-shirt and black trousers, she appeared to have just woken up. Her attire was unremarkable, yet her beauty was striking. If memory served him correctly, she was the class beauty from the adjacent class, Xie Yuling. In his previous life, Lin Mo had felt an instant connection upon first seeing her. However, she had shown him no interest whatsoever. Perhaps sensing his intentions, she had distanced herself. Eventually, he had recognized this and shifted his focus elsewhere. Reflecting on that foolish period, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle wryly. You're here to rent the room, right? The girl scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. Yes. The landlord aunt sent you to meet me, didn't she? I'll be moving in a few days. I'm just here to collect the keys today. Lin Mo refrained from examining her, as she had done to him, instead gesturing towards the stairs. Shall we head up first? He stepped ahead, climbing the stairs. The landlord aunt's family resided on the 6th floor, the top level. Given that it was a walk-up building, the uppermost floor was usually the least desirable to rent out, so they opted to live there themselves. Upon reaching the top, the door was already ajar. As soon as he entered, the landlord aunt greeted him warmly. Oh, Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I returned from my grandmother's house yesterday, and since I had nothing to do today, I thought I'd come by to give you the keys. As she spoke, she produced the contract and keys. Yangcheng is the provincial capital, populated by many migrants, and housing rental regulations have been in place for quite some time. Would you like to go downstairs to see the apartment again? We're in no hurry, the landlord aunt said with a cheerful smile. Lin Mo returned her smile, took up a pen, and promptly signed his name. He had already deemed the place satisfactory during his last visit. Today was merely for key collection. With that, he produced a stack of cash. Cash was still the norm. Electronic payments hadn't gained widespread traction yet. With a deposit and first month's rent, Lin Mo handed over 800 yuan. 400 for rent was quite reasonable, especially since it was furnished. He hadn't negotiated previously, and there was no need to now. Xie Yuling, who had initially opened the door for him, retreated to her room, clearly uninterested in engaging with Lin Mo any further. He was indifferent to this, as he recalled her initial demeanor towards him on that first day. After receiving the keys and the entrance card to the first floor, Lin Mo made his way to the apartment on the fourth floor. It featured a kitchen, an independent bathroom, one bedroom, and a living room with decent natural light. It was equipped with air conditioning, a washing machine, and a water heater. This truly was a prime location, and time was of the essence if he were to find another place. After inspecting the apartment, which had been thoroughly cleaned by the landlord aunt after the previous tenant vacated, Lin Mo prepared to jog back home. Just as he descended the stairs, he spotted Xie Yuling, who had changed into a different outfit. Although she still wore her hair in a ponytail, her clothes had shifted from black to blue, adding a touch of youthful vibrancy. However, her expression remained as aloof as ever. She merely glanced at Lin Mo coming down the stairs before continuing on her way. Lin Mo, not dwelling on it, proceeded downstairs. Once outside, Xie Yuling's figure vanished from view. Every time he encountered her, Lin Mo was reminded of those awkward feelings from the past, excruciatingly embarrassing. In this lifetime, having crossed paths again, he felt it best not to pursue her too ardently to avoid becoming a laughingstock in the years to come. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo glanced at the road signs and began to run. There was no way around it. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone lacked the infamous navigation app. Chapter 4. Is this not a drill? The sweltering heat was palpable, and even in the early hours, the coastal regions of the south were suffocatingly warm, especially as August had arrived. The average temperature hovered around 35 degrees Celsius, with midday peaks soaring to 40 degrees. Mom, Dad, I'm off to school. Lin Mo called out, casting a glance at the black and white photograph resting on the table before stepping outside. Virtually all schools commenced their sessions on the 31st. Prior to this day, Lin Mo had consumed several vitality-enhancing pills, which, despite not significantly altering his height, had certainly fortified his physique. Descending the stairs, Lin Mo did not rush to school. There remained a bit of time before classes began. Recently, his appetite had notably increased, and he feared that skipping breakfast would leave him feeling unwell. The insurance payout from his parents' passing amounted to over 800,000 yuan, alleviating any immediate financial concerns. Of course, the primary reason for this absence of worry was that the World Cup was still 2 years away. As for becoming wealthy through property redevelopment, such opportunities in Yangsheng were hardly straightforward, and the lottery was an entirely unpredictable variable. In a fleeting moment, Lin Mo realized that paths to fortune seemed rather scarce. Was he to delve into the milk tea business once more? Host, please do not disturb yourself. Once you have achieved your transformation, the wealth of mortals will merely be a matter of your command. This assertion did seem quite reasonable. Contemplating this, Lin Mo proceeded to a renowned eatery from his past life, famous for its delicate rice rolls, to enjoy breakfast. After devouring 2 plates of rice rolls, he sauntered towards the school, still with ample time before the bell rang. As the school uniforms had yet to be distributed, Lin Mo was dressed in casual attire. Despite the considerable distance he had walked, not a drop of sweat adorned his brow. By this time, the school entrance was relatively devoid of students. Though few were as leisurely as Lin Mo, the security guard, observing Lin Mo alone, refrained from approaching him, recognizing that it was the first day of school and most of the younger attendees were merely there to register. Lin Mo ambled through the school gates with ease, well aware of where to go without even needing to explore. After all, he had spent 3 years here in his previous life, knowing precisely where to find delectable treats and entertainment, as well as the local internet cafes. He was even acutely aware of which class he was to attend. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air behind him. Ah! Lin Mo turned to see a man clad in black, wielding a watermelon knife, charging through the gates. The source of the scream was a female student who had just entered, startled by the sight of the man with the weapon. The security personnel, momentarily stunned, took a while to react and locate the riot control batons hanging on the wall. Recalling a similar incident from a past school opening, Lin Mo remained unfazed, watching the unfolding chaos with a sense of detachment. If he remembered correctly, that previous incident had not garnered much attention, only making a brief mention in the news the following day. However, the atmosphere at the school was different now, as the assailant was deviating from the expected script, exuding an erratic and frenzied demeanor. In a swift motion, the assailant's gaze fell upon the screaming girl, and a sinister grin spread across his face. He lunged toward her, brandishing the gleaming knife. Jiang Yunlu, having just descended from a vehicle after bidding farewell to her father, had scarcely stepped through the entrance when she beheld the knife-wielding man charging into the school. Her immediate reaction was to scream, a sound that drew the attention of many, including the assailant. As soon as Jiang Yunlu's cry pierced the air, the attacker let out a wicked laugh and began advancing toward her. While the security guards rushed in her direction, Jiang Yunlu was not foolish. She turned and sprinted away. In her frantic escape, she spotted a boy standing still and shouted, "Run, quickly!" However, the boy remained rooted to the spot, a bemused expression etched on his face. After a moment's thought, she dashed toward him, seizing his wrist in an attempt to drag him along. Yet, how could she possibly move Lin Mo? Instead, he effortlessly halted her. "Hey, what are you doing?" "No need to run." The assailant approached with a speed surpassing that of the aging security guards. Yet Lin Mo stood with one hand casually in his pocket. "It's merely a drill. Must you be so dedicated, old man? I'll show you a drill." The assailant swung his watermelon knife at Lin Mo. In that instant, Lin Mo realized this was not a drill at all. It was all too real. Yet, having consumed several vitality-enhancing pills, Lin Mo found the assailant's movements painfully slow. As the man raised his knife, Lin Mo delivered a swift kick, sending the figure hurtling backward, rolling several times before collapsing to the ground. Gazing at the fallen assailant, Lin Mo began to piece together the reality of the situation. In his previous life, he had arrived at school early, thus oblivious to the events unfolding at the entrance. This was indeed no drill. Lin Mo glanced at Jiang Yunlu, who at 18 was in the prime of her youth, tall and slender. She stood even taller than most boys of her age, resembling a freshly sprouted willow. She exuded the unique vivacity and innocence of youth, her fair skin almost glowing, hinting at a life of privilege. Upon noticing Lin Mo's gaze, Jiang Yunlu met his eyes. Her large, expressive eyes, framed with long lashes, sparkled with clarity, explaining the admiration she garnered from her peers. As their eyes locked, a blush crept across her cheeks, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she asked, "Could you please let go of me?" Lin Mo looked down, realizing he was still holding her wrist, and promptly released it, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he apologized. "I'm sorry." "No, it's fine." Though her wrist bore a slight redness from his grip, Jiang Yunlu bore no ill will. Lin Mo's apology stemmed not only from holding her wrist, but also from misunderstanding the situation, nearly putting her in danger. Had he not taken the vitality-enhancing pills, he would never have been able to kick the assailant away. Listening is not always believing. Perhaps the story is not as it seems. The security guards, having arrived a beat too late, managed to subdue the assailant with their riot control batons, pinning him firmly to the ground. Lin Mo observed the scene, feeling that this matter should come to a close and life should return to its normal course. With a soft sigh, he turned to head toward his class. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Classmate, hold on a moment." Chapter 5. The true nature of humanity is to be unruly. Turning around, Lin Mo encountered a middle-aged man with thick, lustrous hair, clad in a polo shirt adorned with a vivid Seven Wolves belt. Just from his appearance, Lin Mo recognized him instantly. "Director Huang, is there something you need?" Lin Mo gazed calmly at the middle-aged man before him. This was Director Huang of the General Affairs Office. He was unsure of the man's full name, but he knew that this director was responsible for numerous matters, albeit with little interaction with students. Nevertheless, he was primarily in charge of security affairs, a matter that was evidently closely tied to Lin Mo's future. Huang Zhirong paused momentarily, taken aback. This must be a new student. How could he possibly know my surname? However, following the direction of the boy's gaze, he noticed his name displayed on the staff introduction board nearby. What keen eyes this child possesses. With a hint of curiosity, he cleared his throat. "May I inquire how to address you, young man? You must be among today's new students." He cast a glance at Jiang Yunlu, but ultimately his gaze returned to Lin Mo. "Hello, Director Huang. My name is Lin Mo, and I am a new student." Lin Mo replied with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Behind him, Jiang Yunlu glanced at Lin Mo's retreating figure, but remained silent. "Student, it is as follows. This is merely a drill, and the school will not pursue any repercussions for your actions towards the drill participants. However, should anyone inquire," Lin Mo furrowed his brow, wondering if this director intended to let the perpetrator off the hook, though he couldn't recall any incidents of harm occurring thereafter. "Sir, you would do well to observe what the security guards are doing. If they haven't coordinated their accounts, providing false testimony could lead to imprisonment." Director Huang turned his head hastily. Indeed, that group of security guards was currently pummeling the assailant, hurling insults as they did so. His expression darkened, just as he prepared to speak. "Rest assured, Director, I would never speak carelessly. After all, Guangba is the institution I am about to attend, and I hope you will look after me in the future." Huang Zhirong was taken aback by the boy's words. The phrase "about to attend" implied he had not yet enrolled, and the underlying meaning was clear. Students who could attend Guangba were undoubtedly formidable. Reflecting on the kick he had just witnessed and observing Lin Mo's composed demeanor, Huang Zhirong felt that this boy was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Mo did not seem to pose a threat. He clearly did not wish to complicate matters for him. With this in mind, Huang Zhirong smiled and nodded. Very well, Lin Mo. Such promise at your age will surely make you a pillar of society in the future. He glanced at his watch and spoke gently. The time is drawing near. You two should head to your class now. I will take care of the remaining matters. Lin Mo nodded earnestly. Thank you, Director Huang. We shall take our leave. With that, he turned to depart, casting a glance at Jiang Yunlu beside him. Let us go, Lin Mo uttered, making his way upstairs. The first floor of the teaching building lacked classrooms. All were located on the second floor. This was the Nine Heavens realm, which was naturally different. Class G2 was on the third floor, while G3 occupied the fourth. Ordinarily, a class allocation list for new students would be posted next to the entrance of a teaching building. G1 comprised 20 classes, but G2 would only divide into elite and experimental classes later on. The list bore the names of all new students. However, Lin Mo paid it no heed as he ascended the stairs. He already remembered his assigned class. Jiang Yunlu, trailing behind, contemplated calling out to him to check the allocation list, but before she could utter a word, Lin Mo had vanished around the corner of the staircase. Humph. If you don't want to look, then so be it, but I can help you with that, she muttered. Instead of searching for her own name first, Jiang Yunlu sought out Lin Mo's name. He was not in Class 1, nor was he in Class 2, not in Class 3, nor Class 4. Class 8, found it. Fourth on the list. Wait, you still owe me a thank you. Jiang Yunlu continued scanning down and soon spotted her own name. What? I'm the same class as him? She redirected her gaze toward the staircase. Meanwhile, Lin Mo entered the classroom, where most of the students had already arrived. Some faces were familiar, while others were not. The unfamiliarity stemmed from many having departed during the G2 allocation, leaving no further connection. The familiarity arose from several individuals who had continued to share classes with him in subsequent divisions. The faces began to align with the memories stored in Lin Mo's mind. The classroom buzzed with activity. Those who had known each other since middle school sat together, engaged in conversation. Yet, many remained strangers, some mingling while others immersed themselves in their own pursuits. Most, however, were silent, each absorbed in their thoughts. The remaining seats were few. The prominent spots, such as King S hometown and King S throne, were already occupied. Only a few seats at the back and the center remained unclaimed, as these were the locations most visible to the teacher. Many students actively avoided these positions, while those keen on studying had already claimed the front rows. After searching, Lin Mo settled into a seat, hanging his backpack beside him before he began to play on his phone. It was an old Nokia. He had inserted a SIM card, but it contained numerous games that could be enhanced through SMS recharge. However, with the card removed, he could not send messages, but could still level up. Often, Lin Mo engaged with these games in this manner. Nowadays, however, he had ceased playing them altogether, opting instead to purchase a SIM card. According to the timeline, smartphones would begin to proliferate rapidly within a year. Of course, during this period, Apple was undeniably the leader in the market. However, the latest iPhone 5 had yet to be released, and he would have to wait a while longer. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, followed closely by a figure. Didn't you say you weren't going to check the allocation list? How do you know which class you're in? Lin Mo looked up. Indeed, it was Jiang Yunlu. That is a secret I cannot disclose. Are you in this class as well? Lin Mo raised his gaze to meet hers, feigning ignorance of her identity. The girl's cheeks bore a hint of crimson, whether from the exertion of climbing the stairs or dashing into the classroom. Her breath slightly unsteady. Jiang Yunlu nodded proudly and promptly took the empty seat beside Lin Mo. I didn't expect us to be in the same class. I look forward to your guidance. My name is Jiang Yunlu. Lin Mo nodded in return. I'm Lin Mo. I look forward to as well. In truth, Lin Mo had harbored a secret admiration for Jiang Yunlu in the past, a mere youthful infatuation. To put it plainly, he was drawn to attractive girls. However, many others shared his sentiments towards Jiang Yunlu, and he understood that his standing was hardly noteworthy in comparison. Moreover, during the G2 allocations, Jiang Yunlu had been placed in a different class. Even upon graduation, he had watched her from afar in photographs with her classmates. As for now, Lin Mo preferred to savor his academic journey. Noticing Lin Mo's apparent indifference towards her, Jiang Yunlu found herself increasingly intrigued by him. In her experience, few boys disregarded her presence. They buzzed around her like flies. Yet, Lin Mo's calm demeanor, devoid of any overt interest, was precisely the type of relationship Jiang Yunlu had longed for. The nature of humanity is often to crave what is elusive. Chapter 6. As the narrative unfolds, the entrance of Jiang Yunlu captivated the attention of many. Regardless of gender, everyone regarded her as an embodiment of grace and beauty. distinguished by an aura that set her apart from the ordinary students. As soon as she stepped through the door, she made a beeline for Lin Mo, settling in as his desk mate, much to the envy of countless boys and girls alike. It wasn't just the boys who yearned to sit beside her. The girls also desired closeness. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained seated, engrossed in his phone. Other methods of earning money seemed ephemeral compared to the tangible reality of virtual currency. 12 years from now, the price of Bitcoin would soar to a staggering 100,000. Lin Mo was contemplating how to enhance his knowledge of network technologies, planning to amass a significant quantity of Bitcoin. He was well aware of the fluctuations in the market. By engaging in strategic buying and selling, or even shorting contracts, he could maximize his profits. Thus, he was in no hurry to accrue wealth. Instead, he meticulously documented various lucrative strategies at home, including investments in Matai stocks and other equities poised for substantial appreciation in the future. His extensive knowledge of these unconventional avenues stemmed from his past life, where Lin Mo, having been academically disinclined, naturally gravitated towards understanding such matters. Had it not been for the boon of reincarnation, he would have never touched these subjects again. Just as Lin Mo was absorbed in his thoughts, a middle-aged woman entered the classroom and ascended the podium. With a stern countenance, she surveyed the raucous students, her displeasure intensifying. She struck the desk sharply with a ruler, commanding silence. Her mere utterance resonated throughout the classroom, rendering it instantly quiet. Hearing that familiar voice evoked an inexplicable nostalgia in Lin Mo. The score threshold for Guangba was set at 620. Not the highest, but certainly not a school accessible to everyone. It is often said that the college entrance examination is a watershed moment. Yet the high school entrance examination serves as a significant dividing line as well. Of course, for those willing to pay a fee for school selection, the score requirement could be somewhat relaxed. However, universities consistently prioritized undergraduate rates, refusing admission to those with insufficient foundational knowledge. Hence, it was expected that no student in the class would score below 600 on the entrance exam. The teacher's authoritative call for silence had a profound impact. And with the classroom settled, she nodded in satisfaction before inscribing her name on the board. Chun Xiaoya. I am Chun Xiaoya, the homeroom teacher of class G18. And I will also be your mathematics instructor. In the time we share together, I must caution you. While you may choose not to learn, do not disrupt other studies. Should I observe such behavior, I will not hesitate to remove you from this classroom. The stern demeanor of the teacher was consistent with her words. Lin Mo, who eventually became apathetic towards academics, found that Chun Xiaoya had indeed ceased to concern herself with him, effectively dismissing his presence. As Chun Xiaoya concluded her address, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Unperturbed, she picked up a roster. We will now proceed with roll call. When your name is called, please introduce yourself. Without allowing any time for preparation, she promptly called out names. Ma Xiang, Marui Xiang. A round-faced boy stood up attentively, exclaiming here. He occupied a front row seat, exuding confidence as he turned to his classmates. Hello everyone, I am Marui Xiang. My hobbies include reading classics and playing basketball. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility, it must first temper one's mind, labor one's muscles, starve one's body, and disrupt one's actions, so as to strengthen one's will and enhance one's capabilities. I am delighted to become your classmate. Let us strive together in the coming days. This display of eloquence drew furrowed brows from the other boys in the class. They were all familiar with the text. Was it necessary for him to recite it? Someone soon chimed in. How delighted are you? Marui Xiang paused, momentarily at a loss for a response, prompting a ripple of laughter across the room. However, Chun Xiaoya appeared quite pleased with this introduction. Nodding appreciatively, she gestured for Marui Xiang to take his seat and turned her gaze toward the student who had just spoken. What are you laughing at? Come, introduce yourself. Lin Mo observed the speaker, one of the class troublemakers, Su Mingzhao. Although Lin Mo had once been one of the troublemakers himself, he had little in common with Su Mingzhao, having experienced numerous conflicts with him. Strictly speaking, Lin Mo could be classified as a chaotic good troublemaker, while Su Mingzhao embodied chaotic evil, primarily focused on his own enjoyment. The unfolding scenario mirrored events from Lin Mo's previous life. With a grin, Su Mingzhao surveyed the room without embarrassment, his gaze landing on Jiang Yunlu. I am Su Mingzhao, the Zhao from Zhongzhou, and I excel at basketball. In my previous middle school, I was unbeatable on the court. Marui Xiang, still smarting from earlier, interjected. If Mr. Li Zhongzhou knew you were introducing yourself this way, he'd surely rise from his grave in anger. Laughter erupted once more in the classroom. Yet, Su Mingzhao did not find the humor in it. He merely fixed his gaze on Marui Xiang. Didn't you claim to enjoy basketball? Let us have a match sometime. The loser will call the winner dad. Maro Xiang tilted his head. What did you say? Calmedad. Suming Sao replaith. What? Dad. Oh, obedient son. Maro Xiang sat back with an air of triumph. Meanwhile, Su Mingxiao's face flushed with embarrassment. But before he could leap from his seat, the teacher brandished her ruler, striking the blackboard with a resounding crack. What is going on? It's the very first day of school, and you are already causing a ruckus? Do you wish to fight? Should I call your parents to witness your antics? Pointing her ruler at Su Mingxiao, she commanded, sit down. The instigator of the commotion was met with no leniency from Chen Xiaoya. Su Mingxiao, under the weight of her gaze and the ruler, had no choice but to begrudgingly retake his seat. No one dared to challenge the homeroom teacher on the first day of school. Those who did would likely suffer in the days to come. Once the classroom fell silent again, Chen Xiaoya continued, keep your introductions brief. Simply allow everyone to get to know you. Next, Shuezi Gui, Zhang Kui e Zhang Yuxin. Lin Mo Jiang Yunlu turned to Lin Mo as he stood. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mo. I have no particular interests or hobbies, but if pressed, I would say I'm accustomed to physical exercise. The strengthening pill had granted him a physique that surpassed even that of Olympic athletes. In this moment, Lin Mo opted for a precautionary approach. However, he did not intend to pursue a career as an athlete, aside from issues of freedom. This path did not align with his goals or his philosophy of survival. Chapter 7, no compromise. Jiang Yunlu adjusted her clothing, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. After surveying her surroundings, she finally focused her gaze on Lin Mo. Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Yunlu. I enjoy playing the piano and guitar, and I am delighted to be your classmate. I look forward to your guidance in the future. As she spoke, Jiang Yunlu subtly cast glances at Lin Mo from the corners of her eyes. However, Lin Mo appeared to be rather indifferent to everyone as self-introductions, as if no one could capture his attention. Suddenly, amidst the chatter, someone began to applaud. It was a boy, and the sound of clapping drew Lin Mo's gaze. To his surprise, it was Huang Haoyang, who would later be affectionately nicknamed Fei Yangyang. His famous line was, I am merely devoted to one person. What fault is that? Indeed, there is nothing wrong with being devoted to one, but when nearly all the girls in the class have expressed their devotion to you, that is where the fault lies. Nevertheless, with Huang Haoyang's applause, several confused classmates joined in, filling the classroom with a cacophony of clapping. This unexpected attention made Jiang Yunlu feel somewhat bashful, and before Chen Xiaoya could speak, she cautiously took her seat. Several more students introduced themselves in succession. At this juncture, Chen Xiaoya read out a name, Chu Miao Miao. A somewhat timid girl with her head bowed slowly stood up. Jiang Yunlu noticed that Lin Mo had abruptly turned to look at the girl. She quickly glanced back. Chu Miao Miao was quite distinctive, possessing an oval face with a hint of baby fat, shoulder-length hair, and a fluffy fringe. However, she wore thick glasses that obscured her eyes when she slightly lowered her head. Of course, her distinction was also due to her physique, which was rather mature for her age. Though her loose black clothing visually concealed much, certain aspects stood out like fireflies in the darkness. Many gasped in surprise. Upon hearing her name, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he could not help but turn to gaze at this fleeting girl who would soon vanish from his life. The reason for her fleeting nature was tragic. 2 weeks later, she would take her own life by jumping from her building, a piece of news that would only reach them several days after her death. Lin Mo was unaware of the reasons behind her tragic choice. Pervert. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. Lin Mo frowned and turned to see Jiang Yunlu biting her lip, glaring at him with palpable disdain. He was taken aback. He had certainly not provoked Jiang Yunlu. Yet he could surmise why she would accuse him so, considering Chu Miao Miao's striking appearance both in form and visage. Had she remained in class longer than 2 weeks, she might have rivaled Jiang Yunlu for the title of class beauty. I am Chu Miao Miao. I enjoy novels and like to draw, I suppose. Thank you, everyone. After this brief introduction, Chu Miao Miao hastily sat down, almost burying her head beneath her desk. She was exceedingly shy and introverted. Once all the introductions concluded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the class. Subsequently, Chen Xiaoya waved her hand, leading Class 8 to the gymnasium to collect their uniforms and military training outfits. The uniform distribution was divided by gender. One had to enter their code, after which they would be given a jacket in a different size to try on. If it fit, they would proceed to collect their uniforms. If not, they would exchange it. Lin Mo stood at a height of precisely 170 centimeters, which, when viewed through the lens of Southern standards, was already above average. After all, the average height for males at 12 years old was around 168 centimeters. Moreover, Lin Montauk, having consumed growth-enhancing elixirs, was only 18 and still had room to grow. As he waited at the back of the line, Upon returning to the classroom with his uniforms, he noticed that most of his classmates from Class 8 had already left. Their homeroom teacher, Chun Xiaoya, had likely returned as well. As Lin Mo entered the classroom, he discovered that his seat had been occupied. At that moment, Su Mingzhao was lounging casually in his place, facing Jiang Yunlu. "Add me on QQ. We're all classmates. I've created a group to include everyone," he said, waving his Little Pepper phone. The Little Pepper was a smartphone released after Xiaomi, not particularly well known, but functioning adequately. The mobile version of QQ appeared quite three-dimensional. However, Jiang Yunlu shook her head, saying, "Sorry, I don't have QQ. I'll find someone to add me when I get one." Su Mingzhao, oblivious to her polite refusal, stood up, saying, "No worries, I'll create one for you right now. It's quite simple." Registering for QQ in 2012 was straightforward, requiring no binding to anything, emphasizing convenience, unlike in later years, where a phone number was mandatory. Jiang Yunlu was reluctant to share her QQ number with this brash boy, especially since a strong odor emanated from his mouth, which was quite discomforting. Yet, Su Mingzhao continued to chatter away, seemingly unaware of the effect he had. Before Jiang Yunlu could decline, a shadow loomed over Su Mingzhao's head. "Excuse me, that is my seat." Su Mingzhao looked up, startled, and was met by Lin Mo's somewhat handsome visage. He scoffed, "We're all classmates. It's just a seat. Why be so petty?" His eyes gleamed mischievously as he proposed. "How about this? The seat by the window offers a lovely view. I'll swap with you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlu froze, casting a hopeful glance at Lin Mo, silently wishing he would reject the offer. Lin Mo turned to glance at her, perceiving the plea in her eyes. "Why would you want to swap such a good seat with me?" he inquired blandly. Su Mingzhao paused, but his quick-thinking mind swiftly replied, "Because I want to study well. So I've decided to sacrifice that seat for you." Such a flimsy excuse was almost laughable. Lin Mo chuckled softly and turned back to Jiang Yunlu. "Do you wish to occupy that seat? Since Su seems keen on studying, perhaps he should exchange seats with you." Su Mingzhao was momentarily dumbfounded. His intention had been to approach Jiang Yunlu, yet now he was to swap seats with her. Wasn't that counterproductive? Moreover, that seat was not what he desired. He leaned closer to Lin Mo, whispering, "Brother, let us negotiate. Just let me have that seat, and I will let you copy my homework in the future." "I must consult my wife first," Lin Mo replied with a shrug. Su Mingzhao's eyes widened in shock. "You have a wife?" Even Jiang Yunlu was taken aback. Lin Mo merely shrugged. "No, hence there is nothing to discuss." For a moment, Su Mingzhao was at a loss for words, while Jiang Yunlu was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Hearing her laughter and witnessing Lin Mo's half-smile, Su Mingzhao realized he had been played. Without hesitation, he stood up and lunged towards Lin Mo's collar. "You little rascal, are you messing with me?" However, before his hand could fully reach Lin Mo had already seized his collar and lifted him high. "And if I am?" The previously boisterous classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 8. Rubbing the troublemaker into the ground. Lin Mo to Su Mingzhao e saif, sending him crashing into a cluster of desks. Fortunately, there was nothing on the desks at that moment. Otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle to clean up. Although Su Mingzhao was hurt from the fall, he swiftly regained his footing. Standing tall, he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Mo, his eyes slightly reddened, and his face flushed. This was a symptom of adrenaline surging through him. Observing the scene, a tall, slender boy spoke up. "All right, let us not resort to violence. Do you wish to earn a serious reprimand?" However, Su Mingzhao paid him no heed. He brushed off the dust from his clothing and strode slowly toward Lin Mo. "No one has dared to fight me yet. Let me test your mettle." He perceived his previous misstep as merely a lapse in judgment, not attributing much prowess to Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood still, frowning slightly. Did I perhaps hold back too much just now? As Su Mingzhao approached, he suddenly quickened his pace, aiming for an unexpected assault. He threw a punch upward, targeting Lin Mo's chin, a sensitive area that if struck would undoubtedly cause considerable discomfort. Su Mingzhao intended to inflict some pain on Lin Mo Maruexian. Observing Su Mingzhao's demeanor and then glancing at Lin Mo, initially thought to intervene. However, noticing Su Mingzhao's bloodshot eyes, he deemed it wiser to report to a teacher instead. With that thought in mind, he left the classroom and hurried to the office. A determined smile flickered across Su Mingzhao's face. He believed that a single punch could make Lin Mo cry for help. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, a hand clamped down on his wrist. The grip was like a vice, slowly tightening and causing him considerable pain. Su Mingzhao grimached in agony. His other hand swinging toward Lin Mo in a desperate attempt to break free, only to be caught by Lin Mo's other hand. Both exerted force, and Su Mingzhao could only cry out in pain. In the next moment, Lin Mo delivered a swift kick, sending Su Mingzhao off balance, forcing him to kneel. Had Lin Mo not been holding his hands, Su Mingzhao might have collapsed entirely. However, his knees hitting the ground was painful enough. In that instant, Su Mingzhao was unsure whether his hands or his knees hurt more. All he knew was that he was in agony. Lin Mo then released Su Mingzhao's hands, grasped his collar with one hand, and lifted him effortlessly. He cast a calm glance around the classroom before locking eyes with Su Mingzhao. Next time you consider fighting, you might want to think about where to bury your remains. Despite being held by his collar, Su Mingzhao's face still bore a mix of resentment and rage. He clenched his fists and swung at Lin Mo, but Lin Mo simply hurled him toward the back of the classroom. Bang! Su Mingzhao crashed against the wall and slid to the floor, feeling dazed and experiencing a sharp pain in his back. Before he could fully regain his composure, Lin Mo approached him again, seizing his collar once more. As he raised his hand, Su Mingzhao instinctively lifted his arm to shield himself, devoid of any desire to retaliate. Don't hit me. Don't provoke me again. While I 1T retaliate at school, outside of it, I will break your legs. With that, Lin Mo released Su Mingzhao and returned to his seat, tidying his desk before sitting down. Jiang Yunlu, sitting nearby, watched Lin Mo cautiously. Are you all right? Lin Montak, with little expression, replied, What is the matter? Many students now regarded Lin Mo with a newfound respect, as he had so effortlessly subdued Su Mingzhao and lifted him with bare hands. This alone impressed many, even among the boys, who discussed the remarkable skill Lin Mo had displayed. Ultimately, they concluded that they could not replicate such prowess. The boys' admiration for Lin Mo only grew. On the other hand, Su Mingzhao seethed with hatred, acutely aware of the scornful and pitying looks from his classmates. He had never before endured such scrutiny. Yet, he refrained from lashing out again, having realized he was no match for Lin Mo. Nevertheless, he scoffed inwardly. What did it matter if one was skilled in fighting? In school, one's worth was measured by academic performance. As long as he excelled in grades, Lin Mo's prowess would be inconsequential. He stood up, dusted himself off, and sulkily returned to his seat. Before long, Ma Ruixiang entered the classroom with Chen Xiaoya. Upon stepping inside, Chen Xiaoya's gaze quickly fell on Su Mingzhao, who bore no visible injuries but appeared disheveled, indicating he had not fared well. Turning to Lin Mo, she noted his composed demeanor and neat attire, in stark contrast to Su Mingzhao's unruliness. However, having already visited the office, she was not inclined to let the matter rest. Su Mingzhao, Lin Mo, step outside. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoya, Su Mingzhao realized someone had reported him to the office and shot a venomous glare at Ma Ruixiang, who ignored him. Instead, Ma Ruixiang approached Lin Mo, patting his arm reassuringly. It's all right. The teacher will support you. Lin Mo regarded Ma Ruixiang, the future class monitor, whom many perceived as the teacher's sycophant. He merely nodded and followed Chen Xiaoya outside. With a stern expression, Chen Xiaoya scrutinized Lin Mo and Su Mingzhao. On the very first day of school, you two are already fighting, are you? Who instigated this? Lin Mo raised his hand first. Teacher, we did not fight. Classmate Su Mingzhao wished to take my seat, but after I reasoned with him, he decided to remain in his original position. Su Mingzhao opened his mouth but ultimately stated, Yes, we merely had a disagreement, and I recognized my mistake, so we returned to our respective seats. Seeing both students maintain this narrative, Chen Xiaoya chose not to pursue the matter further. As long as it wasn't too severe, they typically overlooked students' disputes. Ultimately, she concluded, since that's the case, we shall leave it at that. Should a similar situation arise again, I will involve your parents. The threat of parental involvement was a common tool employed by teachers. However, this tactic held no sway over Lin Mo. After delivering her warning, Chen Xiaoya turned and returned to the office. The students in class would have to wait until the upcoming opening ceremony concluded before they could resume their day. Su Mingzhao shot Lin Mo a deep glare before silently returning to his seat. Lin Mo, having emerged unscathed, settled back into his desk, allowing Jiang Yunlu to finally exhale in relief. Chapter 9. The storm whipped up by the flap of a butterfly at the end of the school day. Lin Mo placed the textbooks he had received on his desk and in the drawer. He then took his military training uniform and school uniform home. Once near his rented accommodation, Lin Mo stopped at a nearby fast food restaurant to pick up a portion of roasted meat rice. Just as he exited with the food, he spotted Xie Yuling carrying a bag of groceries on her way home. Xie Yuling was taken aback to see Lin Mo, but simply nodded in acknowledgement as she passed by him. Lin Mo was indifferent. He bought a hand-grabbed pancake filled with chicken strips, meat floss, and cheese, a truly indulgent version of the dish. Now his appetite has significantly increased, naturally necessitating a greater intake of nourishment. Today's task: reach the pinnacle of the sect and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The mission remains unchanged as always. However, after consuming the strengthening pill yesterday, Lin Mo sensed that its effects had reached their zenith. Is it time to commence his cultivation? After donning his military training uniform, Lin Mo descended to partake in breakfast. By the time he returned to class, most of his peers had already arrived. Everyone had changed into their military training outfits, while some were still in the restroom, changing clothes. Many expressed great interest in the upcoming military training, animatedly discussing topics such as marksmanship and military exercises. Seated nearby, Lin Mo wished to voice his skepticism regarding the feasibility of military exercises, let alone firearms. They were merely participating in military training at school, which consisted of standing at attention, marching, and singing military songs. Nothing more. Observing Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Yunlu took the initiative to approach him. Aren't you feeling nervous about the military training? Lin Mo blinked, replying that it was merely military training, nothing to be anxious about. Seeing Lin Mo's relaxed attitude seemed to ease Jiang Yunlu's tension as well. Suddenly, a boy sitting to Lin Mo's left handed him a newspaper. Hey, Lin Montak, look at this. Apparently, there was an intruder on campus yesterday, but he was subdued in no time. Lin Mo took the newspaper and began to read. The content was entirely different from his previous life. In his past, it was reported as a safety drill, yet in this life, it was directly referred to as an intrusion. Could it be due to his involvement in the incident? Lin Mo contemplated carefully. In his previous life, no one was harmed during the safety drill. The security guards remained unharmed, and Jiang Yunlu was also safe. Thus, the variable in this scenario was undoubtedly Lin Mo. Yet, he couldn't quite grasp the entirety of it. The newspaper mentioned a student who, in a valiant act of bravery, subdued the intruder to protect a female classmate. However, neither Lin Mo nor Jiang Yunlu's names were disclosed, likely suppressed to maintain a semblance of order. Following that, there were advisories urging caution in such situations. Lin Mo folded the newspaper and returned it. Therefore, one must still trust in the school's safety. The boy who enjoyed reading newspapers was named Lin Jiejun, a distant relative of Lin Mo. In his previous life, Lin Mo had learned of this incident through Lin Jiejun's daily newspaper purchases. Lin Jiejun's family was involved in politics. He possessed high emotional intelligence, but also retained youthful exuberance. He dedicated his break times to perusing the newspaper unwaveringly, making him a unique presence in Class 8. Lin Jiejun nodded and proceeded to disseminate the news among the other students in the class. Jiang Yunlu, who had been eavesdropping, cast a sly glance at Lin Mo. I initially intended to lead you away, yet it seems you have ended up protecting me instead. She tilted her head and whispered into Lin Mo's ear, where only the two of them could hear. This is what we call mutual assistance among classmates. Lin Mo replied with a serious tone that left no room for critique. Jiang Yunlu merely regarded Lin Mo with a lingering gaze before turning to engage in conversation with a girl on the other side. Before long, Chun Xiaoya entered the classroom with a tall man clad in camouflage attire. This was evidently the military training instructor. Subsequently, all students were ushered into the corridor, first separating by gender into two lines, then arranging themselves by height. Once the lines were organized, they had to wait for the preceding class to depart before they could follow suit. The September sun in Yangsheng was not treacherous, but rather scorching. How long must they endure standing at attention? Who is speaking? Instructor Qian bellowed. The boy who had just spoken immediately fell silent. You, add 10 more minutes to your standing at attention. Instructor Qian was unrelenting. He appeared exceptionally robust, exuding an air of martial discipline with every movement. In Lin Mo's memory, this instructor Qian was not just a 2-year conscript. For them, serving as an instructor was more akin to a leisurely retreat. Yet, not everyone had the opportunity for such an experience. Nevertheless, the standards set by veteran instructors were naturally stringent. Anyone who failed to maintain proper posture would be personally corrected by the veteran. As for Lin Mo, his body was rigid, and his posture impeccable. His current control over his physique far surpassed that of the average person. He could even regulate individual muscle tension and relaxation. After nearly half an hour of standing at attention, many were drenched in sweat, and some students who were less physically conditioned began to tremble. Instructor Qian, however, was not devoid of compassion. Noticing that everyone was nearing their limits, he waved his hand. Disperse. Rest in the shade of the trees. Those needing to use the restroom or drink water, please report. Upon hearing the announcement for a break, the crowd erupted in cheers, their previously exhausted appearances rejuvenated. One by one, they flocked to the shade to recuperate. Some girls paired off to head to the restroom, while most opted to quench their thirst. The vicinity of the playground at Guangba had direct drinking water, but the school's convenience store also offered chilled beverages. Thus, many reported to purchase drinks from the store. Lin Mo, on the other hand, opted for some direct drinking water before returning. Although his physical condition had improved, standing in the sun for so long still made him sweat. 15 minutes later, Instructor Qian whistled, summoning everyone to gather. However, a few boys had yet to return, their whereabouts unknown. After several minutes, those boys returned, laughing, with snacks in hand. Instructor Qian frowned and immediately shouted at them. "Where have you all been? Go run 5 laps." One boy retorted, "Instructor, we reported earlier." Instructor Qian interrupted him sharply. 10 laps. Right now. I will be watching you. If you miss a lap, you can forget about dismissing at noon." The boy attempted to protest, but he was pulled away by a few others to begin running. Lin Mo observed their retreating figures, realizing that most of the occurrences mirrored his previous life. Those boys had likely gone to buy snacks, and, after dawdling back, were now being punished with laps. Witnessing all this unfold, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Following that, they proceeded to drill marching. After all, it was something most had learned throughout their lives, and major mistakes were unlikely to occur. As the morning military training concluded, each class was dismissed. Chapter 10. Reaching the pinnacle of the sect. The military training would resume at 2 in the afternoon, continuing until 5 o'clock, marking the end of the day's training. Thus, Lin Mo neither returned home nor went to the cafeteria, but instead ventured to the back street of the school, purchasing a bowl of pig trotter rice for 8 yuan. The student price was 8 yuan, otherwise, the base price was 10 yuan. The portion of pig trotter rice was substantial, and the rice could be refilled. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo bought a bottle of freshly squeezed juice and strolled along the paths of Guangba. System. Where is the sect located? The place where the host cultivates is the sect. Simply reaching the highest point of the sect will allow you to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The highest point, you say? Lidong? Lin Mo gazed at the rooftop of the teaching building. It seemed like a splendid destination. Contemplating this, Lin Mo took his juice and headed towards the teaching building. The rooftop door was locked, with a pile of clutter beside it. A lengthy chain hung above, the padlock appearing rather unremarkable. Lin Mo glanced around and retrieved a piece of wire from the clutter nearby. With a firm grip, he snapped 2 wires apart and commenced his endeavor to pick the lock. This skill was one he had acquired for a locksmith, enabling him to open only the most ordinary of locks. The more intricate techniques remained a mystery, as the locksmith had not imparted such knowledge to him. Initially, Lin Mo had no intentions of using this skill for thievery. He merely sought to showcase his talent. As the lock yielded, a refreshing breeze swept over Lin Mo's military training uniform. A notification chimed. Today's task: ascend to the pinnacle of the sect and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Task complete. Reward: divine refinement of the void technique. In an instant, Lin Mo's mind was flooded with a myriad of obscure and cryptic symbols. Yet, these enigmatic characters gradually began to coalesce into a comprehensible form within his consciousness. Goodness, this is remarkably intelligent, he thought. Closing his eyes momentarily, he opened them once more. The surrounding zephyr became clearer, revealing a substance known as spiritual energy swirling in the air. Indeed, this world was conducive to the cultivation of immortality. Sitting cross-legged on the rooftop, he absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, which flowed incessantly into his being. In that moment, Lin Mo felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, as if he had undergone a profound transformation, not physically, but spiritually. The wind rustled, the leaves danced, and the flora and fauna became animated in response to the breeze. All these changes unfolded vividly in Lin Mo's mind, making him feel as though he were a being capable of traversing the world through sheer thought. At that moment, he opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the staircase. However, the next instant, his attention was drawn back to the view beyond the railing. With a creak, the rooftop doors swung open, revealing a young girl with a ponytail. As she approached, Lin Mo feigned surprise, turning to acknowledge her presence. "What brings you here?" she inquired, a hint of astonishment in her voice. "I'm simply enjoying the scenery. But what about you? Aren't you heading home for dinner?" Then Montauk replied, recalling that Xie Yuling typically returned home for her meals. After all, the landlady's job as a cleaner at the bank was quite leisurely, allowing her to return home by 11 in the morning and resume work in the afternoon. She certainly had ample time to prepare meals for Xie Yuling. However, Lin Mo was still unfamiliar with Xie Yuling and was unaware of her whereabouts that day. She glanced past him towards the view and casually responded, "Not today." "What about you?" Lin Mo shrugged. "If I go back, there won't be any food for me, so I thought I'd eat here and find a place to relax." At that moment, Xie Yuling recalled that her mother had mentioned Lin Mo was an orphan, suggesting she should look out for him. At the time, she had thought little of it, but now, reflecting on it, she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Mo had already turned back, continuing to gaze at the scenery. Though it appeared he was merely admiring the view, he was actually practicing the divine refinement of the void technique. Without uttering a word to her, he focused on his cultivation. Xie Yuling observed Lin Mo's silhouette, momentarily at a loss for words. The two leaned against the railing, overlooking the entire expanse of Guangba. Throughout this time, Lin Mo did not attempt to strike up a conversation, and they remained like strangers on the rooftop for an entire afternoon. When the lunch bell rang, Lin Mo finally turned to Xie Yuling. Time to go. Let's head down and rest. She considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. As they departed the rooftop, Lin Mo casually secured the chain and locked the door. Upon entering the corridor, he noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy seemed less potent. It seemed he would need to visit the rooftop more frequently in the future. The afternoon military training consisted of standing at attention and marching, not concluding until 5 o'clock. Fortunately, there was no evening study session required during military training. Otherwise, they would have been released at 9:30. After a day of rigorous training, everyone felt exhausted and likely only wished to return home to rest. Lin Mo, too, yearned to delve into the mysteries of the divine refinement of the void technique. Simply absorbing spiritual energy was insufficient. He also needed to transform it. As he stepped out of the classroom, Lin Mo spotted Xie Yuling at the end of the hallway. She was carrying a bag and had changed out of her military uniform. Most girls preferred not to wear their training gear from home, whereas boys often wore it to and from school without a second thought. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Xie Yuling nodded and made her way toward the school gate. Lin Mo, also heading home, naturally followed behind her. At that moment, Jiang Yunlu suddenly approached from behind and tapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. Lin Montak, is there something you need? He replied, his demeanor calm. Noticing Lin Mo's nonchalant expression, Jiang Yunlu pouted and asked, aren't you curious about who tapped your shoulder? I heard footsteps and figured you wouldn't harm me, so why should I be afraid? With a playful punch to Lin Mo's arm, Jiang Yunlu quickened her pace toward the exit. See you tomorrow, she called out, not waiting for a response before climbing into a parked Bentley at the entrance. The mere presence of that Bentley spoke volumes about Jiang Yunlu's family's wealth. Lin Mo, unfazed, continued his walk toward the urban village. Just then, a boy approached from behind. Hey, Lin Montak. Turning around, Lin Mo recognized a familiar face. Fang Jun, tall and not particularly handsome, he was nonetheless a reliable companion. Their familiarity stemmed from the fact that Fang Jun was the first person Lin Mo had met in Class 8, as they both resided in the urban village. While Lin Mo rented a place, Fang Jun was a local. Fang Jun caught up to him. Lin Mo, are you taking this route home? Let's go together. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Sure, I live in the urban village ahead. Fang Jun exclaimed, what a coincidence. We'll have each other for company on the way to and from school. However, he was unaware that their homes were in opposite directions at the intersection, so they wouldn't often walk home together. Chapter 11. He is unwell. Lin Mo purchased a serving of hand-pulled chicken rice and a meat sandwich before returning home. As he ascended the stairs, he heard a voice. I'll lean your back. Landlady Aunt Zhang's voice boomed, audible even from downstairs. Hello, Aunt Zhang. I don't have evening classes today, so I returned right after school. Noticing the takeout in Lin Mo's hand, Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment before offering. I made corn, radish, and pork bone soup today, but I accidentally made too much. Would you like me to serve you some? In his previous life, Lin Mo had declined Aunt Zhang's kind offer on this very day. This time, however, he decided to accept. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. It's been ages since I had a proper homemade soup. Lin Mo spoke the truth. Since his rebirth, he indeed had not enjoyed a home-cooked soup in a long while. Seeing that Lin Mo did not refuse her kindness, Aunt Zhang was delighted and headed upstairs to fetch the soup. Please refrain from calling me Landlady Aunt. Instead, refer to me as Aunt Zhang. I will have Yuling bring the soup over shortly, Zheng Yuan said. Lin Mo immediately replied, there's no need for that. I'll just go upstairs to fetch it myself. No need to trouble her. It's no trouble at all. Zheng Yuan waved her hand dismissively and ascended the stairs. Thank you, Aunt Zheng. Lin Mo called after her, watching her hurried figure with gratitude. Reflecting on the past, he realized he had been somewhat oblivious and lacked emotional intelligence. However, this was merely a form of self-protection. Carrying his meal, Lin Mo entered his room and had just finished eating when there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me, Lin. Yuling, came the voice from behind the door. Lin Mo opened it to find Xie Yuling, her hair freshly washed, exuding a subtle fragrance. She held a cylindrical thermal food container in her hand. Thank you for making the trip. By the way, how should I address you? Lin Mo took the container from her, feigning ignorance of her name. I am Xie Yuling, she replied. Hello, class Matixi, I'm Lin Montak. I'll look forward to your guidance in the future. Xie Yuling responded, seeming to find her initial reply lacking, and added, I look forward to your guidance too. On September 2nd, Lin Mo stretched, and his body emitted a series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of firecrackers, yet he felt invigorated. The so-called cultivation of qi was essentially the refinement of spiritual energy into one's own essence, nurturing essence with essence. Lin Mo moved to the kitchen and retrieved a stainless steel soup spoon. Gripping the handle with one hand while extending a finger of the other to gently prod at the spoon, a faint white aura enveloped his fingertip, and with a mere light touch, the spoon bent, a feat accomplished without exerting much effort. If tasked with taking a life, it would be simpler than slaughtering a chicken. Today's task: perform footwear training around the sect's training ground without rest. Lin Mo pondered for a while before realizing that this was merely a directive for him to run laps, 20 laps without resting. It appeared deceptively simple, yet in reality, it was quite manageable. Given Lin Mo's current physical condition, 20 laps posed no challenge. Although he was unsure why the system had assigned such a task, he decided to find time to complete it, perhaps within a single afternoon. Descending for breakfast, Lin Mo unexpectedly encountered Xie Yuling at the breakfast shop. Upon reflection, he recalled that Aunt Zheng usually didn't rise so early. Xie Yuling must either prepare her own breakfast or venture downstairs alone. Therefore, Lin Mo took a seat across from her. I hope you don't mind if I join you, he said. Xie Yuling hesitated briefly before shaking her head in refusal. Before long, Lin Mo's rice rolls arrived. The stone-ground rice rolls from this establishment were exceptionally smooth, a dish Lin Mo particularly relished. Xie Yuling's eating pace was neither too fast nor too slow, but after finishing a plate of rice rolls, she remained seated at the table. Lin Mo sensed that she was waiting for him, yet he refrained from asking, maintaining a leisurely pace as he enjoyed his meal. As he finished, Xie Yuling stood and made her way to the exit. Lin Mo wiped his mouth but did not rush to follow. Instead, he kept a respectful distance behind her. Their strides were nearly synchronized. Yet Lin Mo found himself contemplating how the Xie Yuling of his previous life had not exhibited such behavior toward him. Perhaps it was due to their chance encounter on the rooftop. At this moment, Xie Yuling was acutely aware that Lin Mo trailed behind her, maintaining a certain distance. She was unsure why she had chosen to wait for him earlier, perhaps out of pity for his solitude, or perhaps drawn to an inexplicable quality about him. However, she would never admit it. Today's military training continued with standing at attention, though marching had begun to follow an orderly arrangement. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. The instructor shouted commands, his gaze fixed on each individual's movements. If anyone in the line faltered, they would have to start over. Lin Mo's movements were naturally precise, yet some members of their squad consistently faltered, resulting in repeated attempts to march correctly. Stop! You there, you keep veering off. Can't you manage a simple march? The student being reprimanded turned pale, his peers glaring at him. He attempted to defend himself, but found no words. Baffled by his own actions, Lin Mo turned to observe the student named Su Sheng. He recalled that many had transferred classes, yet Su remained in Class 8. However, he had not participated in the final examinations, likely due to his inability to do so. Su Sheng had been diagnosed with a cerebrovascular blockage during the winter break. Initially overlooked, the subsequent surgery carried significant risks, leaving him with lingering effects. Ultimately, Su Sheng had to endure until the end, as he was powerless to change his fate. Lin Mo took a step forward. Report. The instructor, already ill-tempered, glared at Lin Mo as he suddenly stood up. Speak. Classmate Su's misalignment is not intentional. It stems from his cerebrovascular condition. I am a former classmate of Su Sheng, and our class is aware of this, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Su Sheng was taken aback, unable to recall his illness or his previous acquaintance with Lin Mo. The instructor narrowed his eyes and stepped closer to Lin Mo. You think you can speak for him? Lin Mo remained composed as he replied. He can speak for himself, but everyone has their struggles. We should support one another. As his former classmate, I felt it necessary to speak up. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, several boys silently gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Su Mingzhao from another squad smirked and, in a hushed yet audible tone, remarked, if you don't want to repeat the drills, just say so. Why fabricate a story about your classmate's illness? Chapter 12. Is this not what it means to be a real man? Everyone's attention shifted to the speaker. The same Su Mingzhao from earlier. Lin Mo and the instructor heard his words clearly. Instructor Qian furrowed his brow, glancing between Lin Mo and the downcast Su Sheng. Su merely remained silent, unsure how to respond to the situation. The instructor, observing this, turned back to Lin Mo. Lin Mo maintained his unyielding demeanor. In that case, how about this? You run 20 laps in his stead. Aside from standing at attention, he can forego practicing marching. Instructor Qian assumed the boy before him would shy away from such a self-sacrificial act. Even if he did agree, who would care? Scanning the students before him, he noted that they were all new and not well acquainted. However, if this boy truly ran the laps, he wouldn't push him too hard, whether out of reluctance or genuine intent to assist a classmate. He figured a few laps would suffice. Yet, Instructor Qian was confident the boy would decline. All right, I accept. Since you won't back down, continue as instructed. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Su Sheng himself. He indeed did not recognize Lin Mo, yet surprisingly, Lin Mo had agreed. This time, he took the initiative to speak. Lin Mo, it's all right, I can continue training. However, Lin Mo merely waved his hand and raised his chin to face the instructor. Instructor, I'm going for a run. With that, Lin Mo set off to jog. It was no wonder the system had scheduled a running task for today. It was a productive use of Lin Mo's time. Watching Lin Mo begin to circle the track, Instructor Qian opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent, merely pointing to Su Sheng. Step aside to rest. If he can't keep going, you will rejoin the ranks. Su Sheng was momentarily stunned. He didn't feel particularly fatigued, but still complied, his gaze following Lin Mo as he ran. Wow, how impressive. Running 20 laps for a classmate. What a lunatic, Su Mingzhao remarked from the side. Unbeknownst to him, the classmates nearby discreetly distanced themselves from him. Instructor Qian overheard but said nothing, allowing the students to continue marching in formation. Without Su Sheng, the training progressed more swiftly. Observing Lin Mo still running, Instructor Qian whistled at him, signaling him to approach. Lin Mo jogged over slowly. Is there something you need? This question caught Instructor Qian off guard. You can rejoin the ranks now. No need to run anymore. Today's incident is considered over. Yet Lin Mo maintained his running pace and shook his head. No, since I've committed, I must see it through. Besides marching, I also need to practice stepping, which poses a challenge for me, so I won't rejoin. I will keep running. With that, Lin Mo resumed his laps. Instructor Qian furrowed his brow and raised his hand, beckoning Su Sheng over. Su Sheng, who had been sitting on the flower bed, hurried over upon seeing the instructor's gesture. Let me ask you, do you truly have this condition? Su Sheng stammered, unsure whether to admit his affliction. He had not previously struggled with this issue. He just could not fathom why it had arisen recently. Yet, denying it would feel like betraying Lin Mo, gritting his teeth, he finally responded, Instructor, I do indeed have this kind of condition. If you speak the truth, I will verify your situation with the homeroom teacher. Instructor Qian was no novice. He immediately discerned the unease in Su Sheng's eyes. Hearing this, Su Sheng's resolve crumbled, and he ultimately shook his head. I don't know. I wasn't like this before. Instructor Qian frowned, finally waving him away. Lin Mo was still running. The classmates in the formation, including Jiang Yinlu, were puzzled as to why Lin Mo was undertaking these 20 laps. Wasn't marching training simpler than running 20 laps? Who knew how many laps he had completed? Systemnovel. Someone in the class had been counting Lin Mo's rounds. To be honest, while some thought Lin Mo was foolish, they more earnestly desired to befriend him. After all, they were unaware of the true nature of Su Sheng and Lin Mo's relationship. In their eyes, Lin Mo was merely standing up for a classmate. Even if it seemed foolish, it was a noble foolishness for the sake of friendship, an entirely different significance. With 5 laps remaining, a notification resonated in Lin Mo's mind. Today's task, conduct footwork training around the sect's training ground without resting. Task completed. Reward, Qi Nourishing Pill X1. Lin Mo mused, a Qi Nourishing Pill. It must be a potion that aids in refining Qi. Last night, Lin Mo had cultivated a Qi Sea, and the absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth would be refined within the Qi Sea into power he could wield. After completing 20 laps, Lin Mo returned to Instructor Qian's side, panting as he declared, Report, Instructor, I have completed 20 laps. Instructor Qian scrutinized Lin Mo, then glanced at Su Sheng, ultimately letting out a sigh. All right, since you have finished your 20 laps, he need not practice marching or stepping. Thank you, Instructor, Lin Mo replied as he returned to his place. At this moment, he still feigned breathlessness. If he showed no sign of fatigue, he risked being perceived as a monster. The track at Guangba's training ground measured 400 meters, running that equated to 8 kilometers. For soldiers, it was no issue, but for students, it could be exhausting. Nevertheless, the classmates in his row regarded Lin Mo with respectful eyes. Now, that was what a real man was, wasn't he? Yet behind them, Su Mingzhao merely scoffed. During lunchtime, the military training team disbanded. Su Sheng immediately sought out Lin Mo. Thank you, Lin Mo. Let me treat you to a meal. You've probably offended the instructor this time. I suspect he will soon contact the homeroom teacher to discuss my parents. Su Sheng sighed while expressing his gratitude to Lin Mo. He bore no resentment towards Lin Mo for claiming he had an ailment. After all, He had indeed been holding everyone back due to his condition. Lin Mo, however, firmly grasped Su Sheng's shoulder. I'm not joking. You might genuinely have a problem. You weren't limping before, were you? A neighbor of mine used to walk normally, but suddenly started limping, and it turned out to be a blockage in his cerebral blood vessels. You should definitely take a leave of absence and see a doctor with your parents. Lin Mo's demeanor was earnest. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng felt a pang of panic, licking his lips before dashing back to the classroom. Lin Mo watched Su Sheng run with a limp, hoping he would live a good life from then on. A blockage in cerebral blood vessels could lead to cerebellar atrophy. Eventually, Su Sheng experienced cerebellar atrophy, and thereafter, news of him faded away. Lin Mo yawned and headed toward the school gate. As he had no appetite for the cafeteria food, just as he stepped outside, a voice called out behind him. Lin Montak. Chapter 13. I want to collect delivery fees. Without needing to turn around, Lin Mo recognized it was Jiang Yunlu calling him. However, as far as he knew, Jiang Yunlu typically picked up her meals at the school gate, with someone bringing food to her every day. Turning to look, indeed, Jiang Yunlu stood before him, holding a delicately crafted lunchbox. What is up? Lin Mo asked, remaining in place. Dressed in loose military training attire, Jiang Yunlu didn't reveal much of her figure. Yet her lively movements exuded youthful charm. Many boys at the school gate couldn't help but glance her way. Jiang Yunlu hopped over to Lin Mo. Are you going out to buy food? Yes. Do you want me to bring you something? Lin Mo inquired casually. While others might be unaware, Lin Mo understood that Jiang Yunlu's family was quite strict, resulting in her seldom eating outside. The more a girl is restricted from certain things, the more she yearns to try them. Some of these might be delicious street snacks, while others could involve reckless motorcyclists. Fortunately, Yang City is a motorcycle-free zone. Moreover, there were not yet many electric bikes around. Thus, only street food could entice Jiang Yunlu. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Indeed, but you'll need to pay. Lin Mo nodded seriously. Jiang Yunlu eagerly nodded in response. Can I have some fries? And that grilled sausage. I wanted to eat it for ages. Lin Mo glanced at the takeout box in Jiang Yunlu's hands, but did not object, instead heading straight towards the back street. Oh, I haven't paid yet. No worries. You can settle up once I deliver it. As Jiang Yunlu watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, a wave of excitement surged within her. Primarily, it was the anticipation of indulging in fries and grilled sausages. In her household, such fare was deemed junk food, rendering her unable to partake. The only permissible snacks were imported delicacies purchased by her family. However, to outsiders, it seemed she was blissfully unaware of her fortunate circumstances. Upon returning to her seat, Jiang Yunlu did not immediately open her lunchbox. Instead, she eagerly awaited Lin Mo's return. With Lin Mo absent, there was no one to occupy his seat, allowing her to relax significantly. During her middle school years, she always sat with female classmates to avoid male peers approaching her for conversation. Yet, she did not mind Lin Mo sharing her desk. Playfully, Jiang Yunlu took out her Apple IV and began playing Fruit Ninja. Before long, a transparent plastic bag was placed on her desk. Here are your fries and grilled sausages. Each item was carefully packaged to prevent mingling of flavors, with Lin Mo even drizzling ketchup over the fries. These fries were not from any chain restaurant. There was a local fried food vendor on the back street of the school, frequented not only by students from Guangba, but also by nearby residents. While the taste was not particularly extraordinary, the generous portions made it a popular choice. 5 yuan for an ample serving. Wow, so much, Jiang Yunlu exclaimed, lifting her gaze to see a large bag of fries. Thank you, Lin Mo. You're welcome, but payment is due. The sausage is 1 yuan 50, and the fries are 5 yuan. Do you have WeChat, or perhaps some change? Lin Mo sighed, having forgotten that although WeChat existed, its payment function was yet to be implemented. Alipay wouldn't become widespread until the following year. In this era, cash was still king. Jiang Yunlu turned her backpack and pulled out a 10 yuan note. Here, keep the change. Lin Mo accepted the money casually, yet he added, consider it as you storing 3 yuan 50 with me. The 50 cents is my delivery fee. I could also buy you 2 more sausages. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlu's eyes sparkled with delight. Really, it wasn't that no boys had ever brought Jiang Yunlu snacks. She simply understood early on that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Thus, she typically declined such offers. However, now that she was paying for it herself, and even covering the delivery fee, she felt justified in her indulgence. Lin Mo tapped the table. Eat up. The fries will lose their appeal if they get soggy. Jiang Yunlu nodded vigorously and decided to start with the grilled sausage. The sausage was merely a 1 yuan crispy sausage, deep fried to perfection. With one bite, the oil burst forth, eliciting a delighted sigh. Observing the girl savoring her meal, Lin Mo opened the takeout of Gillen rice noodles he had brought back. Having a hearty appetite, he had bought 2 portions and combined them into one. While the aroma wasn't as overpowering as the popular snail noodles of the future, it was enough to catch Jiang Yunlu's attention. Noticing her gaze, Lin Mo turned to see her looking at him with hopeful eyes. What's wrong? He had not previously realized that Jiang Yunlu was a little glutton. She glanced between Lin Mo and his rice noodles, contemplating for a moment before eagerly opening her lunchbox. A delightful fragrance wafted up: shrimp, chicken wings, glistening red braised pork, and exquisite vegetables. A nutritionally balanced and visually appealing lunchbox appeared before Lin Mo's eyes. It certainly looks delectable. Can we exchange some? Lin Mo sighed in resignation, taken aback by her pitiful expression. Fine, here you go. He placed a generous portion of rice noodles in her lunchbox and deftly took a plump shrimp for himself. You needn't worry. I haven't touched these chopsticks yet. Jiang Yunlu, delighted, took a bite of the rice noodles. This is delicious. She stuffed her mouth full, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Seeing this, Lin Mo added another helping to her box. Hey, I want some too, he said, slurping up the noodles with gusto. Jiang Yunlu squinted her eyes, picking up a fry and popping it into her mouth. Although the fries had begun to soften, they still tasted delightful. Jiang Yunlu ate slowly, with half of her lunchbox still full, but having finished her fries, she felt content. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already polished off his rice noodles. He glanced at Jiang Yunlu's remaining food and pointed. Still hungry? I can't eat anymore. She waved her hand. Then I'll have it. Lin Mo casually took her lunchbox and emptied its contents into his own. Wait. Jiang Yunlu sat up abruptly, staring at the empty box in Lin Mo's hands. You can't do that. You were going to throw it away anyway, weren't you? Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, digging in. If the Gillen rice noodles hadn't been so scarce, he wouldn't have bothered. Jiang Yunlu blushed, watching Lin Mo finish off her leftovers, feeling a mix of shyness and guilt. Yet, realizing it was her noodles that left him unsatisfied, she felt it was her fault. Thus, she remained silent. However, many boys who had been observing Jiang Yunlu felt their hearts shatter, sensing that the goddess was about to be taken away. Su Mingzhao watched with a seething jealousy. Why does Lin Mo get to win her favor? Chapter 14. I really should be ashamed. At the hospital, Su Sheng's mother anxiously awaited the results. When Su Sheng called her earlier, she was initially skeptical, considering it merely the words of a newly acquainted classmate. Nonetheless, she contacted her husband for advice. As a company executive, he believed it prudent to have Su Sheng checked, especially given that their son had shown signs of a limp. Thus, Su Sheng's mother promptly left for the school to take him to the hospital for an examination. The doctor inquired about some basic information before sending Su Sheng for tests. Given the potential implications for brain health, a series of scans including a CT, MRI, and DSA might be necessary. Many failed to understand why hospitals conduct so many tests. The reason is straightforward. The more thorough the examination, the clearer the understanding of the condition, and the more effectively appropriate treatment can be administered. As the afternoon wore on, Su Sheng's mother anxiously paced, awaiting the results. Oddly enough, it was Su Sheng who comforted her. Mom, it's okay. The doctor said that if something were wrong, my condition is still mild and manageable. However, Su Sheng's mother remained worried, gripping his hand tightly. Oh dear, please don't let anything be wrong. You are my only child, and your father, and I want to see you start a family. Everything will be fine. In truth, Su Sheng had his own doubts, but felt compelled to maintain his composure. His character had always been resilient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have persevered through his studies even as his health deteriorated. After a while, the report was finally ready. After the doctor reviewed the various examination reports, he turned his gaze towards Su's mother and Su Sheng. Su Sheng immediately began to feel a wave of anxiety. I have both bad news and good news. Let me first share the bad news. Su's mother took a deep breath, sitting upright in her chair, more tense than Su Sheng. The doctor glanced at Su Sheng, signaling him to relax. After all, he was the patient. Madam, the patient does indeed have a cerebral vascular blockage. However, the condition is not severe. One might even say it is merely in its early stages. If left untreated for an extended period, it could ultimately lead to cerebellar atrophy. Upon hearing this, Su's mother felt faint, only to be brought back to her senses by the doctor. But, madam, there is no need for concern. Our hospital is fully equipped to treat this condition. This news instantly filled Su's mother with immense relief, a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. She immediately turned to Su Sheng. My dear, make sure to express your gratitude to your classmate. If it weren't for him, you might not have been saved. The doctor interjected. No, it is I who should be receiving your gratitude for treating your son. In the afternoon, after military training concluded, the first-year students were exempt from evening self-study, as usual. The instructors were preparing to return home, but Instructor Qian sought out the class teacher, Chun Xiaoya. Teacher Chun, May I inquire if there is a student in the class with a brain ailment? Chun Xiaoyao looked up at Instructor Qian. Yes, Instructor Qian. I had intended to inform you tomorrow. There is a student named Su Sheng. His parents sent me a medical report regarding a cerebral vascular condition, and he will be taking leave for treatment. Hence, he cannot continue with military training. Instructor Qian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and departed. In the dead of night, Instructor Qian sat up in bed and slapped himself hard. Ah, I truly am a fool. The following morning, after the formation was completed, Instructor Qian approached Lin Mo. In front of everyone, he removed his hat and solemnly bowed to Lin Mo. This student, I misjudged you yesterday. I apologize, and I hope you'll accept my apology. No one expected such a dramatic scene to unfold at the start of the day. Who had ever heard of an instructor apologizing to a student? In the previous life, after Su Sheng had repeatedly lagged behind, the instructor had sidelined him to train alone, not allowing him to march in step. This time, with Su Sheng in the hospital, Instructor Qian was aware of the situation, hence his apology to Lin Mo, while the rest were unaware of the specifics of the apology. They could easily connect it to Su Sheng's absence. Lin Mo, however, nonchalantly responded, I accept the instructor's apology and request to rest during this morning's military training. Instructor Qian was momentarily taken aback. The other students gasped, could be played this way? Yet, it seemed reasonable, considering Lin Mo had also run 20 laps the previous day. Instructor Qian displayed a pained expression. Allowing Lin Mo to rest might attract attention. How about this, student? For each rest period today, you can have an additional 10 minutes compared to others. Lin Mo negotiated. Instructor, let's not be petty. How about I get an extra 10 minutes for every rest period throughout the upcoming military training? This bargaining stance ignited a flicker of irritation within Instructor Qian. However, he recognized he wasn't in the right. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, fine, before military training commences, you and I will run laps. I will run 5 laps. You will run 4. If I do not outpace you, I will grant you 10 extra minutes of rest for the remainder of military training. How's that sound? Lin Mo merely smiled. How about this, instructor? Let's have an arm wrestling match. If I win, not only do I receive an additional 10 minutes for the upcoming training, but I also get a rest this morning. The members of Class 8 promptly recalled Lin Mo's feat of single-handedly overpowering Su Mingzhao on the first day of school. Lin Mo was certainly setting a trap for the instructor. Excitement surged among the crowd as they exchanged eager glances. Not to mention, they were keen to witness the instructor's potential downfall. Thus, someone shouted, Instructor, accept his challenge. It's just an arm wrestling match. Yes, instructor. Don't back down. They urged, their voices rising. The commotion from Class 8 captured the attention of surrounding classes, even drawing in the chief instructor. What is going on? Upon hearing the inquiry, Instructor Qian immediately straightened up. Report. Nothing's wrong. Training is about to commence. The chief instructor cast a glance at Instructor Qian and casually pointed to a student. You. Explain what transpired. The chosen student happened to be Su Mingzhao. With a swift roll of his eyes, he responded, Report, Chief Instructor. Lin Mo from our class wishes to challenge Instructor Qian to an arm wrestling match. He claims that if he wins, his rest time will be extended by 10 minutes, and he will be exempt from training today. This deftly crafted narrative omitted the apology and portrayed Lin Mo as a reckless student. As expected, the chief instructor frowned upon hearing this and immediately called out, Who is Lin Mo? Lin Mo raised his hand. Report, Chief Instructor, I am Lin Mo. The chief instructor scrutinized Lin Mo and casually commanded, Step forward. Lin Mo stepped out of the line and approached the chief instructor. The chief instructor assessed Lin Mo, noting his robust physique, which was commendable among students. Chapter 15. The Arm Wrestling Challenge. The chief instructor regarded Lin Mo, realizing that his audacity in making such a demand was not without merit. He had noticed this student who ran 20 laps just yesterday. Reflecting on the matter, the chief instructor considered Lin Mo to be quite the bold individual. Thus, he reached out and firmly patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. This student possesses commendable ambition. However, should you lose, your rest time will be nullified, and while others rest, you will stand at attention. With that in mind, are you still willing to compete? Instructor Qian, standing by, wished to intervene as he had originally intended to apologize. Just as he prepared to speak up, the chief instructor interjected, Instructor Qian, we accept this little wager. Instructor Qian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing at Lin Mo, he found him remarkably composed. Instructor Qian, please don't go easy on me. The situation caught the attention of other instructors, who reveled in the unfolding drama. They showed no reluctance to escalate matters, promptly gathering 20 classes to form a circle. In the center, a sturdy table was set. Lin Mo stood on one side, while Instructor Qian stood on the opposite. Both were on their feet. With the chief instructor standing in the middle, smiling as he observed the two. Best of three. Any objections? Instructor Qian wore a somewhat bitter expression. He had already planned to explain to the chief instructor after the match, hoping to spare Lin Mo from punishment. However, he could not afford to lose in this arm wrestling competition, as he represented the instructors. Losing would be quite the embarrassment. All 20 classes focused intently on the match between Lin Mo and Instructor Qian. They were curious about this somewhat handsome young man who dared to challenge an instructor. Yet, most regarded it as entertainment. With the exception of Class 8, no one believed Lin Mo could prevail against the instructor. However, cheers erupted from Class 8. Lin Montak, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. After all, you were able to throw Su Mingzhao and pin him down. Su Mingzhao shot a venomous glare in response. What are you saying? Yet the boy speaking glared back without a trace of fear. I said you were pinned down and rubbed into the ground by Lin Mo. Am I not speaking the truth? You little tattletale. The speaker was named Li Yongkong. While others feared Su Mingzhao, he remained undaunted. Having practiced Taekwondo since childhood, Li Yongkong, despite still being a student, had already earned a black belt. Although it was merely a first-degree black belt, it was sufficient to dominate among his peers. Thus, Li Yongkong harbored no fear of someone like Su Mingzhao. His remark about the little eunuch struck a chord, and many classmates who disdained Su Mingzhao's underhandedness began to chuckle. One person might attract Su Mingzhao's ire, but a collective laughter from the group transformed it into a shared disdain for him. In truth, they all found Su Mingzhao's behavior repugnant. Those who reported behind backs and engaged in duplicitous tactics deserved to be ostracized. The focus of the scene shifted back to Lin Mo, who stood at the center, surrounded by 21 instructors, 2 of whom were female. They regarded him with leisurely scrutiny. Lin Mo casually surveyed the room, his gaze meeting that of Xie Yuling seated below. She was taken aback to discover that Lin Mo had instigated a wrist wrestling match with the instructor, a notion she had not anticipated. In her memory, Lin Mo was the type to maintain a detached demeanor, not one to actively seek such contests with instructors. In contrast to Lin Mo's indifference, Instructor Qian appeared somewhat remorseful. Initially intending to apologize, he found himself embroiled in this unexpected spectacle, which would not have escalated had it not been for that loquacious boy. However, with no turning back, Instructor Qian could only force a smile and say to Lin Mo, "You need not feel too burdened. Should you lose, your rest time remains intact." Lin Mo shrugged non-committally and then extended his hand, placing it on the table. Instructor Qian reciprocated, grasping Lin Montak's hand. The two were now prepared. The chief instructor approached, positioning their hands at the center. "Ready. Begin." The whistle blew. Instructor Qian exerted a sudden force, yet his expression froze in astonishment. No matter how hard he tried, their hands remained fixed in the middle. Lin Mo's grip felt like a vice, pinning him down onto the table. What strength is this? Instructor Qian was taken aback, but he immediately summoned all his strength, even the veins in his neck becoming prominent. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Mo's hand showed no signs of yielding. Glancing back at Lin Mo, he appeared to be straining, but Instructor Qian sensed he was merely feigning effort. Ultimately, as Instructor Qian's strength began to wane, the balance of victory began to tip. Lin Mo gradually pressed Instructor Qian's hand down onto the table. Beep! The chief instructor's whistle pierced the air, and he stared blankly at Lin Mo. Then at the sweat-drenched Instructor Qian. "Did you let him win?" Instructor Qian sighed heavily and shook his head. No. Not only were the instructors stunned, but the students were equally taken aback. A student had managed to triumph over an instructor in a test of strength. How powerful must this student be? Instructor Qian rubbed his right wrist, then looked back at Lin Mo, who displayed not a single bead of sweat on his forehead. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. What kind of monster is this? The chief instructor observed Instructor Qian, knowing well that Qian was one of his own, fond of wrestling during idle times, and he was aware of Qian's considerable strength. Yet, he never expected Qian to lose. However, with the match being best 2 out of 3, there was still hope. He patted Instructor Qian on the shoulder. "You can do this." That was all the encouragement he could offer. Instructor Qian smiled wryly. "I'll do my best." As the second round commenced, the two squared off once more. Another whistle sounded. This time, Lin Mo, with overwhelming strength, directly pressed Instructor Qian's hand onto the table. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, calmly addressing the chief instructor. "Chief instructor, I have one." After the first round, the chief instructor had already suspected Lin Mo would prevail in the second. He had mentally prepared himself, but then added, "In that case, let's raise the stakes. If you win, you will be exempt from military training for the remainder of the session." How does that sound? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the instructor's boldness. Instructor Qian even called out, "Squad leader." Lin Mo shrugged. "I don't mind. I possess no particular talents, merely great strength. Throughout these years, I have yet to encounter anyone who could outmatch me in arm wrestling. The chief instructor, intrigued by Lin Mo's words, turned to the quiet, muscular instructor in the corner. Chong, someone claims he has never met a worthy opponent. It's your turn. Chong rubbed his wrist and flashed a broad, white-toothed grin. I too have never faced a challenger. My classmate, if you win, I believe the squad leader ought to treat you to a meal. Chapter 16. I want 2 grilled sausages. 5 minutes later, the muscular instructor was defeated. Even the chief instructor could not resist trying his hand, only to be overwhelmed by Lin Mo's sheer power. Witnessing this, the chief instructor couldn't help but exclaim, "Kid, with those 20 laps added, you're suited for military service. Why not consider applying to a national defense university? With your abilities, it would be a breeze." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a flush of embarrassment, thinking it would be better to wait until he became a Taoist master and then eliminate the Americans and the Japanese. Had the chief instructor suggested this in his previous life, he might have genuinely pursued a military career. However, in this life, he harbored different ambitions and methods. Ultimately, Lin Mo truly became exempt from training. While everyone else endured the scorching sun, he relaxed in the shade of a tree. Even the defeated muscular instructor frequently approached Lin Mo to inquire about his training regimen. Soon, everyone witnessed Lin Mo performing 31-handed pull-ups. In no time, Lin Mo's reputation soared. However, he was not entirely free from training. He still had to stand at attention during most of the time, which helped maintain balance in the student's mindset. After school, let out at noon, the student from Class 8 could no longer contain their curiosity and flocked around Lin Mo, eager to either feel his muscles or boast about his stature. Just as Lin Mo managed to slip away to grab a meal, he was intercepted by the chief instructor and others. "Where do you think you're going?" After military training concluded, the instructor's demeanor had noticeably relaxed, their faces adorned with smiles. "I was heading out for a meal, but I got surrounded." One of the female instructors chuckled. "I saw it. Countless girls have their eyes on you. At such a young age, you're quite the heartthrob." Taken aback by the instructor's directness, Lin Mo, who was more seasoned than they realized, feigned modesty. "At school, academic performance is paramount. Besides, I'm merely experiencing a fleeting moment of popularity. As long as the instructors don't hold my previous antics against me, I am content." The chief instructor patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "Instructor Chen has already explained everything to me. But you should seriously consider the National Defense University or enlisting right after graduation. You could still attend military academy." Lin Mo nodded. "Instructor, I will give it serious thought. Thank you for your guidance." Upon witnessing the scene, the chief instructor refrained from elaborating further. He believed Lin Mo to be a promising candidate. However, since Lin Mo had enlisted, it was unlikely he would be assigned locally, thus he was not particularly invested in the matter. "Come on, aren't you hungry? Join us for a meal. There is plenty to go around." Lin Mo did not decline, as it mattered little where he dined. It was also an opportunity to demonstrate his impressive appetite to the instructors. Indeed, as he filled his 5th bowl of rice, the chief instructor could not help but exclaim, "No wonder you possess such strength. How could one eat so much and not be robust?" The dishes provided by the instructors were abundantly supplied at the cafeteria. While the flavors were not exceptional, the portions were generous and satisfying. Lin Mo savored his meal thoroughly, even letting out a contented burp. Since consuming the strengthening pill, he had not truly experienced the sensation of being full. After bidding farewell to the instructors, Lin Mo made his way to the playground to commence his leisurely jog. Today's task remained the same, running. Perhaps aerobic exercise could be considered a form of chi refinement. However, the 20 laps he completed yesterday had escalated to 30 today. Lin Mo regarded this running as merely a means of digestion. Lin Mo had risen to prominence, and many students could not resist passing by Class 8 to catch a glimpse of this remarkable individual who could best the instructors in arm wrestling. Unfortunately, they were met with disappointment, as they only found a fair-skinned girl with bright eyes and a lovely smile, sullenly eating an exquisite boxed meal. Jiang Yunlu wasted no time seeking Lin Mo after the military training session concluded. Regrettably, she could only watch as the instructors escorted Lin Mo to the cafeteria. Thus, she was left without her beloved grilled sausages today. Lin Mo was taking an unusually long time to return. As the lunch break was nearing its end, she pondered why he had not yet appeared. Picking at her meal, she felt somewhat disenchanted with her food, managing to finish only a small portion. She had lost her appetite entirely. "Why are you eating so little today?" Lin Mo's voice came from above her. A flicker of joy crossed Jiang Yunlu's face as she looked up, only to remember her own grievances, causing her to pout. "I wanted to eat grilled sausages, but you weren't here." Lin Mo was taken aback that this little glutton, having just indulged in grilled sausages yesterday, was already craving more. Nevertheless, He cast a quick glance at her exquisite meal. While grilled sausages were delightful, one must not neglect proper meals. Sustenance was essential. Yet, Jiang Yunlu gazed at him with a pitiful expression, as if pleading. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. All right, I'll bring you some after we disperse this afternoon. Hearing this, Jiang Yunlu eagerly nodded and extended 2 fingers. I want to. Alericht, Lin Mo acquiesced, unfazit. After all, he was quite free. However, he still had 10 laps to complete from the earlier 30. He could run them during the afternoon training session as well. Thank you, Lin Mo. You truly are a good person. Jiang Yunlu's spirits lifted significantly at his words, and the mere thought of grilled sausages seemed to enhance her appetite, prompting her to consume a few more bites of her meal. The crab meat atop her rice appeared far more delectable now. Lin Mo shook his head in exasperation. This girl, who favored grilled sausages over crab meat, was rather peculiar. During the afternoon military training, Lin Mo greeted instructor Qian before commencing his run. He had already completed 20 laps at noon, leaving 10 remaining. However, he maintained a brisk pace for these last 10 laps, causing instructor Qian to sweat profusely. Had Lin Mo initially agreed to the competitive format instructor Qian proposed, he would have suffered a dismal defeat. The chief instructor approached, observing, if this lad were to join the mechanized infantry, he would undoubtedly be a formidable soldier. Instructor Qian rolled his eyes in resignation. Squad leader, would you truly part with this child to send him to the mechanized unit? Call me chief instructor. The chief instructor smirked, clearly reluctant. Wouldn't he that mean sending him to the special forces or assault troops? Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the discussions surrounding his potential assignments. Had he known, he would undoubtedly feign interest and resolve not to go anywhere, perhaps even becoming a grand figure by the time he graduated. With a single swing, he could obliterate any adversaries, rendering military service unnecessary. After finishing his run, Lin Mo observed his peers training. Many students harbored feelings of envy and jealousy towards him, which did not escape the instructor's notice. Yet, they remarked, if you can defeat an instructor in an arm wrestling match, you too could enjoy the same training exemptions as him. One by one, they bowed their heads in resignation. Of course, there were those who wished to challenge him, but they could not even best the female instructors, let alone the strongest among them, the burly instructor. Before the military training session concluded, Lin Mo vanished into the shade of the trees. After disbanding, Jiang Yunlu returned to the classroom, only to find Lin Mo absent. What trickster! She exclaimed, just as she settled into her seat. A delightful aroma wafted from the desk drawer. Peering down, she discovered 2 grilled sausages nestled within. What did you just say? Lin Mo's voice chimed beside her. The girl's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chapter 17. I want to drink soup again. As school ended, Lin Mo strolled leisurely, though his peripheral vision remained attuned to a particular individual. A girl of striking stature, who had been keeping her head down, approached the school gate. She then slightly lifted her head, happily entering a compact car. Lin Mo distinctly observed a similarly well-proportioned woman seated in the driver's seat. If he was not mistaken, that must be Chu Miao Miao's mother. Lin Mo had been discreetly monitoring the situation for several days, and it appeared that Chu Miao Miao shared a close bond with her mother. Their animated conversation, once they entered the vehicle, indicated a far more cheerful demeanor than she exhibited at school. Then, Lin Mo's gaze shifted to another figure, who appeared to be consumed by jealousy and discontent. However, upon realizing Lin Mo was looking at her, she turned and offered him a sweet smile. Lin Montak, what are you up to? Nothing much, Guitong. Aren't you heading home? Guitong maintained her charming smile. I'm about to head home. Which direction is your residence? Lin Mo. I'm renting a place in a nearby urban village. It's quite convenient for me, since I have no pressing matters. I don't mind lingering a little longer at school. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Guitong displayed a look of envy. How wonderful. No one to oversee you, unlike me, who has to go home right after school. Lin Montak nodded. Be sure to stay safe on your way home. After saying this, he turned and walked away, leaving Guitong with no time to respond, her envious expression lingering. Once Lin Mo departed, Guitong's smile faded, and she watched the car drive away, feeling a mix of emotions. Upon returning to the urban village market, Lin Mo purchased a meal and also picked up some starfruit and mangosteen. After all, since Aunt Zheng had kindly brought him soup earlier, it was only fitting that he reciprocate with some fruit. Seasonal fruits were the best gifts. It was best to avoid gifting apples and pears, as they were rather lackluster choices. After all, apples were the king of bland fruits. Carrying a bag of fruit, Lin Mo headed towards his rented apartment, and before he could reach it, he encountered Xie Yuling, who was also carrying groceries. Just in time. This bag of fruit is for you. Without hesitation, Lin Mo directly slipped the fruit bag onto Xie Yuling's wrist. What are you doing? Xie Yuling finally managed to utter after a moment of surprise. It's a token of gratitude for Aunt Zheng. After all, she sent me soup last time, and it's only proper to reciprocate. As Xie Yuling contemplated Lin Mo's solitary existence, she intended to return the bag. However, she lacked Lin Mo's strength. Just accept it. I would like to have more soup in the future. Lin Mo's casual remark struck a chord in Xie Yuling's heart, causing her to pause in her tracks. Instinctively, her hand retracted. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately leading her to nod in agreement. All right, if there's soup in the future, I'll reserve a portion for you. Lin Mo immediately broke into a smile. No need for too much. Last time was excessive, and I spent the entire night drinking soup instead of water. Xie Yuling nodded and proceeded upstairs. Lin Mo also headed home, as he needed to consume his nourishing pills for cultivation. I'm back, Xie Yuling announced as she entered the kitchen, carrying groceries. Zheng Yuan was busy preparing a meal and turned to see the fruit Xie Yuling was holding. Why did you buy fruit? We have so many apples at home that you never eat. Xie Yuling irritably hung the bag on a nearby hook. It was sent by Lin Mo. He said it was to thank you for the soup you made him. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuan clapped her hands. Oh dear, this silly child. You just accepted it like that? He is all alone and hasn't even earned an income yet, and you take his gifts? Mom, I'm aware of that. He appreciates your kindness, which is why he directly mentioned wanting more of your soup in the future. At this, Zheng Yuan's face lit up with joy. Look how considerate this child is. Yet it's unfortunate for him. His parents passed away when he was so young. Zheng Yuan continued to ramble. Xie Yuling, uninterested, set the groceries aside and prepared to take a shower. After a full day of military training, she was utterly exhausted, and now she had to buy groceries too. In the study, a woman clad in a silk nightgown lounged on the sofa. Seated behind the desk was a man smoking a cigar. What's the matter? The woman asked, glancing at the magazine in her hands. The man took a deep puff of his cigar and set it down, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Today, Wan didn't finish her meal. The man's expression was fraught with anxiety, as if confronted with a daunting problem. The woman paused in her magazine, flipping. Is it all? The man abruptly sat up, his hands bracing against the sofa. What do you mean, is that all? Yesterday, Wan finished everything. Yet today, she left a third of her meal untouched. The man covered his face with one hand. Is my cooking deteriorating? Or has Wan lost her appetite for my dishes? The woman cast a glance at the distraught man. He was good in every way, except for being a doting father. If one day a boy with bleached hair rode up on a motorcycle claiming he wanted to take his daughter away, the man would likely go into a frenzy. Was today's meal the same as yesterday's? The man hesitated for a moment before muttering, yes, it was the same. Foolish brother. Eating the same meal repeatedly will surely become tiresome. The man looked as though he had been struck by lightning. Stumbling back a step and inadvertently sitting on the leather sofa, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. So that is how it is? Wan is simply tired of the same food. Observing her brother's foolishness, the woman sighed. Thankfully, there is a way to manage this dimwit. I'll have to remind Xiaoyun to ensure the lunchbox is empty tomorrow, or else that daughter-fanatic father of hers will surely throw a fit. Fire! Lin Mo exclaimed, extending his hand to conjure a flame that danced in his palm. Water! The flame morphed into a water sphere in an instant. Ice, earth, wood. Harnessing his spiritual energy, Lin Mo could effortlessly manipulate any element. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The crux lay in Lin Mo's mastery of a power known as spiritual consciousness. Although it spanned only about 10 meters and imposed a considerable mental strain, Lin Mo had attained a godlike perspective. When he activated his spiritual consciousness, he could observe everything within that 10-meter radius from every angle without obstruction. If he wished, he could explore the landlord's situation upstairs right now. However, Lin Mo was a staunch adherent to the core socialist values. To observe was to do so with integrity. One must not pry into the private matters of others. Nonetheless, it was indeed prudent to check for any safety hazards in the landlord's home. At this moment, Lin Mo reveled in his newfound ability like a child with a toy, finding it endlessly enjoyable. Yet, after a brief exploration, he soon felt a wave of mental fatigue wash over him. It seemed that excessive use of his spiritual consciousness was quite draining on his mind. Rubbing his temples, Lin Mo promptly decided to wash up and retire for the night. He had come to fully trust the invincible cultivation system, believing that the tasks it assigned fell well within his capabilities and did not require excessive effort to accomplish. With this, he mused, he should not end up becoming a mere puppet of the system. Chapter 18, Bottom of the Cage, a sure win. The following days of military training proved less arduous than anticipated. In fact, after acclimatizing, it became significantly easier, consisting mainly of marching, singing military songs, and sharing snippets of military history. The 7-day training period swiftly reached its conclusion. The military training performance was scheduled for September 7th, where each class would showcase their marching and standing formations, with the top 3 being awarded prizes by the school. Lin Mo distinctly remembered that in his previous life, their class did not secure a ranking, primarily due to Su Sheng's disability. Initially, there were some grievances about this, but when they learned that Su Sheng truly had a medical condition, they all apologized. Now, without Su Sheng, the outcome remained uncertain. Lin Mo opted not to participate in the performance, as several others were also excluded for the sake of maintaining order in the formations. The performance was set for the morning. Lin Mo sat beside the chief instructor, watching as each formation passed by. Even the school leaders were aware of a student who had secured an exemption from training by winning an arm wrestling match against the instructor. So they cast several curious glances in Lin Mo's direction. This made Lin Mo quite uncomfortable. He would have preferred to perform alongside his classmates, where at least he could blend in afterwards. Unfortunately, after the performance concluded, Class 8 did not rank among the top 3. While there were no rewards, there were also no penalties. As it was a Friday, students were allowed to leave school after the performance. The following week would mark the beginning of their true academic life. However, after the performance, students from various classes still sought out their instructors for photographs, capturing memories of their time together. During the 7 days of military training, a bond had formed between the students and the instructors. Initially, they had disliked the instructors, but by the end, they found themselves reluctant to part with them. Lin Mo, who had intended to watch from the sidelines, was suddenly surrounded by the assembled instructors. "Wait, instructors, what do you want?" Lin Mo exclaimed as he noticed the male instructors gradually encircling him, totaling 9, including the chief instructor, who approached from 8 different directions. The chief instructor pointed at the surrounding students, declaring that Lin Mo was too arrogant, and thus they would take him to Aruba. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo took off running, initiating a powerful sprint. Without hesitation, he charged towards Instructor Qian, shouting, "Instructor, help me." However, Instructor Qian had no intention of letting Lin Mo escape. He spread his arms and lunged towards Lin Mo. Unfortunately for him, Lin Mo deftly sidestepped and evaded the instructor's grasp with agility, making a beeline for the teaching building. The physical education teacher, observing Lin Mo's figure from the sidelines, mused to himself, "This kid has the makings of a track athlete." Once outside the school, Lin Mo did not head towards the urban village. "Lin Mo," Xie Yuling called out, catching up to him. Lin Mo turned around. "My mom said to invite you over for dinner at our place tonight." Earlier that morning, Zheng Yuan had urged Xie Yuling to convey this message. Yet Lin Mo shook his head, replying, "Please tell Aunt Zheng I'm sorry, but I need to go home. It's been a week since I've been back. I must return to pay my respects." Upon hearing this, Xie Yuling bit her lip at a loss for words. The realization that Lin Mo had his own family sparked a twinge of sympathy within her. "How about this? You tell Aunt Zheng that I'll come over for dinner on Sunday evening." Upon hearing Lin Mo's suggestion, Xie Yuling nodded earnestly. "All right then. Take care on your way home." For some inexplicable reason, a hint of concern crept into her voice. Lin Mo nodded and waved goodbye before heading towards the subway station, while Xie Yuling silently watched him depart. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yunlu was quietly observing Xie Yuling's retreating figure from a distance. "Hey Yunlu, what are you doing?" A girl in casual attire tapped Jiang Yunlu on the shoulder. This was Wang Qin, a classmate seated on the other side of Jiang Yunlu, regarded as one of the beauties of the class. Naturally, they had become friends due to their proximity. Following Jiang Yunlu's gaze, Wang Qin spotted Xie Yuling. "Oh, are you watching Xie Yuling? Xie Yuling? Do you know her?" Jiang Yunlu cast one last glance at the girl whose beauty rivaled her own before turning to her classmate. "Yes, Xie Yuling, my former class monitor. She used to be quite lively and cheerful, but since her father passed away, she has become much colder." Wang Qin spoke with a look of regret. Jiang Yunlu recalled the way Xie Yuling had been conversing with Lin Mo, as if they were quite familiar with one another. "Is Lin Mo from your previous school as well?" "Huh, Lin Mo? No, before coming here I had never heard of him. Our middle school had 8 classes, and while it was large, I can say with certainty that there was no one by the name of Lin Mo." As she spoke, Wang Qin seemed to have an epiphany. "Are you suggesting that Lin Mo knows Xie Yuling?" "That is hard to believe." Wang Qin found it improbable, particularly given Xie Yuling's character. At graduation, many had sought her contact information or expressed their affections, but all had been turned down. She and T even left a single message in the yearbook. Could it be that Lin Mo approached Xie Yuling first? Wang Xin thought she understood Xie Yuling well enough to know she would never initiate contact with Lin Mo. However, Jiang Yunlu saw clearly that it was indeed Xie Yuling who had sought out Lin Mo. What they had spoken of remained unheard due to the distance between them. In a moment, Jiang Yunlu became somewhat distracted. Upon returning home, Lin Mo paid respects to his parents and then sat down at his computer to begin purchasing Bitcoin. His parents' compensation totaled over 800,000 yuan, ensuring that he would not lack for money in the coming years. However, he was determined to make the most of his earnings. At this time, the internet was still freely accessible without the need for a VPN, albeit with slightly slower speeds. Lin Mo wasn't entirely unacquainted with these matters, and one evening, he purchased 10,000 yuan worth of Bitcoin, spending approximately 400,000. Most of it was acquired from individual investors, as the majority of those who mined Bitcoin at that time could effortlessly generate dozens or even hundreds of coins. With high-quality mining equipment, one could extract even more. By 2025, Bitcoin soared to a staggering height of $100,000. However, by that time, it would be too late to invest. After transferring the Bitcoin funds to separate disks and USB drives, Lin Mo simply needed to wait. If he found himself in need of money, he could sell a portion, knowing that from this point onward, Bitcoin would only appreciate in value, never depreciate. Lin Mo still had hundreds of thousands at his disposal, and with the 2014 World Cup approaching, he could invest in betting, a guaranteed win. Chapter 19. Do you believe that I can slice this starfruit without a knife? After spending 2 days at home, Lin Mo made it a point to venture outdoors each day for a run, covering over 10 kilometers each time. Relying solely on his own efforts to cultivate his energy was proving to be too slow. It would be more efficient to consume energy-enhancing pills. System, oh system. Surely this energy pill isn't toxic, right? Host, you are mistaken. The invincible cultivation system would never harm the host. The inherent toxins in these pills have long been purged, ensuring that the host can use them with complete peace of mind and enjoyment. Lin Mo was thoroughly satisfied. Now, his spiritual awareness could be sustained for longer periods, extending to a diameter of 13 meters. Consequently, he discovered that his downstairs neighbor, an ant, was entangled with the old man next door. The neighbor was a decent fellow, a man of integrity. Just last night, while the neighbor was away, the old man and the ant had found themselves in a compromising situation. To their surprise, the neighbor returned unexpectedly. The old man scrambled out onto the balcony, clinging to a pillar for dear life to avoid falling. The neighbor was merely fetching some items. If the old man could just hold on a little longer, he would be safe. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo concentrated his spiritual awareness, manifesting it as an invisible hand that playfully tickled the old man. This sudden provocation elicited laughter from him, which immediately caught the neighbor's attention. The law from 12 years ago still supported normal extramarital affairs leading to divorce. Though the neighbor was an honest man, upon witnessing such a scene, he decisively divorced the ant and expelled her from his life. Meanwhile, the old man's household was in disarray. He was too preoccupied to concern himself with the ant. After orchestrating this chain of events, Lin Mo felt the world around him grow tumultuous. Exhausted from his spiritual training, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. On Sunday afternoon, Lin Mo prepared to head out. He had dinner planned at Xie Yuling's home that evening. Xie Yuling's father had also passed away several years prior. Upon learning this news, Lin Mo had felt a sense of kinship with her, prompting his desire to draw closer. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yuling's inner strength far surpassed his own. In fact, she perceived his vulnerabilities and, in response, distanced herself further. Yet in this lifetime, it appeared that Lin Mo had done little to foster their relationship, yet it had improved significantly. This was not to say he had done nothing. At the very least, he understood the importance of maintaining a healthy distance. Furthermore, he had accomplished various feats in front of the classes, drawing the attention of others and building his own image. Lin Mo had previously contemplated that perhaps he had been too weak back then. Descending to the ground floor, Lin Mo ventured to the market, procuring a selection of fresh shrimp, as Xie Yuling had a particular fondness for seafood. However, Aunt Zheng, being a devout Buddhist, refrained from killing living creatures, despite her occasional consumption of meat. Consequently, their household typically avoided purchasing seafood. Any fresh fish, shrimp, or chicken were solely acquired through Xie Yuling's efforts. With a substantial bag of seafood in hand, Lin Mo rang the doorbell. The door opened promptly, revealing Xie Yuling, who had let her hair down instead of tying it into a ponytail. "You're here," she exclaimed, eagerly swinging the door wide. Dressed in a black top, she opted for a pair of standard middle school trousers today instead of shorts. Typically, after graduating from middle school, such trousers would be relegated to sleepwear or repurposed into something more patched together. "Come in," she invited as Lin Mo stepped inside. Although memories of this place lingered in his mind, Lin Mo feigned a semblance of shyness, extending the bag of shrimp towards Xie Yuling. She hesitated for a moment before casually accepting it. The thick plastic bag was unmistakably filled with seafood. Yet, as Xie Yuling opened it, she couldn't help but remark, "Lin Mo, my mom asked you to come for dinner. Why did you bring something along?" Lin Mo smacked his lips. "It's because I wanted to eat. So I thought I'd bring some for Aunt Zheng to prepare. You don't mind, do you?" Xie Yuling glanced at the shrimp and replied, "I'll handle the cooking. My mom doesn't kill living creatures." With that, she headed into the kitchen. As she entered, Aunt Zheng's voice resonated from within. "Oh dear, why do you bring groceries when he's here to eat?" She hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, continuing her commentary. "Lin Mo, if you're coming to eat, just eat. There's no need to bring anything." Lin Mo nodded. "Aunt Zheng, it's customary to bring something when visiting, and I wasn't sure what you preferred, so I brought some shrimp, which I also wanted to enjoy." Aunt Zheng poured Lin Mo a glass of water. "Oh, this girl didn't even offer you a glass." Lin Mo graciously accepted it. "Is everything all right at school? If you need anything, just seek out Yuling. You are both classmates. There's nothing inconvenient, and besides, we're not in the same class. So it isn't necessary to trouble her. Ah, we're all neighbors here. Mom, the chicken." Zheng Yuan suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "Oh yes, my salt-baked chicken." With that, she dashed back into the kitchen. Shortly after, Xie Yuling emerged, carrying a plate of sliced starfruit and watermelon. "Here, have some fruit. There's still a while before dinner." Lin Mo nodded, refraining from surveying his surroundings, and speared a piece of starfruit with a toothpick. "Hey, this is quite delicious." "Yes, it's from the ones you bought before." Xie Yuling responded. Lin Mo turned to her and teased, "Your mom wouldn't let you eat them, saying you should wait for me to arrive, would she?" Xie Yuling rolled her eyes dramatically. "Not all. Starfruit needs to ripen a bit to taste sweet." "Do you enjoy starfruit?" he inquired. "It's all right." Xie Yuling glanced at Lin Mo, noting he was not looking her way. "I just don't like apples. I prefer to bite into a whole starfruit." With that, she strode back to the kitchen and returned with an uncut starfruit, tossing it to Lin Mo. He caught it with both hands, realizing that biting into it without cutting was impractical. "Allow me to perform a little magic," he proposed, waving the starfruit enticingly. Xie Yuling's curiosity was piqued. "What kind of magic? Do you believe I can cut this starfruit without a knife?" Lin Mo said confidently. Xie Yuling shook her head without hesitation. "I don't believe it. Then why don't you hand me a knife?" After a moment of contemplation, she hurried into the kitchen. However, when she emerged with a fruit knife, she found Lin Mo already munching on a piece of starfruit, with the remnants of its edges and both ends lying on the table. "Don't believe me, huh? Allow me to demonstrate." Lin Mo chuckled. Xie Yuling approached, accusingly saying, "You must have brought a knife." Lin Mo nodded with a grin, acknowledging her cleverness. In truth, he had merely used his spiritual energy to create the illusion of a knife. It was just a playful jest. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Aunt Zheng called out, "Yuling, come help with the shrimp." In the chapter titled The First of the Sect, Lin Mo reflected on how, in years past, he had dined alone, particularly after graduating and returning home to lead a more aimless existence. As his cousin settled down and his grandmother passed away, familial ties became increasingly tenuous. Yet he cherished the notion of sitting with family, even in silence, as it brought him comfort. Seated at the dining table, Aunt Zheng regarded Lin Mo and talk. "You know, you could join Yuling and me for dinner after school. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks." Lin Mo smiled and replied, "As long as Aunt Zheng doesn't mind my presence." In his previous life, he had declined such offers, feeling it would burden others. However, this time, his perspective had shifted. But don't bring groceries every time. It can be quite costly. Aunt Zheng had always been a kind-hearted person, well regarded in the neighborhood, and her neighbors often looked out for her and her daughter. Lin Mo shook his head, reassuring her, "Aunt Zheng, don't worry. My parents left me with ample funds to see me through university. I won't be a burden in terms of food expenses. However, some groceries are still necessary." This approach would likely make Aunt Zheng more comfortable. After all, overstaying one's welcome could lead to resentment. Thus, Lin Mo was determined to bring groceries, establishing a more balanced dynamic. "All right then, but bringing so many shrimp like today is a bit excessive," she cautioned, knowing seafood prices were generally high. "Moments latte." Xie Yuling returned, cradling a bowl of vibrant red shrimp, accompanied by a dish of pepper and soy sauce. Yet what truly captivated Lin Mo's attention was Aunt Zheng's salt-baked chicken, a delicacy he relished but had only tasted a couple of times. In contrast to Lin Mo's preferences, Xie Yuling's gaze was fixed on the shrimp, her lips curling slightly, as if resisting a smile. "Please don't think poorly of the dishes. They are quite simple," Aunt Zheng said, somewhat embarrassed. "They're wonderful. If I were alone, I would just be eating takeout," Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. Xie Yuling portioned out rice, placing it in front of Lin Mo before serving herself and her mother. She immediately reached for her chopsticks, but before she could dig in, Aunt Zheng playfully tapped her hand with her chopsticks. "Did you forget the manners your father taught you?" Rubbing her hand where it had been tapped, Xie Yuling turned to Lin Mo. "Lin Mo eats. Mom eats." Lin Mo quickly echoed, "Xie Yuling eats. Aunt Zheng eats." It was evident that Xie Yuling's family had once instilled a strong sense of etiquette in her, but with only her and her mother at home, such formalities had been overlooked. Aunt Zheng nodded approvingly and then took it upon herself to serve Lin Mo a chicken leg. "Here, this chicken leg is the best part." "Thank you, Aunt Zheng." Xie Yuling shot a resentful glance at Lin Mo. Typically, that chicken leg was hers. However, today there was an entire chicken, resulting in 2 chicken legs. As she pondered, another chicken leg had already landed in her bowl. Xie Yuling looked up and saw her smiling mother. "Thank you, Mom." The dish offered a medley of flavors, and Lin Mo had already set down his chopsticks. However, there were not many shrimp shells before him. In contrast, Xie Yuling had long since abandoned her chopsticks, wholly focused on devouring the large shrimp. "Lin Mo, why aren't you eating shrimp?" Aunt Zheng nudged Xie Yuling with her foot. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuling's swift, lightning-like movements in shelling the shrimp came to an abrupt halt. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "I've had enough. Aunt Zheng's salt-baked chicken is simply delectable, and I've been preoccupied with the chicken. The shrimp can be left for classmates Xie." He added that shrimp does not keep well overnight. Lin Mo's words prompted Xie Yuling, who was in the midst of eating shrimp, to nod vigorously. Yes, if it sits too long, the shrimp will spoil by tomorrow," she asserted confidently, and Aunt Zheng could only cast a sidelong glance at her daughter before apologetically regarding Lin Mo. It was Monday. From today onwards, they would officially commence their studies. The class schedule had already been released during military training, though no one had yet become acquainted with the subject teachers. Lin Mo donned his freshly laundered new uniform. The blue and white ensemble appeared quite spirited. Naturally, summer attire suited the warm season, and Lin Mo opted for shorts and a short-sleeved shirt as he stepped out, carrying a backpack filled with some stationery. Leaving the house shortly after 6, he noticed quite a few people already on the move, some engaging in morning exercises, while others were office workers and students like Lin Mo. The morning reading session began at 7:30, granting Lin Mo some time to have breakfast. He arrived at a shop that appeared reasonably spacious, though only 3 individuals were inside: an elderly lady preparing wontons, a woman who greeted customers, and a man crafting noodles from bamboo. Despite the early hour, every table was occupied. Lin Mo found himself sharing a table with others. He ordered a large bowl of wonton noodles and surveyed the familiar decor. This establishment, known as an old brand, had been in operation for quite some time. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, it had closed before Lin Mo's arrival and was later rented out. It eventually transformed into a dessert shop specializing in huazhou sweet soup, which thrived. Yet the original family had not been seen since. Adhering to this sentiment, Lin Mo continued to patronize the wonton shop, as its wontons and broth were exceptionally good. The soup was simmered and the wontons were made with fish paste that the owner carefully roasted. Lin Mo had learned that they used large fish bones for the broth and incorporated roasted fish meat ground into paste for the wontons, enhancing the flavor to perfection. Nevertheless, the intricate preparation of such a bowl of noodles was becoming increasingly rare. As Lin Mo enjoyed his meal, more patrons entered the shop. By the time he finished, someone else had already occupied a spot. Such establishments could be quite profitable, albeit the earnings came from hard labor. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo set off toward school. In Class 8, military training uniforms were no longer worn. However, everyone appeared spirited, especially after 3 days of rest following the training, which left them feeling rejuvenated. At this moment, they felt as if they had entered a new school, about to face new classmates and attend classes together. This sensation was both novel and exhilarating, particularly since the military training had allowed them to bond to some extent. Lin Mo sat in the 4th row, sharing a desk with Jiang Yunlu. In front of them sat Xue Zige, who returned from military training sporting a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, giving him the appearance of a top student. In truth, Xue Zige was indeed an academic achiever, consistently ranking within the top 50 of his grade and among the top 3 in his class. However, Lin Mo barely interacted with him, as the chasm between a top student and a struggling one was vast. Beside Lin Mo, Jiang Yunlu was also an academic standout, benefiting from her affluent family who could afford quality one-on-one tutoring. Consequently, she excelled in her studies, often competing with Xue Zige for the top spot in their class. But could Lin Mo, in the future, also vie for the title of top student? On Monday, the flag-raising ceremony commenced. The enthusiasm from military training still lingered as students quickly lined up outside their classroom for physical exercise. Following the flag raising, the event consisted mainly of listening to speeches from school leaders and student representatives, which occupied little class time and concluded swiftly. Upon returning to their classroom, Chun Xiaoya followed closely behind. The first lesson was mathematics, taught by their homeroom teacher, Chun Xiaoya. Since it was her class, she continued with her duties as homeroom teacher. Next, they began the selection of class officers, including positions such as class president, academic committee member, class committee member, and life committee member, while the sports committee would be selected by the physical education teacher. When it came to the sports committee, Chun Xiaoya's gaze naturally fell upon Lin Mo. It was common knowledge that Lin Mo could easily outmatch the instructor, and nearly all the teachers were aware of the designated athletic star in Class 8. However, this led to discussions among the students, as they were mindful not to treat class officers lightly. These minor powers proved to be quite effective within the class, particularly the class president position, which, although cumbersome, wielded considerable authority. Lin Mo's gaze settled on Ma Ruixiang, and as anticipated, Ma stood up. All eyes turned to him. Hello, fellow classmates. Several other students are also interested in the position of class president. The class president role was particularly enticing, even drawing outspoken Su Mingzhao to stand and self-nominate. However, Su Mingzhao's brashness and lack of manners made it unlikely for anyone to vote for him. This scenario mirrored Lin Mo's past experiences. Jiang Yunlu slyly glanced at Lin Mo. If he were to run for class president, it would likely be quite straightforward. Given Lin Mo's current popularity, he could easily overshadow the competition. Even Ma Ruixiang eyed Lin Mo cautiously, wary of him standing up to self-nominate. However, Lin Mo shook his head. No, I prefer not to involve myself in such trivial matters. The position of class president indeed seemed burdensome to Lin Mo, requiring constant communication and participation in various meetings and events. He was not one to relish complications and had no interest in such responsibilities. Seeing Lin Mo remain seated, Ma Ruixiang breathed a sigh of relief. Following this, other committee members were selected. Xue Zigui became the academic committee member, while a boy named Mai Zirong was appointed as the life committee member. A girl was chosen for the cultural committee. As for the sports committee, it was generally accepted that Lin Mo would take that role. Even when faced with a physical education teacher, it would still be Lin Mo. Jiang Yunlu remained indifferent, seemingly uninterested in these matters. Once the class officers were selected, they proceeded to the formal mathematics lesson. However, Chun Xiaoya directly appointed Xue Zigui as the mathematics representative due to his exceptional performance in the subject during the entrance exams. Mathematics is a curious subject. The content discussed in one moment could undergo a significant transformation in the next. If one were to lose focus, understanding the remainder of the lesson could become impossible. Lin Mo had initially worried that, after such a long absence from class, he might struggle to keep up. However, when Chun Xiaoya mentioned certain knowledge points from the third year of middle school, he instantly recalled and comprehended them. His learning and understanding abilities had undoubtedly strengthened. Indeed, the path of cultivation sharpens the intellect. On the first day of classes, Chun Xiaoya attended back-to-back lessons. After completing 2 math classes, the students began to feel a bit dizzy. After class, Wang Qin, who sat beside Jiang Yunlu, wearily rested her head on the desk. Oh my God, starting off Monday with such classes is going to be the death of me. Jiang Yunlu chuckled, covering her mouth. It's not too bad. It's not overly difficult, but it will get much harder from here on. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin slumped further onto the desk, disheartened. Soon after, she invited Jiang Yunlu to the restroom. Some students went to get water, while others remained seated, quietly playing on their phones. Times have changed drastically compared to 10 years later. Phones are strictly prohibited. In 10 years, there might be some leniency, but currently, most schools are on high alert regarding mobile phones. It's a matter of not getting caught. At that moment, Lin Mo stood up and casually strolled to the back of the classroom. He stood behind a girl, observing the novel magazine in her hand, a magazine titled Novel Illustrations, filled with numerous short stories and serialized novels. The girl was engrossed in one of the serialized stories, currently depicting the protagonist slaying a python in the water. Stop reading. This serialization will end after this issue, and the standalone version will differ significantly, Lin Mo remarked. The girl looked up at him. Her eyes, the first Lin Mo had seen, were dark yet luminous. She blinked at him and said, Never mind, continue reading. You'll find out soon enough. The girl had nearly flipped through all the pages and upon reaching the back, indeed found the notice that serialization was on pause, stating that the conclusion would be published in the physical book. I want to know how it ends. What was Yuan Jinu's purpose? Lin Mo remained behind her. The serialization had collapsed, leaving loose ends, but would you like to know how the physical book unfolds? It diverges entirely from what you've read. In his past life, this girl, named Chu Miao Miao, never had the opportunity to see the subsequent physical book. The reason Lin Mo paid attention to her was that, like him, she was one of the few in class who enjoyed reading novels. The serialized novel Dragon King had been followed until the later years without reaching a conclusion. It was essentially left unfinished. To be precise, Dragon King concluded its story in the third volume, but Chu Miao Miao had never seen the complete version of the third volume. Chu Miao Miao widened her eyes in surprise. How do you know the serialization is falling apart? And how do you know the plot of the physical book? Lin Mo shot her a sidelong glance. Would you like to hear about it? Yes. I want to know how the physical version goes. Chu Miao Miao appeared quite innocent, her eagerness for the storyline evident. One reason the serialization fell apart was that the protagonist lacked a compelling reason for trading a quarter of his life, making it seem as though the dragon was exploiting others. Thus, in the physical book, a female character will emerge who falls for the protagonist, becoming the reason for his trade. Huh? Chu Miao Miao gasped, covering her mouth. What about Nuno? Forget about Nuno. As Lin Mo elaborated on the plot, Jiang Yunlu returned from the restroom. Upon entering the classroom, she noticed Lin Mo's desk was empty. A quick glance around revealed Lin Mo standing next to a girl, causing her face to pale slightly. Wang Qin, following closely behind, witnessed the entire scene. Chapter 22. The young lady is being taken away by the blonde. The class bell rang. Lin Mo returned to his seat, his head bowed in contemplation. What exactly was going on? Task issued. Investigate the cause of Chu Miao Miao's death and prevent the events from unfolding. Will you accept? Lin Mo decisively accepted. Driven by curiosity and a genuine desire to prevent such tragedies from recurring, he remained lost in thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunlu turned to observe Lin Mo, noticing he had not uttered a word and seemed deep in thought. Yet, a twinge of annoyance welled up within her. Why was Lin Mo so charming to everyone? First it was Xie Yuling, and now it was Chu Miao Miao. The fact that Chu Miao Miao had an impressive figure was confirmed during military training, where the girls had privately compared and each had fallen short. Jiang Yunlu recalled that during the personal introductions before military training, Lin Mo had turned to look when he heard Chu Miao Miao's name. Did that imply he knew her? Lost in her thoughts, the physics teacher entered the classroom. The physics teacher, humorous and engaging, despite being a balding man, created the best learning environment among all subjects. Following physics class was history class, taught by a new female teacher who appeared to have graduated only a few years prior, but exuded a commanding presence, demanding to be addressed as Your Majesty upon her entrance. No one in the class remembered her surname, only that she was referred to as Your Majesty. Such an entertaining teacher undeniably enhanced the classroom atmosphere. Everything felt remarkably similar to his previous life, with hardly any changes. Lin Mo diligently took notes. Even though his memory had significantly improved since embarking on the path of cultivation, he still felt the need to write notes. Enhanced consciousness equated to an augmented brain, improving memory, reaction speed, calculation ability, and more. In other words, it was essentially an increase in Lin Mo's intelligence. However, thought is a form of constraint, and Lin Mo's thinking remained relatively unchanged, not becoming extraordinary due to cultivation. Perhaps a certain aspect of human nature remains fixed. After history class, lunchtime arrived. Lin Mo closed his notebook, preparing to venture to the back street for food. He glanced at Jiang Yunlu. Do you want me to bring back anything? Jiang Yunlu bit her lip, ultimately shaking her head. No, you go ahead. Lin Montauk nodded. All right, I'll be off then. With that, he left the classroom directly. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Jiang Yunlu couldn't help but stamp her foot in frustration. This guy. She then spotted Chu Miao Miao heading out alone. Seeing her, Jiang Yunlu immediately thought, could Chu Miao Miao be going to have lunch with him? With this thought, she quickly stood up and followed Chu Miao Miao. However, Chu Miao Miao did not head downstairs but instead went to the restroom. After a while, she emerged, merely walking down the corridor, her voluminous uniform drawing the attention of many. After all, such a figure, transcending her age, coupled with that attempt to hide her hunch, was undeniably captivating. Watching Chu Miao Miao return to the classroom and retrieve a thermos from her backpack, Jiang Yunlu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Did Lin Mo have a preference for the more voluptuous? At that moment, Jiang Yunlu's phone vibrated. Oh no, I forgot to grab lunch. Realizing this, she hurriedly dashed downstairs. At this moment, Chu Miao Miao, who had not lifted her gaze, finally turned to look at Jiang Yunlu's silhouette. Ever since earlier, she had sensed someone trailing behind her. However, since it was merely a girl, it posed no issue. If a girl wished to get close, it could be considered a budding friendship. Before the noon recess bell rang, Lin Mo returned. In truth, as a day student, he could have opted not to return to the classroom at all, for attendance was never taken. He carried a bag of steaming, freshly fried chicken strips. Lin Mo placed the chicken strips on Jiang Yunlu's desk. He found great delight in Jiang Yunlu's current expression. It resembled that of a bewildered groundhog, suddenly overturned, gazing at Lin Mo with wide, innocent eyes. Huh, is that so? Lin Mo had just reached out to reclaim the fried chicken strips from the desk when Jiang Yunlu snatched them away, akin to a vigilant creature guarding its food. Lin Mo extended his hand, requesting the fare for today's friendship, 10 yuan. Observing the open palm, the lines upon it were distinctly visible. Oh, friendship fare? Jiang Yunlu exclaimed, rummaging through her backpack to produce a nearly pristine 10 yuan note, which she handed to Lin Mo. The newness of the bill suggested the extent of care Jiang Yunlu's family bestowed upon her. Old notes are teeming with bacteria, yet new currency is remarkably clean. Jiang Yunlu prodded at the chicken strips with a skewer. The aroma was enticing, and upon tasting, she was astounded by their deliciousness. Oh, really? May a good friend have a taste. Lin Mo jested. Jiang Yunlu offered the bag of chicken strips. Here, good friend, indulge yourself. I'm quite generous. Oh, is that so? I wonder who was sulking earlier, resembling the macho? Jiang Yunlu retorted with mock annoyance. You're the one who resembles the macho. She attempted to reclaim the chicken strips, but Lin Mo had already extracted one, savoring it with delight. The strips without MSG are even tastier. The two swiftly divided the bag of chicken strips, with Jiang Yunlu, having already eaten lunch, merely sampling the flavor, while the majority found its way into Lin Mo's stomach. Nearby, Wang Qin rested her chin on the table, her eyes slightly squinted as she observed the two enjoying their chicken strips. She let out a faint sigh internally, realizing that the young lady would soon be taken away by the blonde boy. Starting today, evening study sessions would commence. These sessions were not overly long, typically running from 7 to 9:30 in the evening. Day students were also required to attend. Although Guangba was considered a prestigious institution, they maintained strict discipline. Soon it would be 10 o'clock. Lin Mo stood up, preparing to search for food. In the afternoon, Xie Yuling had messaged him, inviting him to her home for dinner after school. Having dined there just yesterday, he felt it inappropriate to accept another invitation today, so he declined, claiming he wished to explore the street food near the school. A polite refusal, and Xie Yuling would not insist further. Xie Yuling glanced at her phone, pursing her lips in disappointment. After a while, Aunt Zheng sent a message to Xie Yuling, inquiring if Lin Mo would like to join them for dinner tonight. Xie Yuling looked at the message and took several minutes before replying. I asked him. He said not today, as he wishes to eat something else. All right, just remember to come back after school, Aunt Zheng reminded her daughter, unfazed by Lin Mo's absence at dinner. Xie Yuling raised an eyebrow, her thoughts drifting back to last night. After Lin Mo left, her mother mentioned that she had finished the entire plate of shrimp, while Lin Mo barely had a few, allowing her to enjoy most of them. But how did he know I like shrimp? Seeing you devour so many, it was obvious, Aunt Zheng replied, casting a knowing look at her daughter. Your grades are good, but your emotional intelligence could use some work. Chapter 23, Tailgating. Evening study sessions were rather uneventful. By this time, most students had either completed or copied their assignments. However, today's homework was minimal. Once Lin Mo finished his work, he closed his eyes. His consciousness was now capable of enveloping the entire classroom. The students at the back were snacking, while those at the front were perusing reference books in preparation. Indeed, they were diligently studying. Yet, students who attend Guangba generally possess commendable grades and habits, given its status as a key institution. Of course, there are also a few talented slackers hiding in the corner, engrossed in mobile games. However, even these slackers occasionally cast glances toward the classroom's entrance and exit. Although self-study sessions lacked a teacher's supervision, any disciplinary heads or vice principals passing by would ensure that misbehavior did not go unpunished. As the evening study session drew to a close, Lin Mo turned his attention to the Chu Miao Miao seated behind him. He had initially intended to investigate her circumstances, and with the system assigning him a task, it became all the more essential to uncover the truth. Thus, he concentrated his consciousness, leaving a mark on Chu Miao Miao. This was akin to placing a GPS locator on her, allowing him to sense her position even beyond the limits of his conscious reach. Of course, it was merely a sense, as Lin Mo did not possess the strength to observe in real time. He was still an ordinary chi cultivator. However, after marking her, Lin Mo felt a slight headache coming on. There were 3 days remaining until Chu Miao Miao's fateful leap. But Lin Mo was certain that the cause would not be revealed on that final day. School was finally out, and it was the first time he had finished so late. Many parents had come to pick up their children, but the majority of students returned home independently. After all, Yangcheng is a large city, and Guangba is situated in the urban area, where the risks are relatively low. As Lin Mo descended the stairs, Fang Jun caught up with him. Lin Mo, you're heading back that way too, right? Let us go together. Lin Mo shook his head. No, I left something at home, so I'll take a quick trip back before the subway closes. Fang Jun, not wanting to press further, patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and said, They'll take my leave. All right. With that, they parted ways. At this moment, most of the students leaving were freshmen. The moment Lin Mo stepped out of the school gate, he spotted a Bentley waiting to pick up Jiang Yunlu, as well as a cart designated for Chu Miao Miao. Jiang Yunlu noticed Lin Mo on the roadside, yet hesitated to greet him, as that might draw the driver's attention. She silently hoped Lin Mo would see her and initiate the greeting. Although Lin Mo's gaze did briefly sweep over, it swiftly shifted elsewhere. Jiang Yunlu entered the car. Miss, please sit tight. We're off now. All right, Uncle Zhao. The Bentley gradually departed under the watchful eyes of numerous parents, with Jiang Yunlu leaning against the window, stealing glances at Lin Mo's profile. Lin Mo was certainly aware of Jiang Yunlu's lingering gaze upon him, but he had no intention of revealing himself too soon in front of her family. After all, Jiang Yunlu's family was not to be trifled with. As far as he knew, although Jiang Yunlu's connections were not all-powerful, they held considerable influence in Yangqing. After G2, a delinquent pursued Jiang Yunlu, resorting to basic tactics, such as seeking her out in class or blocking her at the school gate. However, once this matter reached Jiang Yunlu's family, the student transferred schools shortly thereafter. It is said that a significant upheaval has occurred at home, regardless of the truth of the matter. Lin Mo does not wish for anyone to keep a constant watch on him, as that would be rather bothersome. The vehicle carrying Chu Miao Miao swiftly departed. Miao Miao was lost in contemplation about the plot Lin Mo had shared with her that morning. There were indeed numerous discrepancies compared to the serialized version she had been following. What is Miao Miao pondering? The woman in the driver's seat, clad in a polished office attire, exuded an air of a formidable career woman. The resemblance between the mother and daughter was striking, almost as if they were cast from the same mold. Ah, Chu Miao Miao exclaimed, it's nothing. Just some thoughts about the novel storyline. Chu Mama sighed. Her daughter was introverted and had a penchant for novels. Thankfully, they were not of the romantic variety. She had a broad taste in literature, making it less likely for her to be led astray by young boys. The car soon entered a rather luxurious residential community. Unbeknownst to them, a taxi had halted outside the community. All right, driver, Lin Mo said as he paid and stepped out, casually approaching the security booth. Hey, did you see that? The car at Building 9, 15th floor, is quite impressive, one of the security guards remarked. With headlights that bright, it's hard to miss, isn't it? Honestly, if I could drive such a car just once, I'd be willing to serve 10 years in prison. Don't speak carelessly, another guard replied. Just idle chatter. Anyway, I'm going to patrol, starting with Building 9. With that, a rather unsavory-looking but notably tall security guard emerged from a booth, swinging a baton nonchalantly, appearing anything but professional. Lin Tao had landed the security job thanks to a family connection, earning a higher wage than in other communities. With sufficient manpower, daily patrols were uneventful, allowing him to return home to watch television or read novels after his rounds. As he approached Building 9, the elevator doors chimed open, and two individuals stepped out, evidently heading to the community supermarket. Lin Tao retreated into the shadows to quietly observe their departing figures. If only he could easily procure a car. Now, that would be truly exhilarating. However, he quickly averted his gaze, for this was a high-end neighborhood, and any trouble could lead to severe consequences. He turned back to resume his patrol. In a corner beyond his sight, Lin Mo also departed. His primary reason for being there was to ascertain Chu Miao Miao's residence. At least for today, she seemed safe, as she would still attend school normally tomorrow, clutching a novel during breaks. Upon returning to the urban village, Lin Mo bought a serving of spicy skewers downstairs. As he ascended, he happened upon Xie Yuling, who was taking out the trash. Why so late? Xie Yuling unexpectedly inquired about Lin Mo's whereabouts, her expression reflecting a hint of concern for a friend. Lin Mo shrugged. Oh, just went home to grab a few things. And you, still taking out the trash at this hour? Ah, I forgot to throw it out. I had planned to take it with me to school tomorrow, but my mom insisted I do it now. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. I'll accompany you. It's too late to go alone. He stood by, waiting for Xie Yuling to descend. His reasoning held merit. The urban village was a melting pot of individuals, and although crime rates have been declining annually, they could never reach zero. You're buying so much food so late? Are you sure you can sleep? Xie Yuling observed the skewers in Lin Mo's hand. Have you ever heard the saying that a growing boy can eat his parents out of house and home? I still need to eat a lot during this growth phase. He replied. Though slightly shorter than Lin Mo, Xie Yuling did not have to look up to meet his gaze. Upon hearing his words, she chuckled. The reason you can beat the instructor is probably because you can eat so much. That's because I'm impressive. Indeed, quite impressive. Once back in her room, Xie Yuling felt a twinge of unease. She seemed to be growing closer to Lin Mo, though he struck her differently than most boys, who often approached her with various intentions. As a girl, she could sense this. For instance, there was a boy in her middle school class who added her on social media. After her father's incident, she fell into despair, and this boy would check on her, asking why she had been absent from school and if she was unwell. He even offered to deliver his notes to her, sitting right next to her in class. She was aware of his affections, as were others, but at that time, she only found it bothersome. But Lin Mo was different. Initially, she found him annoying, yet over time, that sentiment shifted. Was it because she knew both his parents had passed away? Or was it because he did not regard her with that eager gaze? Xie Yuling could not articulate it, so she decided to let things be. This neighborly relationship seemed rather pleasant. Lights out, time for bed. Lights out, time for cultivation. Though daily tasks yielded rewards, cultivation remained essential. Especially when Lin Mo had overheard the sordid conversations at the security booth using his divine sense. He felt a pressing need to continue his training diligently. Tuesday dawned. Lin Mo opened the door, a garbage bag in hand, and coincidentally spotted the girl descending the stairs. Lin Mo, good morning. Good morning. Why are you out so early today? He recalled that she usually ate breakfast at home and seldom ventured out this early. Yet, Xie Yuling answered directly. My mom is too lazy to get up, and I didn't want noodles for breakfast, so I decided to head out early for a bite. Want to join? I know a great breakfast place. Lin Mo nodded earnestly. Sure, I'm still getting acquainted with this area. Huh, I'm practically a local myself. He joked as they descended together, making their way deeper into the urban village. Xie Yuling led Lin Mo to a stone mill rice noodle shop. See? This is the place. In that moment, Lin Mo suddenly recalled that in his past life, it was indeed Xie Yuling who had guided him here for the first time. Back then, her demeanor wasn't as warm as it was now, but neither was it overly cold. Perhaps it was his previous eagerness or an intense gaze that had driven her to distance herself. Seated, Lin Mo asked, what do you recommend? The pig liver rice noodle is excellent here. The liver is particularly tender, without any unpleasant odor. Lin Mo nodded and ordered a dish with lean meat and pig liver. As a young man, he had a hearty appetite. Meanwhile, Xie Yuling opted for a meat and egg rice noodle. Just as they were about to dig in, a voice interrupted from nearby. Hey, Lin Mo, you're here for breakfast too? It was Fang Jun's voice. Lin Mo looked up, smiling as he nodded. Yes. Are you here for breakfast as well? Of course. The rice noodles here are delicious. Fang Jun cast a glance at Xie Yuling, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, You are Xie Yuling from class 6, aren't you? Xie Yuling resumed her previous aloof demeanor, nodding silently. Fang Jun then turned his attention to Lin Mo, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Lin Mo, disowning Fang Yun's gaze, could almost decipher the unspoken words. You rascal. I am not. I did not. Do not spread falsehoods, he thought to himself. Consequently, Lin Mo took the initiative to introduce. This is my landlord's daughter. We coincidentally met while going out, so we decided to have breakfast together. You should join us. Lin Mo's casual yet gracious demeanor made Fang Jun feel somewhat bashful. After all, there had been others in their class who had harbored affections for Xie Yuling, only to face disappointment. He glanced at the rice rolls on their table and shook his head. Never mind, I want to join you. I would want to keep you waiting. With that, he sauntered to a nearby table and ordered a serving of lean meat sausage. As for Lin Mo and Xie Yuling, they finished their meal and departed. Fang Jun, with a sly grin, picked up his phone and snapped a somewhat pixelated photograph. Lin Mo certainly noticed this petty behavior, but chose to disregard it. The two walked side by side, albeit with a considerable distance between them, indicating that their relationship was not particularly close. Nevertheless, this distance could still be classified as that of friends. The duo, with Lin Mo carrying a single shoulder backpack, entered the school without drawing much attention. After ascending the stairs, they returned to their respective classrooms. Once Lin Mo settled into his seat, a shadow loomed over him. Upon raising his head, he found himself nearly obscured by a prime specimen of fine craftsmanship. I actually wanted to ask, since you were aware of the plot, what exactly is the nature of Mingfei? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo helplessly shrugged. I suspect even the author herself has yet to clarify that. By the time Lin Mo returned from his reincarnation, this IP had already become thoroughly exhausted. In fact, the narrative could have concluded satisfactorily after the third installment. Any subsequent tales would only deteriorate further. Lin Mo's words seemed to cast a shadow over Chu Miao Miao's spirits. Very well then, she said, as she made her way back to her seat with her book in hand. Suddenly, she turned back to Lin Mo and inquired, So, Must that girl named Hui Li die? Lin Mo nodded, then shook his head. It's not that she must die. It's merely that the author decreed it. Jiang Nin is truly not a good person. I share that sentiment. Lin Mo replied with a firm nod. Nonetheless, the girl remained filled with anticipation for the forthcoming physical publication of the book. Chu Miao Miao returned to her seat, while Lin Mo commenced honing his spiritual awareness, extending it outward. Hey, let me introduce you to a game. I believe it's immensely enjoyable. Do tell, what game could captivate you so? You don't know? The game is called League of Legends. Isn't that just a copy of Dota? It's not the same, while the gameplay is somewhat similar. The mechanics are vastly different. Those who have played Dota should find it quite easy to grasp. In a corner, students continue to discuss the recently popular game. Everything felt so ordinary, yet so normal. However, this was merely the beginning of the day. Lin Mo had grown to no longer despise studying. If one could immerse themselves in learning, how could they harbor such disdain? Morning reading commenced swiftly, and the first class of the day was Chinese literature, with everyone having already retrieved their textbooks. Chapter 25. The Human Nature is Gossip. During the break, Jiang Yunlu handed Lin Mo a few pieces of chocolate. This is today's treat from a good friend. Lin Mo glanced down to find a long string of French text, clearly indicating imported snacks. However, Lin Mo was always welcoming of treats from friends. He tore open the packaging and popped a piece in his mouth. A rich, bitter taste enveloped him, causing his expression to shift slightly. Giggling, Jiang Yunlu remarked, that S99 dark chocolate, extremely bitter, with no hint of sweetness. Saying this, she too indulged in a piece. But her expression remained unaffected by the bitterness, suggesting a higher tolerance. You can endure such bitterness. You must love bitter melon, right? Jiang Yunlu tilted her head. Bitter melon? Is it really that bitter? I've never tried it. Ah, a wealthy girl who hasn't tasted bitter melon, I see. How then can she grasp the true essence of bitter melon? Finally, the fourth period arrived, physical education. Given that physical education accounted for 20 points of the final exam, the school refrained from assigning the class to other instructors, which was indeed a blessing. Once everyone lined up, the PE teacher, a slender man specializing in track and field, appeared, his lower body showcasing well-defined muscles. Clad in a white t-shirt and athletic shorts, he held a roster in hand. Assemble. All students aligned in an orderly fashion. Roll call. Only the first row responded, yet this sufficed to easily ascertain the number of students in the class. Upon confirming attendance, the PE teacher, Jiang Daming, ceased the roll call, but still inquired, "Who is Lin Mo?" With a resigned demeanor, Lin Mo stepped forward from the front row. "I am. Good from now on. You will be the sports representative for your class. You will lead the exercises and manage the formations during PE classes. Understood?" Understood. Although Jiang Daming taught physical education, there were no special classes. He merely had everyone run a couple of warm-up laps first, followed by timing a 50-meter sprint to scout for talents for the athletics team. After the sprint concluded, he announced a period of free activity, instructing Lin Mo to fetch badminton and basketball from the equipment room for the class to engage in free play. The girls were less inclined towards free activities, mostly retreating to shaded areas to chat or play badminton. "Hey, did you see that?" A girl chuckled, gesturing with her hands as if cradling two non-existent objects before her. "Incredible. My sisters aren't even that big." Though she did not mention a name, all the girls present knew exactly whom she referred to. Lin, aren't you her desk mate? Do you know her size?" "Probably a D, but I'm not entirely sure," replied a girl with elongated eyes, her tone laced with envy. "I've heard that this kind of thing grows bigger when men squeeze it more. What do you think?" "She spends all her time with her head down, engrossed in those novels. I wonder if she often indulges in self-exploration at home." The group erupted into sharp laughter, though tinged with a hint of jealousy. On the boys' side, the focus was on vigorous activities. Those playing badminton were fiercely smashing, while others played soccer or basketball. Lin Mo, a ball was hurled towards him, and he caught it effortlessly with one hand, dribbling it through his legs, swiftly bypassing an opponent, and driving towards the basket to execute a layup. "No way. Lin Mo is too strong. We demand an extra player." "What do you mean Lin Mo is strong? It's just that you are weak. You want to add someone just to double-team Lin Mo? What is the point of playing then?" The half-court 3-on-3 was the most common format for PE classes. After all, full-court games could be exhausting, and rotating players ensured everyone could enjoy the game while resting. Teams were assigned on the fly, but Lin Mo's squad had already won 2 consecutive matches. Thus, Lin Mo waved his hand, saying, "You all keep playing, I'll sit out for a while." Fang Yun, watching Lin Mo exit the squad, felt disheartened and could only recruit another player to continue the game. However, they were somewhat fatigued, so it was no surprise that they lost this round. As for Lin Mo, he stepped aside to wash his face in the restroom. Playing basketball made him sweat even more than running. Fortunately, His perspiration bore no unpleasant odor at the moment. Otherwise, he would have to return to his rented apartment for a shower before resuming classes in the afternoon. At this moment, his awareness extended outward, and he soon caught the sounds emanating from the girls' restroom. Do you think that Chu Miao Miao is such a show-off? She only nods when you greet her. Of course, she's pretentious. I've heard several boys in our class are interested in her. Let us not mince words. They want to be friends. Friends? They're just coveting her assets. She is nothing but a seductress. Lin Mo listened intently, a slight smirk playing on his lips. For there were others present in the ladies' restroom. A few girls soon emerged and spotted Lin Mo, who was drinking water. They had always found him quite handsome, and his strength was particularly impressive when he bested the instructor in an arm wrestling match. However, they merely glanced at him before turning away. As their group of friends was still gathered, observing their retreating figures, Lin Mo scoffed. He recalled how, in his previous life, the news of Chu Miao Miao's death elicited a far different response, one filled with exaggerated sorrow. Perhaps they were generous only towards the deceased. Lin Mo lingered, and a few minutes later, Chu Miao Miao finally emerged from the restroom. Finally decided to come out? Chu Miao Miao et galim. Her thick-framed glasses revealing her surprise as she looked up at Lin Mo. I saw you enter, and then I overheard their brazen remarks. The introverted Chu Miao Miao lowered her head. It's all right. I'm used to it. I've been hearing such things since middle school. Lin Mo chuckled softly. Human nature is inherently gossipy. Everyone becomes fodder for conversation. In a dormitory of 4, there could be 11 distinct cliques. This is perfectly normal. However, you need not take responsibility for their words, for the fault lies not with you, but with this world. Chu Miao Miao pauset. Looking at Lin Mo before she couldn't help but say, Lin Mo, you're quite the melodramatic one. Ugh, I only advise you because I fear for you. Who knows if you might take drastic actions after hearing such slander. Lin Mo wasn't entirely sure, but he felt compelled to offer counsel. Yet, Chu Miao Miao managed a smile. Actually, many used to call me Big Milk Cow and the like, but I know they were just envious of me. Very well. You possess quite the resilience. But why would anyone consider jumping off a building for no reason? That is indeed a mystery. Let us go. Lin Mo strode towards a group, his gaze unwavering. Yet his awareness circled back to Chu Miao Miao several times. Meditation on spiritual cultivation has nothing to do with Lin Mo. He is merely an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Chu Miao Miao is undeniably attractive, with an enviable figure. It's hard not to feel jealousy in her presence. If she were merely beautiful, perhaps others would gravitate towards her. If she had a decent figure but an unremarkable face, she would still hold her ground in class. Alas, with beauty and a body that defies reason, she inevitably captures the attention of all the boys, thus becoming the object of envy among the girls. Chapter 26. First place in girls singles badminton at Yangqing Primary and Secondary School. Personality is indeed crucial. An introverted person might have a couple of good friends. Yet such individuals often struggle to form new connections in unfamiliar environments, making it difficult to integrate into a group. Over time, others may lose interest in including them. Of course, if it were Lin Mo, it would depend on his willingness to integrate into the collective. Chu Miao Miao herself does not perceive it as her fault. This mindset is commendable. She maintains good relationships by chatting with old friends daily through messaging apps. Though there were discussions about her body in the past, so what? Ultimately, it all boils down to jealousy. How is Lin Mo so impressive? Fang Jun, sipping water nearby, nearly extended his thumb in admiration at the sight of Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao walking side by side. This scene was not lost on the other boys and girls, who regarded it with envy and resentment. Lin Mo currently stands as the foremost male force in Class 8. If he were to express interest in any of the girls, it is unlikely any would rebuff him. Under the shade of a tree, Jiang Yunlu and Wang Qin observed Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao from a distance. Jiang Yunlu felt a pang of disappointment. She had just made a new friend. Wang Qin, noticing her friend's demeanor, realized that the girl harbored significant feelings for Lin Mo. Aren't you going to approach him? She nudged Jiang Yunlu's shoulder. Approach him? They look like a perfect match, don't they? Wang Qin scrutinized Jiang Yunlu's expression. TSK. TSK, the way you speak, one might think you're quite magnanimous. Magnanimous? I'm no one special. Why would I be generous? Jiang Yunlu murmured, fanning her face, the bitterness evident. With that, Wang Qin seized Jiang Yunlu's hand and led her toward Lin Mo. Jiang Yunlu feigned reluctance, but ultimately complied. Hey, Lin Montak, shall we play badminton? Wang Qin called out, glancing at Chu Miao Miao. Come along. At this, Chu Miao Miao instinctively recoiled. No, I don't really like badminton. Yet Wang Qin persisted in dragging her along, leaving Jiang Yunlu and Lin Mo behind. For a moment, Jiang Yunlu found herself at a loss for words. Lin Mo, however, contemplated and spoke. Actually, you could help her. Huh? Jiang Yunlu looked up at Lin Mo. Just now in the restroom, several girls were gossiping about her. And she hid away, too shy to speak up. A person as introverted as she must be in desperate need of friends, don't you think? Jiang Yunlu followed Lin Mo's gaze, seeing Chu Miao Miao with her head down, embodying an introverted demeanor. So, we try to encourage her? Sort of. Although she possesses inner strength, even a bulletproof vest can't withstand constant fire. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Jiang Yunlu was taken aback by the depth of his sensitivity. Armed with 2 sets of rackets, they decided on teams. You and Jiang Yunlu will pair up. I'll team with Chu Miao Miao. Wang Qin announced, pulling Chu Miao Miao aside. Lin Mo was indifferent. He had played badminton in elementary and middle school, guided by his father. After his father passed away, he had not touched a racket since. But now, knowing his father would be reincarnated, he felt a sense of solace. Wang Qin clearly lacked skill, struggling even with her serves. She sent a ball over, and Lin Mo effortlessly returned it with a high shot, an easy ball to receive. Chu Miao Miao, clearly familiar with the sport, aimed carefully before leaping to send a powerful shot toward Lin Mo. In that instant, she captured the attention of all the surrounding boys and girls. The rhythmic dance of the dual spheres ascended and descended in a graceful ballet. Yet, Lin Mo merely cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunlu before casually returning the ball. Wang Qin, lacking in skill, failed to catch even a single lofty serve. Their techniques were woefully inadequate, and the 3 of you would fare better in a match. Observing Lin Mo's deliberate evasion, Jiang Yunlu's spirits soared instantaneously. However, after a moment's contemplation, she grasped her racket and approached Chu Miao Miao and Wang Qin. Perhaps Miao Miao should refrain from playing, lest she inadvertently grant an advantage to those boys. Moreover, since Xiaoqin's prowess was limited, why not watch the match between Lin Mo and myself instead? Upon hearing this, Wang Qin nodded vigorously, tugging Chu Miao Miao to the side, and cautiously whispered in her ear, "Could you divulge your dietary secrets? I aspire to attain such stature." Chu Miao Miao's cheeks flushed crimson. I'm not certain. Every morning, I drink milk. My mother insists that meat is nutritious. Chicken, beef, and fish are all excellent. Lin Mo stole a glance before averting his gaze, as Jiang Yunlu declared her intent to challenge him. "Do not look. I am ready to duel you." Jiang Yunlu brandished the school-issued iron racket, accompanied by a slightly tattered shuttlecock, and boldly issued her challenge to Lin Mo. He accepted with nonchalance. In the next instant, Jiang Yunlu executed a standard backhand serve at the net. This type of serve, close in proximity and low in height, is difficult to smash. Lin Mo stepped forward, deftly flicking the shuttlecock back to her side of the net. Jiang Yunlu was poised to execute a backward swing, but to her astonishment, Lin Mo demonstrated remarkable skill, sending the shuttlecock back to her with an upward flick. In her haste, she lunged forward, inadvertently launching the shuttlecock high into the air. What a blunder! To a seasoned player, a high toss merely presents an opportunity for a powerful smash. A shuttlecock hit with full force can reach speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of a high-speed train. Of course, while a train's substantial weight could cause severe injury upon impact, a shuttlecock, being lightweight, poses little threat. Moreover, Lin Mo had his sights set on the ground. As the shuttlecock descended, Jiang Yunlu barely managed to retract her foot. Witnessing Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor ignited her competitive spirit. "Congratulations, you have captured my attention. Before you stands Jiang Yunlu, the champion of the girls' singles in the 2011 Guangzhou Middle School Badminton Tournament." Lin Montauk scoffed. "And standing before you is the ordinary male singles player who can easily defeat the top female contender, Lin Mo." Jiang Yunlu served once more, this time with a more cunning angle, yet Lin Mo effortlessly received it. After a moment's thought, he sent another high toss her way. Elated, Jiang Yunlu leaped to smash it. Her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight. With all her might, she struck, and the shuttlecock plummeted swiftly. However, Lin Mo's racket met it with precision, sending it soaring back toward Jiang Yunlu. Unwilling to concede, she resolved to attempt a second smash. With determination, she launched the shuttlecock once more. Chapter 27. Can you not play? Consequently, Jiang Yunlu spent the next 10 minutes retrieving shuttlecocks. Her tall, fair figure dashed back and forth, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. "How about that? Is today's workout sufficient?" Lin Mo inquired coolly, racket in hand. Had it not been for Jiang Yunlu's relentless smashes, he would not have compelled her to retrieve shuttlecocks continuously. Each time, he simply sent a lofty toss her way, allowing her to strike, yet Jiang Yunlu remained obstinate, insisting on smashing. Ultimately, she felt Lin Mo's superior skills. This left Jiang Yunlu questioning whether her title of champion had been secured through dubious means. Her smashes, undoubtedly powerful and swift, should have allowed her to dominate Lin Mo. So why had it come to this? The badminton duel between Jiang Yunlu and Lin Mo drew an audience, both male and female spectators watching intently. As they observed Jiang Yunlu continuously collecting shuttlecocks, one boy could not restrain himself from shouting, "Lin Mo, cut her some slack. Look at her. She has been reduced to picking up shuttlecocks." Rather than incite Lin Mo's ire, this comment ignited Jiang Yunlu's indignation. What insult! It implied she was incapable. Of course, it was not that Jiang Yunlu lacked skill. Rather, Lin Mo's enhanced physique and rapid reflexes rendered him nearly unbeatable. Even the current world champion, regardless of technical prowess, would find it challenging to contend with Lin Mo's superior stamina and ability to capitalize on mistakes. Meanwhile, Lin Mo reveled in the thrill of his dominance. He turned to the boy who had spoken, shrugged, and offered, "Why don't you give it a try?" He extended his racket toward the boy. Li Chuan's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated that Lin Mo would indeed hand him the racket. Dusting off non-existent dirt from his clothes, he approached, declaring, "We must protect the girls. We cannot play so fiercely." With that, he took the racket and faced Jiang Yunlu. "I'll play against you." Jiang Yunlu, having just endured a crushing defeat, felt a resurgence of pride at the prospect of facing a new opponent. She needed to regain her form and seize a moment to rest. Thus, she served with her forehand, gauging the opponent's skill. Watching the shuttlecock soar, Li Chuan felt relief, thinking Jiang Yunlu's abilities were indeed average. He did not need to win. A back-and-forth exchange would suffice. He received a high toss and returned it with a lofty serve. However, Jiang Yunlu leaped into action, executing a powerful smash that left Li Chuan unable to react. The shuttlecock landing at his feet. Applause erupted from the bystanders. "Well done. You're feeding the ball beautifully. Your confidence is returning." Lin Mo, seated beside Chu Miao Miao, clapped calmly. "Illusions shall not frighten me." Li Chuan retrieved the shuttlecock and cautiously executed a backhand serve. He possessed some foundational skills, yet against Jiang Yunlu, he realized he was outmatched. After winning 7 or 8 points, Jiang Yunlu finally set down her racket. "I can't continue. I'm exhausted." Lin Mo took over Jiang Yunlu's racket, eyeing Li Chuan. "Care for a match?" Li Chuan felt a strange dissonance in his loss. But he had initially claimed he would protect the girls, so he could use that as an excuse to evade the challenge. Yet, could Lin Mo truly win? Jiang Yunlu could barely retrieve shuttlecocks in his presence. Nonetheless, having only played a few points, Li Chuan would not concede defeat so easily. He nodded in agreement. Li Chuan served, cautiously attempting a backhand. Lin Mo began to feed the shuttlecock again, as he was merely toying with the game. After several exchanges, Li Chuan began to perceive Lin Mo as less formidable than he had initially thought. Seizing the moment, he decided to attempt to smash. With determination, he executed a high toss once more. This time, he adopted a serious stance, leaping high to smash the shuttlecock toward Lin Mo. The rapidly descending shuttlecock was effortlessly intercepted by Lin Mo's racket, which flicked it over the net, landing directly in front of Li Chuan. As he touched down, he was completely unprepared to salvage the shuttlecock. For the next 10 minutes, Li Chuan found himself in Jiang Yunlu's former position, tirelessly retrieving shuttlecocks. Defeated, he acknowledged a harsh reality. He could not triumph over Jiang Yunlu, nor could he best Lin Mo. How humiliating. I must dedicate myself to mastering badminton. I shall earn their respect. Li Chuan clenched his fist quietly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo declared he needed to take a break and settled down beside them. In truth, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Jiang Yunlu and Wang Qin had sandwiched Chu Miao Miao in between, with Lin Mo taking a seat next to Jiang Yunlu. Casually glancing at the time, there was still about 10 minutes left before class ended. Yet, many had already slipped into a state of relaxation, preparing to dash to the cafeteria the moment the bell rang, or to exit the school for a meal. However, as the sports committee member, Lin Mo had to tidy up before he could leave. Starting to pack 10 minutes early was perfectly acceptable, except for those still playing basketball. All other equipment was swiftly returned. Lin Mo, mindful of the time, made his way to the basketball court. "Hey, Lin Mo, let's play a bit longer. Just for a while." At such moments, this was quite bothersome. Lin Mo had witnessed the entanglements between sports committee members and these players before. The committee member wished to avoid wasting time, but those who relished basketball tended to dawdle. Thus, conflicts were inevitable. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo addressed them. "Let us choose the most skilled among you for a one-on-one showdown. The outcome will determine whether you continue playing or pack up." Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement. A one-on-one showdown was the essence of a challenge. Su Mingzhao also enjoyed basketball, yet upon seeing Lin Mo's stance, He hesitated and took a step back. Subsequently, the tallest boy in the class stepped forward. Ma Li, the former sports committee member. All right. A hero slays the dragon and becomes a giant, right? Ma Li's position as the sports committee member was not solely due to his towering stature, but also his prowess as an athlete. However, with Lin Mo's presence, he could no longer hold that title. Yet, Ma Li did not seem overly concerned about losing the committee role. He gruffly advised Lin Mo. Playing basketball is not akin to fighting. Safety comes first. Lin Mo understood that although Ma Li was imposing, he was not a fool, thus he nodded in agreement. With no objections raised, they commenced. Lin Mo tossed the ball to Ma Li, indicating it was his turn to attack first. Attacking first held a distinct advantage. Ma Li scratched his head. How about you take the lead, Lin Mo? I can manage the basketball. No need, let us get started, Lin Mo replied. As soon as the game began, Ma Li became serious, slightly bending his body to dribble the ball. While height was an asset, it also made taller players susceptible to having the ball stolen. Therefore, most tall players would lower their center of gravity while dribbling to mitigate risks. However, just as he took a step, the ball he had been controlling vanished. In the next moment, Lin Mo stood beyond the three-point line, executing a jump shot towards the hoop. Swish! A perfect shot. What the heck? Is this for real? Ma Li only realized the ball had passed through the net when he turned around, witnessing it descend. All right, time to pack up the equipment. Let us prepare for dinner. Lin Mo casually patted Ma Li on the shoulder, signaling him to regain his composure. Chapter 28. Sending the landlord home. As the final bell for the last class of the morning rang, all the famished souls erupted from the classroom in a frenzy, racing towards the cafeteria. Unfortunately, at that moment, innate talent did not equate to victory. Whether one was a sprint champion or a local villager, none could rival those students who had physical education classes. They had a shorter distance and an earlier dismissal. Yet, many yearning for the delightful offerings beyond the school gates dashed like mad dogs towards the exit. For the delicacies on the back street far surpassed those in the cafeteria. Lin Mo had once been among them, ultimately leaving Ma Li to gather the equipment while they bolted. Now, having tidied up early, Lin Mo closed the equipment room and headed out to eat. Upon exiting, he happened to catch sight of Jiang Yunlu picking up her lunch. The one delivering the meal was a young woman, clearly an assistant secretary or something of the sort. To put it dramatically, she might as well have been a maid. However, clad in a mature office lady's attire, Lin Mo leaned more towards the assistant label. After receiving her lunch, Jiang Yunlu politely greeted him before turning to leave. Just before she walked away, she cast a glance back at Lin Mo. He understood her implication. Having made a good friend, Jiang Yunlu expected him to fulfill his duties as a friend. Thus, Lin Mo strolled towards the back street of the school to buy snacks for the young lady. However, his attention shifted to the assistant delivering the meal. After watching Jiang Yunlu enter the school, the female assistant promptly took out her phone. Jiang, the meal has been delivered. The last class this morning was physical education. So the young lady came out early, and her mood hasn't fluctuated too much. Has any boys approached her? I didn't see anyone, but many boys were watching her. All right, continue with your tasks. Yes. The female assistant did not leave the vicinity of the school, but instead found a nearby spot to sit and eat. At that moment, Lin Mo comprehended the situation. This woman was specifically stationed at the school to report any incidents immediately and to provide protection. As he pondered this, he felt a sense of admiration for her diligence, though it bore no relevance to him. Instead, he began contemplating other matters. After interacting with Chu Miao Miao today, he felt that if anything were to happen to her in the coming days, he must prepare adequately to avoid drawing attention. That night, at Chu Miao Miao's home, she sat eating her meal. Miao Miao, have you made any new friends at school? Chu Miao Miao lifted her head, bewildered, her mind replaying the events of the morning. Lin Mo, Wang Xin, and Jiang Yunlu. Did these count as friends? Wang Xin was quite enthusiastic. Lin Mo appeared indifferent to most things, but excelled at badminton and was familiar with the plot of Dragon King. The girl named Jiang Yunlu seemed to harbor some caution and jealousy toward her. Why was she jealous of herself? Chu Miao Miao glanced down, unable to see her toes. Perhaps it was jealousy over this? Nevertheless, Chu Miao Miao nodded. It's nice to know a few people. Her mother pressed further. Are they all girls? Chu Miao Miao, betraying her conscience, nodded. Yes, they're all girls. I'm sorry, Lin Montak. That's good. Boys can be quite dangerous. You must be cautious and not get too close to them. I understand. It was evident that Chu Mama was quite protective of her daughter, fearing her being lured away by some rogue. By the way, I'll be going to the neighboring city for business tomorrow and will return late. You'll be able to take the bus home by yourself, right? Chu Mama looked at her daughter with concern. Chu Miao Miao patted her chest, sending ripples of reassurance. It's fine. I can go home by myself. I'm 18 now. All right, call me when you get home. Got it, don't worry. While they conversed, They remained oblivious to someone eavesdropping with keen intent. So that's it. Tomorrow seems to be the crucial day. Lin Mo descended the stairs, utilizing his awareness to evade cameras and security. Scaling the wall, he navigated a circuitous route back to the main street. Regarding tomorrow, he had two courses of action. One was to accompany Chu Miao Miao home, ensuring her safety. The other was to follow her discreetly. The following evening, at 9:30, the school gates were teeming with students, far more bustling than during the midday release. Numerous food stalls awaited the throngs of pupils, offering an array of delectable treats such as fried skewers, iron plate tofu, grilled sausages, and beef offal, creating a veritable feast for the senses. Xie Yuling, a student of Class 7, exited the premises and glanced back toward Class 8. Inside, she spotted Lin Mo tidying up his belongings and pondered whether to wait for him when Fang Jun emerged from within. "Ah, Xie Yuling, are you waiting for Lin Mo?" he inquired, prompting the surrounding crowd to turn their attention towards her. In the school, Lin Mo was a well-known figure, and the students of Class 7 were all familiar with Xie Yuling. However, they were unaware of Lin Mo's rental arrangement with her family. Thus Fang Jun's remark piqued their curiosity. At that moment, Lin Mo stepped outside. "What's going on?" he asked. "Fang Yun Xiaokult. I merely asked if Xie Yuling was waiting for you." Lin Mo frowned, surveying the onlookers, who seemed eager for some entertainment, while Xie Yuling felt a bit flustered. Likely due to Fang Jun's socially inept comment. "Xie Yuling is my landlord. Her mother requested that I accompany her home for her safety," Lin Mo clarified, attempting to quell the crowd's intrigue. He then patted Xie Yuling's backpack. "Let us go, dear landlord." Xie Yuling remained silent, trailing behind Lin Mo. As they walked, Lin Mo finally spoke. "Don't hold it against Fang Jun. He simply lacks social grace and tend to speak without thinking." "MHM," Xie Yuling replied, her thoughts in disarray. She had indeed intended to wait for Lin Mo to go home together, primarily because he had been returning home quite late after school lately. Although they did not live on the same floor, she could still hear when he returned. Upon exiting the school, Lin Mo spotted Chu Miao Miao waiting for the bus. Though she had not noticed him, he decided to take Xie Yuling home first. "Why have you been getting home so late these past few days?" Xie Yuling finally asked after a moment of hesitation. "It's nothing, just some matters with my third uncle. After I drop you off, I need to head out again," Lin Mo replied casually. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuling turned to face Lin Mo. "You can go ahead. There's no need to escort me home. This road is quite populated and poses no danger. But Fang Jun and the others are following behind. I should see you home first." "It's no trouble," he insisted. Xie Yuling glanced back and indeed saw Fang Jun along with a few classmates from the urban village trailing behind, each one looking as if they were eager to ship a couple. Fang Jun was utterly unrestrained in his antics. Yet, who among students has not tried to play matchmaker at some point? Many young couples have been brought together through such antics. Upon arriving at her building, the followers had dispersed. "You can go up now." They left. "I still have things to attend to and may return late tonight, so don't wait for me." Hearing this, Xie Yuling was reminded of how her father used to tell her mother about social engagements that would delay his return, advising her not to wait. This recollection made her blush, and thankfully the dim streetlights obscured her expression. "Who is waiting for you? It's just that your footsteps are too loud and disturbing," she retorted, turning to ascend the stairs. Lin Mo felt his words had inadvertently taken on a somewhat ambiguous tone. "Ah, that sounded a bit greasy," he thought, scratching his head as he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of bright eyes from a window on the third floor were keenly observing his retreating figure. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sensed the mark attached to Chu Miao Miao shifting, moving intermittently. Clearly, she had boarded the bus. Consequently, he hailed a taxi, setting the destination to the bus stop near Chu Miao Miao's home. Although the bus had departed, the stop-and-go nature of the journey would not yield a faster arrival than a taxi. This was not Chu Miao Miao's first experience on a bus, but it was perhaps her first time riding one so late. Her mother had always shielded her well, ensuring that her needs were met, even while working. However, she had grown up enough to navigate the night on her own. Next stop, Baixing Park. Arrived. The previous night, her mother had provided her with a route map, instructing her to board at the nearby bus station and disembark at Baixing Park, just across from their residential complex. The instructions were straightforward. Yet, Chu Miao Miao's heart raced with anticipation. Once she disembarked, she cautiously crossed the road at the traffic lights and approached the entrance of her complex, tapping her resident card to gain access. Building 9, Building 9, Building 9. She followed the signs directing her home. The greenery in the complex was well maintained, though some streetlights cast a faint glow, shrouding the area in a warm, yellow hue. Still, many were out for walks or walking their dogs, which reassured Chu Miao Miao. As she reached the elevator, footsteps echoed behind her. Turning, she saw a tall security guard in neat attire. Although not handsome, He was charged with the safety of the community, prompting Chu Miao Miao to nod in acknowledgement. "Oh, you live on the 15th floor, right? Is Miss Chu home today? We received a few letters that I could bring over." Lin Tao's eyes roamed over the young girl, assessing her with an unsettling gaze. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Chu Miao Miao turned away, stating, "My mother isn't home. You can bring them tomorrow." Lin Tao retracted his gaze and nodded. "All right, no problem. Alternatively, she can come to the security office to collect them." Ding! The elevator chimed as it arrived. Reaching the 15th floor, Chu Miao Miao hurriedly exited and fumbled for her keys to unlock the door. However, just as she opened it, a force from behind shoved her forward, sending her sprawling onto the floor. "I've been craving this for a long time," Lin Tao's voice called out from behind her. Feeling a surge of panic, Chu Miao Miao was about to scream when the door across the hall suddenly swung open. "How long have you been craving her?" Lin Tao turned to see a young man standing at the doorway, flanked by a woman in a suit, likely an insurance or real estate agent. With malice brewing, Lin Tao drew a baton from his waist. "You best behave." Before he could finish, Lin Mo lunged forward, seizing his wrist and twisting it violently. A sickening crack echoed. It was the sound of bone fracturing. "Ah!" Lin Tao screamed in agony. "How dare you!" Yet Lin Mo did not relent. He raised his knee and forcefully struck Lin Tao in the chest, causing him to struggle for breath. As if that wasn't enough, Lin Mo then planted his foot on Lin Tao's thigh. A broken leg. This particular moment was crucial, infused with spiritual energy. In just 3 hours, Lin Tao's capabilities would unknowingly diminish. "Manager Chun, when you have a moment, please assist by calling the police." The startled Manager Chun, who was following closely behind, promptly retrieved his phone to report the incident. Meanwhile, Lin Mo disregarded Lin Tao entirely and made his way towards Chu Miao Miao. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Chu Miao Miao, still in shock, instinctively shrank back as she sensed someone approaching. However, she quickly regained her composure, and upon recognizing Lin Mo, she inexplicably threw herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around him. It's all right, it's all right." Lin Mo gently patted the girl's back, feeling the tumultuous waves of her emotions. Indeed, she was an E-rank powerhouse. Her strength was remarkable. The girl wept incessantly, while Manager Chen remained behind, broom in hand, cautiously observing Lin Tao, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Lin Mo lifted the girl, placing her gently on the sofa, and casually grabbed a lollipop from the table, unwrapping it and placing it in her mouth. "Stop crying. Have some candy while I handle this." Hearing his soothing words, Chu Miao Miao wiped her tears and nodded fervently. "Will you stay with me for a bit?" "Of course, just sit here quietly for now," Lin Mo replied, patting her head before moving to take over from Manager Chen. "Mr. Lin, what on earth happened?" Manager Chen still felt perplexed by the sudden attack from the security guard and how this youth had so decisively incapacitated him. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not entirely sure, but the girl who was nearly assaulted is my classmate. However, Manager Chen, this place is rather unsafe. I suspect my uncle will not take this lightly." This was Lin Mo's diversionary tactic. He arranged for a real estate agent to secure a rental on the 15th floor. And coincidentally, it turned out to be directly across from Chu Miao Miao's residence. Fortunately, everything aligned perfectly, pure coincidence indeed. Soon, the police and security personnel arrived. Lin Tao had sustained severe fractures to his wrist and thigh and had to be rushed to the hospital. Lin Montak, Chu Miao Miao, and Manager Chen boarded the police car to give their statements. Although there were no surveillance cameras, there were witnesses, and Manager Chun could attest that Lin Tao had intended to attack them, thus justifying Lin Mo's counteraction. The testimony of Chu Miao Miao, the victim, was of utmost importance. 2 female police officers comforted her while meticulously recording her account until it was complete. At that moment, Chu Miao Miao's mother arrived in haste. Chapter 30. The Art of 72 Transformations. The property manager was ruthlessly berated. "Compensation? Do you think I need your money? My daughter was unharmed on her way home, and only at the doorstep did trouble arise. What are you lot?" Chu's mother, fiercely protective of her daughter, was relentless. The property manager, head bowed, dared not utter a word. An incident like this in a high-end community meant the homeowners committee would demand accountability, necessitating not only compensation, but also an apology and rectification. At that moment, the property manager internally cursed Lin Tao to the depths of hell. How could they expect homeowners to trust a property management that allowed such an assault to occur? Yet, they were left with no room for rebuttal. Shortly after, accompanied by the female officers, Chu Miao Miao emerged. The instant she spotted her mother, she rushed into her arms, crying. The sight was heart-wrenching for the property manager, who felt utterly helpless. Chu's mother embraced her daughter, soothing her gently, and then turned to the police. "Officer, is my daughter all right?" The female officer shook her head reassuringly. Aside from some bruising on her knee, she is otherwise unscathed. Thankfully, someone intervened. Manager Chen also stepped forward. I apologize for the inconvenience, but you may need to testify in court later. As a woman herself, Manager Chun did not shy away from the situation, nodding earnestly. Of course, no problem. By the way, where's the boy who was with me? He asked, still giving his statement. After all, he was the one who intervened. Manager Chen appeared somewhat anxious. Is he all right? That man came at him with a baton. He is fine, don't worry. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, a police officer held Lin Tao's preliminary medical report, which indicated fractures in both his wrist and thigh. Consequently, they assumed Lin Mo had used excessive force. However, Lin Mo's reply was, if I had truly gone all out, he would be dead by now. He then demonstrated his strength by arm wrestling against 2 officers and winning. After his victory, Lin Mo suddenly recalled something. Wait, I'm still a child, so logically, I shouldn't be in trouble. Children are indeed bold. Not long after, the statements were fully recorded, and Lin Mo was free to leave. When he stepped out, both Manager Chun and Chu Miao Miao were waiting for him. Manager Chun approached politely. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Mo nodded. I sincerely apologize for tonight. Oh, don't mention it. If it weren't for you, we might not have been able to save anyone. Indeed, had it not been for Lin Mo, Chu Miao Miao may have attempted to leap from a height. At that moment, Chu Miao Miao's mother approached, cradling her daughter. I hear you're Miao Miao's classmate. I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, then Miao Miao. Before she could finish, Lin Mo quickly interjected, it was merely fate at play. It shows that Chu Miao Miao was meant to overcome this danger. It's all in the past now. She is safe. Lin Mo had only seen Chu Miao Miao's mother a few times from afar. This woman exuded the aura of a strong, capable individual and appeared quite youthful. She and Chu Miao Miao could easily be mistaken for sisters. Yet at that moment, this formidable woman was teary-eyed. Chu Miao Miao herself appeared quite unwell. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps we should excuse Chu Miao Miao from school tomorrow. Given her current state, attending classes wouldn't be beneficial. Chu Lin Tian glanced at her daughter and nodded in agreement. After exchanging contact information, the trio parted ways. However, within the police station, an officer scrutinized the statements. The real estate agent claimed the boy was renting for his uncle, but the boy insisted it was for himself. Another officer merely raised an eyebrow at this. The child was orphaned, with his uncle as his guardian. Naturally, he would say so. Just a little white lie, nothing significant. That may be true, but the young girl is equally unfortunate, having lost her parents and being raised by her aunt. Do you think she is aware of this? The kindness of a little lie, you understand? It's essential to protect the child's heart. By the time Lin Mo returned to his rental, it was already past midnight. He lay on his bed, exhaling in relief. Now, Chu Miao Miao should be safe from thoughts of jumping, having successfully averted the crisis. Infallible immortal cultivation system. Could you say something? Are you instructing me on how to operate? Is the system now so audacious? The invincible cultivation system is currently undergoing refinement. Please develop on your own. Host. Very well, so this is how we shall play it. What is the progress of the task? Task. Investigate the cause of Chu Miao Miao's death and prevent the situation from escalating. Reward. The art of 72 transformations. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel delighted. Could this be akin to the earthly fiend's 72 transformations of Sun Wukong? He immediately opened it up. Wait a moment. This seems somewhat different. He had previously studied that the earthly fiend's 72 transformations was a technique for evasion from the 3 calamities. However, the 72 transformations bestowed by the system seemed to truly encompass 72 different abilities. Among them were mountain lifting, capable of hoisting great mountains, water stopping, able to obstruct the flow of water, wind borrowing, which could summon a fierce gale, as well as abilities such as water avoidance, fire dispersion, flame breathing, cloning, and invisibility. Although these abilities required cultivation, did this not provide Lin Mo with some extraordinary means? For instance, there was a technique known as divine motion, which could allow a person to traverse 1,000 miles in a single step, quicker than a rocket. Thus, Lin Mo resolved to forego sleep that night and dedicate himself to studying the art of 72 transformations. The following day at school, Chu Miao Miao indeed did not attend. However, it mattered not. The system had granted rewards, indicating that she was certainly well. Lin Mo not only had Chu Miao Miao's contact information, but also that of her mother. After a moment as contemplation, Lin Mo decided to send a message to Chu Miao Miao. Are you all right? A straightforward inquiry from a typical male. I'm fine now. I had intended to attend school today, but my mother wouldn't allow it. Then take some rest. However, you will fall behind. I will take notes and deliver them to you after school. It took quite a while for her to reply. I apologize for the trouble. Thank you. No need for such courtesy. Class is starting. We will talk later. Closing her phone, Chu Miao Miao lay back on her bed. Thank you so much, Lin Mo. With her head buried in the blankets, she could only recall the scene of Lin Mo's timely intervention. Without him, she dared not contemplate the consequences. Shortly thereafter, Chu Lintian entered the room. Observing Chu Miao Miao's condition, she felt a pang of guilt. Had she not gone to the neighboring city, Miao Miao would not be in this predicament. Miao Miao, it's all over. Everything is behind you. Mother, I wish to properly express my gratitude to classmate Lin Mo. May I invite him to our home? After a moment's thought, Chu Lintian gladly consented. Of course, that is my Miao Miao's savior. Chapter 31, Daily Life in Class. Rooftop. Feeling the wind, the air, and the spiritual essence within it. Cultivation is a more enduring process than attending school. However, primarily, Lin Mo yearned to soar. Currently, he lacked the requisite spiritual energy to take flight. Yet, among the 72 transformations, there existed a technique known as wind riding, which could allow one to rise with the winds. Nevertheless, as previously stated, practice makes perfect. Lin Mo, being a novice in cultivation, could only train diligently. While Lin Mo was in the midst of his training, someone ascended the rooftop. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Mo turned to see it was Xie Yuling. Upon spotting Lin Mo standing in a corner gazing into the distance, Xie Yuling thought to herself, just as expected. The rooftop door was predominantly locked. Yet Lin Mo had the ability to open it. Hence, Xie Yuling inquired, so you can unlock doors? Lin Mo turned to face her. I know a bit. My cousin taught me. Complex locks are beyond me, but these simple ones are easy to handle. Xie Yuling nodded, then asked, where were you last night? Why did you return so late? Lin Mo had not anticipated that Xie Yuling would still be awake at such an hour. He shrugged and replied, I was helping my uncle with some matters, but there was a minor mishap which delayed me until now. I had to take a taxi back, but I want Tini to go tonight. Hearing that Lin Mo would not have to go tonight, Xie Yuling let out a sigh of relief. Then come to my house for a midnight snack. My mom has been reminding me for days. Sure, have Annie make extra noodles. I have quite the appetite. Xie Yuling looked at Lin Mo with surprise. How do you know my mom usually makes noodles for midnight snacks? It's because most of the time I've eaten midnight snacks at your house. They've been noodles. However, to be fair, Aunt Zheng's noodles are indeed delicious. Lin Mo calmly stated, I noticed a noodle box in your kitchen the other day. It was called Golden Duke, right? I've had it before, and it's quite tasty. ISNT that, right? I told you that noodles are the best. They shouldn't be boiled for too long, as that makes them taste the finest. At that moment, Xie Yuling was no longer the aloof girl he had first encountered. Instead, she was animated by a shared interest. It was truly strange. When Lin Mo had earnestly attempted to get close to her before, he could not breach her defenses. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Proximity with ulterior motives is easily perceived as insincere. The lunch break bell rang. Lin Mo waved his hand. Let us go. It's time to sleep. If I don't nap now, I'll collapse this afternoon. Returning to the classroom, most students had already laid down to rest. Jiang Yunlu had been watching the doorway intently. When Lin Mo entered, she straightened up. As Lin Mo sat down, she hastily exclaimed, Where did you run off to? What's wrong? Just went out for some fresh air and a stroll to digest. Lin Mo opened the math notes he had taken that morning and casually perused them to deepen his understanding. No, I was just curious because I didn't TC you. I can't just disappear. This is school, not a mine. How could I vanish so easily? Just then, a loud argument erupted in the previously quiet classroom. Two students in the back row stood up, one named Hao Chong and the other Jianli Hao. In Lin Mo's memory, these two were naturally gifted individuals who could score over 500 points without much effort, having paid their way into the school. However, their talents fluctuated, occasionally exhibiting remarkable prowess, but more often than not, underperforming. They were the kind of students capable of dragging down the class average by several points. Nonetheless, Lin Mo did not pay much heed, as these two often bickered, only to reconcile a few days later. At that moment, Hao Chong threw a punch. Jianli Hao, akin to a powder keg, raised his hands to claw at Hao Chong. Indeed, he was attempting to claw at him. Although Jianli Hao was a boy, his nails were quite long and often harbored dark substances within their crevices, giving his attacks a rather hazardous quality. Since it was summer, when Hao Chong raised his hands to block, his arm was scratched with several marks. They intended to continue fighting, but students in the back row were quick to intervene. After all, school leaders were expected to conduct inspections during lunch. If they attracted the attention of the school leaders, the class's rating would likely plummet. Therefore, the class monitor, Ma Ruixiang, immediately rallied several students from the back row to separate the two, even rearranging their seating to distance the two who were originally desk mates. Jiang Yunlu observed the two, panting and breathless, feeling a bit frightened. Thankfully, they were pulled apart, otherwise, it would have escalated further. Ma Ruixiang, this class monitor, is quite resourceful. Jiang Yunlu's words were not spoken softly, and several individuals nearby overheard her. Lin Jiajun, seated at the adjacent table, chuckled lightly. There's something, but not much. Indeed, in the next moment, Ma Ruixiang stated directly, if you wish to fight, that is permissible. Just find a secluded spot after class to duel, and refrain from causing a commotion in the classroom, you inept individuals. Upon hearing this, the two who had previously been antagonistic turned their attention to Ma Ruixiang. Lin Jiajun scoffed, look, you've stirred the hornet's nest. Nonetheless, at least this matter seemed to have been resolved. With no school authority intervening, it appeared to be over. However, Lin Mo heard the group sitting behind him already conspiring on how to teach Ma Ruixiang a lesson. Primarily, Ma Ruixiang was not very honorable, often flaunting his position as class monitor. He was akin to a minor eunuch, reporting every trivial matter upwards. Eventually, this little eunuch was ambushed and beaten up. Yet, that time had not yet come. The hour was not ripe. After school in the afternoon, Lin Mo exited the school gate with his notebook in hand. Instead of heading to the back street, he took a taxi directly to Chu Miao Miao's residence. Lin Mo entered the community with ease and ascended the elevator to the upper floors. When he knocked on the door, Chu Miao Miao's heart raced in anticipation. She tiptoed carefully to glance toward the door. Peering through the peephole, she was astonished to see Lin Mo standing outside, prompting her to hastily pull the door open. Lin Mo, what brings you here? I came to deliver your notes. I have plans for a late-night snack tonight, so I thought I'd drop them off early. Huh, what about evening study? Lin Mo handed her the notebook. No worries, there's still ample time. It's only a little past 5. Evening study starts at 7, so there's over an hour left. That's more than enough for me to return. At that moment, Chu Lintian emerged from the back. It's Lin, classmate. You're delivering notes to our Miao Miao? I just cooked some dinner, since you're here. True to the Chinese saying, one must always offer food when someone arrives. However, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. The meal just started cooking. It'll take another 40 minutes before it's ready. I'm pressed for time. No problem. I can drive you back later, Chu Lintian insisted, attempting to pull Lin Mo inside. Yet Lin Mo stood steadfast, causing Chu Lintian to lose her balance and lean toward him. Lin Mo instinctively caught her arms to steady her. No need. My appetite is quite large. I must take my leave now. Shop that 32, Lin Montag. Your landlord is looking for you. The Sigma man is indeed formidable. However, Lin Mo assessed that Chu Mama was at least a grade G powerhouse, and their household lacked any male presence. It was no wonder that the security guard named Lin Tao dared to behave in such a manner. Such a mother and child duo was easiest to manipulate. After returning to the back street of the school, Lin Mo ordered a portion of fried rice and a portion of stir-fried noodles. 8 yuan for the noodles, filled with meat, vegetables, and eggs. The fried rice was equally generous. Carbohydrates were abundant. Lin Mo scooped a few spoonfuls of pickled radish and then purchased several fried chicken legs. Carbohydrates, vegetables, and proteins. Regarding fats, there was no need for concern. Many students brought their meals to the classroom in the evening, resulting in a melange of aromas filling the space. However, no one had yet dared to set up a hot pot in the classroom, which seemed to be an unspoken boundary. Lin Mo returned to the classroom carrying his bounty. Many students cast curious glances in his direction. Lin Jiajun exaggeratedly remarked, is that for Jiang Yunlu? I just saw her eating. No, it's for myself, Lin Mo replied, opening the fried rice and digging in. The steaming fried rice was delectable, or rather, this establishment had the best fried rice in the entire backstreet. Just as he had a few bites, he spotted Jiang Yunlu returning from washing her lunchbox. Why are you only eating now? Typically, at this hour, Lin Mo would have already finished his meal and returned. I had to attend to something, so I'm late to eat. Many assumed Lin Mo was bringing food for Jiang Yunlu. She did indeed feel a pang of hunger, but having already eaten, she could not consume more. Thus, she could only watch as Lin Mo placed fried chicken legs into his lunchbox, alternating between bites of rice and crispy chicken. I wish I could eat that. Jiang Yunlu gazed at Lin Mo's lunchbox. Lin Mo tilted his head toward her, pointing at her stomach. Little tummy, can you still eat more? Jiang Yunlu's face flushed instantly, but she was at a loss for words, merely huffing softly and taking a seat. This scene evoked envy in numerous boys. Yet, only Lin Mo could act so freely. Any other boy attempting to approach would only be met with disdain. After Jiang Yunlu sat down, Wang Qin, seated nearby, furrowed her brow. She leaned toward Jiang Yunlu and said, Lulu, come with me. Jiang Yunlu, puzzled, followed her to the corridor. Wang Qin glanced at Lin Mo eating inside before lowering her voice to say, I heard some classmates say that Lin Mo went home with Xie Yuling from class 7 last night. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yunlu stiffened, turning her gaze toward Lin Mo. He and Xie Yuling might know each other? Wang Qi nodded. Yes, they say Xie Yuling is Lin Mo's landlord. And her mother asked Lin Mo to escort her home. Unconsciously, Jiang Yunlu sighed in relief. It was merely escorting her home. Wang Qin, noticing Jiang Yunlu's reaction, chastised. Are you foolish? They went home together. That hints at some childhood friendship. I've secretly seen Xie Yuling from class 7. She is beautiful and not at all inferior to you. Who knows, her parents might even approve. Jiang Yunlu's face flushed as she turned away. Lin Mo and I are just good friends. You're overthinking it. Wang Qin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Am I overthinking it, or are you underestimating it? Lin Mo is quite the catch. I've overheard numerous girls discussing him in the restroom. So many girls have their eyes on him. If he were even a tad taller, I cannot fathom how many would be enamored. After all, Lin Mo had quite the reputation. Some senior girls even slipped downstairs to catch a glimpse of him in class 8. While Lin Mo may not be the most handsome, he certainly possessed a charming rogue appeal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she was reluctant to admit her feelings for Lin Mo. More importantly, the school year had only just begun a week ago. Observing Jiang Yunlu's indecisive demeanor, Wang Qin decided to leave her be, knowing she needed a sense of urgency. That evening, she planned to drag her along to witness Lin Mo leaving with other girls. As for Lin Mo, despite possessing keen awareness, he had no interest in eavesdropping. He quickly finished his fried rice and continued with the stir-fried noodles, each portion brimming full. Lin Jiajun watched Lin Mo eat methodically and couldn't help but exclaim, If I had your appetite, would I also have your strength? Lin Mo shrugged. Perhaps, you could try it. Looking at Lin Mo's noodles, Lin Jiajun shook his head. Even one serving is enough to nearly choke me. 2 servings would surely be overwhelming. With your appetite, you could easily become an eating champion. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Eating champions harm the body. That is true. Health is paramount. Not long after Lin Mo finished eating, evening study began. Most of the students were diligently engaged in their assignments. Some, having completed their tasks swiftly, passed their work to those seated behind them for copying. 2 hours were more than sufficient for them to finish their homework. In the past, Lin Mo was one of those who waited to copy others' work. However, since his rebirth, he had taken to completing his assignments independently. It can be said that these tasks were relatively straightforward, and once finished, Lin Mo retrieved an additional workbook he had purchased. Much of the learning could be accomplished through rote memorization, especially in the humanities. The sciences, however, demanded greater logical reasoning and computational skills. Lin Mo found himself genuinely intrigued by chemistry, physics, and mathematics. Thus, he was willing to invest effort in these subjects. Yet, before long, the school bell rang, signaling the end of evening self-study. Lin Mo placed the workbook directly into his drawer, knowing full well that no one would steal it. Meanwhile, those around him began to discuss whether to venture to a nearby internet cafe. Some of the local students were well aware of the establishments in the vicinity, including Fong Jun. One reason Lin Mo had previously bonded with Fong Jun was their shared excursions to internet cafes. Eventually, they would even skip evening self-study to go there. Lin Mo, having no parents to answer to, felt indifferent. Fong Jun, on the other hand, had been caught several times. However, in this life, Lin Mo had no intention of visiting an internet cafe. He planned to upgrade the computer at home, bring it to his rented apartment, and install a network cable, which would also facilitate his internet access. Jiang Yunlu, once among the top students in the class, was now held back by Wang Qin. What is the matter? Wang Qin asked, tugging at Jiang Yunlu's backpack. Just wait a moment. After a little over 3 minutes, Fong Jun spoke up. Lin Mo, your landlord is looking for you. The boys in the class erupted in playful teasing. Their amusement stemmed from mere entertainment, indifferent to whether Lin Mo had any connection with Xie Yuling. Lin Mo lifted his gaze and spotted Xie Yuling standing outside. After packing his belongings, he made his way toward the door. The two exchanged no words, merely locking eyes before departing. Observing this scene, Jiang Yunlu's complexion paled slightly. Wang Qin, uncertain of the appropriateness of her actions, feared that if this continued, Lin Mo would succumb to temptation, leaving Jiang Yunlu merely to grapple with her friendships. Chapter 33. Marla, you have fallen in love. Most students returning home after evening study typically needed to have another meal. However, that night, as Jiang Yunlu sat at the dining table, she found herself devoid of appetite, staring at the food before her. What's wrong, my dear? Is the food unappetizing tonight? What would you like to eat? I can make it for you, her father asked. Jiang Yunlu forced a smile and shook her head. No, it's just that I don't feel very hungry today. Noticing the concern in her father's eyes, she absent-mindedly nibbled on some dishes before excusing herself from the table and retreating to her room. Jiang Qingshan observed everything with clarity. His daughter was certainly preoccupied with something troubling. Inside her room, the girl clad in a pink pajama set sat on her bed, clutching a giant rabbit plushie. Why? Why do I feel so miserable? They are merely landlord and tenant. Yet why does seeing them together evoke such discomfort? A boy she had known for barely 2 weeks inexplicably stirred her emotions. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Jiang Yunlu hastily wiped her face and inquired. Who is it? It's Auntie, came the reply. Hearing her aunt's voice, Jiang Yunlu sighed in relief. Come in, Auntie. The door creaked open, and a woman with a face mask sauntered into the girl's room, casually closing and locking the door behind her. She flopped onto Jiang Yunlu's bed. Has little Yunlu encountered troubles so soon after starting school? Jiang Yunlu smiled sweetly. No, Annie, why do you say that? You, my dear, have never been able to hide your feelings. That forced smile of yours is heart-wrenching to see. My brother can tell you're unhappy, but being a clueless man, he doesn't understand. Let me see what's bothering you. Jiang Yunlu shook her head, insisting, It's nothing, Annie, I can handle it. It's not a big deal. The woman sat up from the bed, gently embracing Jiang Yunlu. It's all right. Annie is on your side, and I won't tell your uncle. So, tell Annie, are you facing bullying? No, I don't think so. With your temperament, you would stand up to any bully. Then you must be infatuated with a boy. Such direct questioning startled Jiang Yunlu, who immediately waved her hands, exclaiming, I'm not. Annie, please don't say that. Yet the woman chuckled. See, I've hit the nail on the head. Quickly tell Annie, is he handsome? Caught in a trap. Jiang Yunlu buried her face in the plushie. Come on, as a trade, Annie can share her own story about the first time she truly liked a boy. It is human nature to revel in gossip. Hearing this, Jiang Yunlu peeked out from behind the plushie. Well, you're not losing out, after all. I've navigated the romantic landscape for 2 decades. But Auntie, you're only 24, and I've never seen you in a relationship. Jiang Yunlu glanced at her aunt's figure. While not as stunning as Zhu Miao Miao, it was still curvaceous. Perhaps it was because her aunt had always been fond of fitness. What being 24? I've been to school, and like someone too. Noticing Jiang Yunlu's silence, Jiang Changyue decided to break the ice. When I was in school, there was a boy in my class who wore glasses. He was the top student, tall and academically excellent. Yet unfortunately, he was quite the bookworm. No matter how I tried to get close or hint at my feelings, it was as if he were blind. And then, Jiang Yunlu was drawn in. For the troubles of young girls often mirrored one another. She, like her aunt in the story, longed to approach Lin Mo, yet sensed an inherent distance between them. Eventually, he excelled so much that he moved to an advanced class, and we could no longer interact. Jiang Qinghua lay back on the bed, the face mask now removed, revealing her exquisite features. Auntie, surely you have suitors? Indeed, but none shine as brightly in my eyes as he did. So, is he your white moonlight? Jiang Qinghua sat up and playfully poked Jiang Yunlu's forehead. What do you know about white moonlight? It represents a cherished memory from the past, an irreplaceable existence even if the white moonlight were to reappear. As she spoke, she broke into laughter. After some gentle coaxing, Jiang Yunlu finally shared her encounter with Lin Mo. Though she omitted the details of him besting the instructor and buying her snacks, those little secrets she still kept close to her heart. Jiang Qinghua wore a smile that spoke of delight. Nothing could compare to the thrill of her niece's budding romance. So, you're not quite certain whether you're attracted to him or truly like him, right? Jiang Yunlu nodded, then shook her head. Today, I saw him returning home with the landlord, and it made my heart ache. I think I might have a bit of crush on him. Jiang Changyue clapped her hands, exclaiming, Marla, you have fallen in love. The girl blushed deeply. Annie, all right, you've merely dipped your toes in for now. What should I do? The young girl felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of her next steps. Jiang Qinghua pondered for a moment before inquiring, from what you've said, do you believe he treats you well? After considerable reflection, Jiang Yunlu could not help but nod in affirmation. Indeed, he does treat me well. Observing Jiang Yunlu's demeanor, Jiang Changyue sensed that the young lady was undoubtedly concealing something. However, that was of little concern. As a seasoned journalist, she was determined to gather more information. In light of this, it would be prudent for you to remain observant. After all, the relationship between landlord and tenant merely involves commuting to school together and signifies nothing more, she advised. While the boy may not present much of a challenge, the parents of the girls hold significant importance. Jiang Changyue contemplated further, ultimately deciding to soothe Jiang Yunlu's troubled mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlu indeed felt a measure of relief. However, Jiang Qingyue added. That boy seems to be quite popular among the girls. Little Yin Lu should exercise caution and not be deceived by a scoundrel. Achoo! Lin Mo rubbed his nose, perplexed. This doesn't make sense, given my current constitution. I shouldn't be catching a cold. After returning from a late-night snack at Xie Yuling's home, Lin Mo resumed his cultivation. At this moment, he was capable of conjuring a water sphere with a mere flick of his hand, a stark contrast to the inefficiency of utilizing spiritual energy for the same purpose. Yet, the essence of his practice lay in the technique of Xinxing. Lin Mo stepped outside the door, soundlessly, while his spiritual awareness extended outward, permeating the surroundings. At that moment, Xie Yuling had yet to retire for the night. She was engrossed in her studies, truly a diligent scholar. Lin Mo, dressed in casual attire and wearing slippers, stepped out. In Yangcheng, even at 3 or 4 in the morning, one could still find individuals indulging in late-night snacks. As it stood, it was only midnight, the peak of nightlife. Upon descending the stairs, Lin Mo entered a state of invisibility, a manifestation of one of the 72 transformative abilities. The first skill he had mastered was invisibility, which vastly expanded his range of possible actions. For instance, he heaved a chuckle. Chapter 34, The Wandering Rumor. With invisibility at his disposal, he could effortlessly oscillate between the roles of a hero or a rogue, unrestricted by moral constraints. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had always identified as chaotically good, despite his past mischief. He had never engaged in truly nefarious deeds. In the past, he refrained from wrongdoing, and he was even less inclined to do so now. As for abstaining from beef, that was a matter to be addressed once he grew stronger. Who could ascertain the truth of this world? What if, in a moment of arrogance, a formidable cultivator emerged and meted out swift retribution? Casting aside such thoughts, Lin Mo began to practice the technique of Xinxing. These abilities required more than mere acquisition for optimal efficacy. As he had only recently entered the refining qi stage, the amount of spiritual energy within him was still limited. Thus, he yearned to understand the nuances of Xinxing. Approaching the roadside, he noted that the early morning streets were less crowded, though vehicles still traversed the thoroughfare. Utilizing Xinxing, Lin Mo took a single step forward and effortlessly crossed the street, avoiding any collision with oncoming traffic. He continued onward, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself passing through a building, not merely skirting the outer walls, but penetrating the very structure itself. Is this what Xinxing entails? Lin Mo had initially harbored concerns that his speed might lead to collisions with walls or inadvertently harm others, yet such fears proved to be unfounded. After meandering through the city for a while, Lin Mo was confident that he surpassed even high-speed trains. There would be no need for subways on his journey home, saving a few coins in the process. With these thoughts, Lin Mo contemplated employing both Xinxing and invisibility to visit a gold shop and procure some funds. The thrill of the idea making his heart race. For the moment, however, he decided it was best to return home and rest. On the morning before class, Chu Miao Miao arrived early, cradling a bag of notebooks in her arms. Seizing the opportunity while the classroom was sparsely populated, she discreetly placed all the notebooks Lin Mo had given her into the hollow of his desk. She was not averse to presenting them directly. Rather, she feared that doing so in person would incite ridicule from those nearby and lead to misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Lin Mo, which would not bode well for him. Thus, she came early to school, deposited the notebooks, and promptly returned to her seat. Unbeknownst to her, someone had already taken notice of her actions. The observer let out a cold chuckle, remaining silent. 1 minute before class began, Lin Mo entered the classroom punctually. He had already submitted the homework assigned the previous day. Meanwhile, a group of students in the back row was busily copying assignments. This was the downside of neglecting homework during evening study sessions. Lin Mo glanced at the hollow of his desk and promptly spotted his notebook. Turning back to look at Chu Miao Miao, he found her engrossed in a novel, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Lin Mo nodded at Chu Miao Miao, who immediately lowered her head. Indeed, being excessively introverted was not advantageous. During the break, rumors began to circulate in the air. No way. A love letter? They've written one so soon? This is outrageous. What's the big deal? They have their own cafeteria. Writing a love letter to anyone is a piece of cake. Yet I believe Lin Mo and Jiang Yunlu are the real couple. What's with this sudden intrusion by the big dairy cow? Sigh. I wish I could receive a love letter too. Receive a love letter? Keep dreaming. These rumors quickly spread throughout the class. Just as Lin Mo returned from the restroom and sat down, Fang Jun emerged from seemingly nowhere. He glanced at the not-so-pleased Jiang Yunlu before pulling Lin Mo aside. What is going on? Lin Mo asked, his expression one of confusion. You're quite the charmer. First Jiang Yunlu, then Xie Yuling, and now Chu Miao Miao. Lin Mo frowned. What do you mean, now Chu Miao Miao? What are you talking about? Chu Miao Miao wrote you a love letter. Don't tell me you didn't receive it, Fong Jun exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. No, I didn't. When did she write me a love letter? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Mo replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice as he scanned his notebook and desk with his spiritual awareness. There's not a trace of a love letter, not even a hair. Fong Jun scrutinized Lin Mo's expression, sensing that he was indeed telling the truth. So what is the story? Lin Mo draped an arm over Fong Jun's shoulder and asked quietly. Olden told me that someone saw Chu Miao Miao placing a love letter in your desk this morning. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. That was a notebook. Chu Miao Miao is the child of my former neighbors. I'm acquainted with her family. She wasn't in class, so I took the notebook to her. She just returned this morning. Upon hearing this, Fong Jun realized it was yet another misunderstanding. Nonetheless, he gazed at Lin Mo with envy. Well, that still counts as attracting another admirer. When will you show me a few moves, so I can learn? Being handsome is innate. You can't learn that. Lin Mo chuckled, patting Fong Jun on the shoulder before returning to the classroom. Countless gazes converged upon Lin Mo. Some laced with mockery, but more were filled with envy and jealousy. After all, while Chu Miao Miao may appear somewhat plain, her beauty and figure were certainly noteworthy. Many boys had their eyes on her, while the girls mostly whispered behind her back. As for the source of the rumors, nobody seemed to care any longer. Chu Miao Miao remained quietly absorbed in her novel, oblivious to the external chatter, free from any significant worries. Lin Mo referred to Chu Miao Miao as his former neighbor primarily to mitigate her reputation, which had become the subject of gossip. Fong Jun had always been a loudmouth, and while the rumors he spread might not always be true, they were certainly effective at masking a fair share of slander. Just as Lin Mo settled into his seat, someone approached him. Hey, Lin Mo, you're so fortunate. So many girls like you, unlike me, who can only focus on studying, came the voice of Su Ming Zhao. Lin Mo began contemplating whether he should stealthily eliminate this annoyance that evening. Was it not a travesty to have someone like him speaking as if he were the protagonist of a male-oriented tale? That is because you're both foul-smelling and unattractive. Just ask the whole class and see which girl would ever fancy you, Lin Zhaojun remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Su Ming Zhao as he set down his newspaper. His words elicited laughter from several bystanders, as Su Ming Zhao was indeed one of the least favored individuals in the class, primarily due to his bad breath, an authentic issue. I have braces. Su Ming Zhao retorted. Enough with your excuses. I have a friend with braces who doesn't have bad breath. I suspect you simply neglect your dental hygiene. The entire class erupted in laughter. Lin Mo remained silent, confident that a learned individual would defend him. Su Ming Zhao shot a venomous glare at Lin Mo, believing that all of this was instigated by him. What is the matter? Do you want to fight? I'm more than willing to oblige. You choose the venue. However, Su Ming Zhao was not foolish. He scoffed. What is the point of brawling? Next up is the exam. Shuezier, seated in front, turned around, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Exams are my forte. How about a competition with me? During military training, everyone in class had recognized who the academic prodigy was, as Shuezier could answer questions in nearly every subject with ease. Thus, upon hearing him speak, Su Ming Zhao promptly fell silent. Lin Mo feigned a look of distress. Now that you've all had your fun, what am I to do? Chapter 35, Fist against Ling Dan, Kick against Li Zhongwei. Friday brought joy, as the penultimate period in the afternoon was dedicated to physical education. Lin Mo was to line up once again. Attention, align right, face forward, count off, reporting, class 8. 1 absent, the remaining 49 present, Jiang Daming acknowledged. Next, they were to run 2 laps, followed by a review of the 9th set of calisthenics. Is there anyone here who hasn't learned this set of exercises? A chorus of groans erupted from the lineup. Most had learned the 9th set during their middle school years, and they were surprised to find themselves still required to perform it now. Lin Mo had nearly forgotten how to execute the calisthenics, but with his enhanced memory, he could recall the routine. The class had also developed muscle memory. Quit your whining. Starting next week, during breaks, you will be doing exercises, understood? By the time we reach G3, it will be a matter of running 2 laps before you can head back, he continued. The juniors would remain behind to continue their exercises. This was a regulation of Guangba, as every school had its own set of rules. After 2 rounds of exercises, Jiang Daming finally released Class 8 for free activity. However, most congregated together, for the final class was an interest group session. They could join various interest groups, a curriculum aimed at expanding students' extracurricular capabilities. Being a key school, the institution did not merely pursue academic excellence, but equally valued students' diverse development. There were literary societies, drama clubs, recitation societies, and English clubs, along with interest groups such as radio navigation and debate clubs. Additionally, there were sports clubs for basketball, soccer, badminton, and table tennis. Essentially, there was a niche for every type of interest. The school provided corresponding facilities for these activities. Those playing basketball nearby were animatedly discussing their plans for joining the basketball club. "I'm so skilled. I'll definitely represent our school and secure first place nationwide. Sorry, but I believe that title belongs to Xiangbei. Should I dye my hair red then?" They bantered back and forth, unaware that not everyone could join these interest groups. A selection was based on certain criteria. Lin Mo had been filtered out in his previous life. Those who did not make the cut were sent back to their classrooms for self-study. Just as Lin Mo took out the equipment, Jiang Yunlu rushed over with her badminton racket. Today, she had brought her own racket, a carbon fiber masterpiece strung with composite fibers, akin to wielding a legendary sword in this context. Lin Montak, today, I intend to redeem myself. The girl's youthful exuberance was palpable. Lin Mo contemplated. Having nothing else to occupy his time, he grabbed the school's iron racket. Jiang Yunlu's racket was so light she could lift it with a single finger, whereas the school's racket was solid iron, rusted at the edges, yet the nylon strings were remarkably durable. However, against her legendary weapon, it was akin to wielding a wooden stick. All right, bring it on. Jiang Yunlu not only used her own racket, but also employed feathered shuttlecocks that cost several hundred yuan per tube. One could not deny that wealthy individuals had their advantages. Yet, at that moment, everyone remained oblivious to these disparities. Lin Mo continued to feed the shuttlecock, while Jiang Yunlu ceased her smashes. The two engaged in a back-and-forth rally, each equally matched. The pace quickened. A considerable number of spectators gathered, primarily girls who were not inclined to participate in sports. Badminton is, in fact, a high-intensity sport, demanding frequent running, jumping, and racket swinging. After several minutes, Jiang Yunlu began to feel fatigued. Up until now, she had not won a single point. Lin Mo was like an unyielding wall, intercepting every shuttlecock. Jiang Yunlu's missed shots were due to judgment errors. "I can't continue. I'm exhausted," Jiang Yunlu exclaimed. Panting heavily, her cheeks flushed, beads of sweat clinging her hair to her face. After merely a few minutes, she felt more drained than after 4 full periods. With no regard for her appearance, she plopped down onto the grass, indifferent to the dirt on her trousers. Seeing this, Lin Mo also set down his racket. Such warm-up exercises were quite beneficial. Observing the intensity of their match, others expressed a desire to try their hand at badminton. Upon sitting down, Jiang Yunlu turned directly to Lin Mo. "Are you going to join the badminton team? If it's you, you'd surely excel." In truth, Lin Mo was aware that he excelled in any sport he undertook. Fist against Ling Dan, kick against Li Zhongwei, nothing was beyond him. Thus, he shook his head. "I'll pass. I have no interest in pursuing a path in sports." It was evident that Lin Mo could indeed embark on a sporting journey, but no one could compel him to do so. Dissection might not be within his expertise, but a physical examination was surely mandatory. Who knew what kind of report would emerge from Lin Mo's examination? He was reluctant to take any risks, especially before achieving his full potential. He did not believe himself capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. The path of survival remained the righteous path. As for the basketball court, several teams were engaged in 3v3 matches. However, due to the physical nature of the game and the fact that players were not particularly familiar with one another, a careless encounter could easily escalate into a conflict. Su Mingzhao inadvertently knocked a classmate named Lin Zai to the ground. Although Lin Zai was somewhat shorter in stature, he was quite agile on the court. Nonetheless, he was no match for Su Mingzhao's strength. With just a single collision, Lin Zai was sent sprawling. Such an act of charging while dribbling was, in fact, a foul. Rising from the ground, Lin Zai pointed an accusatory finger at Su Mingzhao, demanding, "Are you here to play basketball or to fight?" Su Mingzhao, clutching the ball, regarded him with disdain, retorting, "Isn't physical contact part of the game? If you can't handle it, perhaps you should go home and play with your dolls." Lin Zai strode forward, challenging, "Are you looking for a fight?" At this moment, Lin Zai's teammates approached, ready to support him, as they were all classmates from junior high. On the other hand, Su Mingzhao's 2 teammates were merely temporary allies and harbored no fondness for him, choosing instead to stand idly by, unfazed by the gathering tension. Su Mingzhao puffed out his chest and charged forward. Nearby, Jiang Daming surveyed the unfolding scene on the basketball court, acutely aware that youthful exuberance could lead to dire consequences. "Hey, what are you all doing?" A mere reprimand from him was sufficient to disperse the nearly brawling group. Fighting was one thing, but brawling in front of a teacher could lead to severe repercussions. Consequently, they quickly separated. Lin Zai glared at Su Mingzhao, warning him, "Watch yourself." Chapter 36. The theft incident, though a confrontation had been averted, a theft had occurred within the class. My Zirong was in a state of agitation, rummaging through his backpack in a frenzy. Where is it? Where could it be? His deskmate inquired, puzzled. It's gone. The class fund we collected today are missing. What? It was only the first week of school, and as the class monitor, my Zirong had collected the funds to purchase new cleaning supplies and other communal items. Now, that money had vanished. As you can see, I stored the money in a bright blue envelope, making it quite conspicuous. I even checked it before class. But after returning from PE, it was nowhere to be found. The class fees amounted to 10 yuan from each of the 49 students, totaling 490 yuan. This sum had only just been collected, and now it had disappeared. For my Zirong, this was a significant amount. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for the office, knowing he needed to speak with the homeroom teacher, Chun Xiaoya. Before long, Chun Xiaoya arrived, her own frustration evident as she pondered why such matters had to arise on her watch. However, there was no choice but to call the class back together. Lin Mo and Jiang Yunlu returned a bit late, having been engaged in tidying up equipment. Upon entering, Lin Mo quickly grasped the situation. Though it had slipped his mind earlier, the scene reminded him of a similar incident during the first week of school when class funds had been stolen. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunlu, unaware of the unfolding drama, cautiously returned to her seat and leaned toward the early returning Wang Qin to inquire about what had transpired. After learning the details, she relayed the information to Lin Mo. Indeed, the scenarios were strikingly similar. At that moment, Ma Ruixiang stood up, proposing, "Teacher, I have a suggestion. Although it may infringe on privacy, it could expedite our investigation." Chun Xiaoya nodded at Ma Ruixiang, prompting him to continue. "We could have one male and one female student search the bags. Typically, a thief will either keep the money on their person or hide it in their bag." This suggestion was met with general agreement, and those reluctant to comply remained silent, aware that voicing dissent could cast suspicion upon them. Thus, the decision was made, and Chun Xiaoya designated a girl, along with Ma Ruixiang, to conduct the searches, while she would personally inspect the bags of the two students involved, including the compartments of their desks. As Ma Ruixiang approached Lin Mo, he politely requested, "Mo, go. Could you please move aside?" Lin Mo casually shifted his position. In his previous life, Lin Mo had been a quiet student in the back row, resulting in Ma Ruixiang as a somewhat condescending demeanor. However, in this life, he seemed to have learned that arrogance could lead to repercussions. Lin Mo's backpack hung beside his desk, and as Ma Ruixiang scanned it and the contents of the desk, he found no money nor the blue envelope. Though 490 yuan may seem a modest sum, when collected in various denominations, it amounted to a substantial thickness, making it easy to identify. Yet despite searching every desk and bag in the classroom, including my Zirong, the class funds remained elusive. Lin Mo, however, was already aware of where the money had been concealed, having used his heightened perception to ascertain its location. He was more curious to uncover the identity of the thief. Reflecting on past interactions, a few potential culprits came to mind. Thus, he chose not to reveal the money-south hiding place to the others, silently observing as my Zirong's hopeful expression dimmed. With a sigh, my Zirong slumped back down in his seat, wondering if it was the work of someone from another class. However, lacking evidence, he had no means to involve students from other classes. In such circumstances, one could only resign to misfortune. Chun Xiaoya furrowed her brow. Guangba, being a long-established school, required time to replace aging equipment. There were no cameras in the classroom, and it seemed the corridor cameras were also malfunctioning. This issue needed to be escalated to higher authorities. Otherwise, the myriad of chaotic incidents would overwhelm the homeroom teachers. My Zirong, come with me. We'll leave this matter for now, and we will discuss it during the class meeting on Monday. Acknowledging that there was nothing more to be done, Chun Xiaoya decided to escort my Zirong away. Leaving him in the classroom would only make him a target of scrutiny. After all, 10 yuan from each student in 2012 was not an exorbitant amount, but together 490 yuan was not insignificant. She contemplated whether to temporarily cover the class funds. But the unresolved theft posed a dilemma. Once Chun Xiaoya departed, the atmosphere in Class 8 became lively once more, with students starting to curse the thief. However, as it was time for their interest group classes, their grievances were short-lived, and they soon left the classroom. Jiang Yunlu slung her badminton racket over her shoulder and headed outside, glancing back at Lin Mo. "Are you truly not joining the badminton team?" "No, I'm fine playing casually, but it's not part of my plans." Seeing Lin Mo's resolute stance, Jiang Yunlu refrained from pressing further and made her way to the badminton court in the gymnasium. In Yangcheng, the badminton culture thrived, with numerous universities establishing badminton courts to cultivate talent. From what Lin Mo understood, Guangba not only housed a badminton court, but also had a swimming pool above it, along with a weightlifting team nearby. It was indeed a comprehensive development initiative. The classroom was sparsely populated. Lin Mo had no intention of attending any extracurricular classes, preferring to engage in self-study and complete exercises instead. A glance around the room revealed a dozen or so students still present, all of whom possessed a rather reticent demeanor. Among them was Chu Miao Miao, who, after surveying her surroundings and finding no one nearby, took the initiative to approach and settled herself in Jiang Yunlu's seat. My mother asked me to inquire when you might be free to come over for dinner, she said. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Huh? When did I agree to dine at your home? My mom insists on properly expressing her gratitude to you. It doesn't have to be at home. We can dine out instead. Just let me know what you would like to eat, she replied, though the girl often kept her gaze lowered at that moment. She lifted her eyes to meet Lin Mo's, her expression unwavering. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Let us just go to your house after school then. I need to head home afterward anyway to retrieve my computer and other belongings. He had already mentioned this to Aunt Zheng and Xie Yuling the previous day. Remembering something, Lin Mo turned to Chu Miao Miao. By the way, will you be heading home first after school, or will you wait for me? Just as she was about to send a text to her mother, Chu Miao Miao paused, considering her response. I'll tell my mom not to come pick me up. I'll wait for you, so we can leave together. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, pleased with the arrangement, primarily because he hoped to catch a glimpse of the thief. Chapter 37. Continuing to study with a clear mind before long, the class period came to a close, and everyone returned to gather their belongings. The group of students who had expressed interest in joining the basketball team also returned. Some appeared dejected, while others walked with an air of triumph. However, the number of those feeling disheartened was evidently greater, with Su Mingzhao being one of the more boastful individuals. His skills on the court were indeed commendable. He had previously made the basketball team and was one of the starters. Had Lin Mo not intervened, everything would have proceeded as usual. Naturally, many others had joined the basketball team, as it was merely an interest group, and even without participating in competitions, practice sessions required players. Yet, there were more who were left out. Ma Li, while walking, consoled those around him. It's just a basketball club. It's nothing significant. Although his attempts at comfort seemed rather feeble, they were still a source of solace. As for Su Mingzhao, he smugly remarked, It's not my fault you all are so inept. You can't even make free throws. One disgruntled individual abruptly stood, pointing accusingly at Su Mingzhao. Realizing that several others were glaring at him, Su Mingzhao quickly fell silent, begrudgingly turning to pack his things. With no evening study session on Fridays, students could tidy up their belongings and head home. Those who resided on campus were also exempt from evening study, free to explore the school grounds, provided they returned before the dormitories closed at 11:30. Saturdays were designated as free time. Being a prestigious school, the regulations regarding student behavior were not as stringent as one might expect. They were somewhat relaxed, contingent upon meeting academic standards. However, only a handful of students stayed on campus. Most were local and returned home. As the majority began to pack up, Lin Mo remained unhurried, focused on completing his assignments. Only when the number of students dwindled did he leisurely start to gather his belongings. Chu Miao Miao, who had also been working diligently on her homework, began her own packing upon noticing Lin Mo. The classroom was nearly empty, and the duty students had already finished cleaning up and were urging everyone to leave, as the windows needed to be closed and the doors locked. After shutting the windows and securing the door, the duty students departed. At the school gate, Lin Mo glanced at Chu Miao Miao and gestured toward the gazebo within the school grounds. Wait for me over there. I'll be back shortly. Just as he turned away, a pair of hands grasped his arm. Lin Mo turned to see Chu Miao Miao, her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper. I can't. I'm scared. At that moment, Lin Mo recalled that while Chu Miao Miao appeared unaffected, she still carried some emotional scars. He contemplated for a moment before responding. All right, just stay close to me. You don't need to say anything. Merely observe what unfolds. Chu Miao Miao nodded vigorously and cautiously followed him. Lin Mo circled around, his senses attuned to the vicinity of the classroom. Indeed, a figure soon emerged, prying open the window of Class 8. Lin Mo had previously studied this. The windows of the classrooms were designed to be secure, and initially, they could not be opened from the outside. However, at this point, the windows were often left inadequately shut. A forceful push would easily yield access. The figure effortlessly climbed through the window and hastily made their way toward the cabinet at the back of the room. Gingerly, they opened the cabinet, causing a blue folder to tumble out. It was the folder containing the class funds. I'm sorry, Mai Zerong. I will return this to you, the figure said, preparing to stuff the folder into their backpack. It's you. Why did you steal that few hundred yuan? The figure whipped around to find Lin Mo standing at the window, arms crossed, with Chu Miao Miao silently beside him. Lin Montak, Chu Miao Miao. Zhang Yuzhong, do you find yourself in dire straits? Lin Mo's tone was neither scornful nor provocative. Rather, it was a sincere inquiry. He had refrained from revealing the location of the class funds to everyone initially, knowing that as the semester drew to a close, the money would eventually reappear on my Zerong's desk. This was precisely why Lin Mo was eager to uncover who had pilfered the funds. Zhang Yuzhong, a robust young man with dark skin, hailed from a rural area and had come to study in Guangba. Despite his origins, he excelled academically, ranking among the top 5 in class and subsequently moving into the experimental science track. It was perplexing that a student of such caliber would risk theft. If not for some psychological aberration, there must be some pressing circumstance driving him to such actions. The fact that he intended to return the money at the semester's end suggested that he was compelled by a deeper, unspoken issue. Provide me with a convincing reason, and I may choose to overlook this, Lin Mo stated, standing firm as he regarded Zhang Yuzhong. Zhang Yuzhong, visibly flustered, stood awkwardly, struggling to find his words. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. My parents and younger siblings need money for food. I will repay the amount. I plan to work part-time at a construction site this weekend to make up for it. Zhang Yuzhong was not lying. He indeed managed to repay the money later. However, this incident would likely remain a thorn in his heart, an indelible mark of shame. Lin Mo reflected on how the perceptions of wealth among their peers were not particularly severe. He had never paid much attention to Zhang Yuzhong's situation. Yet, he could discern the truth through Zhang Yuzhong's emotions, expressions, and actions. He was indeed telling the truth. While stealing was undeniably wrong, Lin Mo was not a judge bound by legal statutes. After careful consideration, he retrieved 200 yuan in cash from his pocket. Here you go. This 200 counts as a loan from me. Zhang Yuzhong was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion evident on his face. You want to report me? There is no necessity for that. What benefit would it serve me to expose you, aside from ruining your future? It will be far better for you to continue your studies unencumbered. At these words, Zhang Yuzhong's eyes brimmed with tears, his expression rife with guilt. Lin Mo climbed over the windowsill and pressed the 200 yuan into Zhang Yuzhong's hand. Is this enough? Yes. Yes. Zhang Yuzhong even withdrew 100 yuan, attempting to tuck the remaining 100 into Lin Mo's pocket. Just keep it for now. It's wise to have a little cushion. Don't overstrain yourself. Your studies are paramount. The school has financial aid for impoverished students. You can simply ask the homeroom teacher for assistance. Zhang Yuzhong opened his mouth, then scratched his head, admitting I don't know. Indeed, unless the homeroom teacher mentioned it, students often remained unaware of such matters. Zhang Yuzhong glanced up at Chu Miao Miao, who stood silently by the window. Don't worry, she'll keep my words to herself. Lin Mo opened the door. Let's go. Everything will be all right. Chapter 38. The Elegance of Cantonese Melodies. Chu Miao Miao was taken aback, yet remained silent, having promised Lin Mo she wouldn't speak. Once Zhang Yuzhong departed, her curiosity got the better of her, and she gazed at Lin Mo, still holding her tongue. All right, go ahead and speak. Oh, wait. How did you know the money would be here? Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. I possess the gift of foresight. That is how I knew. Now, wait here while I fetch the homeroom teacher. In the classroom, Chu Miao Miao felt unafraid. Thus, Lin Mo headed directly to the office. The students had left for the day, yet many teachers remained. Knocking on the door, Lin Mo found several teachers still at work, and he recalled Chun Xiaoya's desk. He had frequented the office in his past life. At that moment, Chun Xiaoya was seated at her desk, typing away, presumably preparing lesson plans. Though her name included Xiaoya, she was in fact a woman in her 40s. Teacher Chun, being the only teacher with the surname Chun in the office, Chun Xiaoya immediately looked up. It's you. Haven't you left yet? I came back to retrieve something I forgot, and fortuitously found the stolen class funds. Chun Xiaoya paused, then echoed, You found the stolen class funds? Hand it over. It's in the classroom. I asked Chu Miao Miao to keep an eye on the money, and I came here to report. Upon hearing there were witnesses, Chun Xiaoya no longer doubted Lin Mo and stood to accompany him back to the classroom. Indeed, it was a blue file bag. Lin Mo pointed to the back of the cabinet and earnestly explained, I returned to fetch my belongings and noticed a part of the cabinet protruding. That's when I discovered the money inside. The thief likely anticipated a search of the backpack, so he hid the money here, intending to retrieve it later. This turned out to be accurate. Chun Xiaoya simply took the file bag and glanced between Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao. How did you two end up together? Oh, Chun Xiaoya, I have solved the case and recovered the stolen funds. She was my neighbor before, and I recently ran into her. I'm going over to her house for dinner, so we walked together. Chun Xiaoya scrutinized Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao from head to toe. Lin Mo was diligent in class and seldom made mistakes on his assignments, while Chu Miao Miao was generally respectable. Keep some distance in school, Once you're outside, no one monitors you. It's best to head back now. We will discuss the remaining matters in Monday's class meeting. With that, Chun Xiaoyao departed ahead, leaving Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao behind. However, Chun Xiaoyao was just like that, outwardly aloof, yet quite warm-hearted in private. Lin Mo secured the doors and windows before leaving the school with Chu Miao Miao. At the bus stop, there weren't many people waiting. Yet during rush hour, every bus was packed. Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao had no choice but to swipe their transit cards at the front door and board through the back. Lin Montak, being tall, could easily grasp the overhead handrail, whereas Chu Miao Miao, a petite southern girl standing at barely 5 feet, struggled to reach the nearby handrail. Observing this, Lin Mo advised, "Hold on to my shirt." Chu Miao Miao looked up at him, momentarily dazed, and hadn't extended her hand when the bus suddenly braked hard. Without anything to hold on to, Chu Miao Miao nearly flew forward. Quick as a flash, Lin Mo caught her. She stumbled into his embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around him. Lin Mo held her shoulders, doing his utmost to shield her within his embrace. "Are you blind? Can't you drive properly? If you can't drive, don't endanger others." The bus driver's voice echoed with the charm of Cantonese melodies. Hearing the commotion, Chu Miao Miao snapped back to reality, loosening her grip on Lin Mo's waist. Lin Mo leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Hold on tight, or you might fall again." Chu Miao Miao gradually relaxed her grip, but didn't return to holding his waist, merely clutching his shirt. With her head bowed, she dared not look up. How did this happen? How could I have just clung to him, but feel so safe? Lin Mo's embrace is so comfortable. Any girl like Chu Miao Miao, rescued by a handsome boy, would inevitably develop a peculiar affection. There was an undeniable sense of security in Lin Mo's presence. The bus has arrived at Baisheng Park Station. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready. All right, we've reached our stop. We can get off now. As the doors opened, Lin Mo assisted Chu Miao Miao off the bus. Reluctantly, she released him, blushing as she said, "Thank you for earlier." "No problem. I couldn't just watch you fall." Lin Mo willingly let go of Chu Miao Miao, and she too released her hold on his shirt. One must admit, the quality of the school uniform was commendable. It had held up well despite the tugging. The two returned to the community. By now, the security personnel had changed shifts. They appeared significantly more professional. It was well known that residents of upscale neighborhoods often had connections, and the property management dared not act recklessly. As lower-tier staff, they were obliged to comply with the directives of the homeowners committee. Upon spotting the key protected individual, Chu Miao Miao, the security guards promptly saluted and opened the door. However, Chu Miao Miao had developed a wariness towards these guards and observed them with great caution. The guards, sensing her scrutiny, could only internally lament their misfortune. But alas, the sins of the past fell upon their shoulders. Before long, Lin Mo arrived at Chu Miao Miao's home. The delightful aroma wafting from within indicated that her family was preparing a meal. Chu Lintian emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad. "Oh, Lin Mo, you're here. Please have a drink. We have Coke, Sprite, and milk in the fridge. What would you like?" Chu Lintian held a favorable impression of Lin Mo, sitting on the sofa, spoke somewhat awkwardly. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll just have water." Chu Miao Miao promptly fetched a glass of water. "Dinner will be ready in half an hour. There's fruit on the table. You can help yourself." "Thank you." As the guest, Lin Mo was polite enough not to wander around, merely sitting on the sofa, sipping water and enjoying grapes. It was at this moment that Chu Miao Miao, who sat beside him, finally spoke up. "Why? Are you curious as to why I let Zhang Yuzhong off the hook and even lent him 200 yuan? Chu Miao Miao, note that Zhang Yuzhong ranks among the top 5 in our class, which indicates his intelligence. Moreover, his sun-kissed skin and calloused hands, alongside his worn yet meticulously clean shoes, suggest that he is a diligent, impoverished individual with a sense of upbringing." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Chu Miao Miao found it difficult to recall such traits in Zhang Yuzhong and could only nod in agreement. Most notably, it was his gaze that lingered in Lin Mo's mind. He recalled the expression in Zhang Yuzhong's eyes when he was exposed, one filled with regret, relief, and guilt. Ultimately, the crucial factor for Lin Mo's decision to lend him money was the future sum that still lay on my Zerong's desk, a reason that could not be openly disclosed. Chapter 39. Without a bookshelf, can you foresee the unfolding of the story? During dinner, Chu Lintian inquired while serving Lin Mo some dishes. "Lin Mo, who reside in your household?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo recognized the question pertained to his family. Yet he was indifferent. "My parents have passed away, and aside from a few relatives, I am the sole occupant of my home." Upon hearing this, Chu Lintian's expression stiffened, and she quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to pry." Lin Mo shook his head. "It's all right. That is simply the truth. Having endured it, it no longer burdens me." Chu miao miao lit stang at den TV, placing a chicken wing in Lin Mo's bowl. Though her words may have lacked finesse, her intelligence was evident. Chu Lintian glanced between Chu Miao Miao and Lin Mo. Where do you reside now? I stay at home on weekends and rent a place near the school during the week, Lin Mo explained, sensing that the woman before him perceived him as a homeless youth. He added, I do have some financial means. Upon hearing this clarification, Chu Lintian understood that the young man before her possessed a character unwilling to impose on others. By the way, when you last came to look at apartments, were you considering moving? Lin Mo shook his head. The place I currently inhabit is quite pleasant. The landlord is amiable, and there are plenty of eateries nearby, eliminating the need for me to cook. I was merely helping a relative check the apartment, but after they learned about the incident here, they no longer wished to reside in this community. It was then that Chu Lintian remembered, all right, I haven't tea properly thank you yet. Thank you for saving Miao Miao. Saying this, she put down her chopsticks and hurried into the room, emerging shortly with a box. The packaging clearly indicated it contained a laptop. In this era, laptops had advanced significantly, capable of housing an i7 CPU and dedicated graphics. However, Lin Mo preferred desktop computers over laptops. Let us return this gift. I did not act out of desire for reward. Regardless of who was attacked, I would have intervened. For me, this meal is already a sufficient form of gratitude. Lin Mo took the box and set it aside. Observing Lin Mo's clear, bright eyes, Chu Lintian, a formidable woman in her career, discerned that he was not feigning modesty. He was an exceptionally independent and self-reliant young man, exhibiting capabilities that surpassed those of his peers. Most importantly, he radiated cleanliness. Every woman aware of her own allure understands that the more attention she draws, the more captivating she is perceived to be. Chu Lintian, a formidable figure, felt surprisingly unobserved today. In fact, throughout Lin Mo's presence, she had not once sensed his scrutiny. She was all too familiar with the invasive kind of gaze. Yet, this young man seemed to exude an unsettling charm that compelled Chu Lintian to regard him with newfound respect. Observing the downcast Chu Miao Miao, she even contemplated that entrusting Miao Miao to someone like Lin Mo might be a prudent choice. In truth, Lin Mo possessed a keen awareness. His consciousness had already circled around them numerous times. He was not one to remain undisturbed. Rather, he had merely learned to keep his desires in check post-cultivation. Nonetheless, the dinner in gratitude was thoroughly enjoyable for Lin Mo. The three of them shared 8 dishes, 4 of which were cold dishes procured in advance. Lin Mo polished off every last bite. Food could be transformed into spiritual energy, and the efficiency was indeed superior. Therefore, Lin Mo was never stingy when it came to his meals. As they cleared the table, Chu Lintian was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Miao Miao said you were impressive, able to out-arm wrestle an instructor and eat so heartily. It's no surprise you can win. Lin Mo unabashedly wiped his mouth with a napkin. As I said, this meal is already my recompense. I typically consume enough for 2 and still barely feel satisfied. Chu Miao Miao observed Lin Mo. Though she rarely spoke, she appeared contemplative. Chu Lintian pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about this? Every Friday, you come over to our house for dinner. Since you refuse gifts, a meal should be acceptable. Given her affluence, Chu Lintian wouldn't mind if he dined there daily. It would also serve as a means of reciprocating her gratitude. Lin Mo did not decline. Being invited to dine was indeed a favorable circumstance. Moreover, interacting with others would prevent him from feeling too isolated. After their satisfying meal, Lin Mo did not take the laptop with him, but merely exchanged pleasantries before departing. Chu Miao Miao and Chu Lintian then busied themselves in the kitchen. Miao Miao, what do you think of Lin Mo? Suddenly posed with this question, Chu Miao Miao halted her actions. She recalled her discussions with Lin Mo regarding novel plots, his act of saving her, and the embrace they shared in the car today. He is a good person. Chu Lintian rolled her eyes. Oh, dear daughter, the good person card doesn't hold much weight. So, do you like him? Chu Lintian, with the directness of youth, pressed. Taken aback by such a straightforward inquiry, Chu Miao Miao dropped the bowl into the sink. Huh, come on, whether you like Lin Mo or not. I think he is a fine young man. A boy like that is a rare catch. If you don't seize the opportunity, others will. Chu Lintian, clearly seasoned in these matters, observed Chu Miao Miao reflecting on Jiang Yunlu. She knew Jiang Yunlu harbored feelings for Lin Mo. In fact, the entire class was aware of Jiang Yunlu's affections. What about him? Is he seeing anyone? If not, then don't you have a chance? Chu Miao Miao shook her head. It's wrong to take something that belongs to someone else. Is Lin Mo someone else's property? Has he declared his affections for anyone? You silly girl. Love is something you must strive for, just like pursuing the next chapter of your favorite novel. You won't see it if you don't chase it. But will he like me? Chu Miao Miao lowered her head. Timidity and introversion were her defining traits. Chu Lintian grasped her face gently. My dear Miao Miao, you are charming and delightful. If you truly put in the effort, which man could resist your allure? As she gazed at Chu Miao Miao, Chu Lintian mused inwardly. She has inherited her sister-in-law's figure and my brother's temperament. I truly hope she can take a liking to that rascal Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Chu Miao Miao was contemplating her mother's words. Would Lin Mo, as her mother suggested, harbor feelings for her? She was uncertain, yet she felt a semblance of truth in her mother's assertion. With Jiang Yunlu still unattached to Lin Mo, perhaps she still had a chance. Chapter 40, The Ma-S Triangle Kill. Upon returning home, Lin Mo indulged in a soothing hot shower. Although after cultivating his qi, he could employ spiritual power to cleanse himself of dirt and remain untarnished. The comfort of a warm bath was undeniably relaxing. After his shower, he donned a comfortable outfit and settled in front of his computer to delve into the cryptocurrency he had purchased earlier, which had now soared to $60 each. However, Lin Mo paid it little mind. Instead, he stretched languidly and opened the long-neglected League of Legends. At this point, the game had yet to attain the global prominence it would achieve in later years, but it was already taking shape. The graphics, though somewhat crude, evoked memories of the countless hours he had immersed himself in this game. He had no intention of playing seriously, merely engaging in a few nostalgic matches. In Season 2, there were no ranks in League of Legends, so Lin Mo chose Lee Sin. Back then, the concept of jungling was still in its infancy, lacking a defined system. Thus, upon entering the game, he equipped the Smite spell and messaged the top laner, asking him to manage the pressure while he ventured into the jungle. Jungle? What new strategy is this? Don't do it. I can't handle the pressure. Fortunately, the community's atmosphere was not yet toxic, and Zonites were not yet rampant. Thankfully, in this version, the top laner, who specialized in durability, was equipped with passive abilities that stacked armor and magic resistance, allowing him to withstand the onslaught. However, he did not receive the anticipated gank from Lin Mo, as the jungler finished clearing his camps and immediately headed towards mid lane, where the ADC was stationed. In those early days, ranged champions typically occupied the mid lane. Luckily, the opponent was merely a stationary Ashe. With a burst of agility, Lin Mo emerged from the bushes, casting Sonic Wave, using the lantern from his inventory to ward off vision, and stealthily approached Ashe. With a swift R-flash maneuver, he repositioned and delivered a kick that sent her flying to the Sonic Wave's endpoint, executing a triangular kill. One kill. Ashe's interface turned monochromatic in an instant. Had there been an emoticon system at that time, Lin Mo would have undoubtedly showcased a triumphant expression. After dispatching Ashe, the mid laner was still in a state of disbelief. Once he regained his wits, he typed, "What on earth was that?" "The Ma-S triangle kill." Lin Mo replied nonchalantly before darting towards the bot lane, signaling his intent. In a 3v2 scenario, the duo on the bottom lane engaged aggressively, resulting in 2 more kills claimed by Lin Mo. With a low-level Renekton and Master, they posed no threat. Rather than retreating, they fought valiantly, offering free kills to their opponents. After acquiring new gear, Lin Mo set off for the top lane. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had breached the enemy's high ground. "This is incredible. I had no idea jungling could be played this way. I want to try it too," exclaimed the top laner. "Don't blame me if you get flamed. There aren't many champions suited for the jungle," Lin Mo remarked. Victory. As the game concluded, Lin Mo noticed a friend request from the top laner. Indeed, skilled players tend to attract attention. He accepted the request. "Brother, can you mentor me?" "Of course. Just pick a champion like Cho'Gath or Rumble that can withstand pressure if I continue jungling." "Absolutely. I've already grasped the art of pressure management." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before starting another match. The opponent once again selected Rumble, a champion well-suited for enduring pressure. While Cho'Gath could also recover health and mana, he required last hits to do so, and this Rumble seemed less adept at farming. The match unfolded similarly, primarily due to Lin Mo's heightened awareness and exceptional reflexes. His reaction time now likely surpassed that of peak Feek. However, Lin Mo approached the game merely as a form of leisure, reminiscing about the past. Had CSGO been available at this time, he would have surely given the seniors a lesson. After finishing the game, Lin Mo logged off, leaving Rumble to lament their parting. Closing his computer, it was time to resume his training. On Sunday morning, Lin Mo returned to his rented apartment, bringing along some luggage, primarily his computer equipment. While he remembered much, he also overlooked numerous details, deeming it essential to keep abreast of the latest information online daily. As he sorted through his belongings, a sudden knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" "Oh, you're back. I heard noise and came down to check." Came the voice of Xie Yuling from outside. Lin Mo opened the door. "I brought some things from home. Perhaps I was a bit loud, my apologies. As he set up his computer, the young girl curiously observed his tinkering. You came back just to bring your computer? Yes. And I still need to go to the telecom office to set up a broadband connection. Otherwise, surfing the web will be quite troublesome. Once he confirmed the computer was operational, he promptly shut it down. Do you have a computer? Can I borrow it to play? Xie Yuling inquired, eyeing Lin Mo's machine. Lin Mo felt a pang of embarrassment. His computer contained not only games, but also some rather questionable content. If he were to lend it to her, he would need to tidy it up first. It's not usable right now. Without internet, my computer is essentially useless. Plus, I need to purchase some components. Once it's all set up, I can lend it to you. He closed the case. Come on, accompany me to the business hall to apply for broadband. Xie Yuling was taken aback that Lin Mo would take her along, but she followed him to the business hall nonetheless. Upon arrival, Lin Mo arranged for a 12M broadband connection. At that time, fiber optic services had yet to reach many areas, especially in urban villages where only standard broadband was available. It would take several years before the infrastructure was upgraded to fiber optics, allowing for internet speeds of 100M or 300M to become commonplace. However, at that moment, 12M was considered quite rapid. Lin Mo handed the broadband contract to Xie Yuling. Here, this is for you, a reward for accompanying me to set up the broadband. Huh? She exclaimed, staring blankly at the phone in her hand. While she didn't lack a phone, hers was an outdated flip model. Primarily, she wanted to change it, but Aunt Zheng had disallowed it. After all, with the new school year starting, Aunt Zheng preferred not to have Xie Yuling preoccupied with her phone. In fact, her family didn't even have a landline or computer, which was why she had sought to borrow Lin Mo's device. This is too valuable. Besides, I recall you also have a flip phone. You should keep this for yourself, Xie Yuling insisted. Yet, Lin Mo simply shook his head. I find it unnecessary. My intention is to wait for the release of the iPhone 5 before making a purchase, which is why I plan to let you use this phone. The iPhone 5? You say? Xie Yuling has a classmate who uses an iPhone 4, which is undoubtedly superior to the current Android devices, though it is rather pricey. Still, she seems hesitant to accept it. Lin Mo, aware of Xie Yuling's concerns, did not press the matter further. He simply took back the phone and turned to her, saying, All right, let's proceed to buy groceries. Chapter 41. Xie Yuling's whimsical side buying so many groceries, we won't finish them all. Xie Yuling remarked, holding a bundle of vegetables, while Lin Mo carried the meat, having casually spent over 100 yuan on it. We shall manage. I can use your kitchen, Lin Mo replied. Don't you have a kitchen in your place? Indeed, but lacks the necessary utensils. Strictly speaking, there isn't even a pot or bowl. There is a stove, but at this time, there is no natural gas in the urban village. One must procure a gas cylinder. Thus, Lin Mo decided against cooking there. Upon arriving at Xie Yuling's home, Aunt Zheng had already gone out to play mahjong. Although she worked as a cleaner at a bank, she enjoyed her Sundays off. The Zheng family was not financially strained. Aunt Zheng simply adhered to a frugal lifestyle, often playing mahjong for a mere 1 or 2 yuan, seeking amusement rather than profit. Once inside, Lin Mo began preparing the meat he had purchased. The beef shank required braising, the pork had to be hand-chopped for wonton filling. The chicken needed to be salt-baked, and the shrimp was placed in water to keep it alive until dinner. Lin Mo entered the kitchen with a familiarity that prompted Xie Yuling to inquire, Is this your home or mine? Lin Mo turned to her, Are you going to eat? If not, I'll have to take it back downstairs. As he spoke, he neglected to mention the beef shank, instead lifting the hefty black plastic bag filled with shrimp. Yes, I will eat. I will devour your resources. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, pouring the shrimp into a basin of water. Without aeration, the shrimp would not survive for long. He merely hoped they would last a little while longer. He prepared a peppercorn water solution and began chopping the meat. Although the market had meat grinders, the texture of hand-chopped meat was significantly superior. Watching Lin Mo skillfully handle the ingredients, Xie Yuling couldn't help but ask, You seem quite adept at cooking. Not particularly. During middle school, after classes, I either bought meals or cooked at home using my mother's recipes. After a few tries, I became proficient. Cooking is a frugal yet rewarding endeavor. Stir-frying isn't challenging. It's the purchasing and handling of ingredients that is troublesome. However, I only learned this later on. During middle school, I often ate at roadside fast food stalls. Of course, Xie Yuling was unaware of this. At that moment, her thoughts drifted to the time following her father's passing. When she felt adrift, yet her mother continued to wash her clothes, prepare meals, and drive her to school. Initially, she believed her mother was unaffected by her father's death. However, one fateful night, she overheard her mother sobbing. In hindsight, it seemed her mother bore the greater burden, caring for her while enduring the loss. Such matters appeared overwhelmingly difficult. Consequently, she began assisting her mother with chores, grocery shopping, and even cooking, though it was evident that her culinary skills paled in comparison to Lin Mo's. Lin Mo set aside the seasoned meat filling and glanced at Xie Yuling. Can you wrap wontons? Who do you look down upon? In Yangcheng, wonton wrappers were usually store-bought for convenience. The addition of peppercorn water to the meat mixture helped mitigate any gamey flavor. Lin Mo skillfully took a handful of meat, combining lean and fatty pieces, and wrapped it in a wonton skin, sealing it neatly into a fish-shaped wonton. Meanwhile, Xie Yuling struggled with her wontons, some overstuffed to the point of bursting, while others were so sparsely filled they appeared diminutive. Observing Lin Mo's swift, uniform wontons, she asked, "Why are all your wontons the same size?" Lin Mo playfully dusted his fingers with flour and swiped them across her cheek. "It's merely a matter of practice." "Oh," she exclaimed, quickly wiping the flour from her face and retaliating with a swipe of her own. Lin Mo did not flinch. "I can wrap them better than you." She imitated his movements, declaring, "I wager the uneven ones are yours, while the perfectly shaped ones are undoubtedly yours." Aunt Zheng turned to her daughter, fully aware of her capabilities as a mother. "Oh, come on, Mom. Do you not trust me at all?" "These are indeed my creations," Xie Yuling insisted, pointing to the uniformly shaped wontons while gesturing to her own. Her haughty demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual aloofness at school. This playful side of Xie Yuling was something Lin Mo had witnessed only once in his past life, during a moment of her endearing antics with Aunt Zheng. Yet, it was not as if she were now oblivious to Lin Mo's presence. Perhaps she simply felt more at ease in his company. Aunt Zheng was more direct, picking up one of Xie Yuling's oversized wontons, unwrapping it, and handing it back to her. "Now, fix this wonton." Xie Yuling shot a glance at Lin Mo before raising her chin defiantly. "Mom, Lin Mo is a guest. How can you treat him this way?" With that, she promptly set to work rewrapping the oversized wonton, nudging Aunt Zheng towards the kitchen. As they entered, the rich aroma of braised meat enveloped them. Aunt Zheng was taken aback to discover Lin Mo's culinary skills, although most of the ingredients had already been prepared. "Master Chef, the remaining tasks are yours. I'll handle the shrimp." Upon hearing the mention of shrimp, Aunt Zheng quickly turned her gaze to Xie Yuling. "You little scamp. Did you get Lin Mo to buy shrimp for you? Do you think money grows on trees? What have I taught you?" As she spoke, she raised her hand, ready to tap Xie Yuling on the head. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately stepped in. "I noticed Xie Yuling has a fondness for shrimp, so I bought some." It was not her request. Though unspoken, Lin Mo had observed Xie Yuling lingering longest at the shrimp vendor stall. "Shouldn't we buy a few more?" As Lin Mo came to the rescue, Aunt Zheng pointed at her daughter before tying on an apron and beginning to cook. Lin Mo quickly pulled Xie Yuling out of the kitchen. "All right, let us go. Do you not fear being chased down?" Lin Mo tidied up the remaining wonton wrappers on the table, aware that it was easy to purchase too many. Xie Yuling assisted in the cleanup, though she muttered, "My mom merely talks. It won't be too bad. However, I can guarantee that the upcoming late-night snack will be quite lavish." Lin Mo listened, intrigued. The prepared wontons were not immediately cooked. Instead, they were dusted with flour and placed in the freezer. They could serve as breakfast or a late-night snack, but certainly not dinner. With the weather being warm, perishables needed to be refrigerated promptly. With Aunt Zheng back, the master chef resumed his duties, and Lin Mo refrained from intervening. He covered the braised beef shank and set aside to soak. The beef shank does not require prolonged cooking. It primarily absorbs flavor through soaking. After it has soaked, it is refrigerated to ensure that it does not fall apart when sliced. Lin Mo later found himself particularly fixated on food. Chapter 42. Can smoke but doesn't tea. At 6:30, Lin Mo and Xie Yuling stepped out together for evening study. Boarders living further away could apply for an exemption from evening study, but it was hardly a burden, merely a 2-hour affair. The two donned their school uniforms as they walked along the road. Guangba had specific requirements regarding student attire. Slippers and casual wear were not permitted on school premises. And Sunday evening study was no exception. "Lin Mo, how did you know I like shrimp?" Xie Yuling gazed at the wine-red sky at dusk. "During my first visit to your home for dinner, you devoured nearly an entire plate of shrimp. When you claimed you didn't tea like shrimp, I found it hard to believe anyone would buy that." Lin Mo walked ahead, his tone nonchalant. Xie Yuling's cheeks flushed, but she feigned indifference as she replied, "Then why couldn't it be my intention to take care of you, thus forcing myself to eat shrimp?" "Girl, your tsundere phase has long since expired," Lin Mo retorted. "Given your adeptness at peeling shrimp and your expression at the time, it was evident you truly enjoy them." Xie Yuling's face reddened further. "All right then. Considering your efforts to please the landlord, what of it?" "What? Seeking rent exemption?" Xie Yuling stuck out her tongue. "Not at all. My academic performance is quite satisfactory. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Lin Mo was well aware of Xie Yuling's academic prowess. Otherwise, she wouldn't have garnered so much attention. A girl who excels academically and possesses beauty is universally admired. Thus, Lin Mo nodded. Rest assured, I will definitely consult you. But I'm no slouch myself academically. Oh, are you challenging me? Xie Yuling altered her voice, adopting a tone that, while not quite mature, resembled that of a young man. Lin Mo was taken aback by Xie Yuling's ability to mimic a rather impressive talent. Oh, little brother, quite the skill you have. So what if I challenge you? Then let us wait for the first monthly exam. Whoever has the lower total score must fulfill a request from the other. Xie Yuling maintained her pretense. Sound good. But with that voice of yours, have you considered a career in voice acting? In his previous life, Lin Mo moved away right after the final exams, leaving him unaware of which school Xie Yuling attended or what major she pursued. Xie Yuling waved her hand dismissively. No, just for fun. If I pursued that seriously, my mother would throttle me. The current Xie Yuling was entirely different from before. However, Lin Mo was unaware that this was the true essence of Xie Yuling. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. Suddenly, Lin Mo heard a shout, Lin Mo. He turned around to see Ma Li, the athlete who had unintentionally usurped the position of sports committee member. Lin Mo, why didn't you join the basketball team? Your last three-pointer was incredible. With you on the team, we might even make it to the national competition. Lin Mo shook his head. That was merely luck. Molly glanced at Xie Yuling and was momentarily taken aback by her stunning complexion and aloof demeanor. In the presence of outsiders, Xie Yuling reverted to her high and mighty class flower persona. She nodded at Lin Mo before heading toward her class. Molly, though athletic, was not devoid of common sense. He jovially nudged Lin Mo's shoulder. Impressive, you found a girlfriend so quickly. But what about Jiang Yunlu? She is quite beautiful, and everyone can see her fondness for you. Lin Mo, not amused, placed a hand on Ma Li's shoulder and gave it a slight squeeze, eliciting a yelp from him. Clearly, you lack credible sources. Xie Yuling is my landlord. Having said that, Lin Mo released Ma Li. The squeeze was brief and not prolonged. Ma Li rubbed his shoulder, a hint of apprehension in his expression. Lin Mo is truly formidable. No wonder he could best the instructor. Lin Mo ascended the stairs and returned to class. At this point, only about a third of the students had arrived. They were all chatting about their weekend activities. Some had played billiards, others video games, or visited amusement parks. The atmosphere in Class G1 was relatively relaxed, especially since the students were all of commendable academic standing. At that moment, Lin Jiajun set aside his National Geographic magazine. Lin Mo, how was your weekend? Not bad. Played some games, did some grocery shopping, cooked a bit. Quite relaxing. Games? Single player or online? Both, I suppose. Though these past few days I've been playing a new game called League of Legends, which is being published by Penguin. It's rather enjoyable. Lin Mo's words sparked excitement in Lin Jiajun's eyes. I played it too. It simplifies many operations compared to Dota and boasts much better graphics. Although most of its concepts and skills are borrowed, I can sense the game has potential. Lin Mo nodded slightly. The gameplay is likely to diverge completely from Dota in the future. We can already see signs of that. Seeing someone who shared his enthusiasm for this yet-to-blossom game. Lin Jiajun and Lin Mo exchanged IDs. The domestic server initially included only Ionia and Bilgewater, so they were not overly concerned about server issues. I just arranged for broadband at my rented place today. It will take a few days before the internet is up. Lin Jiajun chuckled. Do I look like a gaming addict to you? But I have the freedom to play games at home. Lin Mo didn't know Lin Jiajun very well. He was of average academic standing and remained in Class 8 after the reallocation. He was a steady individual, neither particularly antagonistic nor overly friendly with anyone. Yet, it seemed everyone gave him due respect. Such individuals are either influential figures or possess strong social skills. Lin Mo sensed that Lin Jiajun belonged to the latter category. 10 minutes before class, a group of boys from the back row headed to the restroom. Lin Jiajun turned to Lin Mo. Do you smoke? Lin Mo observed the retreating figures of the boys, his awareness following them. In his previous life, he had been one of them. Can smoke but doesn't he? He replied casually. Same here. My father taught me to smoke. Knowing how to smoke can open certain doors. Indeed, Lin Mo had smoked in a restroom, mingling with delinquents from other classes. However, what use is it for delinquents to know each other? At that moment, his awareness was in the restroom, listening. Hey, I'm telling you, that Chu Miao Miao is actually quite attractive. We've known that for ages, but it seems like she has some connection with Lin Mo. A connection doesn't imply they're a couple. Don't try to take her from me. Come on. Isn't this a case of each person showcasing their talents? The group laughed as they discussed which girls in their class were attractive. Not everyone was fixated on Chu Miao Miao. However, Lin Mo's presence had altered her fate and shifted the direction of the conversation among those in the restroom. He recalled that in the past, the name Jiang Yunlu had surfaced most frequently among them. Of course, this group of boys did not shy away from mentioning her, yet they deliberately avoided discussing Lin Mo. Just then, Su Mingzhao entered the restroom, prompting the group to cast merely a glance before discarding their cigarette butts into the toilet and flushing them away. In this life, it seemed they had developed a stronger aversion to Su Mingzhao. Chapter 43. Look at you, acting so cheap. The evening study session once again became a time for homework. Everyone had postponed their assignments until today, and Lin Mo was no exception, having not brought any work home. After all, with the new semester just beginning, the workload was not overwhelming. The 2 hours of evening study were sufficient to manage it. Jiang Yunlu sat beside him, occasionally glancing at Lin Mo. On her third glance, Lin Mo turned to look at her. Hey, what are you staring at? The Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? Jiang Yunlu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. What? Perhaps 12 years of familiarity did not lend itself to such abstract exchanges. I mean, you've looked at me 3 times now. Do you have something to ask? After a moment's thought, Jiang Yunlu pointed to the cubbyhole of Lin Mo's desk. Who gave you that bread? The bread? That was brought by Chu Miao Miao when she came over. Only Chu Miao Miao knew the extent of Lin Mo's appetite, so she had brought the bread from home, promptly stuffing it into Lin Mo's cubbyhole upon arrival. Lin Mo retrieved a bag of bread from the cubbyhole and casually handed one to her. Do you want to eat? It's filled with cream and pork floss. Quite hearty, I must say. There are about 5 or 6 in a bag. A typical person might be satisfied after 2. But Chu Miao Miao knew Lin Mo could definitely finish it all. Jiang Yunlu hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. I don't want any. Lin Mo nonchalantly stuffed the bread into his mouth. So who gave you this bread? Jiang Yunlu reiterated her question, but an unconscious tension crept into her expression. It's probably a form of protection money from Chu Miao Miao, Lin Mo mused, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. Having been attacked once, Lin Mo could sense that the little girl was frightened of everything around her, regardless of gender. People can easily perceive malice from others. Those who manage to enter prestigious schools may not possess high emotional intelligence, but their intellect is undoubtedly sharp. In an environment where bullying is a possibility, seeking the protection of a stronger individual is entirely natural, and Lin Mo just happened to be that strong individual. Thus, Lin Mo unabashedly consumed the so-called protection money. However, the phrase protection money took on a different connotation in Jiang Yunlu's ears. She abruptly turned to glance at Chu Miao Miao, who was sitting further back in the same row. At that moment, Chu Miao Miao was also focused on her homework, head down. Sensing a gaze upon her, she continued to write without looking up. Jiang Yunlu did not get the chance to make eye contact and had to retract her gaze, pulling out a box of imported chocolate from her backpack, which she then offered. This is for today's good friend fee. Lin Mo accepted it casually and nodded. Very well, you're now considered a good friend of Lin Mo. As she watched Lin Mo casually unwrap the packaging and offer her the first piece of chocolate, Jiang Yunlu felt a warm surge within her. However, beside them, Wang Xin almost felt compelled to tease. Look at you, Jiang, with your trivial offerings. The evening study session concluded early, and Lin Mo submitted his completed assignments to the class representative before gathering his belongings. Xie Yuling was already waiting outside Class 8. Lin Mo suspected she had started packing up before the study session ended. Otherwise, how could she have come out so quickly? Nevertheless, he refrained from using his mental perception to check. Constantly peering into his surroundings felt oddly voyeuristic. After organizing his things, Lin Mo stepped out of the classroom. Let us go, he said, looking at Xie Yuling, who nodded. Like a delicate flower, she made her way straight to the staircase. Unbeknownst to them, 2 girls from Class 8 were observing them from a distance. Compared to Jiang Yunlu, Chu Miao Miao merely glanced once before lowering her head to continue packing. Jiang Yunlu, on the other hand, envied Xie Yuling for being able to walk home with Lin Mo so freely. Wang Xin, observing Xie Yuling's silhouette, remarked nonchalantly, don't worry. Xie Yuling is notorious in our class for being aloof. You need not concern yourself with her developing feelings for Lin Mo. Jiang Yunlu lightly punched Wang Xin. What are you talking about? Wang Xin, however, remained silent about her insights. Along the way, Xie Yuling returned Lin Mo's phone. I still can't keep this. If my mom finds out, she might just kill me. Lin Mo put it away casually. Are you afraid of Aunt Zheng beating you? Or do you simply not want this phone? Xie Yuling replied straightforwardly. It's definitely because I'm afraid of my mom. If I can get first place in the next exam, she should buy me a phone. Quite confident, indeed. Upon returning to the urban village, Lin Mo first stopped by his own house before heading up to Xie Yuling's home. Aunt Zheng was already boiling wontons. Mom, do we really need to cook so many? You may not finish them, but Lin Mo certainly will. Zheng Yuan emerged with a large basin of wontons. Lin Mo sat down leisurely and scooped several into his bowl with a ladle. Lacking broth, they were eaten with soy sauce and sesame oil. While eating, Lin Mo pulled out a box from beneath the table. Aunt Zheng, I went to get broadband today, and This is the contract phone they gave me. I have no use for it. Do you need it? Zheng Yuan instinctively shook her head and waved her hands. No need. Keep the phone for yourself. You should save some money. Lin Mo chakut. Aunt Zheng, I'm not as impoverished as you think. I asked if you wanted it precisely because I don't need it. Otherwise, it would just be sitting around. Saying this, he pushed the phone toward her and lowered his head to continue eating wontons. He had nearly consumed the entire basin, including the irregular wontons made by Xie Yuling. Meanwhile, Xie Yuling was indulging in the perfectly shaped wontons made by Lin Mo, claiming it was only fair to eat what you've made. At home, Xie Yuling would slightly reveal her true self, while outside, she transformed into an aloof flower, seemingly losing trust in outsiders. Yet, Lin Mo felt there was undoubtedly more to it than just the issue of Xie Yuling's father's passing. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Mo bid farewell and headed downstairs, leaving behind the phone on the table. Once Lin Mo had departed, Aunt Zheng sat in her chair, casting a sidelong glance at her daughter. Sensing the tension, Xie Yuling promptly retreated to her room. Come back. Just that one command made Xie Yuling obediently sit back down. Xiao Mo is the one who arranged the broadband today. Yet he didn't mention it during dinner. Only now did he bring it up, as per your request, right? Zheng Yuan could still discern her daughter's preferences. She had noticed her daughter's eyes gravitating towards something as enticing as a new phone. Xie Yuling quickly shook her head. No, he gave it to me in the afternoon, and I returned it to him after school. It's not that I don't want to get you a phone, but I worry that if you have one, you'll forget to study. Zheng Yuan pondered for a moment before finally saying, how about this? If you do well in the next exam, you can have a computer, broadband, and a phone. Chapter 44. Protecting students is a teacher's duty. So happy? Lin Mo asked as he watched Xie Yuling bounce along the path. Not bad. My mom said if I achieve good grades, I'll get broadband, a computer, and a phone. So it was merely a promise, then. Nevertheless, it is indeed a good thing. Having a pie signifies the presence of hope. Thus, the young girl appeared relaxed and cheerful. Lin Mo came the voice of Fong Jun from behind. The vivacious girl instantly reverted to her indifferent demeanor. Lin Mo turned to see Fong Jun jogging towards her, a box in hand. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo realized it was a set of cards for the game Three Kingdoms Kill. In this era, it had not yet attained the acclaim it would garner in the future. Do you know how to play Three Kingdoms Kill? Fong Jun raised the box. I know a bit. Great. Let's play at noon. I'm reserving you. They could engage in several rounds. During this period, the tabletop game had not undergone any extraordinary developments, avoiding the chaotic array of skills seen in later iterations. However, many powerful character cards had already emerged. Nevertheless, most offline games prohibited the use of overly powerful cards that could disrupt balance. Once back at school, Fong Jun eagerly sought out classmates to arrange a noon showdown. For the intrigue of strategy is heightened with more participants, especially when everyone is relatively unfamiliar with each other, preventing secret alliances. Lin Mo took a moment to glance at my Zero. The class monitor appeared rather dispirited, listlessly occupying his seat in a daze. He felt reluctant to ask his classmates for the class funds again. Although no one had openly criticized him thus far, he sensed whispers behind his back. He even contemplated whether to request the homeroom teacher to relieve him of his duties as class monitor. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such an action would likely provoke even harsher judgment. Thus, he could only wait quietly for today as class meeting. After the flag-raising ceremony, the first period commenced with a mathematics lesson led by their homeroom teacher, Chun Xiaoya. She ascended the podium, casting her gaze around the room, prompting immediate silence among the students. Chun Xiaoya then briefly addressed the customary matters of conduct and physical education for the upcoming week. Noticing the time, she quickened her pace. Finally, she announced an important update regarding the class funds. Upon hearing this, my Zero knew the proverbial guillotine was about to drop. The class funds had been recovered. With this news, my Zero abruptly lifted his head. He spotted Chun Xiaoya retrieving a blue file folder from her bag. That's my folder. It's my folder. He could hardly contain his excitement and stood up eagerly. My Zero, will you be able to safeguard the class funds this time? The loss and subsequent recovery only heightened their value. My Zero nodded vigorously, declaring, this time, I will vow to protect this money with my life. The class erupted in laughter, yet everyone was relieved they would not have to contribute another 10 yuan. Inquiries arose regarding the source of the recovered funds. Chun Xiaoya refrained from disclosing specifics, stating only that a classmate had discovered the hiding place and returned it to her. She intentionally withheld the identity of the student to protect Lin Mo and Shu Miao Miao from potential retribution from the thief. As a teacher, Chun Xiaoya was acutely aware of the darker aspects of human nature. Although Lin Mo felt indifferent about the situation, he recognized that Chun Xiaoya's decision was indeed the right course of action. Safeguarding students should be a teacher's fundamental duty. Soon after, Lin Mo sensed a gaze upon him, Zhang Yuzhou. However, Chen Xiaoya did not allow for further discussion and promptly commenced their lesson. Those who failed to pay attention would find themselves lost within 3 minutes of the forthcoming content. Consequently, the chatter ceased as everyone began to engage earnestly in their studies. The advantage of attending a prestigious school was the lack of distractions. Even the most unruly students were focused during this time. Of course, in his previous life, Lin Mo had been the most disruptive of them all, if memory served him correctly. Chen Xiaoya turned to the class, stating, "The knowledge points covered in this lesson will appear on the upcoming test. I have prepared a diagnostic test for you to assess whether you have retained your middle school knowledge since the summer break." Yes, albeit late. The diagnostic test was finally upon them in the second week of school. The first period focused on instruction, while the second would be dedicated to assessment. However, the test was noticeably shortened to a manageable length for a single class. Indeed, it was merely a diagnostic quiz, with options B, C, D readily eliminated. The answers were A, C, 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 C. Was this a manifestation of the teacher's cruel humor? The test was essentially uniform across the class, devised by the school's own faculty. Such an abundance of C answers could only be attributed to a playful malice. Following the selection questions were fill-in-the-blank items. Lin Mo calculated effortlessly, requiring no scratch paper, and filled in the answers with ease. There were only 2 major problems, both demanding a clear demonstration of the process. Surprisingly, these 2 problems combined were worth 60 points. Can you believe it? Nevertheless, the complexity of the questions was substantial, rivaling that of the high school entrance examination. Lin Mo meticulously recorded each step of his calculations, occasionally using scrap paper for verification. After all, he was of the omniscient and omnipotent sort. Naturally, had he wished to cheat, he could have simply glanced at Xue Zigui's paper. However, Lin Mo had no intention of doing so. After completing the 2 significant problems, he reviewed his work once more. Chen Xiaoya, observing the class, announced, "Those who have finished may submit your papers for grading." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo ceased his review, stood up with his test paper in hand. Xue Zigui did the same. Upon hearing the announcement, Xue Zigui turned to glance at Lin Mo, appraising him briefly before handing in his paper. Was that a scholar's scrutinizing gaze? Lin Mo submitted his paper as well. Chen Xiaoya immediately began grading Xue Zigui's paper. Gradually, more students began to hand in their answers, and Lin Mo's paper ended up at the bottom of the stack. The class bell rang, signaling the end of the period. Those who had not finished were unable to continue. The papers were collected without exception. The hour had been rather tight. Several students lamented their inability to complete the test as their papers were taken away. Chen Xiaoya was unconcerned, simply collecting the papers and departing. Some students began to compare answers. Nearby, Jiang Yunlu took out scrap paper and joined Lin Mo in the answer-checking process. Observing Lin Mo's recorded answers, Jiang Yunlu breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought I must have made a mistake. It turns out they really are all C." Their fill-in-the-blank answers were nearly identical, save for one discrepancy. The 2 then consulted Xue Zigui to verify their answers. The result revealed that Lin Mo and Xue Zigui's answers were the same, suggesting that Jiang Yunlu might have erred. They proceeded to the 2 major questions, having calculated the answers, but their focus now shifted to how points would be deducted based on the process. The methodology was particularly crucial in the major questions. After cross-referencing their answers, Xue Zigui regarded Lin Mo with the gaze of one encountering a rival. Chapter 45. Childhood sweethearts cannot compete with celestial beings. Feeling the battle intent imparted by the sect elder, surpass him and become the foremost disciple under the current elder. Mission initiated. Surpass everyone in the next monthly sect competition and become the foremost disciple under the current elder. All right, let the fire ignite. After a prolonged absence from the public eye, the illustrious Tongzi announced a new extraordinary task today. In fact, he updates daily tasks every day, allowing Lin Mo to acquire chi-nourishing pills. However, Tongzi is not one to engage in idle chatter. The subsequent history lesson was evidently much more relaxed. It transitioned from agrarian economy to commercial economy, covering topics that were more intricate yet infinitely more captivating than middle school history. A commendable student excels in all subjects. While students in later generations may choose their preferred subjects before final examinations, currently, they are constrained by the division of arts and sciences. As the afternoon bell rang, Lin Mo stretched languidly. Indeed, he found that he could keep pace with the current level of learning, much like in his previous life, where the material was accessible to the average person. Yet, in the realm of academia, a moment's laxity could spell disaster. What to have for dinner tonight? Lin Mo pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The perennial dilemma that plagued him revolved around the question of what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. These are the quintessential quandaries of humanity. Just as he remained slumped at his desk, neglecting to eat, Jiang Yunlu returned, cradling a delicate lunchbox. "Aren't you going to eat?" she inquired, tilting her head. Lin Mo, still indecisive about his meal, shrugged off her concern, thinking it was no rush. After mulling it over, Jiang Yunlu offered her lunchbox. "Why not have some of mine? I can always eat something else at home." This was her silent thought, though she refrained from voicing it, as it might come across as awkward. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You barely have enough for yourself. How could you share half with me?" Dinner is meant to replenish the energy expended in the afternoon. A distinguished cultivator cannot deprive a mortal of half their meal. Besides, it's not that I have nothing to eat. I simply can't decide. At that moment, Chu Miao Miao entered, also heading to retrieve her meal. Her dinner consisted of takeout ordered by Chu Lintian, arriving at a similar time, and left at the security booth for her to collect after class. Today, however, she carried 3 lunchboxes, giving the impression of a hearty appetite. Upon entering the classroom, Chu Miao Miao set 2 of the boxes on Lin Mo's desk. "This is what my mom prepared for you. Since you eat a lot, I figured you could finish it." Lin Mo was taken aback by Chu's mother's direct act of kindness, likely a gesture of gratitude. Thus, he accepted it with a calm demeanor. "Please thank Aunt Chu for me, but let her know not to send any more tomorrow. I rather enjoy the culinary delights available on the school's back street. Such offerings may rob me of the joy of choice." Chu Miao Miao nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll let my mom know." With that, she cautiously made her way back to her seat. Lin Mo contemplated sending a message to Chu Lintian, expressing his gratitude for the meal and explaining his reasons for declining future offerings. Unlike instant messaging, text messages do not elicit prompt replies. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Yunlu, who appeared somewhat discontented. However, he chose not to comment further and began to unpack the lunchbox. One box contained shredded chicken paired with sweet and sour pork. The other held roasted meat alongside char siu. Both boxes were devoid of bones and generously filled with rice. Lin Mo noted the restaurant's logo on the box, recalling it as a renowned eatery near the school. The flavors were delightful, albeit the price was not insignificant, over 30 per box. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was indifferent to the cost. He simply relished the meal. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Jiang Yunlu asked, "Why did Chu Miao Miao bring you food?" Lin Mo, not lifting his gaze, replied, "Chu Miao Miao's family used to be my neighbors. She knows I'm the same class as her, so she looks out for me." He had previously mentioned this excuse to Fong Jun. The gossips soon subsided, as Fong Jun was the information broker of Class 8, adept at disseminating news swiftly. However, Lin Mo was unsure if Jiang Yunlu was aware of the backstory, so he reiterated it. He had also advised Chu Miao Miao to state they were merely former neighbors to avoid misunderstandings and potential rumors. After all, school is a cauldron of public opinion regarding relationships. Be it heterosexual or same-sex, rumors abound. Yet Lin Mo, not being a gossip monger, found such matters perplexing. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the shadows of discontent lingered on Jiang Yunlu's face, yet she remained silent, quietly consuming her meal. When Wang Qin returned after finishing her meal, she noticed Jiang Yunlu's displeasure. Before taking her seat, she pulled Jiang Yunlu aside to the restroom. "Yunlu, did that Lin Mo upset you again?" Jiang Yunlu felt somewhat awkward at the inquiry. "Don't say that. No one has upset me." Wang Qin could easily discern the truth. This girl was all bark and no bite. "Then why are you sulking?" she asked, watching as Lin Mo disposed of his empty lunchboxes and headed toward Chu Miao Miao. Instantly, she grasped the situation. "So this is a matter of jealousy. I heard that Chu Miao Miao's family used to be Lin Mo's neighbors. They're childhood friends." At this, Jiang Yunlu grew flustered. Childhood friends, she repeated the phrase twice. Wang Qin quickly reassured her, how many childhood friends actually end up together? Childhood bonds are no match for fortuitous encounters. What is there to fear? Is that really so? Jiang Yunlu asked, seeking reassurance. Just then, a group of boisterous boys entered, led by a tall, handsome figure known as Gao Yuanxiang, the Casanova of Class 8. "Gao Gu, you're truly impressive. You just approached those girls and asked for their phone numbers." One of them exclaimed. "But why didn't you go for the one beside her? She is clearly more attractive." As this group entered the classroom, Lin Mo returned from outside. Surrounded by admirers, Gao Yuanxiang was tall and charming. Had Lin Mo not been present, he would likely have held the title of class heartthrob. However, Gao was burdened by an overwhelming debt of romantic entanglements, the tally of which was incalculable. Thankfully, he never pursued girls from his own class, often proclaiming that rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Lin Mo later realized that while romantic debts from other classes were manageable, those within his own class could linger for 3 years. However, he eventually heard that Gao Yuanxiang had stolen a girlfriend from a male student at university, prompting the latter to return from afar and confront Gao with a knife. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery. Chapter 46. To be true to oneself is the righteous path. Lin Mo returned to his seat, as Gao Yuanxiang's voice resonated through the classroom. You're all wondering why I didn't pursue the more attractive senior, right? Well, it's a strategy. In a crowd of girls, if you go for the most beautiful one, the others won't think any more of you. But if you choose someone who is relatively less attractive, the others will think, if she can do it, why can't I? The room burst into understanding. They were all intelligent enough to grasp Gao Yuanxiang's implications. I get it now. Gao Go. This is the competitive mentality of girls. The boys were excited, though they mostly kept to the corners, as they were aware that a loud commotion might attract the attention of the girls in their class, spreading rumors in an instant. Then, the notorious reputation of Class 8 for having an abundance of scoundrels would spread, making it increasingly difficult for them to woo the ladies. Though spoken softly, Lin Mo heard every word distinctly. In his previous life, he had not participated in this discussion, as he was wholly focused on pursuing Xie Yuling. Hearing this now, he felt it was no longer applicable to himself. The bell signaling the end of evening self-study soon rang. Chun Xiaoya strode in, clutching a stack of exam papers. Her expression largely unchanged. With a disdainful snort, the entire class fell silent. Your results have truly taken me by surprise, she declared, slamming the exam papers onto the desk. Everyone sat in their seats, as quiet as mice. A basic paper with a perfect score of 100, and yet some of you managed to score only 60? Her eyes narrowed. Did you cheat during your entrance exams? It was evident that Chen Xiaoya was genuinely furious. The class erupted in murmurs. Scoring 60 was indeed excessive. Although it was merely a minor test, achieving 60 at this school was akin to being deemed less than a mere errand runner. Lin Mo stroked his chin, recalling that there was indeed someone by the name of Ing Wenxin. Ing Wenxin, come up and retrieve your paper. Upon hearing this, a shy, short boy stood up from his seat and cautiously walked to the podium to collect his exam. The score read 69. He looked up. Teacher, isn't this 69? Chun Xiaoya retorted coldly. Is 69 something to be proud of? You have the lowest math score in the class and still have the audacity to question me? The class burst into laughter once more. Ing Wenxin's face flushed, but he returned to his seat. Chun Xiaoya proceeded to distribute the remaining papers. Aside from Ing Wenxin, everyone else scored above 75. There were 2 students who achieved a perfect score. One was expected, while the other was unexpected. Shuezi Gui and Lin Mo. Please come and collect your papers. Lin Mo was acutely aware that he was the unexpected one. After all, his math score was just above 100, still far from the perfect score of 150. However, Lin Mo knew that Shuezi Gui had scored over 140. In his previous life, he had only managed 63 on the same test. Thus, technically, he had been the lowest score back then. It was largely due to his poor performance that Ing Wenxin had not faced more severe reprimands. Lin Mo approached the front to collect his paper. As he turned to return to his seat, Jiang Yunlu leaned over. May I see your paper? Fortunately, Lin Mo's handwriting was not too unsightly, so he handed it over. Jiang Yunlu had scored 94, losing 6 points on a question that Lin Mo had answered differently. At that moment, Chun Xiaoya continued. What surprises me is Lin Mo. Despite having only scored a little over 100 in his entrance exams, he has managed to score a perfect 100 on this condensed test. What does this signify? It indicates that he has not become complacent after the exams and continues to review and learn. Is the math teacher rounding up scores now? 120 becomes over 100, someone quipped. However, the contrast was indeed striking. Kudos to you, Teacher Chen. Even Jiang Yunlu gasped, her face filled with astonishment. Remembering Lin Mo's diligence during class, she found it quite reasonable. Moreover, the female students in the class held Lin Mo in higher regard, considering he was formidable in fights and excelled academically. His height of 175 was quite commendable in the southern region. In the back row, Chu Miao Miao looked up at Lin Mo, and beside her, Geng Xiao nudged her shoulder. Miao Miao, since you're so close to Lin Mo, do you know what he likes? Chu Miao Miao paused for a moment, but answered earnestly, meet. Hearing this, Geng Xiao glanced down at herself, then back at Chu Miao Miao. A sense of inexplicable defeat flooding her mind. Chu Miao Miao quickly added, he really enjoys eating meat. Upon hearing this, Geng Xiao felt a sense of relief. Geng Xiao had long known from Fang Jun's gossip that Chu Miao Miao and Lin Mo had previously been neighbors. Although she had not confirmed it, she suspected it to be true. Typically, Chu Miao Miao and Lin Mo did not converse much. They were likely just old neighbors now experiencing a phase of awkward communication. Therefore, Geng Xiao realized that if she wanted to win Lin Mo's affection, she could not afford to procrastinate. She contemplated that she should first cater to his interests or build a good friendship with Chu Miao Miao to get closer to Lin Mo. Most were astonished by Lin Mo's capabilities. However, strength in one subject did not equate to overall superiority, and everyone merely watched Lin Mo with curiosity. A top student had a certain allure, granting them preferential consideration in romantic pursuits. Chun Xiaoya then explained the questions that most had answered incorrectly. She glanced at Ing Wenshen. If you have any areas of confusion, you can seek help from your classmates, or feel free to come to me individually. I won't occupy everyone's time. With that, she turned and left, granting the students their time. In an ordinary school, teachers spoon-fed knowledge, but a prestigious institution emphasized self-motivation. Those who were self-driven naturally excel. Once Chun Xiaoya departed, the class erupted into animated discussions once more. This compelled Ma Ruixiang to stand up and restore order, urging everyone to quiet down. After all, should the principal come to inspect, it would be unfortunate if the entire class were found loitering in the dark. Just last week, Class 17 had caused a ruckus, resulting in the whole class being punished with laps around the playground until evening self-study concluded. Thus, as Ma Ruixiang used this incident to caution the class, everyone gradually quieted down. However, Chun Xiaoya had not wandered far. She had simply entered the adjacent Class 7. A math teacher naturally managed more than one class. Upon entering, she forcefully slammed the test papers down, exclaiming, "You have truly disappointed me. Not a single one of you achieved a perfect score. Class 8 has 2 perfect scores, and at the very least, you should have 1. Chapter 47. Let me gift you a cup. As evening self-study concluded, Fang Jun eagerly pulled out his 3 Kingdoms kill game. It was quite popular, and during lunch breaks, the 8-player spots were always filled. Fang Yun opposes Lin Mo. Lin Mo, come play a round. You didn't get to play during lunch. Lin Mo glanced towards the door, where Xie Yuling was, as usual, waiting outside early. Fang Jun followed Lin Mo's gaze and quickly realized, "Oh right, I forgot you need to escort the target." Nevertheless, Fang Jun soon found others willing to stay and play a couple of rounds. As they exited the classroom, Lin Mo waved casually. "Let us go." "Sure." At school, Xie Yuling maintained her typically aloof demeanor. However, as she walked alongside Lin Mo, the distance between them was reduced to a mere fist width. In the school setting, walking side by side with the opposite sex was of little consequence. Once outside the school, Xie Yuling's demeanor began to thaw. "Your class is quite impressive. There were 2 perfect scores in the math quiz." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, insisting there was nothing particularly impressive about the exam. It merely tested middle school knowledge and had caught him off guard. However, Xie Yuling held a different opinion. She turned to Lin Mo, convinced that he was merely downplaying his achievements out of envy. "It's quite remarkable, you know. Our class doesn't have a single perfect score, which indicates that those who excel must either study diligently or have truly grasped the material." As Lin Mo strolled down the path, he responded, "Well, thank you for the compliment. Who complimented you?" "I was referring to those 2 perfect scores. I, by mere chance, happen to be one of them." Xie Yuling, upon hearing this, could not help but glance at Lin Mo in disbelief. "You," he nodded. "Indeed." Xie Yuling remained skeptical. "Let me see your exam paper." "Comrade Xie Yuling, did you take your paper home?" Lin Mo asked casually, kicking a pebble along the way. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuling realized that Lin Mo had likely not brought his paper either, as she hadn't taken hers home. Pouting, she retorted, "Then I don't believe you. There's no way you scored 100. If I see Fang Jun tomorrow, I'll ask him. He is from your class and will surely support you. But you've only known him for a little over 2 weeks. You're not that familiar yet." At this remark, a faint smile flickered at the corners of the girl's mouth, though it quickly faded. "I'm leaving. My mother made sweet soup today, red bean, and sago." Lin Mo perked up at this news, for he had never tasted Aunt Zheng's sweet soup before. "Is it served cold or hot?" "Of course it's cold. In this sweltering weather, who would want hot sweet soup?" With that, she walked ahead. After finishing the sweet soup, Lin Mo called out, "Thank you, Aunt Zheng, for the sweet soup. I'll head back now." "All right, take care." Aunt Zheng yawned, preparing to sleep. "Wait." Xie Yuling entered her room and emerged moments later with a cup. She lowered her head, avoiding Lin Mo's gaze, and extended the cup toward him. Despite her posture, her voice rang clear. "This cup is a gift. I noticed you don't have one, so here, take this." Lin Mo squinted and smiled. "Then I must thank the esteemed landlady for her generous gift." "Yes, rest well." She quickly turned and returned to her room, leaving Lin Mo alone in the living room. Such a carefree spirit, he chuckled, turning to open the front door. As he closed it, he noticed the girl peeking through a small crack at him. My, how useful this awareness is. Once Lin Mo shut the door, the girl reopened it, taking small breaths. "Wait, why am I feeling nervous? This is merely a reciprocal gesture." "Yes, just reciprocity." Lin Mo overheard her muttering. He returned to his room to wash up and practice. A few days later, Lin Mo had progressed to the later stages of qi refinement, his awareness extending to a distance of 30 meters. He found the recent courses quite satisfactory, leaning towards a science-oriented path. As for English, memorizing vocabulary posed no challenge for him, although the final exam allowed for the choice of other foreign languages. Most students opted for English due to their foundational knowledge in it. However, Lin Mo was well aware that Japanese was, in fact, the most accessible foreign language to learn, owing to its similar linguistic structure and script, making it considerably easier than other language families. Yet it often led to him being mistaken for a Taikoan. Lin Montak, shall we practice some speaking? Jiang Yunlu approached, holding a freshly printed speaking exercise script. Lin Mo nodded, clutching the speaking practice material assigned by their English teacher. But my English tutor studied abroad in New York, and she teaches with a New York accent, which differs from our teacheress. Speaking isn't too difficult, though. Our English teacher mainly uses a British accent. Lin Mo shrugged. No worries. As long as you don't use an Indian accent, I should be able to understand you. Jiang Yunlu playfully punched Lin Montak. How could that be? I would never. While they practiced, Shui Zigui approached, attentively listening to their speaking exercise. After a moment, he turned to Lin Mo. Did you learn your speaking from movies? How did you know? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. That accent of yours has a hint of a strong regional flavor mixed with some Midwestern American intonations. Shui Zigui replied earnestly. Just like mine. All right. It seems we're both unconventional speaking practitioners, Lin Mo said with a grin. Jiang Yunlu couldn't help but exclaim, you both learned to speak from watching movies? That's impressive. Lin Mo and Shui Zigui exchanged glances, realizing how naive the young lady was. Young lady was a nickname given to Jiang Yunlu by her classmates, as she truly resembled a privileged girl, being chauffeured and catered to daily, effectively isolated from the world. Though Shui Zigui came from a decent background, affording a foreign accented tutor was still quite a stretch. Lin Mo shrugged. Let the accent be a jumble. No matter how polished it is, I am still Chinese. Shui Zigui nodded in agreement and joined in on the speaking practice. At that moment, Chun Xiaoya appeared from nowhere. Seeing Lin Mo, Shui Zigui, and Jiang Yunlu practicing their speaking, she couldn't help but nod in approval. She waited outside the classroom until the trio finished before entering. However, the ruckus inside had long ceased. Shui Zigui, Lin Mo, come out for a moment. Lin Mo looked up and glanced at Shui Zigui, suspecting what was to come, and stood up to follow. Inside the office, Chun Xiaoya sat down and placed 2 application forms before them. Do you both wish to participate in the mathematical Olympiad competition? Chapter 48. The characteristics of a scoundrel is that he can breathe. Do you both wish to participate in the mathematical Olympiad competition? Chun Xiaoya glanced at Shui Zigui and Lin Mo. Clearly, she was not one to pressure her students, but respected their autonomy. Lin Mo understood that the Olympiad competition was not an open entry. It required training and selection to represent their school. He had never attempted such a competition in his past life, feeling too insignificant to compete against the elder disciples. In reality, the elder disciples had also not competed, as most representatives were seniors from the G2 grade. However, participating in this could offer extra points for the final exam, and achieving a good rank could even grant them direct admission qualifications. Before Chun Xiaoya could mention the rewards, Shui Zigui eagerly agreed. Yes, I want to participate. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and nodded. I'd like to join as well. Chun Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction. No need for excessive pressure. The Olympiad is ultimately about participation. When does it begin? Shui Zigui raised his hand. If you're participating, training will take place during interest group classes every Friday afternoon. From Lin Mo's memory, the training would last for about 5 weeks, encompassing roughly 5 classes before the selection began. A delegation of 10 individuals was selected to participate in the municipal, provincial, and national mathematical Olympiad competitions. Lin Mo recollected that ultimately, only one student from their school qualified for the national competition, though he could not quite remember who that individual was. Nonetheless, he was intrigued to explore the nature of this mathematical contest. Advancing through the preliminary rounds to the municipal finals could yield monetary rewards from a school. Should he progress to the provincial competition, the municipality would also bestow financial incentives. The better one's performance, the greater the reward, potentially even leading to direct admission into prestigious institutions. However, Lin Mo's intention was merely to experience the competition. Side quest triggered. Participate in the Battle of the Secret Realm. For each layer of trials overcome, a corresponding reward may be obtained. It seems it's you again, Brother Tomsy. I can only hope the rewards do not involve weapons or armaments. Perhaps I should also avoid the imperial banner of the 10,000 souls. Then again, life remains stable, and it may not be entirely out of the question to accept the imperial banner. Thus, a decision was made to participate in the Olympiad, or rather, the mathematical Olympiad. Once this resolution was solidified, Chun Xiaoyao refrained from further commentary. Instead, it was Xue Zigui who turned his attention to Lin Mo. Should he secure a spot in the national competition, he might even gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. That seemed distant. First, he must navigate the preliminary rounds. Lin Mo shook his head, acknowledging the abundance of geniuses and those who surpassed them. While Xue Zigui might be considered a prodigy within Class 8, there were indeed others who excelled even beyond that. In response, Xue Zigui merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he returned to his class. Lin Mo followed suit. Jiang Yunlu and the nearby Wang Qin gazed at Lin Mo with curiosity. "What does the ugly duckling want with you?" Wang Qin inquired first. Jiang Yunlu frowned, admonishing, "Please refrain from such remarks. They are quite impolite." The term ugly duckling was merely a nickname for Chun Xiaoya. Bestowing nicknames upon teachers was quite customary, much like how the disciplinary head, known for his crew cut, was referred to as Flat Top. The physics instructor was called Brother Chun, due to the character Chun in his name. However, addressing Brother Chun directly was acceptable, while invoking Flat Top's name was not advisable, as he could be rather unforgiving. The moniker Ugly Duckling seemingly originated from Ing Wenxin, perhaps as a petty act of vengeance against Chun Xiaoya for her mockery. Such nicknames tend to linger long in the school environment, though they were typically used in private. Students would avoid mentioning these names in public, for reporting such matters could lead to ostracism from the entire class. Even someone like Su Mingzhao would not face complete isolation. Wang Qin, knowing Jiang Yunlu to be the obedient type, resorted to mimicking a zipping motion with her lips. Lin Mo then relayed the details of the mathematical Olympiad. Jiang Yunlu expressed surprise upon hearing this. Mathematical Olympiad training? I had similar experiences in elementary and middle school, but I've heard it can be quite challenging. While Jiang Yunlu excelled in mathematics, she did not particularly enjoy the Olympiad. However, Wang Qin remarked, if it can add 10 points to the final exam score, that would be splendid. Xue Zigui, seated at his desk, did not turn to join the conversation. That is only if you make it to the finals. Zigui. Such remarks are hardly impressive and could be deemed somewhat cringeworthy. Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Regardless, I have no interest in forming a study group. I might as well learn a bit about the Olympiad. I am curious to gauge my current academic capabilities. Thus far, he had not felt any pressure academically, whether in advanced subjects like chemistry, physics, or biology. Soon, Friday afternoon arrived. Following the conclusion of physical education class, everyone began gathering their belongings to head to their extracurricular classes before preparing to return home. Chu Miao Miao cast a longing glance at Lin Mo. She had not joined any clubs and remained in the classroom to study. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was set to attend the Olympiad training. However, today was also their agreed-upon dining time. Lin Mo sensed her gaze and approached her. "I'm unsure how long the class will last. You may head home first, and I will come by myself." Chu Miao Miao pondered briefly before shaking her head. "I'll wait for you." "Very well, then I shall keep you waiting." Observing Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao seemingly making plans, Jiang Yunlu felt a flicker of discontent. Wang Qin, witnessing this, felt somewhat helpless, as Jiang Yunlu displayed no genuine initiative. While the ever-patient Xie Yuling awaited Lin Mo's company each evening, alongside Chu Miao Miao, who walked home with him every Friday. These were indeed formidable rivals. In truth, Wang Qin recalled a moment after school when she had seen Xie Yuling smiling at Lin Mo and playfully hitting his arm. This was a rare display of affection that had not been seen in quite some time. In the first year of middle school, Xie Yuling had been a warm and vivacious girl, treating everyone with kindness. Yet, following a certain incident, she adopted a cold demeanor towards everyone, including Wang Qin. But that day, she had spotted Xie Yuling's smile from a distance, reminiscent of her past playful interactions with her female friends. Yet now, her playful antics were directed at a boy. This could either indicate a close friendship between Lin Mo and Xie Yuling or suggest that they were secretly dating. Either possibility struck a severe blow to Jiang Yunlu. Thus, Wang Qin chose to remain silent, unless Jiang Yunlu exhibited a more assertive approach. As for Lin Mo, he remained uncertain about his own feelings. Nevertheless, he could not shake the impression that he was likely to be perceived as a cad. The defining trait of such individuals is that they're simply adept at existing. Lin Mo had already noticed the way Wang Qin scrutinized him, her gaze akin to that of someone observing a shrimp-headed boy, clearly with ulterior motives, prompting him to distance himself immediately. Hence, he gathered his notebook and pen and made his way to the Olympiad class. Chapter 49. Could it be the ancestor? The Olympiad class was bustling with students. Lin Mo surveyed the expansive multifunctional room, which housed at least 100 attendees. However, everyone exhibited an unspoken understanding not to engage in conversation or self-introductions. A teacher specializing in G3 mathematics took the stage, promptly producing a moderately sized Olympiad problem set to begin discussing the questions. The problems presented were indeed intricate. Yet, amidst the crowd, Lin Mo spotted Xie Yuling. He had not previously heard of her attending the Olympiad class, though it was possible he simply hadn't paid attention. Xie Yuling noticed Lin Mo as well, but she was seated at a different table, casting only a few glances his way before returning her focus to the lesson. Lin Mo found that he could comprehend some of the material being presented by the teacher, and he diligently took notes. His learning abilities had improved alongside the expansion of his consciousness, but he felt the need to purchase a few practice books to further assess his skills. While his upper limits had increased, neglecting study would still result in a low baseline. Many students, like Lin Mo, took notes, yet there were even more who did not, being prodigies of their own accord. After one lesson, the G3 mathematics instructor, Su Haoming, had covered 3 types of Olympiad questions and several formulas, such as the product sum and sum product formulas, as well as sequences and the angle sum formulas. It could be said that as a G3 instructor, he possessed commendable expertise. Much of the knowledge imparted was ahead of Lin Mo's current understanding, yet the volume of information remained within his capacity to absorb. As Lin Mo diligently filled an entire page with notes, some looked on with disdain, while others held him in high regard. However, to Su Haoming, such students were truly commendable. They believed that a poor memory could never compete with a diligent pen. After the class concluded, Su Haoming distributed 2 test papers, due the following Friday. Students who failed to submit them would no longer be permitted to attend the training sessions. Without further ado, Su Haoming turned and departed, paying no heed to the group of students in the training class. The 2 test papers were designed to be completed in 2 standard class periods, with a total score of 150, presenting a considerable number of questions. Many glanced over the papers and quickly realized that the content was not limited to the types and formulas discussed in class. It also included a plethora of challenging mathematical Olympiad problems, notorious for their complexity. Lin Mo surveyed the expressions of those around him, noting their visible distress, particularly among those who had little to no prior experience with Olympiad problems. At that moment, Shuizige approached with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Have you studied Olympiad math before?" "No, it seems far more intricate than regular math," Lin Mo replied. "That's about right. It simply involves more conditions." Many questions in the high school entrance exam are essentially simplified versions of Olympiad problems. Lin Mo understood this well. Nonetheless, he believed he could tackle both test papers. "Should we collaborate on these?" Shuizige turned to Lin Mo. Many others had already formed alliances with acquaintances to jointly tackle the papers. However, Lin Mo shook his head. "I wish to attempt them on my own first. If I encounter difficulties, may I seek your guidance?" The reborn Lin Mo was resolute in embodying the attitude one should possess during their educational journey. Shuizige nodded in agreement. "No problem. Let us connect on QQ." In school, it was inappropriate to openly use mobile phones, so Lin Mo tore off a page of paper and wrote down his QQ number. After concluding their conversation, Lin Mo looked up to find Xie Yuling still standing nearby. He approached her. "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes," Xie Yuling replied, her words sparse in the presence of others. Lin Mo surmised that this was likely a protective mechanism on her part. "Today is Friday. I'm heading home. You need not wait for me." Xie Yuling shook her head. "I'm just waiting here for a short while." With that, she walked towards a multifunctional room. Lin Mo said nothing further and simply followed her, walking side by side, though maintaining a gap of a couple of fists between them. From a distance, another student from Class 7, who had also been selected, observed their figures with a slight frown. Initially, he had hoped that being chosen alongside Xie Yuling would foster a closer relationship, but he was taken aback to find Lin Mo included as well. Many girls in Class 7 held Lin Mo in high esteem. How infuriating! Back in the corridor on the 2nd floor, Xie Yuling could not suppress a sigh. "What's wrong? I want to be attending this Olympiad training class next week. It feels too challenging." With no one else around in the corridor, Xie Yuling relaxed slightly. "Then don't go. Not everyone is suited for Olympiad math." Had it been the previous life of Lin Mo, he likely would have already struggled to keep up during the lessons. Suddenly, Xie Yuling turned to Lin Mo. "You don't think I'm being too casual, do you? If it's something you're not suited for or do not enjoy, you should feel free to say no. There is no need to waste time on it. You might as well pursue interest groups that genuinely interest you. You could just inform Ugly Duckling about it." Xie Yuling paused for a moment. "Ugly Duckling?" Lin Mo realized he had spoken too casually. He quickly scanned the area and, seeing no teachers nearby, lowered his voice. "That's just a nickname we gave Qin Xiaoya in our class." Xie Yuling chuckled softly. Your class is quite something. I suspect that nickname will soon spread throughout our class. A male classmate trailing behind them, witnessing Xie Yuling's smile, felt a pang of awkwardness. He had never seen her smile or engage so freely with anyone. Could it be that Lin Mo is some kind of sage? As the two waved goodbye, Xie Yuling departed with her bag, while Lin Mo returned to the classroom. Upon entering, he found the duty student still cleaning, while Chu Miao Miao was buried in her homework at her desk. Lin Mo tapped on Chu Miao Miao's desk. I'm leaving. Time for dinner. Chu Miao Miao looked up and promptly began to gather her belongings. All right, let us go. She only needed to pack up her homework before they could leave. Lin Mo simply stowed his notebook away in the desk and slung his bag over his shoulder. Due to having waited for the thief Zhang Yuzhong the previous week, he boarded the bus a bit later than usual. This time, the bus was not as crowded as before. Still, Chu Miao Miao stood closely beside Lin Mo, using him as a shield. Before long, they arrived home for dinner. The meal was as sumptuous as ever, and Lin Mo practiced the clean plate campaign. After a satisfying meal, he returned home early. At that moment, Jiang Yunlu suddenly sent Lin Mo a message on QQ. Are you going out to play tomorrow? Going out to play? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. He intended to purchase some practice problems, and tomorrow would be a good opportunity to go out. He replied, sure. I plan to go to the bookstore tomorrow to buy some practice problems. Would you like to join me? The response came swiftly. Great. Let us go together. Chapter 50. Should this be considered a date? Did you manage to secure a date? Jiang Chengwei asked, munching on fruit as she observed her niece. Yes. I'm going to the bookstore tomorrow, Jiang Yunlu replied. Then I'll join you as well. Jiang Chengwei chuckled lightly at her niece's nonchalant demeanor. Would you like me to accompany you? Annie has an excellent eye for people, you know. Jiang Yunlu looked at her aunt warily. Annie, please don't cause any trouble. Oh, are you worried I'll ruin your perfect date? Or are you afraid I might inform your father, the daughter-obsessed one? Don't worry. I'm merely concerned about you getting taken advantage of. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlu's face flushed instantly. That's not going to happen. I want to let myself be taken advantage of. As she spoke, she stood up and opened her wardrobe, beginning to select an outfit for tomorrow. TSK, TSK, TSK. And it's not even tomorrow yet, and you're already picking out clothes. Jiang Yunlu recalled Chu Miao Miao's ample figure, thinking that a dress would surely be appealing. But she believed she could look adorable in a dress as well. After some contemplation, she cupped her hands around her chest and muttered, I'm not small either. Lin Mo was genuinely intent on purchasing practice problems. With the 2 test papers presenting numerous challenges, he required some G2 knowledge. As for the other material, he had already perused a math textbook, but found no corresponding knowledge within. Thus, he needed to seek out some math resources to prepare in advance. Dressed in a loose short-sleeve shirt and casual shorts, Lin Mo grabbed his backpack and set out. After all, he was going to buy books and needed something to carry them in. Lin Mo had always enjoyed reading as a child and had a fondness for novels. He had devoured works like The Little Tigers, The Adventure King, and Wesley. On weekends, he would occasionally visit the bookstore to purchase extracurricular or supplementary books. However, since starting school, he had not been back, often spending time at internet cafes, playing games, or playing billiards instead. This can indeed be considered a quintessential display of self-destructive tendencies. After alighting from the bus, a brief stroll brought me directly to the entrance of the bookstore center. The weekend crowd here was anything but sparse. This establishment essentially stands as the largest bookstore in the city. Upon arrival, my phone vibrated with a message. Since Aunt Zheng forbade Xie Yuling from using a smartphone, she ultimately returned that Android device. Consequently, I decided to utilize it myself, as smartphones are undeniably more convenient for browsing the internet. Upon checking, it was evidently a message from Jiang Yunlu. Yunlu on a sunny day. I have arrived at the bookstore center. Where are you? I glanced downstairs and quickly spotted Jiang Yunlu entering through the door. 3rd floor. I'll wait for you to come up, I replied. The 3rd floor primarily caters to children's literature and supplementary educational materials, boasting an extensive assortment of all available resources, including various editions of textbooks. It can be deemed the most comprehensive bookstore of its kind. Jiang Yunlu sprinted to the elevator, donning a deep green spaghetti-strap dress adorned with embroidered embellishments, radiating youthfulness and vivacity. Her fair complexion drew the attention of many as she ascended. Indeed, a school uniform tends to diminish one's attractiveness, but Jiang Yunlu's charm was impervious to such constraints. She dashed up to the 3rd floor despite the escalator, as if in a race. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she spotted me waiting by the elevator. Lin Montag. I smiled, why rush so much? The young girl looked up, squinting her eyes with a grin, to see you sooner. Damn, she certainly knows how to charm. However, I merely felt a gentle stir within. Let us go. Help me select the materials for the math Olympiad. Curiously, Jiang Yunlu inquired, "Are you truly planning to participate in the Olympiad?" I tried it once, but it was so challenging that I didn't continue. I reached out and patted Jiang Yunlu on the head. Not having encountered it is a blessing. It certainly is quite difficult. I believe badminton would suit you better as an extracurricular activity. Humph. I am officially a member of the upcoming badminton school team, which is no less impressive than your Olympiad competition, Jiang Yunlu asserted, hands on her hips, yet she made no attempt to brush away my hand resting atop her head. That is why I say badminton is more fitting for you, I replied. I also think badminton suits you perfectly. If we play mixed doubles, no one could possibly challenge us. Yet I shook my head, bending down to whisper in Jiang Yunlu's ear, all sports have ceased to present a challenge for me. Thus my focus lies in academics. Jiang Yunlu was taken aback by my sudden closeness, her cheeks flushing. Hey, has anyone ever told you that you're pretentious? She whispered back, though her tone lacked any hint of annoyance. Let me tell you, I am actually quite skilled. I cannot participate in sports due to national regulations. My serious demeanor made Jiang Yunlu furrow her brow. Really? Of course, otherwise wouldn't I be able to lift weights effortlessly? Reflecting on my strength, Jiang Yunlu began to see the logic in my claim. At that moment, I guided Jiang Yunlu toward the textbook section. There was a plethora of mathematics and Olympiad-related books. I casually picked up a few, keeping those I found useful and returning the rest. Observing my earnest selection process, Jiang Yunlu quietly asked, "If I hadn't come out today, would you have intended to come here alone to buy books?" Of course, why not? My straightforward response lifted Jiang Yunlu's spirits considerably. This must be considered a date, after all. Then why didn't you invite Xie Yuling or Chu Miao Miao? Aren't they your landlord and neighbor? This girl's probing was transparent to me. I had planned to come alone, with no intention of inviting anyone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlu's happiness intensified. Indeed, taking the initiative yields results. I soon selected the exercise books and supplementary materials. With these resources at hand, tackling those two assignments should prove manageable. After placing the purchased books into my backpack, I turned to Jiang Yunlu. "Let's go, it's time for a meal." At the mention of food, Jiang Yunlu instantly brightened. "Great, what shall we eat?" Suddenly recalling something, she hesitated. "Oh no, I can't, my family's driver is outside. And if we go out to eat, my father will come looking for me. There are several exits here. Let us go. I'll take you to eat, and then we can return." I firmly grasped Jiang Yunlu's wrist and led her through another door. I had already noticed where her family's driver was stationed, so avoiding him was a simple task. Jiang Yunlu gazed at her wrist being held. Suddenly reminded of the day she reported for duty when I had held her wrist in a similar manner. "So, where are you taking me to eat? How about a tea restaurant?" Chapter 51. Just a little initiative. Bailong Ice Room. A quaint tea restaurant tucked away in a corner. The two of us sat across from each other, and as I perused the dazzling array of the menu, Jiang Yunlu was visibly excited. "I want to have the French toast with ice cream, octopus sausages, salt and crispy chicken, pineapple bun, and curry fish balls. Also French fries and fried tofu." Jiang Yunlu enthusiastically pointed to her desired selections on the menu. Then she turned to me, "What about you?" "Pork chop with Swiss chicken wings for egg tarts, and a pork chop bun," I replied without glancing at the menu. The waiter looked between Jiang Yunlu and me, pondering if this young couple truly had the means to order such an extensive meal. "Hey, you two won't be able to finish all this." Jiang Yunlu immediately pointed at me. "Don't worry, he can eat a lot. He'll finish it all." Seeing our determination, the waiter ceased to persuade us and headed to the kitchen to place our order. The first dish to arrive was the curry fish balls, as they were prepared in large batches early in the morning and kept warm in the kitchen. The yellow curry sauce enveloped the fish balls, which could be considered one of the earliest forms of frozen pre-prepared meals. Jiang Yunlu poked a fish ball and popped it into her mouth. The rich curry flavor gradually unfolded with each bite. "Delicious. This is far better than any curry I've had before." If I were to guess, Jiang Yunlu was likely enjoying authentic curry. However, authentic curry is not to everyone's taste. Many locals prefer a lighter spice profile and a sweeter flavor typical of Japanese curry. Thai curry is also quite palatable. Yet, authentic Indian curry tends to be more heavily spiced and spicier, which might not suit Jiang Yunlu's palate as well. Conversely, this curry fish ball adjusted to local tastes, maybe more to her liking. Soon, dish after dish was served, including the ones I ordered. Jiang Yunlu sampled each dish, taking just a few bites to savor the flavors, leaving the majority for me to devour. If she had a particular fondness for something, she would indulge a little more. After all, Jiang Yunlu had an ordinary appetite, unlike my own robust one. "Oh, I absolutely adore chicken wings and egg tarts, but I can't eat anymore. Lin Mo, you can take care of these." Lin Mo nodded and began to eat. The waiter, stationed at the counter, kept his gaze fixed on Lin Mo, despite the numerous patrons scattered throughout the establishment. Although Jiang Yunlu was undeniably beautiful, his interest was piqued more by the ravenous boy. Simply put, this young man had quite the appetite, which was making him feel a bit hungry himself. Nevertheless, Lin Mo displayed a certain elegance in his eating manner. He did not segregate his food item by item, but rather enjoyed his meal in a manner akin to a proper dining experience, taking a bite of his noodles, then savoring a piece of curry fish balls, followed by a chicken wing. Before long, the table was cleared of all remnants of their meal. As Lin Mo continued to eat, Jiang Yunlu's cheeks flushed deeper, particularly when he consumed a piece of bread she had previously bitten. Was this considered an indirect kiss? Jiang Yunlu refrained from voicing her thoughts, lacking the courage to do so. Wang Qin had persistently encouraged her to be more proactive, and while she had managed to muster a bit of courage, she was still hesitant to go any further. Her aunt had always cautioned her against reckless behavior, and she was not inclined to disregard that advice. Was it hot? Why was her face so flushed? Lin Mo wiped his mouth with a napkin. Perhaps it was. The girl sipped delicately at her iced milk tea, hoping it would help cool her down. With the bill in hand, Lin Mo made his way to the register. Jiang Yunlu retrieved her card and handed it to him. Excellent. It was a black card. Use this one, she said. Yet Lin Mo raised his hand to decline and shook his head. Are you worried that your family will find out you're out dining? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlu suddenly realized her oversight. Oh, what should I do now? There is nothing to be done. Lin Mo took out cash and settled the bill. Let us go. It's time to head back. Otherwise, your driver might come looking for you. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yunlu's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled out her iPhone 4, glancing at the caller ID. It was indeed Uncle Zhao. She pressed the answer button. Hello, Uncle Zhao. I am upstairs. Okay, I'll just go to the restroom and come down. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Lin Mo. He nodded and grasped her wrist, leading her back towards the book center across the street. They had traversed the underground passage to arrive here, so naturally, they would return the same way. A handsome young man holding the wrist of a girl on the phone was a scene reminiscent of a romantic drama, drawing the attention of many passersby. However, they were oblivious to the fact that a stylish woman wearing sunglasses was observing the pair from a distance. TSK, 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 this boy must be quite the romantic. Seizing the opportunity to hold her wrist while she distracted on the phone, leaving her momentarily flustered, with the crowd bustling around them. Lin Mo maintained his awareness only within a 10-meter radius, and thus failed to detect the woman's presence. They crossed through the tunnel and made their way to the back door. Shall I take my leave now? Jiang Yunlu inquired cautiously, studying Lin Mo. Stay safe, and let me know when you get home, he replied with a nod. Seeing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, Jiang Yunlu felt a tinge of annoyance. She opened her arms and leaped forward, gently hugging Lin Mo. I'm so happy today. See you tomorrow. Before Lin Mo could react, she released him and turned toward the exit. Lin Mo chuckled. This girl was undeniably bold. In his past life, Jiang Yunlu had also been gentle, devoid of any airs of a spoiled heiress, yet she maintained a distance from boys. This time, however, she was far more forward. Thus, to elicit a girl's initiative, one must first be sufficiently exceptional oneself. Lin Mo smirked, a sound of mockery directed at both his former and current selves, his past self akin to a defeated hound, whereas his present self was unfettered, following his whims. He hummed a tune lightly. It matters not, for the wilderness is illuminated by streetlights. Even mischievous children learn to temper their boldness. How many vibrant paradises exist in this world, waiting for you to explore? As he hummed and strolled to the first floor, he arrived at the section selling music CDs. Browsing through the selections, he found albums by Eason Chan, intending to purchase a few to savor at home. Since when did I start to shun desolate mountains? When did I begin to fear gazing at the starry dust? It turns out that celestial fish traversing the ocean can lead to a broken spirit. Lin Mo picked out an H3M album, glanced at it, then chose AU87, followed by a Mandarin album, and lastly, he selected Orange Moon. What is this little brother humming? Quite pleasant indeed. Lin Mo looked up and noticed a woman in sunglasses approaching from a nearby shelf. As he recalled that he had not encountered this song before, he had no intention of claiming it as his own, so he shook his head. Just a casual hum. Chapter 52, Collision with the Ball. Red card. Lin Mo had already sensed the woman's presence. When someone is inattentively engaged in an activity, they are likely to be a police officer. However, he found no signs of her being one. Instead, she seemed to be there to observe him. This individual bore some peculiarities and had the audacity to initiate conversation. Nevertheless, Lin Mo decisively took his album to the checkout, ignoring her intentions. After he placed the albums in his backpack and prepared to head home, the woman pursued him. Little brother, where are you heading? Let me give you a ride. Lin Mo turned to face the stylish woman wearing sunglasses, her figure curvaceous and her attire impeccably chosen. He was certain she was approaching him. After leaving a mark of awareness on her, he slowly replied, "I'm just a student. If you persist, I'll call the police." With that, he raised his phone. "Very well," the woman smiled, taking 2 steps back. Lin Mo turned and walked away. Jiang Qingyue watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, bemused by her own beauty being met with such indifference. Are men truly so principled nowadays? In truth, men of this era were not so different. In this time, perhaps a masked hero would capture their attention more. Lin Mo boarded the bus home. By the time he arrived, Jiang Yinlu had already returned. Upon entering, his father urged him to eat, but he felt too full. "Just telling you were fed by a friend and aren't hungry." Bingo. That's exactly what I said, and my father shot me a resentful look, warning me not to eat outside food. The evidence of a daughter's control was undeniable, yet Lin Wudi remained unperturbed. "I, Lin Beixian, live my life as I see fit. I need not justify my actions to you all." Once home, he placed the newly purchased albums into the family CD player, one of the few legacies left by his father. It was a splendid amplifier paired with 2 speakers, meticulously calibrated by his father. The player itself was of lesser importance. As he listened to music, he perused the exercises he had purchased that day. Lin Mo remained undistracted by the melodies, opting not to work on the papers directly, but rather delving into the advanced mathematics guide. Within just over 2 hours, he had finished reading 1 book. Afterward, he began solving problems. Armed with a solid foundation of knowledge, Lin Mo approached the questions with ease, following his own logic. In advanced mathematics, there are often multiple methods to arrive at a solution. After completing a test paper, Lin Mo discovered that the entire sheet was filled with his answers. For each question, he had employed at least 2 methods to arrive at a solution, some simple and others even more straightforward. Excellent. He had mastered the Olympiad mathematics. Lin Mo approached the refrigerator and retrieved a chilled can of pure Coke. With a satisfying pop, he pulled the tab and drank it in one go. The effervescence erupted in his mouth, an exhilarating sensation. The computer at home had already been moved to the rental apartment. However, Lin Mo possessed a smartphone, and connecting to Wi-Fi alleviated any concerns regarding internet speed. Yet, the current speed was not particularly swift. He had to allow the movie to buffer before watching. While the data was loading, a message arrived. It was from Xie Yuling. "My mom asked me to ask you what we're having for dinner tomorrow. Why not wait for me to return tomorrow afternoon, and we can go grocery shopping together?" After a considerable pause, she replied, "Okay. But my mom said she's going to buy ribs and vegetables in the morning because the pork seller sprinkles brine at noon, making it less desirable." Lin Mo was aware of this rationale. Sprinkling brine can reduce bacterial counts, especially in the sweltering heat of Yangcheng, where unbrined meat could quickly spoil. Thus, those who intended to purchase groceries typically did so in the morning, ensuring they had all the necessary ingredients for the day, at worst stowing them in the refrigerator upon returning home. "All right, I'll wait for you in the afternoon." After a while, another message came through. "By the way, may I borrow your computer? I need to research some information." "No problem. You can use it as soon as you turn it on." Lin Mo had no doubts about Xie Yuling's computer skills. After all, the primary and secondary schools in Yangcheng offered computer classes. Although the educational value was debatable, operating the device was certainly within her capabilities. He had also left a spare key at Aunt Zheng's house. "Thank you." He had already ensured that the contents of his computer were discreetly concealed. With his cleverness, no one would ever uncover them. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated, and heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Such was summer. One moment could be cloudless, and the next could bring torrential rain. With such downpours, it was the perfect time to indulge in snacks and watch movies at home. Just as Lin Mo had opened the film Secret That Cannot Be Told and was cradling a bag of chips, his phone rang, obscuring the movie. The caller ID displayed a familiar number, albeit one that seldom called him, Zhu Miao Miao. Since she rarely made calls, Lin Mo answered. "Hello, Lin Mo, are you there?" The line was quiet, yet Zhu Miao Miao's voice trembled slightly. "I'm here, what is wrong? Are you okay?" It's just that my mom isn't home. The power's out, and it's thundering. I can't reach my mom. I don't know who else to call." Lin Mo understood. The young girl was afraid of the dark and thunder. As for whether she was scheming, he could confidently assert she was not. After all, it was evident that she was quite naive. "I happen to be near your place. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Power outage? Did a transformer get struck by lightning? That is quite common." Grabbing an umbrella, Lin Mo set off. The rain was warded off by his supernatural agility, allowing him to dash towards Zhu Miao Miao's home. Upon arrival, he quickly noticed that the entire area was indeed without power. It was clear that the electrical box for this section had been struck by lightning. He swiftly bypassed the wall and rushed towards her building. With the power out, the elevator was inoperable, so Lin Mo opted for the stairs. As he ascended, he deactivated his agility and invisibility, climbing step by step while also calling Zhu Miao Miao. I'm downstairs at your building, climbing the stairs. A soft voice responded from the other end. Okay. Can you keep the call going? I'm scared. Of course. Turn on your phone's flashlight. Zhu Miao Miao, from a wealthy family, also had an iPhone 4, and its flashlight was quite bright. It's on. But I'm still scared. All right, just hang tight. I'm almost there. Can you open the door for me? I can. Thus, Lin Mo continued his ascent while on the phone. At that moment, no one else was using the stairs, allowing him to dash up with ease. Feigning breathlessness as he spoke into the phone, "Come and open the door." Before long, the door swung open with a click. Lin Mo stepped inside, and a figure with tear-filled eyes rushed past him. Nonetheless, he managed to steady the young girl. "Hey, it's okay now. No need to worry. My mom isn't home. I'm scared. I'm here. Don't be afraid." Chapter 53. The Might of the Divine Art. In the pitch-black room, only the flashlights from their two phones illuminated the space. Lin Mo observed that, in this era, the lumens of Apple's flashlights were indeed superior. At least the young girl before him had calmed down considerably. Where did Aunt Chu go? Mom went out for socializing and hasn't returned yet. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo decided to make a call. He had previously saved Chu Lintian's phone number. The phone rang for a while before someone finally answered. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A rather gentle male voice responded from the other end. Lin Mo hesitated briefly, glancing at Zhu Miao Miao. "I'm looking for Aunt Chu. Miss Chu is currently busy. Would you like to leave a message, and I can relay it to her when she is available?" Lin Montag found it, taking Zhu Miao Miao's phone to check the contacts. The name read Mom, and the number was indeed Zhu Miao Miao's personal phone. After contemplating, he spoke. "It's regarding Zhu Miao Miao. She has encountered an issue. Where's Aunt Chu right now? I'll provide the details once I see her." There was a noticeable hesitation on the line. Miss Chu's whereabouts were not easily disclosed. "I will report this matter to Miss Chu promptly. If you could share what has happened, perhaps I can assist with her daughter's situation." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo hung up. There was something suspicious about the caller. Zhu Miao Miao looked up at Lin Mo. "What is wrong? Is my mom coming back?" At that moment, she gazed at him with the curiosity of a little girl. Yet, upon reflection, she was already 18. "Since it's so dark at home, why don't we go find Aunt Chu?" At this suggestion, Zhu Miao Miao initially thought to refuse, but recalling that Lin Mo had said she felt reassured by his presence. Thus, she readily agreed. "All right, you go change first. I'll wait for you outside." Lin Mo left his phone in the room, where the light provided her some comfort. With Lin Mo waiting outside, Zhu Miao Miao felt a surge of security. However, once outside the room, Lin Mo swiftly entered Chu Lintian's room, casually picking up a comb from the table and initiating a spell. Insight, foreseeing events through another belongings. A chaotic scene unfolded before him. He saw a half-drunken woman being assisted into a room, then unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. "Hey, Matt, if you spend the night with me, the contract will be yours, right? Why do I have to be so forceful? Mr. Zhu, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go on, go on. Rest assured, your benefits will be substantial. Your payment will not be shortchanged." Through Lin Mo's perception, the scene fixated on a hotel location. The scene faded away, and Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Such occurrences were indeed unexpected. The ability to foresee the future was merely a form of divine insight. Yet Lin Mo was already aware and would naturally seek to alter the course of events. He returned to the door of Chu Miao Miao's room. Chu Miao Miao emerged, holding her phone, clad in a loose-fitting black outfit. The dark hue was flattering, effectively concealing her figure. Most importantly, she wore a chest binder underneath, striving to mask her silhouette. "Do you know where my mother is?" "Of course, we can go fetch her," Lin Mo replied, taking her hand and descending the staircase. Upon exiting the neighborhood, Lin Mo casually hailed a taxi. "Driver, to the Wanhao Hotel at the Bazo Convention Center, and please hurry." "Oh, such a rush for this young couple. It's raining, so I can't drive too fast." The seasoned driver lazily pressed the meter, simultaneously activating a button. Lin Mo observed this closely and lifted his gaze to meet the driver's eyes in the rearview mirror. The driver glanced back, their eyes locking through the mirror. "Drive faster." "Sure thing." Instantly, the driver showcased his impressive driving skills. The journey to the Bazo Convention Center from Baixing Park was brief, taking only about 10 minutes. Given the driver's near-reckless speed, in 12 minutes, Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao arrived at the Wanhao Hotel. "Wait for us here," Lin Mo instructed the driver. "Absolutely." The driver's eyes flickered with a hint of purple light. Lin Mo guided Chu Miao Miao out of the car. "Is my mother inside?" she inquired, glancing up at the hotel. "Indeed, but she might be a bit inebriated. We're here to bring her home." He gently patted Chu Miao Miao's head. She looked up at Lin Mo, admiration shining in her eyes. How did you know my mother would be here? Secretary G, didn't he mention it? Lin Mo gazed down at the not-so-simple-minded girl. Do you trust me? The girl nodded earnestly. I do. Then, that is sufficient. Lin Mo extended his consciousness, reaching out 40 meters, yet the hotel's vastness hindered him from locating Chu Miao Miao's mother. He retracted his awareness and approached the hotel front desk. He lifted his gaze towards the receptionist, employing his soul control once more. Tell me, which room did Mr. G book? There's only one room booked under the surname G. Room 2422, the receptionist replied submissively, her eyes glinting with purple light. Hand me the room key. The receptionist promptly retrieved a key card and handed it over. With the key card in hand, Lin Mo led Chu Miao Miao towards the elevator. Is my mother upstairs? Yes, but I'm not certain of her exact location, so I plan to wait for her here. As they ascended to the 24th floor, the elevator chimed, and the doors opened. Following the room numbers, Lin Mo found the designated room. He swiped the card, and the door unlocked automatically without needing to insert it. The brightly lit executive suite was spacious and exactly as Lin Mo had envisioned through his foresight. Casually, he sat down, grabbing an apple, wiping it quickly before taking a bite. What are we waiting for here? Chu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Mo. We're waiting for your mother, and the Secretary Ji you mentioned. If all goes as planned, there should also be President Zhu. Upon hearing this, Chu Miao Miao's pupils constricted, and she reached for her phone, preparing to call the police. She was not foolish, merely a bit naive. However, Lin Mo gently restrained her hand. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen. Hearing Lin Mo's reassurance, Chu Miao Miao hesitated before stopping her actions. Will my mother really be safe? Absolutely. She will be perfectly safe. As he spoke, Lin Mo's awareness detected 3 individuals within the elevator. Chapter 54. Drugging is despicable. Ji Boda supported Chu Lintian, while the rotund Zhu Ligong stood nearby. Zhu Ligong kept his hands clasped behind him, maintaining a facade of respectability, never once touching Chu Lintian, who appeared to be half-conscious. Externally, both men seemed entirely proper. Lin Mo surmised the situation. The Wanhao Hotel was an international chain, and the local business tycoons lacked the clout to engage in any misconduct. Thus, under surveillance, they presented themselves as model citizens. Lin Mo opened his eyes, pointing to a nearby room. Miao Miao, you should hide in there for now. Huh? Chu Miao Miao glanced from the room to Lin Mo, uncertain. Observing her hesitation, Lin Mo remembered the room was dark and promptly turned on the lights. I forgot you're afraid of the dark, he said apologetically. Lin Mo, my mother, she won't be in danger, will she? Lin Mo reached out to pat the girl's head reassuringly. She will be perfectly fine, trust me. Chu Miao Miao nodded obediently and entered the room, closing the door behind her. Now, all that remained was to wait. Lin Mo sat calmly on the sofa, employing his invisibility. Click. The door lock clicked open. Careful. President Chu, Ji Boda said as he unceremoniously tossed Chu Lintian onto the bed. He then walked to the side, casually pouring water from a hotel bottle into a cup. From his pocket, he retrieved a packet of powder, pouring its contents into the cup. Zhu Ligong smirked at the woman on the bed. Hey, President Chu, if you spend the night with me, won't the contract be yours? Why the need for force? Ji Boda offered the cup to Zhu Ligong. If all is well, I'll take my leave. Go on, don't worry. Your rewards will be substantial. You won't lose out on that sum of money. Zhu Ligong accepted the cup, preparing to make the woman drink the drugged water. Once Chu Lintian consumed it, he would set up the camera. Afterward, wouldn't she be like clay, easily molded? Observing her, it indeed resembled pliable dough. He rubbed his hands together, thinking it wouldn't be excessive to indulge a little, given her drunken state. As he prepared to savor the moment, he noticed Ji Boda had yet to depart. What is wrong? Do you wish to partake as well? There will be opportunities in the future. Once I tire of her, you can have your turn. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda couldn't help but grin. Then I'll thank you, President Zhu. With that, he began to leave, but at that moment, a figure blocked the doorway. I believe you must be present for the upcoming performance. Ji Boda's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Yet in the next instant, his pupils dilated, losing focus. If this were a book from a forum, Lin Mo's soul control would have wreaked havoc. However, this is a serious narrative. Thus, Lin Mo merely subdued Ji Boda's will. Zhu Ligong, hearing the commotion, couldn't resist stepping outside. Upon catching sight of Lin Mo, he was about to speak, but was struck by the brilliance emanating from Lin Mo's eyes. The spell of confusion cast upon others, drawing them into a realm of illusion. Lin Mo seized the entranced Ji Boda and declared, in your eyes, he is Chu Lintian. Whatever intentions you harbor for Chu Lintian tonight, You may act upon him instead. With that, Lin Mo propelled the two into the room, unceremoniously tossing Ji Boda onto the bed before assisting the inebriated Chu Lintian to a seated position. With a single hand, he effortlessly supported her. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the door of Chu Miao Miao's room. "It's me." The door swung open, and upon seeing Lin Mo and Chu Lintian, Chu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Mom, are you all right?" The sound of her voice jolted Chu Lintian awake, squinting. She reached out her hand upon realizing it was Chu Miao Miao. "Sweetheart, what are you doing here?" "I came here with Lin Mo to pick you up." Lin Mo glanced at the bustling scene in the room, then turned to Chu Miao Miao and said, "All right, let us take Aunt Chu home. The taxi driver is still waiting for us downstairs." Chu Miao Miao cautiously peered into the room from which the noise emanated. "Children shouldn't look." Lin Mo gently redirected her gaze. He then led Chu Miao Miao and Chu Lintian out of the hotel. The room card was returned at the front desk, and in 10 minutes, the soul-binding spell would automatically lift. The taxi driver, also under the enchantment, regained his senses after Lin Mo exited the vehicle in the community, completely forgetting the encounter with them, yet feeling no sense of disturbance. As for Ji Boda and Zhu Ligong, their story was far from over. Lin Mo had not only employed his mystical powers on them, but had also inscribed a spiritual mark, allowing him to track their locations. The community had now restored its power supply. Lin Mo easily hoisted Chu Lintian into the elevator. Arriving at Chu Miao Miao's home, the living room was brightly lit. Lin Mo placed Chu Lintian on the sofa, who had succumbed to slumber. Had it not been for Lin Mo's extraordinary physical capabilities, he might have struggled to bring her back. Reflecting on the situation, Lin Mo turned to Chu Miao Miao and proposed, "I believe we need to align our statements." He particularly appreciated a phrase from Chu Miao Miao. "Huh?" Chu Miao Miao replied, bewildered. "What statement? How do we align it?" After consideration, Lin Mo explained, "When Aunt Chu awakens, you should say that you and I went to the hotel to fetch her, and on the way, we encountered Secretary Ji and Mr. Zhu attempting something untoward. So I scared them off before returning you both." Chu Miao Miao nodded in understanding. Lin Mo then requested, "Please repeat that back to me." Chu Miao Miao recounted the statement nearly verbatim. "Good, so you should also advise Aunt Chu to be more cautious in the future. After all, I might not always be around." Lin Mo cautioned. He would certainly manage matters he encountered, but there were many occurrences in this world of which he remained oblivious. "I will," Chu Miao Miao agreed. "And I want to tell anyone else that you have superpowers." Lin Mo was unsurprised that Chu Miao Miao had picked up on certain nuances, though the young girl was innocent. She was not foolish. A slight revelation of his abilities was inconsequential, even if she proclaimed Lin Mo had superpowers. Others would merely dismiss her as a liar or a lunatic. Nonetheless, he clarified, it's not superpowers, it's Qigong. There are numerous applications for Qigong, but few can cultivate it these days. Just remember to keep it confidential. Chu Miao Miao nodded earnestly. "Understood. I will keep a secret. A child worth teaching. Now that you and Aunt Chu are safe, please ensure she is comfortable and change her into a fresh set of clothes. I must take my leave." By then, the rain outside had ceased. Moonlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the terrace. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Chu Miao Miao suddenly called out, "Lin Mo, thank you." "You're welcome. After all, I've consumed quite a bit of your family's rice." Lin Mo replied without turning around, merely waving his hand. Chapter 55, A Subtle Understanding. Sunday dawned bright after the rain. Yet, the summer air in Yangcheng felt akin to a steamer. Even as the sun set, a lingering heat clung to the atmosphere. Lin Mo's backpack felt burdensome, for he had brought along his mathematics Olympiad books, including those he had already perused. He had completed all his assignments earlier that morning. The classroom was lively, with many students present, engaging in the usual chatter about their weekend activities. Jiang Yinlu had yet to arrive, but Chu Miao Miao was already there. Today, she sported a ponytail, her entire demeanor radiating a glow. Unlike her usual habit of keeping her head down, instantly capturing the attention of numerous boys. As she approached Lin Mo, she placed a cake box on his desk. "This is for my mom for you. It has puffs, meat floss cake, and snowflake crisp. Snowflake crisp is my creation. Please try it and see if it's delicious." As she mentioned the last item, she unconsciously lowered her gaze. Lin Mo raised his hand to gently pat Chu Miao Miao's head. "All right, thank you." "No, thank you," she replied. Chu Miao Miao recalled her mother's bewildered expression upon waking that morning, and the peculiar look on her face when she returned in the afternoon. She was unsure of what had transpired, but since Lin Mo assured her everything was fine, it must have been. The puffs and meat floss cakes were store-bought, but the snowflake crisp was her own handiwork. Chu Miao Miao believed that handmade treats conveyed sincere gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Jiajun, sitting nearby with a newspaper, glanced at Chu Meow Meow before returning his gaze to the cake box on Lin Mo's desk. Bro, snag something to eat. Lin Mo opened the packaging and handed it over. Inside were the puffs and meat floss cake, while the snowflake crisp was in a separate bag. Lin Mo did not open the bag containing the snowflake crisp. The meat floss cake was prone to spilling, and the ever-dignified Lin Jiajun simply reached for a puff. After taking a bite, he remarked, "Not bad. Must be from the abalone chef." Lin Mo nodded in agreement, savoring a meat floss cake himself. As he ate, Chu Meow Meow quietly sat at her desk, reading a novel while stealing glances at Lin Mo. After consuming 2 meat floss cakes, Lin Mo tried a piece of snowflake crisp. The sweet, crispy texture offered a delightful complexity. It must be said, Chu Meow Meow possessed a talent for dessert making. Of course, the snowflake crisp was not overly difficult to prepare. Nearby, Wang Qin observed intently, her anxiety mounting as she watched the door. However, Jiang Yunlu failed to appear that evening, not showing up even after the evening study session concluded. After class, Wang Qin approached Lin Mo. "Aren't you worried Jiang Yunlu has tea come?" Lin Mo lifted his phone. "I asked. She caught a cold and fever. Resting at home. She might not come tomorrow either." Earlier in the class, Lin Mo had messaged Jiang Yunlu on QQ, inquiring about her absence. "Why didn't you come?" Jiang Yunlu responded quickly, "I got caught in the rain last night and fell ill, but I'm better now." "Good. You'll be able to grow taller. How wonderful. You don't care about me at all. If I didn't care, you wouldn't even be able to chat with me now." "Umph. A subtle understanding indeed. Rest well. Make sure to sleep plenty." "Okay." It is evident that the ailing Jiang Yunlu possesses a certain endearing quality. After perusing the chat logs, Wang Qin felt a tinge of embarrassment and retreated to tidy up her belongings. She mused to herself that Jiang Yunlu's manner of conversing with her was quite different. This woman, however, observing Lin Mo's concern for Jiang Yunlu, Wang Qin felt that Jiang Yunlu still had a fighting chance. As Lin Mo gathered his things, Xia Yuling was already waiting outside. The two had grown entirely accustomed to this state of affairs. As they walked side by side out of the gate, Lin Mo suddenly paused. Chu Meow Meow was standing at the entrance, surrounded by a few boys who appeared intent on striking up a conversation. Had Chu Meow Meow been ensnared due to the absence of Chu Lintian's vehicle? Lin Mo turned to Xia Yuling. "Wait a moment." Xia Yuling halted her steps, asking, "What's the matter?" "It seems a friend is in trouble." Lin Mo strode purposefully toward Chu Meow Meow. Naturally, Chu Meow Meow was not particularly skilled in social interactions. In a different era, she would have been a quintessential introvert. "Hey, classmate, just exchange a QQ number or a phone number," one of the boys suggested, looking rather unsavory. Lin Mo had no recollection of these individuals. He merely approached and placed a hand firmly on the shoulder of the one who had spoken. A mere squeeze elicited a dramatic flinch from a boy. "Ouch, that hurts," Lin Mo asked in a tone devoid of emotion. "Are you going to provide a QQ number or a phone number?" Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, Chu Meow Meow's eyes brightened, and upon comprehension, she vigorously shook her head. Lin Mo released his grip and glanced at the other two boys. "My classmate is unwilling to share her contact information. I suggest you cease pursuing her, if you please." His tone bore a hint of disdain toward the trio. The boy whose shoulder had been gripped turned to retaliate, but was swiftly restrained by his companions. It was at that moment he recognized Lin Mo, the one rumored to have bested the instructor in an arm wrestling match. The entire school was aware of this individual. Anyone daring to provoke him would do well to consider whether they possessed the instructor's strength. Consequently, the 3 boys immediately relented, hastily declaring, "It was our fault. We'll take our leave now." Lin Mo replied coolly, "Harassing female classmates outside of school? After I deal with you, the school authorities will only commend my actions." The trio fled the scene at lightning speed. In truth, Lin Mo had merely intimidated them. After all, the school authorities were known for meting out equal punishment. Unless Lin Mo ascended to the status of a sect's holy son, he could not act with impunity. Host. Becoming the holy son of the sect is a long and arduous journey. If you're the holy son, it would be exceedingly simple to bully other disciples. And you could even freely choose female disciples as your cauldron. System, could you refrain from interrupting so suddenly? I've grown accustomed to your cold demeanor. Furthermore, as the protagonist System, your aspirations shouldn't be so grand. Could you refrain from idolizing the immortal sovereign? This System either remains silent or, when it does speak, it is so malevolent. It would be preferable for the author to minimize the presence of this bothersome System. As soon as the boys departed, Chu Lintian arrived at the school gate in her vehicle. "Lin Montak, you're here too. I can't thank you enough for last night." Although Chu Lintian was unaware of the events that transpired upon returning to the company today, Zhu Lijong had unexpectedly sent over a contract with even more favorable terms than before. Zhu Lijong's demeanor had been unusually submissive, as if he had endured some form of threat. Chu Lintian's intuition told her that this matter was related to Lin Mo. Additionally, Ji Boda had also voluntarily submitted his resignation without demanding a single penny in compensation. This aligned perfectly with what Chu Miao had said. The two had engaged in dubious behavior and were subsequently discovered. However, she had no idea where to begin investigating. Perhaps Lin Mo possessed some leverage, which could be utilized if necessary. Outside the vehicle, Lin Mo merely smiled and nodded. It's good that Aunt Chu is well. I must escort the landlord home. Let us converse another time. Chu Lintian glanced at Xie Yuling, who stood beside Lin Mo, possessing a similarly attractive visage and tall stature. She was undoubtedly a formidable rival for Miao Miao. Nonetheless, she nodded. Let us chat when we have the chance. Thank you again for your assistance last night. No need for thanks. It was my duty, Lin Mo replied with a nod. At that moment, Chu Miao had already settled into the car and waved at Lin Mo. See you tomorrow. All right. Until tomorrow. Chapter 56. After cultivating immortality, I lead the LPL to conquer the Korean server. And hours earlier, upon returning home, Lin Mo sat before his computer. He accessed his email and downloaded an attachment. The attachment contained a video, which upon opening, revealed an array of crude and explicit content. Two figures engaged in uninhibited, intimate communication on the bed. Both were male, one notably handsome Ji Boda, and the other Zhu Lijiang. Both were prominent figures. Lin Mo resentfully forwarded the video to Zhu Lijiang. Once sober, Zhu Lijiang was taken aback. He could not comprehend why he had mistaken Ji Boda for Chu Lintian the previous night. Yet the incident had transpired. He wished to keep the video from surfacing, compelling him to swallow his pride and offer the contract with reduced terms. Thus, he relinquished the contract. Did he think I would let them off so easily? Not a chance. As they walked along the road, Xie Yuling was notably more taciturn than usual. Lin Mo paid it no mind. Every young girl harbored her own secrets, and it was best not to pry or inquire. Probing too much would only lead to annoyance. Who is that woman? Wait, you've been silent all this time just to ask about Aunt Chu. While it was entirely unreasonable, considering Aunt Chu was a powerful G-level fighter, wouldn't the focus be more appropriately on Chu Miao? Lin Mo internally scoffed, yet maintained an air of indifference. You inquire about Aunt Chu? She used to be my neighbor, just like Chu Miao. However, they moved away. With the mention of their neighborly connection, Xie Yuling appeared somewhat less distressed. Lin Mo had anticipated she would be more interested in Chu Miao herself. After finishing their late-night snack, Lin Mo returned to his room. Upon opening his computer, he noticed Lin Jiejun's QQ flashing. Care for a game? With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Mo agreed. Once online, Lin Mo saw that Chao Tsungluan was also online but had yet to start a game, so he sent an invitation. If he was available, they could team up. If not, it was beyond his control. To his surprise, Chao Tsungluan promptly accepted. Lin Jiejun also had someone with him. I got a friend. We'll take the bottom lane duo. I'll jungle. My friend will handle the top lane. The boy sitting next to Lin Jiejun frowned. Jungle? Top lane? What's this strategy? Are you sure your classmate can manage? Lin Jiejun raised an eyebrow. No need to worry. Just watch. They began queuing. The newcomer was assigned to the mid lane, while Lin Jiejun noticed that Lin Mo was playing Lee Sin with Smite. It seemed the jungle path was indeed feasible. Chao Tsungluan opted for his signature character, while Lin Jiejun selected Ashe, and his cousin picked Renekton. In a later era, this lineup would not pose a significant issue. It was merely a straightforward composition. At the start, they were on the blue side. The League of Legends map is asymmetrical. According to statistics, the blue team's win rate stands at 56, leaving the red team's win rate at 44. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the blue team's perspective appears to be considerably smoother. Lin Mo initiates with a red buff. His smite is executed swiftly. After completing both the red and blue buffs, Lin Mo promptly heads to the mid lane to ambush the Orianna. Before she can react, she is struck by a sonic wave, swiftly followed by a devastating kick. The first blood is drawn. After neutralizing the mid lane, Lin Mo immediately advances towards the bottom lane, his flash still available. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is embroiled in a fierce battle, pushing both sides to the brink. Suddenly, a Lee Sin, having stealthily approached after placing a ward, assists the opposing duo in retreating swiftly to base. Impressive indeed. Lin Yayun, Lin Montak is Kuzeng. Watches the Lee Sin's double kill with a nod of approval. In the top lane, Luan is currently gaining experience under the turret, managing to withstand pressure alone while boasting the highest level among all players, not to mention his decent health pool. At this stage, the turret's attack power is formidable, making an aggressive dive quite challenging. Thus, Luan effectively operates in tandem with the turret. The Lee Sin, having secured 3 kills, begins to ascend in dominance, embarking on a relentless spree of elimination. Once Lin reaches level 6, Lin Mo directs the Lee Sin to the top lane, with a swift dragon's tail. The Master E is dispatched, followed by a concentrated assault that swiftly eliminates the opposing debonair. Under Lin Mo's strategic resource management, this match concludes effortlessly in their favor. Both Luan and Lee Sin emerge unscathed. Subsequently, the four engage in 2 more matches, culminating in a flawless finish. Before logging off, Luan remarks, "Big brother, remember to invite me next time." This victory was remarkably satisfying. 3 games concluded in under an hour, resulting in 3 adoring fans. Even after the session, Lin Jiajun approached him to discuss the jungle strategy. In fact, the domestic server has already entered the S2 phase of League of Legends. Yet the international server has yet to assimilate the jungle gameplay. Or rather, it is a time of exploration for various jungle strategies. Lin Mo, however, possesses a comprehensive understanding of jungle mechanics and methodologies, seamlessly aligning with the evolving gameplay of the next decade. What is of even greater significance, however, is Lin Mo's reaction speed and operational finesse, far surpassing that of many competitors. If one were to record this, it would indeed resemble a tome titled, "After cultivating immortality, I led the LPL to dominate the Korean server." It would undoubtedly be a bestseller. Nonetheless, Lin Mo chooses to shut down his computer and return to his training, for his primary focus remains diligent study and cultivation. As for financial gain, it comes effortlessly. When the time is right, wealth will follow without the need for relentless pursuit. Lin Mo is a content individual. On Monday morning, as Lin Mo settled into his seat, Lin Jiajun set down his newspaper. "Impressive. You've taken us to new heights. It's manageable now. There's no pressure on the jungling position, and the jungle can be farmed leisurely. Once this strategy is fully developed, however, counter-jungling won't be so straightforward," Lin Mo replied pragmatically, thus paving the way for various jungle types: capture-focused, farming-oriented, offensive, and defensive. Nonetheless, many of these systems would require an entire S2 season to transition. Lin Mo is unperturbed. After all, every version offers characters with high stats. However, there aren't too many in the class who engage with League of Legends, and the girls show little interest. Conversely, Fangjun's 3 Kingdoms Kill Alliance is flourishing, drawing in even students from adjacent classes. The offline 3 Kingdoms Kill has a distinct advantage. It permits outside play, meaning one can leverage personal charm to form alliances. High achievers have their own ways of playing. Lin Mo occasionally participates, but often finds himself in a position of effortless victory. Fangjun's rules dictate that winners rotate out while losers remain to face further trials. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Mo is acutely aware that although the 3 Kingdoms Kill Alliance is booming, it will soon attract the attention of school authorities, leading to its inevitable suppression. As one of the instigators, Fangjun, despite avoiding penalties, must still compose a 1,000-word reflection and deliver a speech under the national flag. Such has been the case in previous lives, and this one seems no different. Thus, Lin Mo seizes an opportunity one day after class to pull Fangjun aside. "Hey, Fangjun, refrain from bringing 3 Kingdoms Kill back for a few days." Fangjun, bewildered, responds, "Why not? I've heard that school authorities are already taking note of the 3 Kingdoms Kill Alliance. If questioned, you'll be in trouble." Fangjun's expression shifts to one of alarm. "Bro, is that for real?" "Absolutely," Lin Mo reassures him. Chapter 57. I am merely defending myself. G1 represents a unique juncture. It is a time for evening studies but allows for slightly less time than G2 and G3, with 3 physical education classes. It offers one more than G2 and several more than G3. Overall, G1 is characterized by its freedom. G2 is relatively free, while G3 is a rush towards liberation. During physical education, 5 classes occupy distinct areas of the playground. Typically, these classes have minimal interaction during PE, as they are unfamiliar with one another and lack common ground. Occasionally, teachers may orchestrate class competitions to foster rivalry and tension among the groups. However, during free activity periods, mobility increases. For instance, Lin Mo, having brought out equipment, casually sits on the podium with his legs swinging in the air. The air on the playground is refreshing, and the quality of spiritual energy is significantly superior to that found in the urban village. Thus, Lin Mo absorbs the ambient energy of the earth and sky. Continuing his cultivation. Over at the badminton court, Jiang Yunlu plays while Zhu Miao Miao and Wang Qin sit nearby, akin to a cheerleading squad. Among his classmates, aside from Lin Mo, Jiang Yunlu is the most skilled badminton player. Many others are engaged in basketball, but the most populous gathering occurs on the soccer field, where enthusiasts from various classes unite. The larger area required for soccer necessitates more participants. Thus, it is challenging for just 1 or 2 classes to form a complete team. but 5 classes can easily assemble one. Occasionally, a cheerleading squad might form nearby. Although the matches are informal, the enthusiasm for soccer is palpable. Lin Mo, eyes closed in meditation, is interrupted after just a few minutes when someone rushes over. Lin Mo, come help. He opens his eyes to find Fong Jun looking anxious. What's wrong? Lin Mo refrains from using his spiritual sense, as the playground is expansive and his current range of 50 meters renders it ineffective. Old and is in a dispute with someone. Everyone is trying to mediate. Lin Mo steps down from the podium and glances toward the soccer field, where a crowd has gathered. In truth, the situation is rather simple. During a soccer match, after Olden scored a goal, he approached a cheerleader from class 15 to exchange contact details, to which she readily agreed. However, a male classmate from class 15 took issue with this. Olden, whose full name isn't Yueshin, is a former classmate of Fong Jun and is considered one of the more handsome boys in their class. While he may not surpass Gao Yuanxiang, he's certainly isn't inferior either. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly deduces the unfolding drama. In other words, the man sought something the woman was willing to give, and, as a result, the infatuated admirer was displeased. Lin Mo made his way towards the gathering crowd, with Fong Jun nodding repeatedly beside him. Meanwhile, the two individuals involved had already been separated. Marks appeared on Yueshin's face, the result of a surprise attack. By the time he realized what had happened, both parties had been pulled apart. I asked her for her contact information, and she was willing to give it. What business is it of yours? And Yueshin had never experienced such humiliation, being struck without the ability to retaliate. Those restraining him were naturally classmates from Class 8. If the two had truly engaged in a brawl, then Yueshin would also face severe consequences. However, one of the bystanders intervened. How dare you steal someone else's girlfriend and still have the audacity to speak? He added, or does your father also enjoy taking other people's wives for your mother? It was evident that this speaker was a friend of the aggressor, as friends unconditionally side with one another. Hence, he would protect his friend at all costs. Zhou Ming turned his gaze towards Wang Junji, who was shielded by his classmates, and felt no remorse for his words. Meanwhile, Wang Junji, having successfully launched a surprise attack, looked at Yueshin with a provocative expression. If you have the guts, report me to the teacher. Tell the teacher that you were flirting with girls from another class and got beaten up by me. His provocation was not without merit. Reporting to a teacher was something that would lead to one's peers looking down upon them. And Yueshin was ignited by fury. Then come out and face me one-on-one. Enough. A cold reprimand silenced the crowd. They turned towards the source of the voice, parting to reveal Lin Mo striding out from the throng. This incident had never occurred in his past life, and it was uncertain where Lin Mo, this butterfly, had altered the course of events. Lin Mo's gaze swept across both sides. The student from class 15 clearly exhibited a degree of trepidation towards him. Wang Junji could not help but retract his previously arrogant and taunting demeanor. What about that girl? Lin Mo casually scanned the crowd. Fong Jun immediately pointed to a girl shrinking back within the throng. I recognize her, it's her. Lin Mo beckoned to the girl. Excuse me, could you step forward for a moment? His tone was neither overly gentle nor excessively stern. Yet his commanding manner incited a slight defensive reaction among the boys from class 15. Who do you think you are? Zhou Ming, possessing a modicum of courage and ferocity, showed no fear of Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned to Zhou Ming. Is there a problem with me asking the person involved a few questions? You mentioned their father stealing wives, so shouldn't I inquire about the relationship between this classmate and the assailant? With that, Lin Mo directed his attention back to the girl. This classmate, you shouldn't have any connection to him, right? He gestured towards Wang Junji. At that moment, Wang Junji pressed his lips together, his fists clenched, revealing his anxiety. Lin Mo was uncertain of the nature of their relationship, but whatever it was, it needed to be clarified first. The girl looked at Lin Mo, her expression impassive. Yet hesitance flickered across her face. Beside her, a spirited girl with a ponytail scoffed. Xiaolin has nothing to do with him. At most, they're just classmates. Lin Mo nodded and turned back to Zhou Ming. Someone just stated they have no connection. So, what does that mean Yueshin is stealing your girlfriend? Why are you so agitated? Zhou Ming, pricked by the taunt, could no longer contain himself. You're just full of hot air. He charged at Lin Mo. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. He slid along the grass for at least 2 meters. Lin Mo surveyed the crowd, you all saw it. He cursed and charged at me. I merely acted in self-defense. The boys from class 15 fell silent. The boys from class 8 were brimming with excitement, shouting, exactly. That was self-defense. At that moment, Wang Junji appeared out of nowhere, attempting to kick Lin Mo from the side. However, in the next instant, Lin Mo stepped forward and effortlessly dodged the kick. He then extended his leg, delivering a strike to Wang Jinji's standing leg. With a single kick, Wang Jinji found himself airborne. Just with this surprise attack, if I turned you into a pig's head, no one would dare say I was wrong, you know? Lin Mo delivered another kick, sending Wang Jinji sprawling into a split. A loud rip echoed as his school uniform transformed into a pair of split pants. Chapter 58. The Measurement Unit of Combat Power. Strictly speaking, the quality of the school pants was quite good. The reason they tore was solely due to Lin Mo secretly slicing them with his spiritual energy. Thus, at the moment his legs spread apart, the pants ripped. Laughter erupted around them. Wang Jinji's face flushed red as he bolted towards the restroom, with Zhou Ming trailing behind. Not all students from Class 15 were friends of those two. After all, they had only been together for 3 weeks and were not that familiar yet. Therefore, Lin Mo positioned himself between the two classes. With the parties involved having departed halfway, this matter seemed to have come to a close. However, I truly wonder if the boy with the ripped pants has no connection to that female student? Someone immediately chimed in. No, they weren't from the same school before. At most, they— I understand, just a lovesick fool. Lin Mo chuckled. All right, let us continue with the activities. This matter is settled. From now on, let us prioritize harmony. With that, he walked over to Yueshin, pulling him towards the female student. You two should have a chat. After all, you took quite a beating. Don't you deserve some care? After speaking, Lin Mo took the onlooking Fong Jun and left, leaving the two behind. The girl approaching Yueshin, I'm sorry for what happened because of me. And Yueshin shook his head. I'm Mai Chuan from Class 3. I want to get to know you for a long time. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yueshin from Class 5. The girl suddenly lifted her head to look at Yueshin, her face flushing crimson. So it turns out, Fong Jun glanced back while walking, old Mo. Let me tell you, Olin has liked this girl for quite some time, and she has been oblivious all this while. How are you such a loudmouth? In truth, Lin Mo was aware of Mai Chuan, as she ultimately became Yueshin's girlfriend. What do you mean by loudmouth? I merely speak what needs to be said. Just like how I help you publicize that Chu Miao Miao lives next door. After saying this, Fong Jun wore a knowing expression and then dashed off. Indeed, Fong Jun remained the same clever person. Lin Mo stretched, acknowledging that even as a slacker, Fong Jun never looked down upon him. Although he too could be considered a slacker, Lin Mo genuinely worried about dragging him down. Soon, they tidied up the equipment and lined up for class dismissal. Meanwhile, in a restroom, Wang Jinji waited a long time before finally receiving a pair of pants borrowed from Zhou Ming's dormitory. Damn that Lin Mo, so eager to show off. Huh? Wang Jinji's expression was dark. Beside him, Zhou Ming bore a large shoe print on his shirt, and he clenched his fists. What should we do? Should we find someone to deal with him? But he is so tough. Wang Jinji sneered. So what if he is tough? If there are enough people, what does it matter? Do you think he you win? 1 against 10? I'll just gather 20. As he spoke, Wang Jinji picked up his phone and sent several messages in the QQ group. In the initial examinations, some achieved merely average and key scores, while others opted to attend vocational schools directly. Some individuals were simply not suited for academic pursuits, yet there were those who, despite their shortcomings, could still boast friends from prestigious schools. Soon, the members of the QQ group were stirred into action. Although a decade had passed since the Young and Dangerous film series, many still regarded its themes of loyalty as their guiding principles. Thus, when Wang Jinji sought assistance, numerous individuals were eager to lend a hand, for the sake of camaraderie, to release pent-up youthful energy, and simply for the thrill of it. After all, what harm was there in a bit of roughhousing among students? Once outside the school gates, who wouldn't want to unleash their frustrations? Zhou Ming volunteered to gather information, and all of this transpired discreetly. Upon returning to class, both boys and girls were engrossed in discussions about the events that unfolded on the football field. When Jiang Yunlu learned of the incident, she couldn't help but glance back at Lin Mo. Are you all right? She inquired. What could possibly be wrong? Lin Mo replied, having already prepared the materials needed for class. The two ruffians were even weaker than Su Mingzhao, perhaps equivalent to 6 of him. Unbeknownst to Su Mingzhao, he had become a unit of measurement for combat prowess. Being a member of the basketball club, he had no interest in the happenings on the football field, especially upon hearing that Lin Mo had stolen the spotlight. His disinterest only deepened. Lin Mo excelled academically and was also athletic. Fortunately, as long as one did not provoke him, he would not interfere. Thus, Su Mingzhao had ceased his provocations toward Lin Mo. Yet if students from other classes were to embarrass Lin Mo, he would find that quite entertaining. When Yueshin returned, his face was adorned with cartoon-themed band-aids. As he entered, the boys in class began to tease him. Fong Jun playfully draped an arm over his shoulder and remarked, "Looks like you made some headway. Though it's barely begun, she is finally aware of your existence." And Yueshin, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head, and then produced a can of Coke from his pocket, placing it on Lin Mo's desk. Lin Mo, thank you for standing up for me earlier. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. We're classmates, and it was their fault to begin with. At that moment, Fong Jun, squatting in the aisle between Lin Mo and Fong Jiejun, lowered his voice and said, I've heard that Zhou Ming is looking for people to gather information on you. Lin Montak, it seems they might be planning something against you. Lin Mo chuckled. So will you help me? Of course. After school, you and Xie Yuling should wait for me, and we'll go back together. Nothing will happen then, Fong Jun asserted, thumping his chest. With a single call, I can summon many. Lin Mo patted Fong Jun on the shoulder. Appreciate the sentiment. It's not a big deal. If they dare to act recklessly, I will make them understand despair. Seeing Lin Mo's confidence, Fong Jun had no doubt about his words. Just 2 kicks, and we can easily handle 2 of them. Zhou Ming took half a day to recover. He mused, feeling that even a single kick would leave him sore for a long time. Jiang Yunlu frowned. Shouldn't we inform the homeroom teacher? This matter could escalate. Lin Mo turned to see Jiang Yunlu, who was openly listening to their conversation. And how would we explain it to the teacher? That someone might be after me? Should she act as my bodyguard? It's fine, if he dares to bring people. Fong Jun can too. Jiang Yunlu persisted, but violence doesn't solve problems. Violence that fails to resolve issues is merely insufficiently violent. Lin Mo shrugged. The truth has always been within reach. From ancient times to modernity, the greater the fist, the greater the truth. The wars of later generations only underscore this point. When your fist is substantial enough, great scholars will advocate for you. Jiang Yunlu regarded Lin Mo with concern, while Wang Qin tugged at her sleeve. Yunlu, there is no need to worry excessively. Fong Jun is local. Finding help is easy, and even the instructors commend him. However, Jiang Yunlu remained perplexed, wondering why they had to resort to fighting. Can't we just resolve things peacefully? Lin Mo, too, was not particularly fond of fighting, as he feared he might inadvertently cause severe harm. Yet if the adversary came at him, he would not hold back. Chapter 59. In certain respects, I resemble her father. However, the initial brawl did not target Lin Mo, but rather the loquacious Su Mingzhao. Lin Mo, Xie Yuling, and Fong Jun strolled along the road, with Fong Jun insisting on accompanying Lin Mo to ensure his safety. And Yue Xin walked on the opposite side, unable to join them. As they ambled along, they witnessed Su Mingzhao being dragged into an alley, where he was met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Fong Jun glanced over and, as if possessing an innate intuition, declared, those are members of the basketball club. How do you know? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. I've seen those guys before. Molly mentioned they're all from the basketball club. It seems Su Mingzhao has crossed paths with them, and they're giving him a beating. Given Su Mingzhao's notorious foul mouth, this scenario was indeed plausible. Fong Jun pondered for a moment and said, forget it. I'll go intervene. If this keeps up, someone might get seriously hurt. With that, he strode forward. Hey, stop hitting him. Don't continue this. Hearing these words, Lin Mo couldn't help but look up at the sky. It wasn't even raining. To their surprise, the assailants halted their assault. Su Mingzhao lay on the ground, cradling his head, the alley filthy, yet he was doing his utmost to protect himself. What is the matter? Do you also wish to be beaten? Fong Jun addressed the attackers, waving his hands. You've vented your anger. Just stop now. If you injure him, it won't end well for you either. However, Fong Jun's pleas appeared to have little effect, and the assailants seemed inclined to target him next. Lin Mo stepped forward, but in the next instant, someone seized his wrist. He turned to see Xie Yuling, her brow furrowed, warning him of the danger. Lin Mo raised a hand to pat her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. I can handle this. Gently freeing himself from her grasp, he approached Fong Jun. You must be from the basketball club, right? Assaulting fellow students in public. Do you think your coach would still want you if he knew? You've hit him. Do you intend to kill him next? The implication was straightforward. Back off, and all will be well. Persist, and I will report you to the teacher. Although such actions seemed primitive, they were often the most effective. The assailants had vulnerabilities, and naturally, they would hesitate. Yet more than anything, they feared Lin Mo, whose reputation had preceded him. Ultimately, the group kicked Su Mingzhao one last time before retreating. Fong Jun did not offer to help Su Mingzhao up, but he acknowledged, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, those guys might have continued. Lin Mo turned to see a girl across the street, gazing intently at him. Let us go. I still need to escort my landlord home, he said, returning to Xie Yuling's side. No violence, he shrugged. Not engaging is also perilous. There were 5 of them. Xie Yuling frowned. All right. Next time I'll just call the police, Lin Mo said, raising his phone. Xie Yuling rolled her eyes, but said nothing further, continuing on her way, while Lin Mo silently followed behind. Fong Jun was cautiously vigilant of his surroundings. With Su Mingzhao's previous misfortune as a cautionary tale, he exercised even greater care. However, Lin Mo possessed keen awareness, fully cognizant of any potential ambushes. Thus, he was not overly cautious. In fact, he was the most prudent from the outset. As they parted ways at the intersection, Lin Mo glanced at Fong Jun. "Take care of yourself," he advised. Fong Jun waved dismissively. "I'm fine. Once I turn the corner, I'll be surrounded by familiar faces. If anything happens, those uncles and aunts will certainly assist me." In essence, the urban village was Fong Jun's domain, which indeed provided some reassurance. Once Fong Jun had departed, Xie Yuling finally spoke up. "How did you manage to provoke others?" Although Fong Jun had briefly explained the situation during their journey, Xie Yuling still desired to hear Lin Mo's version. Lin Mo recounted the full story, which revolved merely around standing up for a classmate. Xie Yuling could not help but interject. "In situations like this, you really don't have to intervene. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain, and it was merely a matter of resolving a dispute." She raised her head, playfully thumping Lin Mo's chest with her small fist. "Can't you think of yourself for once? What if something goes awry? What about the rest of us?" Her voice quivered with emotion, and Lin Mo noticed the redness in her eyes. While he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Xie Yuling's father's passing, he began to perceive the underlying hints. After a moment's thought, Lin Mo gently patted Xie Yuling's back. "It's all right. I'm not one to seek glory. I'm quite level-headed. You need not worry about my safety, for I am a resilient individual." Upon hearing the term tenant, something seemed to trigger in Xie Yuling, and she immediately regained her composure. Unconsciously, she embraced Lin Mo, but upon realizing her actions, she quickly released him. Lin Mo surmised that perhaps, in some aspects, he resembled her father. He reached out, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Rest assured, we are all students, and we will be fine." Xie Yuling's cheeks flushed, akin to a ripe fruit, as she hastily opened the door and dashed upstairs. Breathlessly reaching the top floor, she swung open the door, only to encounter Aunt Zheng holding a plate of fruit. Without a word, Xie Yuling bolted to her room, fearing her mother might notice something was amiss. "What is with you, child? Why are you in such a rush?" She dropped her backpack and leaned against the door, taking deep breaths. Unable to resist, she touched her head, the spot where Lin Mo had ruffled her hair, and her heart raced anew. Soon, she heard her mother's voice outside. "Oh, Lin Mo." That child rushed into her room without explanation. Then she heard Lin Mo's laughter. "It's nothing. I just told her that whoever reaches here first wins, but I didn't actually run. She probably felt embarrassed after falling for my trick." Aunt Zheng, naive to such a simple ruse, believed him. "I prepared some fruit. Please help yourself, Lin Mo." "Thank you, Aunt Zheng," Lin Mo replied, unceremoniously grabbing a plum to eat. The chilled plum was sweet and tart, its acidity pleasantly pronounced, which Lin Mo savored without complaint. As Lin Mo enjoyed the fruit, Xie Yuling emerged from her room, her heart rate having steadied and the crimson hue on her face faded. However, upon seeing Lin Mo, she shot him a glare. Lin Mo pretended not to notice, turning his head to continue eating the plum. Xie Yuling then playfully extended her foot, aiming to stomp on Lin Mo. Yet, with his heightened awareness, he effortlessly dodged. The sound of her slipper hitting the floor echoed sharply. "Perfect. Now I'm even angrier." Chapter 60. The teacher lectured above while he spoke below. The 12th year coincided with both the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. September 30th was the Mid-Autumn Festival, falling on a Sunday. Hence, classes were scheduled for Saturday, the 29th. Consequently, there would be evening study sessions on Friday, the 28th. As expected, attendance in Friday's Olympiad training class was halved. Some students excelled in mathematics, but had no interest in Olympiad topics, as they required reading comprehension. Others simply did not wish to expend their energy. Nevertheless, Xie Yuling remained, sitting right beside Lin Mo. Noticing the significant reduction in participants, Su Haoming showed no surprise. He held a stack of recently collected papers, but instead of grading them, he called out names to distribute them. "Since it appears we have this many students today, I will first discuss this paper. Make note of the errors." Unlike Chun Xiaoya, this teacher explained each question in his own way. Olympiad problems can be approached in various manners. As long as your answer is correct, your method is valid. If your answer is incorrect, follow my approach. Formulas and problem-solving methods require practice. However, Lin Mo hardly engaged, as he had already contemplated the methods Su Haoming described. In contrast, Xie Yuling beside him was diligently jotting down notes. Lin Mo glanced over and saw that while her answers were correct, her calculations were overly complicated. In Olympiad competitions, time is of the essence. Often, the fixed duration is insufficient to complete all questions. The more intricate the calculations, the slower the pace. Thus, Lin Mo scrutinized Xie Yuling's paper closely. That student, do you not have your own paper? Why are you looking at someone else's? Lin Mo lifted his head. Yes. Don't look, it's you. Xie Yuling momentarily froze, watching as Lin Mo slowly stood up. Teacher, I was merely examining her approach. My answers up to this point are all correct. As he spoke, Lin Mo lifted his own paper. Su Haoming raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fair, lovely face of Xie Yuling, sitting next to a girl and peeking at her paper. Are you perhaps trying to court her? I, Su, detest students like you. Su Haoming directly addressed Lin Mo. You claim your answers are all correct, then bring your paper up for me to see. With calm composure, Lin Mo handed over his paper. Su Haoming took it, first checking Lin Mo's class and name. Class 8. Lin Mo, I hope your paper reflect your claims. All eyes in the training class focused on Lin Mo. Some relished the impending spectacle. Others remained indifferent, while many simply observed. Among the gleeful onlookers was a boy from Class 7, who still occupied his original seat, albeit with the adjacent spot now vacant. As Xie Yuling had chosen to sit beside Lin Mo, he was aware of Lin Mo, the boy who walked home with Xie Yuling after school each day. In class, Xie Yuling had indicated that Lin Mo was the one renting a room in her house, and her mother had asked him to look after her. What a flawless excuse. Wasn't he it? Yet now, if Lin Mo were to embarrass himself, perhaps Xie Yuling would lose interest in him. With this thought, he eagerly watched Su Haoming grade Lin Mo's paper. However, Su Haoming's initially mocking smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Occasionally, he would exclaim, "Oh, so it could be solved this way too. This is indeed simpler." Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, he had returned to his original seat. Conversely, Xie Yuling gazed at him with a hint of anxiety. Is there any issue with your exam paper? If your thought process is sound, it should be entirely correct. However, dear landlord, you are facing a significant problem. While the teacher was busy grading papers above, Lin Mo was below, elucidating problems for Xie Yuling. Shuizigui sat beside Lin Mo, finally confronting him directly. Previously, during the foundational exam, he merely suppressed his disdain, placing Lin Mo on a comparable level. Now, however, he was certain that Lin Mo was a formidable rival, and indeed, quite powerful. Although Lin Mo had not sought his counsel regarding the two exam papers, Shuizigui noticed a collection of Olympiad mathematics books on his desk. One of them was a volume he himself possessed. There were 2 papers from the Olympiad class, and he picked up the other exam paper Lin Mo had completed. The more he examined it, the more his heart raced. This Lin Mo was somewhat outrageous. He could not help but exclaim, "How did you come up with so many methods to solve the problems?" I merely studied alongside the books. Whenever I encountered a useful method, I jotted it down, while simultaneously verifying whether my previous approaches were correct. Very clever. Standing above, Su Haoming had also finished grading. You certainly have the qualifications to assist others. Pass me the other exam paper as well, and distribute your paper to the other students. Su Haoming, the esteemed elder of the sect, had no choice but to acknowledge Lin Mo's extraordinary talent. He distributed the graded papers for circulation. Lin Mo also handed him the other exam paper. Study diligently. If you encounter anything unclear, raise your hand to ask me. He was eager to continue grading Lin Mo's papers. Just as Lin Mo returned to his seat, Xie Yuling could no longer restrain herself. Were you always this proficient in mathematics? Not really. During middle school, I encountered numerous events and merely studied casually. Now that I have let go of my burdens, I can focus on my studies. Understanding Lin Mo's circumstances, Xie Yuling gleaned a wealth of information from his substantial response. Letting go of burdens? Could I do the same? Upon finishing the second exam paper, it was graded with equal swiftness. It was hard to imagine that this paper was completed solely by him. Su Haoming looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. I had never encountered Olympiad mathematics before. I worked through it while consulting the supplementary materials. Upon hearing this, others breathed a sigh of relief, but Su Haoming perceived him as a genius. Are the supplementary materials truly that effective? Shouldn't everyone have a copy? Such resources require insight and personal comprehension. In essence, not everyone can master the highest tier techniques. Not all are capable of traversing the path of learning. Yet, this path remains relatively fair. As the training session concluded, Lin Mo was awarded the MVP of the event. He lost his original exam paper, but received 2 new ones in return. It appeared that every training session would revolve around problem solving and discussions. As for working through problems, students were expected to study independently afterward. Moreover, the school generously provided a comprehensive Olympiad mathematics guide for the students who remained. It appeared to be a rather substantial tome. Su Haoming stated, "Most competition questions will be derived from this book. Focus your studies around it." A sea of questions, purely a sea of questions. However, it spared Lin Mo the trouble of continuing to purchase supplementary materials for study. As he packed his belongings, Xie Yuling remarked, "I'll head home first." "All right." If you have any questions about the papers, feel free to ask me, or jot them down to discuss later tonight. Sure, let us grab a late-night snack tonight. Lin Mo, unreserved, replied, when have I ever skipped a late-night snack? They bid each other farewell, only for Shui Zigui to suddenly emerge. Lin Mo, from this day forth, you shall be my rival. Shui, the second-rate novice, began to reveal his talents, just as in his previous life, where the object of comparison was Jiang Yunlu. Lin Mo chuckled, then you best put in the effort, little brother. Chapter 61. Science and cultivation are non-conflict. From that day forward, Lin Mo casually became Xie Yuling's half-tutor, primarily guiding her in mathematics, assisting her in mastering Olympiad mathematics. Aunt Zheng observed with great satisfaction. In her heart, she mused that a good child like Lin Mo becoming involved with Yuling would indeed be a wonderful thing. Both children were rather unfortunate, and together they could provide warmth for one another. Thus, she inquired, Lin Mo, how do you plan to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day? Lin Mo set down his pen and shrugged. I don't have any specific plans. During National Day, everywhere is bustling with crowds, making it rather inconvenient to go out. This was indeed the truth. Yangqing was not only a city for work, but also a tourist hub. During holidays, it was inundated with people, and Lin Mo had no desire to navigate through throngs. Returning to his grandmother's house was not ideal either, as train and bus stations were similarly crowded. Thus, Lin Mo typically spent National Day resting at home, playing video games. This year, he might play games at his rental, but he also intended to return home to light incense for his parents. He couldn't remain cooped up at home all day. He planned to venture out with Yuling for some shopping during the holiday, perhaps purchasing some clothes. Aunt Zheng glanced at her daughter, who was engrossed in her work, and casually remarked, shopping for clothes, huh? Lin Mo contemplated this. He indeed had a limited wardrobe. During middle school, he primarily wore a uniform. So many of his casual clothes no longer fit. Were it not for the strong body elixir that had toned his muscles, he would have found many of his regular clothes unwearable. Coupled with the current inefficiencies of online shopping, he still had to visit physical stores to buy clothes. Thus, Lin Mo nodded, sure, I also plan to buy clothes as my old was no longer fit. Aunt Zheng smiled and nodded. That's normal. Children grow quickly, so they naturally need to change clothes often. In our day, when a child outgrew their clothes, they would be passed on to younger children. We would simply rotate them, saving on clothing expenses. Speaking of which, many of Yuling's childhood clothes were previously worn by her cousins. Mom, Xie Yuling interrupted Aunt Zheng's musings. Meanwhile, Lin Mo cleared his throat and continued his tutoring journey. On Saturday, the final day before the holiday, everyone was in a state of excitement and fatigue. They were eager to plan their vacations, but exhausted from the numerous classes they had attended, particularly since today was a Wednesday, a day filled with classes. Why Wednesday was chosen, Lin Mo could not fathom. He suspected it was targeted at their class, as today's schedule featured the most core subjects. The first lesson was chemistry. The chemistry teacher was a woman in her 50s, one of the most senior instructors at Guoba, a special grade teacher, Ms. Mei. Teachers of her caliber often looked down on students who did not pay attention. She only served those willing to engage in the lesson. Yet, she frequently emphasized the importance of safety in chemistry. In chemistry class, beyond theory, there were numerous experiments to conduct, such as the reaction between sodium and water. Should a student carelessly add sodium, it could lead to dire consequences. However, given her longevity, Ms. Mei must have prioritized safety. Of course, they were still in the theoretical phase, primarily focused on learning various chemical formulas. Good student Lin Mo remained diligent, absorbing knowledge like an unrestrained canvas. It remains uncertain whether this knowledge and the practice of cultivation might be in conflict. After all, the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Leader Laozi operates at a mere 1,200 degrees Celsius, while Sun Wukong, composed of silicon dioxide, has a melting point of 1,600 degrees Celsius. What does this imply? There exists no discord between science and cultivation. Should there be a contradiction, the author will surely find a way to reconcile it, hoping that readers can adapt accordingly. During the break, the school leaders addressed the students from the stage, discussing matters of importance for the National Day celebrations. Once the discourse concluded, Chen Xiaoya strode to the classroom door, her expression dark with displeasure. She summoned a few boys to step outside, among whom was Feng Jun. A glance exchanged among the boys was sufficient for them to comprehend the situation. It was evident that they had been caught playing the Three Kingdoms kill card game. Thus, the truth had come to light. As the scene shifted back to the meeting prior to the break, several students huddled in a corner of the conference room, visibly trembling. The supervising director of classroom inspections tossed a box of Three Kingdoms Kill onto the table, declaring these students were caught playing this card game during recess, incessantly engaging in combat. I must inquire, how do you manage Class 10? The homeroom teacher for Class 10, startled, stood up and cleared his throat, glancing at the equally apprehensive students. How could you bring such items back to school? Who was the first to introduce this game? The inquiry traced back to Fong Jun in Class 8. Initially, Chun Xiaoya, who had been observing silently, was taken aback by the sudden attention directed at their class. The supervising director was not one to be trifled with, his glare piercing through the tension. What is happening in your class? If you neglect your studies, must you also encourage others to do the same? Chun Xiaoya found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, the bell for the big break rang, prompting the director to exhale in resignation. Let's proceed to the exercises. Wait, the homeroom teacher for Class 8, gather those boys as well. Consequently, after the exercises concluded, Fong Jun and his companions were summoned to the conference room. Upon their arrival, they wore expressions of innocence. The room was already crowded, with students from nearly every class present, and several boxes of Three Kingdoms kill cards lay scattered across the table. Noticing the students trailing behind Chun Xiaoya, Director Li Yin scoffed, "So is you lot?" Fong Jun feigned ignorance, asking, "What do you mean, us?" He turned to Chun Xiaoya. "Teacher, what have we done?" Chun Xiaoya retorted sharply, "Do you truly not know what you have done?" Director Li Yin provided a hint, pointing at the cards on the table. "Are you familiar with these cards?" Fong Jun replied nonchalantly, "Of course, they're just Three Kingdoms kill cards. What's the issue?" Li Yin huffed, "There's indeed a problem. For it is your actions that have led the entire grade to engage in this card game. You not only neglect your own studies, but also dissuade others from learning." Confident in his stance, Fong Jun countered, "What does this have to do with us? We did not invent this game, nor did we create its rules. How can you blame us for others choosing to play?" Taken aback, Li Yan's anger flared, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Still arguing? They all claim you were the first to bring it here," inspiring them to follow suit. Innocently, Fong Jun responded, "I did not bring it." Chapter 62, Father. Thank goodness for you. His declaration of innocence ignited a fiery rage in Li Yan. "You dare claim you did not bring these cards to school?" Fong Jun nodded affirmatively. "I assert that I did not bring these cards today, nor yesterday, nor the day before, and certainly not in the days prior." This attitude and these words not only enraged Li Yan, but also caught Chun Xiaoya off guard. She promptly stated, "In that case, I shall go check the classroom." Upon hearing this, Li Yan's temper subsided. He was not unreasonable. After all, one must catch a thief red-handed. He would trust the students' words, but would not take them at face value. If he could not catch them in the act, he would consider them clever. But if Fong Jun was indeed apprehended, he would be met with a disciplinary record and a school-wide notification. Fong Jun's unwavering gaze followed Chun Xiaoya as she departed. Observing the student's expression, Li Yan felt a foreboding sense of unease. Upon reaching the classroom, Chun Xiaoya immediately ordered Ma Ruixiang to search the backpacks, including Fong Jun's and those of the others, resulting in nothing being found. Chun Xiaoya then summoned Ma Ruixiang, inquiring, "Have these students brought back that Three Kingdoms kill game in recent days?" Although Ma Ruixiang had a reputation as a notorious figure, he would not falsely accuse anyone. Thus, he replied honestly, "No, the Haven Tea brought it back for a week, claiming that studying is more important than playing Three Kingdoms kill. They have not brought it back until today." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoya's stern expression softened considerably. With such a rationale, the matter could be resolved simply. Seeing Chun Xiaoya return empty-handed, Li Yan's suspicion was further confirmed. Before he could speak, Fong Jun interjected, "Teacher, you found nothing, right? Since last week, we decided not to bring Three Kingdoms kill back. After all, we are students, and our primary duty is to learn. Of course, I acknowledge that I was the first to bring it, but I never intended for it to affect the school. What I could do was to discourage our class from playing it. As for the others, when I told them, they merely scolded me. The others chimed in, yes, we stopped playing. When other classes invited us, we declined, and they scolded us. Now, they label us as the instigators." Each one lowered their heads in indignation. Even the homeroom teachers from other classes could not help but cast envious glances at Chun Xiaoya. "Your class is quite disciplined, unlike ours, where we found several boxes of these cards." Li Yan furrowed his brow. School is not a courtroom. The concepts of recognizing one's mistakes and reforming are of equal importance. At this juncture, Chun Xiaoya spoke up, "If you were to say this without evidence, I would not believe you. However, since the class leader corroborated your claims, I shall tentatively accept that you are willing to amend your ways." She then turned to Li Yan. After all, her class was not entirely at fault, and the director should show some leniency. Li Yan took a deep breath, ultimately waving his hand. "You may return for now, but you are prohibited from bringing these cards back to school in the future." Fong Jun and the others promptly complied. As they exited, Chun Xiaoya reiterated her warnings. Once Chun Xiaoya and the others departed, Fong Jun and his companions finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, I need to take a bath with pomelo leaves when I get home," Fong Jun exclaimed, racing back to the classroom. At that moment, Lin Mo was engrossed in an Olympiad mathematics book. Fang Jun skidded to a halt beside him, exclaiming, "Father, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would have faced utter annihilation." Fang Jun gazed at Lin Mo with heartfelt gratitude. "Enough already. Those who are unaware might think I am the mastermind behind this. And what about me? Aren't you going to express your gratitude?" Suddenly, my Xiang appeared from seemingly nowhere. "You are an accomplice as well," Fang Jun retorted, somewhat irked. My Xiang was also a member of the Three Kingdoms kill game. To be precise, most of the boys in the class were part of it. But as the class monitor, my Xiang naturally had the responsibility to protect Fang Jun and others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have preemptively coordinated their alibis, spouting phrases about diligent study. Of course, the most crucial factor remained Lin Mo's reminder. "No need to thank me. I merely pointed it out. If you choose to ignore it, then my reminder is rendered futile." Given that Fang Jun was studying at Guangba, his intellect undoubtedly resided at a high altitude rather than a lowly pit. Upon hearing Lin Mo's warning, he immediately began to analyze the situation. Given the popularity of the Three Kingdoms kill game at school, it was bound to face repercussions. Thus, they began to restrain themselves. If they were to play, it would be off campus, ensuring that being caught would not pose a problem. Nearby, Jiang Yunlu, sensing something was amiss, leaned in to inquire, "So, Fang Jun and the others are safe because of your warning?" Lin Mo nodded, "Just a small reminder. When a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be felled. Even if not today, after the National Day holiday, someone will inevitably get caught, leading to a chain reaction. The sheer number of players makes it easy to be apprehended." Jiang Yunlu appeared puzzled. "Are those card games truly that entertaining?" Lin Mo shook his head. "It's not the cards that are engaging. It's the human psyche at play. The thrill of competing against one another is endlessly enjoyable." Jiang Yunlu, being just 18, couldn't quite grasp the depth of Lin Mo's words. Nevertheless, she eagerly asked, "So, what are your plans for the National Day holiday?" "Nothing particularly special. I've recently grown taller, and my old clothes no longer fit, so I need to buy some new ones." Jiang Yunlu was about to mention her intention to go skiing in Australia, but hesitated and ultimately refrained. Instead, she looked at Lin Mo with an innocent expression. "Can you take me along?" Lin Mo glanced at Jiang Yunlu, chuckling softly. "I'll let you know in advance. If there's time, we can go together." This statement promptly extinguished Jiang Yunlu's aspirations of skiing abroad. "Great. Is it just you?" "Also my landlord, Fang Jun. Are you coming?" Lin Mo kisuli kuli Fang Yun, who was chatting nearby. "Huh? Where to?" "Buying clothes for the National Day." Fang Yun responded. "Dad Mo calls, and I shall be at your service." Upon hearing about Xie Yuling, Jiang Yunlu felt a twinge of disappointment. But upon hearing Lin Mo invite Fang Jun, she cautiously asked, "Can I bring a friend?" "She's my classmate from middle school." Fang Jun immediately looked over. "Hee. Is she a pretty girl?" "Yes, but she has a boyfriend." At this, Fang Jun straightened up. "That's wonderful. Their relationship is quite strong." He shook his head. "Unfortunately, I'm not fond of bullheaded individuals." With that, he nonchalantly walked away. Jiang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo, bewildered. What did he mean by bullheaded? It's rather difficult to explain. I don't quite understand it myself. Chapter 63. Do not let the blood spill on me. Thus, the plans for the holiday outing were set. Yet, there remained classes to face, along with a plethora of holiday assignments. Despite having only been in school for a month, why was there such an abundance of homework in every subject? Due to the absence of evening study sessions, they had no choice but to take the assignments home. On this day, the entire school was exempt from evening study sessions. Thanks to the Mid-Autumn Festival, students in G3 could enjoy a 4-day holiday. This was indeed a luxurious break, considering G3 students were subjected to extreme pressure. From a distance, Chu Miao Miao lifted her head to glance at Lin Mo, feeling a sense of hesitation. She wanted to stand up, but lacked the courage to do so. Nearby, Geng Xiao, having overheard Lin Mo's question to Fang Jun, cleverly tugged at Chu Miao Miao and made her way toward Lin Mo, Miao Miao, and I also wish to join. "Can we come along?" Chu Miao Miao fidgeted with her fingers, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fearing that she might disrupt their atmosphere. Yet she genuinely wished to go. Before Lin Mo could respond, Fang Jun chimed in. "The more, the merrier. Let's all go together. Although it seems there are too many girls," he added. "But that is not a bad thing." Fang Yun looked at Lin Mo. "Later, I'll invite Lao and that girl from class 15 over, creating an opportunity for him." Lin Mo gave a thumbs up. As expected, "You're the king of wingmen." However, these arrangements were made discreetly between the two to avoid any premature leaks. Jiang Yunlu turned to glance at the quiet Chu Miao Miao, but it was Geng Xiao's beaming smile that made her uneasy. After spending some time with Chu Miao Miao, one could discern that she was genuinely introverted. In contrast, Geng Xiao was exuberantly outgoing, reportedly having formed good friendships with many boys. Such girls wield significant influence over boys. especially since Geng Xiao had been smiling at Lin Mo since her arrival. Such women warrant caution. Once everyone dispersed, Lin Mo felt that the gathering had grown a bit too large. He wondered if Xie Yuling would be able to adapt. His intention was merely to buy clothes. If it got too crowded, they could just stroll around, grab a bite, and enjoy some milk tea. Oh well, it is what it is, Lin Mo thought, not overly concerned about what might transpire. As for what might unfold among the three girls together, he was entirely indifferent. What a chaotic scene. Why should I care? Fang Jun set up a QQ group, inviting all the key participants for convenient communication, allowing everyone to coordinate their schedules. Fang Jun was adept at organizing, so he made all the necessary arrangements. As for Lin Mo, he decided that their outing would take place on the second day of the National Day holiday. With the National Day break extending to 7 days, combined with the Mid-Autumn Festival, they would have 8 days off. Therefore, Lin Mo's outing on the second day was neither too early nor too late. After establishing the timeline, it was up to everyone to arrange their schedules. Ultimately, it was possible that not everyone would be able to join. By the time afternoon classes ended, Lin Mo stretched lazily. For the next few days, he would not be returning home, so he had already informed Chu Miao Miao that he wouldn't be dining at her place. Chu Miao Miao, who had been looking down, lowered her head even further. Nonetheless, she still inquired on QQ, "Can I really go?" Lin Mo casually replied, "Why not?" I don't know. If you're unsure, then just go. Even if it's just for a stroll, that's fine too." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before adding, "I'll come and pick you up." Upon reading this, Chu Miao Miao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Without him, she wouldn't even want to step outside. Nearby, Geng Xiao had been observing the conversation closely, but chose to keep it to herself. After some thought, she said to Chu Miao 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 Miao, "I'll come to your house to pick you up." Geng Xiao's smile seemed genuinely sincere to Chu Miao Miao, prompting her to shake her head. "No need to trouble yourself. It's no trouble at all. Having someone to walk with will make it less boring. It's settled then." With that, Geng Xiao slung her backpack over her shoulder, waved goodbye, and left. Chu Miao Miao raised her hand, opened her mouth, but no words came out. Jiang Yunlu patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "Then we shall meet during the holidays." With that, she flicked her ponytail and left the classroom. As she exited, she caught sight of Xie Yuling emerging from the back door of Class 7. Xie Yuling, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, wore an expressionless face as she scanned the area ahead, momentarily bypassing Jiang Yunlu. However, she felt the weight of Jiang Yunlu's gaze upon her. This girl had regarded her in such a manner on numerous occasions. Unfazed, Xie Yuling leaned against the corridor railing, gazing at the golden sky, awaiting Lin Mo. "Let us go." Lin Mo, with a shoulder bag containing stationery, assignments, and a math Olympiad textbook, had nearly finished perusing the latter and anticipated completing it during the holiday. Xie Yuling merely responded with a soft and followed behind. Suddenly, Fang Jun appeared out of nowhere. "Hey buddy, wait for me." Lin Mo turned to look at Fang Jun. "You must be the center of scorn now, having deceived so many players in 3 Kingdoms Kill. I fear that upon stepping out of the school gates, you might meet a gruesome fate." Fang Jun waved his hands repeatedly. "What are you talking about? I did warn them. They just didn't listen. Can you blame me? If it comes to finding someone, I go for the buzz cut." The buzz cut referred to the disciplinary director, Li Yan. "Well then, if something goes awry, don't let the blood splash on me," Lin Mo jested, and the trio exited the school gates. Today, as Lin Mo accompanied her home for dinner, Xie Yuling felt quite uplifted. However, with Fang Jun present, she spoke little, instead tuning into the banter between Lin Mo and Fang Jun. Once outside the school, the three walked normally, passing the alley where Su Mingzhao had been beaten, now devoid of any trace of the incident. The following day, Su Mingzhao offered no thanks, instead sitting alone at his desk, bruised and withdrawn. The streets were not overly crowded, but suddenly, Lin Mo halted in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Fang Jun, still processing, looked up to see a boy brandishing a baseball bat, clad in ripped jeans and a leather jacket, adorned with an earring. He was accompanied by a dozen similarly dressed boys, each wearing an expression that screamed trouble. "Hey bro, I've heard you're quite formidable." Lin Mo's face paled, and he feigned meekness. Who are you?" "No need to bother. Someone instructed me to give you a proper greeting." "Wait, I have money. If I give you some, can you spare me?" As he spoke, he opened his backpack, revealing a stack of cash. "If I hand this over, will you let us go?" The sight of the cash, at least several thousand yuan, made the baseball bat-wielding boy's eyes light up. He swiftly snatched it. "No problem. Having taken your money, I'll definitely let the girl go." He raised the bat, pointing it at Lin Mo. "As for you, you'll at least take one hit from me." Chapter 64. Let us fight. Lin Mo surveyed the group of at least a dozen individuals, taking a deep breath. "In that case, let us begin. I am a disciple of the unrestricted fighting style. Should you act recklessly, I shall resort to self-defense." Have you heard of the Mad Dog Fist? The so-called Mad Dog Fist is a technique from the unrestricted fighting sect, encompassing various tactics including, but not limited to low blows, eye gouging, throat grasping, and elbow strikes to the back of the head, with a record of 1 against 11 resulting in 1 fatality and 4 severe injuries. Quite the contemporary Yi1, indeed. With that, Lin Mo patted Xie Yuling. You should leave and call the police. Xie Yuling wasted no time, turning on her heel and sprinting away, dialing for help as she ran. Meanwhile, Lin Mo reached into his pocket and turned off his recording device. Fang Jun, just stand aside. Fang Jun promptly refused. That won't do. I promised to stick with you for your protection. How else could I explain this to Lauan? It's unnecessary. I can handle them alone. With that, Lin Mo rushed forward. This location happened to be a blind spot for surveillance, which explained why this group lingered there. Little did they know, Lin Mo sought precisely that blind spot. As Lin Mo transformed into a different persona, the leader of the gang wasted no time, swinging the baseball bat towards Lin Mo's head. However, midway through the swing, Lin Mo caught the bat with one hand. No matter how hard the assailant tried, he could not reclaim his weapon. Wait, I heard you're tough, but I didn't expect you to be this tough. In the next moment, a powerful kick sent the baseball boy flying, rolling on the ground. The sound of a crack echoed clearly in the air. A rib fracture, undoubtedly. Yet Lin Mo refrained from further action, instead turning his gaze to the others, mouthing the word, trash. Though silent, the gesture ignited the ire of the young men. They exchanged glances and one shouted, "Let us beat him." They charged forward, undeterred by the fallen comrade, still numbering 13 strong. Yet Lin Mo, unfazed, dealt with them effortlessly, sending 3 or 4 flying with each punch. The remaining gang members hesitated, brandishing their iron pipes and wooden sticks, but before Lin Mo, they appeared as mere novices. None of you will escape. The police will come for you. With that, Lin Mo feigned a charge forward, causing the remaining few to scatter in fright. Lin Mo then sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, feigning exhaustion. Fang Jun, who had been unable to intervene earlier, rushed to help Lin Mo to his feet. Are you all right? I'm fine. Didn't he get hit? Just feeling a bit tired. Shortly thereafter, police cars entered the street, and not only did Xie Yuling emerge, but several officers followed. Lin Mo, are you okay? Xie Yuling's eyes glistened with tears, clearly distressed. A female officer accompanying her glance between Lin Mo and Xie Yuling. Lin Mo reached out, gently ruffling the girl's hair. I'm all right, unscathed, and I managed to scare those thugs away. Upon arrival, the police discovered several individuals sprawled on the ground, prompting them to look to Lin Mo and Fang Jun, who immediately called for an ambulance. A middle-aged officer approached, his expression serious, as he scrutinized Lin Mo and Fang Jun. Now, please recount what transpired. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. We are a student from Guangba, residing in a nearby urban village. This road is a common route for us, but as we walked here, these individuals emerged to rob us. At the mention of rob, several officers momentarily paused. It had been years since they had encountered such an occurrence. The security in Yangcheng had improved significantly since 2012. However, hearing the word robbery caused the officers to adopt a more serious demeanor. Lin Mo continued, I handed over all the money I had, and they agreed to let the girl go, but insisted on striking me regardless. So I believe they were seeking revenge. Just then, Fang Jun interjected. Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji. The middle-aged officer quietly noted these names. Then he continued to inquire, why is it that you stand tall while they lie defeated? Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish as he replied, I have practiced some boxing. They were a dozen against me, but I managed to fend them off. One punch at a time. As he spoke, Lin Mo took out his phone, revealing that he had immediately activated the voice recorder upon encountering them. He then clicked to play the recording. Although somewhat indistinct, the words were still audible. Unfortunately, the recording ended just before the scuffle commenced. One of the police officers approached the baseball-wielding assailant and rummaged through his pocket, extracting over 3,000 in cash, both coins and notes. The officer appeared somewhat taken aback, looking at Lin Mo and asking, why do you carry so much money with you? Lin Mo shook his head in resignation, explaining, this is my family's cash. With no one at home, I must keep this money on my person. Is that not reasonable? The middle-aged officer sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it. He then proceeded to question Fang Jun, who remained passive, almost as a bystander. Once those individuals were sent to the hospital, Lin Mo and his companions were also required to provide statements at the police station. The process at the station was notoriously cumbersome, especially concerning incidents involving robbery. Zheng Yuan rushed in with takeout, while Fang Jun's parents had just arrived moments earlier. Xie Yuling had already completed her statement and emerged, but both she and her mother felt it necessary to wait for Lin Mo. This police station was not the one responsible for managing the district where Zhu Miao Miao resided. Thus, Lin Mo did not receive any special treatment here. However, the officers could access Lin Mo's pertinent information, including a prior incident where he had assisted a classmate in thwarting an attempted rape by a security guard. Given his status as an orphan and a prominent student, the police were not overly harsh on Lin Mo. After all, his account was corroborated by the recording, along with a substantial sum of money. As soon as Lin Mo stepped out, Fong Jun hurried over. "Are you okay?" he asked. "What could possibly be wrong?" "I wasn't the one committing robbery," Lin Mo responded. "Those dozen individuals are certainly deserving of their fate. As for the instigators, Zhou Ming and Wang Jinji, they will be dealt with." Fang Yun noted, surprised that those two had been so brazen as to summon such a crowd, feeling that he and Lao had inadvertently dragged Lin Mo into the chaos. Lin Mo glanced at Fong Jun's family, who were eagerly awaiting him, and gave Fong Jun a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "It's all right. Let us not speak of dragging anyone down. The important thing is that no one was harmed, right?" In his previous life, Lin Mo had maintained a good relationship with Fong Jun, who never looked down on him despite his occasional mischief. Fong Jun often invited him out for meals and drinks, and sought him for various tasks. Aside from his tendency to be a blabbermouth, Lin Mo had no significant grievances against him, and was always willing to lend a hand when Fong Jun needed assistance. After exchanging greetings, Fong Jun departed with his family. As they left, Fong Jun's mother chided him. "I told you not to associate with those unsavory characters. Look, now you've dragged yourself into the police station." Fang Yun quickly clarified, "Mom, it was I who inadvertently pulled Lin Mo into this. He is an exceptional student, one of the top in his class, and this incident stemmed from my actions. If anything, he deserves no blame. Without him, it could very well have been me lying in the hospital right now." Fong Jun was well aware that although the troublemakers had targeted Lin Mo, the root cause lay with himself and Lao. He would certainly not pass the buck. Fong Jun's father then interjected, "If this situation arose because of you, we ought to express our gratitude to him." However, Fong Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. In a few days during the National Day holiday, we planned a trip together. This favor is one I owe personally and will repay myself." Fong Jun's father nodded in agreement. "All right, just be mindful to treat him well, and if possible, invite him over for a meal." Yet Fong Jun continued to shake his head. "No, with you two around, you might intimidate him." The family strolled home at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, at the police station, Lin Mo and Xie Yuling were free to leave. The case was straightforward, and there was no need to detain anyone further, as long as they provided their statements. The remaining matters would be handled by the police. However, Lin Mo had no intention of letting Zhou Ming and Wang Jinji off lightly. These two had merely sent their gang to assault him. Strictly speaking, it amounted to nothing more than creating a disturbance, which would not warrant significant repercussions, perhaps a mere 10 to 20 days in detention, leaving only a mark on their records. As for the individual who had taken the money, he was merely a petty thug and would likely face several years in prison due to the monetary involvement. Upon returning to Xie Yuling's home, Zheng Yuan reheated the dishes and brought them to the table. "You two have returned so late. I was terribly worried, and the police called, nearly giving me a heart attack, but thankfully they said you were both all right." It was evident that Zheng Ant was genuinely concerned. Upon entering, the lights in the house had been left on, indicating just how anxious Zheng Ant had been. "I'm sorry, Zheng Ant, this incident is my fault. I nearly put Yuling in jeopardy," Lin Mo apologized. "I've already told you it's not your fault. It's those villains we should blame. How can one blame the victims?" Zheng Ant was well aware of the fallacy of victim blaming and naturally did not hold Lin Mo accountable. Xie Yuling chimed in. "In the end, everything turned out fine, right?" She recalled the panic she felt while running to call the police, standing on the roadside, awaiting their arrival. Terrified that if she hesitated for even a moment, Lin Mo might be severely harmed. Fortunately, when the police arrived, the assailants either fled or were incapacitated. She then turned to Lin Mo and asked, "So, how did you become so formidable?" Lin Mo smiled and replied, "Because I have indeed trained, or else I wouldn't have such an appetite. Rest assured, I will protect you." The words were spoken casually, yet they struck a chord with the listener. Xie Yuling quickly averted her gaze, huffing, "What good is being strong? In the end, it's the police who are truly effective." "Ah, yes, indeed." Lin Mo did not extend his awareness. Thus he remained oblivious to the faint blush on Xie Yuling's cheeks. As for Zheng Ant, upon realizing Lin Mo's true prowess, she felt reassured in allowing him to look after Xie Yuling. Returning to his rented room, Lin Mo lay on his bed, taking several deep breaths. Zhou Ming and Wang Jinji truly were vindictive, harboring grudges that ran deep. The host must learn to be decisive when faced with those who would dare to betray you. one must respond with equal fervor. The system has indeed grown increasingly benevolent. If I were to possess the cultivation of the golden core stage now, I would certainly abstain from beef. However, the issue lies in the fact that I do not yet possess such prowess. Who can say whether I might suddenly be confronted by a rogue variant from the 794 Bureau? So should I indulge in these Orleans chicken wings or not? Were it not for my uncertainty regarding the foundations of this world, who would dare to forego such a delicacy? One must navigate life with caution to ensure longevity. Nevertheless, Lin Mo believes that seeking vengeance is indeed warranted. Long before Fang Jun mentioned that Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji were probing into his affairs, he had already inscribed a mark of consciousness upon these two individuals. Thus, after changing his attire, Lin Mo departed from his rented apartment. It appears that Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji reside within the same neighborhood, likely due to their childhood friendship. Employing his stealth technique, Lin Mo swiftly arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. At this hour, around 10 in the evening, most homes were illuminated. Zhou Ming, seated within, was anxiously scrolling through his phone. Typically, he would have been engrossed in gaming by now. Yet tonight, anxiety gnawed at him. The group chat remained eerily silent, with many members opting to leave altogether. The few who remained had yet to utter a word. Hadn't they agreed to confront Lin Mo today? Why had they suddenly fallen silent? Just before school ended, he had received messages expressing their intent to retaliate against Lin Mo. Yet now, there was no response whatsoever. Regardless of whom he reached out to, he was met with indifference. Some had even gone so far as to delete him. Fear began to creep in. Before long, he found himself collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to an unbidden slumber. At that moment, a figure gradually materialized. While Lin Mo had no intention of annihilating his entire family, he certainly would not allow them to live in peace, would he? He raised his hand. Dream weaving, crafting each dream's inception and outcome. Lin Mo was poised to bestow upon these two an exquisite vacation experience. Yet this was of little consequence. What mattered was the torment. Subsequently, Lin Mo made his way to the 4th floor of Building 7, the residence of Wang Zhenji. In stark contrast to Zhou Ming's anxiety, Wang Zhenji was nonchalantly munching on snacks while piloting an aircraft in a simulation. Though perplexed as to why one would snack while watching flight videos, Wang Zhenji suddenly tilted his neck and fell asleep mid-flight. Lin Mo looked upon him with disdain as he initiated the dream-weaving process once more, ensuring that the two would encounter divergent realms within their dreams. Lin Mo had meticulously prepared the dream. Chapter 66, an unnamed chapter, yet captivating. As you read this sentence, you have already met your demise. Nanny. Zhou Ming's eyes flew open, and he found himself in a classroom. No, this cannot be. I was clearly at home. He instinctively reached for his phone, only to find nothing in his pockets. As he abruptly stood, no one acknowledged him. He instinctively tapped Wang Zhenji's shoulder. Feiji, Feiji. Yet there was no response. Turning to look, he was met with a blank face devoid of features. Despite the absence of eyes, Zhou Ming felt an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. He sprang to his feet, and the entire classroom turned to stare at him. It was then that Zhou Ming realized that every face around him was featureless, as though adorned with a flesh-colored mask, yet still capable of observing him. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ming leaped onto a desk and bolted for the door. Familiar as the school was, a profound sense of alienation engulfed him as he dashed into the corridor. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that not a soul was in sight. Upon reaching the windows of another classroom, he was confronted by an entire class of faceless individuals staring back at him. Zhou Ming took flight. Every classroom, every cohort was the same. He ran from one to the next, each filled with the same faceless spectators. He was at a loss. Wait, I can escape the school. The moment this thought crossed his mind, over 20 faceless figures surged forth, all charging toward him. Zhou Ming's heart raced with terror as he turned to flee. The school remained the same familiar structure, yet the atmosphere felt utterly devoid of life. Fortunately, he burst free from the teaching building, the exit wide open. Run! He must escape. He felt as though he was sprinting faster than ever before. Just then, he lifted his gaze and beheld the street teeming with faceless figures. The instant he stepped outside, every faceless individual turned to face him, converging in his direction. Zhou Ming's pace faltered, and in the next moment, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. One faceless figure lunged, grasping his thigh. Then another seized his arm. One after another, they enveloped him. Zhou Ming was ensnared, and the faceless figures began to exert their strength, gradually pulling him apart. He endured excruciating pain as one faceless entity pressed its hand against his face. Morning arrived with refreshing air and radiant sunshine, heralding boundless beauty. Lin Mo awoke, stretching languidly, his body crackling with vitality. After cultivating his qi, Lin Mo's physical prowess had significantly intensified. Initially, he believed that after refining his body, there would be minimal further changes. However, upon reaching the qi refinement stage, he discovered he could nourish his physique with spiritual energy. This enhanced body could then assimilate even more spiritual energy, creating a harmonious cycle. It is well known that following qi refinement, one enters the foundation establishment stage. Lin Mo had already progressed into the late stages of qi refinement, and the method for establishing a foundation was detailed in the divine refinement of the void technique. Two approaches existed. One could consume a foundation establishment pill to assist in the process, or one could break through self-endeavor. As the system had not provided him with any foundation establishment pills, Lin Mo was left with no choice but to pursue self-advancement. Invincible cultivation system. If I were to break through to foundation establishment now, what would my success rate be? Please refrain from your impatient thoughts, dear host. It is said that 100 days are required for foundation establishment. This stage lays a strong foundation for future cultivation. Do not be hasty. Did you not claim to be the invincible cultivation system? Must I really wait 100 days for foundation establishment? Lin Mo couldn't help but scoff derisively, seemingly provoked. The system issued a new task in annoyance. Seek out the highest peak in your region. Upon reaching the summit and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 24 hours, you shall receive one foundation establishment pill. Ah, it is indeed you, system. I knew I had not misjudged you. After flattering the system, Lin Mo began to search online for the tallest mountain in Yang City. Though he had studied geography, the textbooks did not specify the location of Yang City as highest peak. He quickly discovered that it was Nankoan Mountain with its apex Heaven-S peak, standing at an elevation of 200 meters. Lin Mo couldn't help but think that much of Yun province surpasses this elevation. Nevertheless, it seemed the system had shown some kindness, sparing him a lengthy journey. With that in mind, he began to gather his belongings, preparing to spend 24 hours on Nankoan Mountain. After some contemplation, Lin Mo changed his attire and was just about to step outside when his phone rang. It was a call from Xie Yuling. Although Xie Yuling does not possess a smartphone, she does have a dedicated landline for making calls. Has Lin Mo gotten up? Yes, he has, and is preparing to head home for a while. Oh, did you not say you wouldn't return home? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. I must go back to pay respects to my parents and perhaps slice a mooncake. Xie Yuling's emotions appeared somewhat ambiguous. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I was wondering if you would like to accompany me to my cousin's house for a barbecue. A barbecue? That doesn't sound too bad. However, your cousin's house? What will my role be? Before Xie Yuling could respond, Zheng Yuan interjected. Oh, come on, Xiao Mo, just join us for a barbecue. Your cousin has invited several friends. It would be better to have a few familiar faces around. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly understood. Aunt Zheng was aware that Xie Yuling was a bit reserved. With her cousin inviting friends, it was only sensible to have someone familiar by her side. After some contemplation, Lin Mo agreed. All right, a barbecue sounds lively. Besides, there's no rush concerning the foundation work at Nankoan Mountain. I can go after the barbecue. Great, we'll inform you when we set off in the afternoon. It's just in this village. Lin Mo nodded, and then Xie Yuling picked up the landline again. Lin Mo, if you don't want to go, you really don't have to. What's wrong? Do you not want me to come? Lin Mo teased lightly. This made Xie Yuling a bit flustered. No, I'm just worried about disturbing your studies. It's a holiday. I can't be studying all the time. I was planning to play some games. Not sensing any reluctance from Lin Mo, Xie Yuling felt relieved. Then Lin Mo heard the sound of a door opening, footsteps approaching, and finally, a knock. After hanging up, Lin Mo opened the door. What's up? I came to see you play games. Sure, but I haven't had breakfast yet. Could you warm up my computer while I go downstairs for some noodles? Oh, why didn't you mention it earlier? I steamed some custard buns at home. Do you want me to grab some? No need. A few buns wouldn't be enough. Saying this, Lin Mo casually went downstairs in his slippers, leaving Xie Yuling in the room. Once the door closed, Xie Yuling cautiously stepped into Lin Mo's room. Lin Mo's room was quite tidy, with the bedding neatly arranged. Little did she know, Lin Mo didn't actually need to cover himself with a blanket while sleeping. The desk was cluttered with study materials, and in the corner sat the water cup she had gifted him, still filled with water, indicating that Lin Mo indeed used it for drinking. Xie Yuling couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly covering her mouth, fearing someone might see. Then she remembered that she was the only one in the room, allowing herself to relax and sit on Lin Mo's bed, smiling gently to herself. Chapter 67. Ordered some seafood. After finishing breakfast, Lin Mo went to the market and returned to the rental apartment, where Xie Yuling was typing away slowly. After all, without a computer at home, she had to practice typing in pinyin at a leisurely pace. When Lin Mo entered, Xie Yuling remained calm, continuing to type. She turned her head and said, "My cousin mentioned he needs help threading skewers this afternoon. Do you want to come?" "Sure. It's only polite to lend a hand since we're eating at his place." Lin Mo casually sat down, grabbing the Olympiad math book to continue reading. "By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "Yes, I don't eat mushrooms. However, if you all enjoy them, feel free to have them. Barbecued mushrooms won't affect the flavor of the skewers. Everyone has their own dislikes, and for Lin Mo, it was mushrooms. Even a small taste would make him nauseous. Thus, he always avoided dishes containing them." "I see. Then I'll ask him to buy fewer." After chatting with her cousin, Xie Yuling turned back to see Lin Mo engrossed in his studies. "Who do you think is better at math now, you or Xue Zigue?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before confidently replying, "It should be me. However, the maximum score for math is only 150, as long as he doesn't make mistakes. He can usually reach that score. But my language and English skills are somewhat lacking. English vocabulary is easy to memorize, but the sentence structures and closed tests can be quite challenging. After I finish studying Olympiad math, I'll delve into language and English." "So you're planning to pursue a science track, right? With such strong math skills, your science scores shouldn't be too shabby." "Yes, science suits me better. What about you? Are you considering the humanities?" Xie Yuling shook her head vigorously. "No, I dislike rote memorization. The humanities are not suitable for me." "All right, I'll help tutor you in math when the time comes." "Sure, who knows, I might be able to assist you with your weaker subjects too." Xie Yuling didn't believe anyone could be all-knowing, so she was certain Lin Mo had his own weaknesses. She then relinquished her spot at the computer. "Here, the computer is yours again." Lin Mo set aside the Olympiad math book, logged on to QQ, and was immediately bombarded with messages. There were messages from Fong Jun and several others, both male and female, as Fong Jun had mentioned their ambush incident in the class group chat after returning last night, causing quite a stir among the classmates. Lin Mo didn't pay much attention to the QQ messages and chose to ignore them. They each opened their messages. Fong Jun asked if she had arrived home safely, and Lin Mo casually replied that she was already awake. Then came Jiang Yunlu's concern. "My family has a good partnership with a law firm. If you need help, just let me know." "Thank you. But there's no need to trouble yourself. This is a criminal case, and the prosecutor will handle it." Jiang Yunlu quickly replied, "All right then." Fong Jun made it sound so dramatic that I thought you were in trouble. "Do you really believe him?" Lin Mo checked the group chat again. There she saw over a dozen classmates rushing towards her, each wielding makeshift weapons, their swords and blades slicing through the air, threatening to tear Lin Mo apart in mere moments. Where did this ridiculous description come from? Lin Mo face-palmed and then wrote in the group, "Thank you all for your concern. I'm fine. I merely kicked a few legs, and the others fled. It wasn't as exaggerated as Fong Jun made it out to be." Finally, there was Zhu Miao Miao. Unlike Jiang Yunlu, who flooded the chat with messages, Zhu Miao Miao calmly stated in the chat, "I knew you would be fine. After all, you're quite capable." Lin Mo replied, "You know too much. One day when I have the time, I might just come to stealthily eliminate you." However, Zhu Miao Miao didn't respond immediately. After a while, she sent a scared emoji. Once she cleared the chat messages, Lin Mo played a few solo matches in a game. The girl sat behind Lin Mo, watching him play. Initially intrigued, she soon grew bored, wondering why boys enjoyed such games. However, watching Lin Mo's impressive gameplay kept her somewhat entertained. Ultimately, she exclaimed, "I want to try too. Trying might lead to disaster." "Go ahead, give it a shot," Lin Mo said, starting a bot match and swapping seats with Xie Yuling. "By the way, how old is your cousin? Should I buy him some candy?" "My cousin is the same age as me, but he wasn't in the same class as me before. He now goes to Pylon. Pylon isn't too far from here. Just about a 10-minute longer drive. However, Pylon is in the second tier. Around 500 points is sufficient for admission. There remains a slight disparity between Lin Mo and the prestigious sect to which he belongs. It is thus revealed that I had initially assumed my cousin was a few years younger than you, and that he associated primarily with younger peers from middle or elementary school. Subsequently, Lin Mo pondered why Xie Yuling would wish to invite him to a barbecue. It was evident that his cousin's friends were of the same age. Too many contemporaries would likely cause Xie Yuling to close her heart and adopt a demeanor of icy indifference. Hence, it was quite reasonable for her to invite Lin Mo as a companion. By midday, Aunt Zheng summoned the two of them to partake in a meal. In the afternoon, Xie Yuling remained at Lin Mo's residence, engrossed in watching television dramas on the computer. It was not until around 3 or 4 o'clock that she glanced at the time and remarked, "Let us go. It is time to prepare the skewers." "Very well. A trip to the market is in order. I have placed some orders, and it is the perfect time to collect them." Xie Yuling regarded Lin Mo with curiosity. "What did you order?" "Just some food items. Come along," he replied, and the two promptly descended the stairs. Today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival. a time when many chose to dine out while others opted to stay home and cook. Xie Yuling inquired, "What did you order? Prices are quite steep today." Lin Mo remained silent as they traversed the market, soon arriving at a seafood stall. "Excuse me, have the items I ordered arrived?" "Ah, yes, they arrived around 2 o'clock. However, seeing that you had not yet come, I kept them fresh for you." "Let me pack them up now," said the proprietor, clad in rain boots. Immediately setting to work. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xie Yuling asked, "What did he order, then?" The stall owner glanced between Xie Yuling and Lin Mo, and upon seeing Lin Mo's lack of objection, replied, "We have black tiger shrimp and oysters. A large bag weighing 2 pounds of black tiger shrimp, along with 2 boxes of oysters." Lin Mo lifted the 2 boxes. "Be careful, young man. They contain water and ice, and are quite heavy," the owner cautioned. Lin Mo nodded. Each box must weigh at least 20 pounds, primarily due to the ice and water. Xie Yuling instinctively took hold of the bag of black tiger shrimp. "How much did this cost?" "Not overly expensive. The oysters are just over 100 for 2 dozen, and the black tiger shrimp should be around the same," the owner explained. "The price for black tiger shrimp has risen to over 80 per pound this year. Of course, this is the market price. Wholesale prices are considerably lower." As they walked, Xie Yuling could distinctly feel the large bag of black tiger shrimp thrashing about. "He certainly remembers my preferences," she mused, "to buy 2 pounds at once. What are you dawdling for? Lead the way." She abruptly turned to Lin Mo, adding, "1 pound should suffice for the skewers." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo chuckled. "Next time, I'll buy them for you if you wish." Although the girl felt a surge of joy at his words, she feigned annoyance, puffing her cheeks. "Do you think I am so gluttonous in your eyes? So, will you eat them?" "Absolutely. Then it is settled." Lin Mo carried the 2 boxes of oysters, filled with water and ice packs to preserve their freshness. Following Xie Yuling, he traversed narrow streets, crossing from one end of the urban village to the other. Within the village, there were main roads, albeit the passageways between buildings were narrow. The children who grew up here knew the quickest routes by heart. Xie Yuling's building was situated at the edge of the urban village, while Lin Mo's rented room was sunlit, avoiding the oppressive gloom often found elsewhere. The rooms within the urban village could be quite dreary, often lacking sunlight. However, the advantage of this area lay in its affordable rent. If one encountered a direct landlord, the situation could be even more favorable. Yet, many landlords opted to enjoy life and left their properties to second-hand landlords, collecting a fixed sum annually, leading to exploitation of many outsiders through inflated utility bills. Returning to the matter at hand, Xie Yuling's uncle's home was built on a plot of land. Though it was only 5 stories high, located in a relatively open area, a Lexus was parked beneath it. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xie Yuling rang the doorbell. "Hello, who is it? Open the door," she softly urged. "All right, just come up to the 4th floor." With a click, the door swung open. As they ascended, the person who answered was Xie Yuling's cousin, Xie Yufei. Upon seeing the bag in Xie Yuling's hands, he remarked with a smile, "Xie Yuling, you've come? But why bring seafood? My mother bought over a pound of prawns this morning. That should suffice." Hearing this, Xie Yuling turned to Lin Mo, feeling somewhat embarrassed for the expense incurred. Yet Lin Mo reassured her, "It's no trouble. She enjoys shrimp, so having more is certainly welcome." Xie Yufei glanced past Xie Yuling at Lin Mo, his expression devoid of much warmth. "You must be the tenant my aunt mentioned. Feel free to sit down. Just hand over the items." Xie Yuling recognized that her cousin was being rather difficult. "He is my friend. Be polite." Surprised by her defense, Xie Yufei scrutinized Lin Mo more closely. After all, it was rare for this cousin, who had spent 3 years in school, to stand up for anyone. Even her own cousin. Lin Mo shook his head. "These are oysters. They're a bit heavy. I will take them to the kitchen myself." Upon hearing heavy, Xie Yufei scoffed. "No problem. I work out regularly and can manage 5 or 6 pull-ups." Relenting to Xie Yufei's insistence, Lin Mo said, "Then you can carry the top box." As Xie Yufei reached for the upper box of oysters, he immediately sensed something amiss. Why is this so heavy? However, he could not show his struggle. Cautiously, he led the way. As they passed through the living room, Xie Yuling noticed it was filled with people, both male and female, indicating her cousin had quite a robust social circle. The boys were engaged in a game of 3 kingdoms, while the girls were playing an Xbox motion game. 2 girls danced in front of the television. Although a bit stiff, their movements were somewhat coordinated. Upon noticing the newcomers, the 2 girls promptly made space, greeting Lin Mo and Xie Yuling. "Hello, you should know her. This is my cousin Xie Yuling, and this is her friend." Xie Yufei blinked, while Lin Mo interjected from behind, "I am Lin Mo." "Yes, Lin Mo," he echoed. It was undeniable that the box of oysters was quite heavy. Xie Yufei said little as he carried it into the kitchen. After placing the box down, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Xie Yuling set her bag in the sink, while Lin Mo casually set down the box. Xie Yufei nudged the upper box, noting its substantial weight as well. This meant that Lin Mo had carried 2 such heavy boxes from Xie Yuling's home directly to his own. What a monster, he thought. Nevertheless, he suggested, let us step out for some water and take a break. We will start setting up the grill and preparing the skewer soon. Xie Yuling nodded, all right. She moved about as if it were her own home, stepping into the kitchen to fetch her cup while retrieving a disposable cup for Lin Mo. Xie Yuling's presence captured the attention of the 6 young men in the room. They are all classmates of Xie Yufei, and of course, they are familiar with Xie Yuling. Yet they perceive her as an iceberg. As for Xie Yuling's friend, they are certain that Lin Mo is not someone from their previous school. Could he be a classmate? They have only known each other for a month. How could he be invited over? The boys did not engage in discussion, merely exchanging glances that reflected their mutual perplexity. Their astonishment peaked when they witnessed Xie Yuling handing Lin Mo a glass of water. Lin Mo, rather nonchalantly, accepted the water without uttering a word of thanks. Subsequently, Xie Yuling took a seat right next to Lin Mo, their proximity strikingly intimate. She sipped from the cup quietly, without a word. This is your domain, isn't it? Why do you seem so timid? Lin Mo whispered into Xie Yuling's ear. She remained silent, simply pinching his arm gently. The boys and Xie Yufei, observing this scene, were filled with astonishment. When had he ever seen Xie Yuling behave in such a manner? Especially in front of others, always presenting herself as an icy figure? Once Lin Mo finished his drink, he turned to Xie Yufei and inquired, do you have a pair of scissors? I need to check the oysters we bought. They require some preparation. Xie Yufei nodded and promptly went to fetch the scissors. Lin Mo also stood up and headed for the kitchen, with Xie Yuling immediately following suit. The eyes of the others trailed after them. They must be dating. The collective thought echoed in their minds. Only Lin Mo was aware that Xie Yuling was not merely an iceberg. She also grappled with social anxiety. Upon reaching the kitchen, Xie Yufei handed over the scissors. Lin Mo opened the box, revealing a batch of oysters, each the size of a palm. So large. Lin Mo inspected them and nodded in approval. These were oysters from Russian, known for their substantial size. Xie Yuling could not help but exclaim, when did you place the order? I had no idea. I just happened to stop by the market while going downstairs for breakfast. Wasn't he that when you were in my room playing on the computer? Hearing this, Xie Yufei was taken aback. That was fast. My cousin, living with someone. Chapter 69. Is Lin Mo your friend? Living together. Observing the utterly astonished expression on Xie Yufei's face, Lin Mo realized the boy was jumping to conclusions. However, he offered no explanation, merely turning to Xie Yufei and asking, do you have a brush? Xie Yufei nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Lin Mo now markedly different, clearly considering him a brother-in-law. After all, that morning, his aunt had mentioned bringing a tenant. In such circumstances, the person accompanying her must be someone she endorsed. Glancing at his cousin, while she was undoubtedly beautiful and had no shortage of admirers, she was as unapproachable as an iceberg. Thus, anyone she chose would surely possess remarkable qualities. He handed over a brush to Lin Mo, who then proceeded to wash the oysters. They were packed in ice and water, but had not been cleaned before delivery. While washing, Lin Mo casually asked, shall I check with everyone if they prefer the oysters grilled plain or with garlic? Xie Yuling tilted her head, suggesting, why not do half and half? Lin Mo jested, just gauging preferences. If most prefer them grilled plain, I'll open fewer shells. Xie Yufei promptly went about inquiring. After polling a number of people, several rushed into the kitchen to observe the palm-sized oysters. The consensus remained half grilled plain, half with garlic, as everyone wished to sample both. Lin Mo nodded and quickly washed the 2 boxes of oysters thoroughly. As he worked, he laughed, apologies in advance. This month's water bill may be a bit high. Xie Yufei waved his hand dismissively. Oh, what a say bit of water bill. He had just learned that the 2 boxes of oysters alone cost over 100. Moreover, they appear to be of excellent quality. However, Xie Yufei was oblivious to the price of oysters and how Lin Mo managed to obtain such items. Lin Mo wrapped the ice in cling film before placing the cleaned oysters on top, ensuring they remained clean and fresh. At that moment, everyone began to get busy. Half of the boys went up to the large terrace on the 4th floor to set up the barbecue grill, while the others helped with threading skewers and assisting in various tasks, with the girls also joining in on the skewer preparations. Xie Yuling took a seafood bag from the sink and emptied a batch of black tiger shrimp onto the counter. As they tumbled out, she gasped, these shrimp are massive. Instantly, a crowd gathered around her. Wow, they really are huge. What kind of shrimp are these? It's black tiger shrimp, but I've never had it before. Xie Yuling gazed at the large, firm shrimp that were still wriggling, a sense of inexplicable delight swelling within her. I can't wait to eat these. However, the shrimp were incredibly lively, jumping about in the sink, causing the girls to hesitate in handling them. The other boys were also preparing themselves mentally. Lin Mo waved his hand, saying, "Let me handle this. Just leave them for now and work on other things." With that, Lin Mo filled the sink with water to soak the shrimp while he began chopping garlic. Not only did the oysters require garlic, but dishes like grilled eggplant also called for it. The girls, threading sausages and meatballs, watched Lin Mo deftly chopping garlic nearby. Xie Yuling, positioned directly behind him, observed as she threaded her skewers. Unable to contain themselves, two girls leaned over and inquired, "Is that guy named Lin Mo your boyfriend?" It was a blunt question, but with no adults around, everyone felt more liberated in their conversations. Xie Yuling was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, quickly averting her gaze from Lin Mo. "Yes, just a friend," she replied, her expression impassive as she continued threading her skewer. The other two girls were uncertain, but had likely inferred something. A few boys, seeing the girls engaging in conversation, one of them couldn't help but ask, "So, are you classmates?" "Yes, we're classmates, both at Guangba." "Guangba? That was significant." And the boys exchanged glances, immediately abandoning their thoughts of further flirting. Instead, the girls chimed in, "So, both of you must have excellent grades." "Yes, better than me." Xie Yuling recalled Lin Mo's unbeatable prowess in mathematics competitions. If Lin Mo wished, he could probably secure a direct recommendation for university through his math competition achievements. Upon hearing this, the two girls gasped in awe. "Wow, you become a scholar." Though Lin Mo was in the kitchen, he could hear every conversation outside clearly. After finishing a large bag of chopped garlic, he needed to rinse it. Most garlic sauce for barbecuing was made with golden garlic, primarily because of the volume required, necessitating a rinse to prevent an overpowering garlic flavor that could lead to bitterness. He heated oil in a pan. Once the oil was hot, he lowered the heat and added half of the chopped garlic. The garlic quickly turned a light golden hue, at which point Lin Mo added the remaining half and turned off the heat. He then added oyster sauce, salt, sugar, and a chopped chili to enhance the flavor. Since most people here were not accustomed to spicy food, the chili served more to mask any fishy odors and elevate the aroma. Finally, he stirred in a spoonful of cornstarch, mixing it well. The cornstarch would ensure that once applied to the oysters, excess moisture would not escape, transforming it into a luscious sauce. Lin Mo acquired this skill from a small business owner specializing in oysters. However, he ultimately chose not to sell oysters. Nevertheless, preparing them for personal consumption does not diminish the value of this craft. Having finished preparing the garlic sauce, Lin Mo stepped outside, wiping his hands. The group engaged in lively conversation while threading skewers, with several baskets already brimming. The crowd was substantial, suggesting that they would enjoy a considerable feast. Yet, Xie Yuling remained aloof, diligently threading skewers alone, resembling a relentless machine. Lin Mo casually grasped her wrist. "Come, observe how I thread shrimp." With his other hand, he seized a handful of bamboo skewers. The two young women gazed at Lin Mo's slightly domineering gesture with wide-eyed admiration. The other boys were taken aback by Lin Mo's directness, especially towards the icy Xie Yuling. However, Xie Yuling's eyes sparkled as she watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, effortlessly allowing herself to be led into the kitchen. It was evident that she had willingly followed him. The boys, unable to even muster a word, continued their task of threading skewers. Upon reaching the sink, Xie Yuling finally spoke. "Be careful. These shrimp look quite fierce." Lin Mo casually scooped up a black tiger shrimp. In his hands, the shrimp dared not move an inch. Although 2 pounds sounded like a lot, the shrimp were quite sizable, totaling only 19. Lin Mo deftly pierced the shrimp from its tail straight through to its head with a single motion. He placed the shrimp on ice, knowing that prolonged exposure would compromise its freshness, necessitating the same treatment as oysters. Xie Yuling watched in surprise, feeling that Lin Mo was quite brave. After all, they were city dwellers. They had never killed a chicken and were naturally more apprehensive around lively shrimp. In Chapter 70, all are scholars of skewering. The kitchen was filled with live shrimp skewers, while outside, they dealt with frozen shrimp skewers, which had been purchased that morning and stored in the freezer. Given that it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, early preparation was essential. Delaying until evening would mean missing out on purchasing any ingredients. Once Lin Mo had finished threading all the black tiger shrimp, he gathered the clean box and placed the ice, shrimp, and oysters inside, creating a makeshift cooler. At that moment, Xie Yufei approached, grumbling as he walked. "I want a light. What kind of igniter did I buy? I might as well fetch some gasoline." Lin Mo abruptly stopped Xie Yufei. "Don't use gasoline to ignite it. The food will have a strange taste. Allow me to give it a try." He made his way to the expansive terrace, where the view was splendid and the sun was gently setting. The stove had already been constructed of bricks, and the charcoal was piled high, yet the fire would not ignite. Lin Mo assessed the situation, pushed through the crowd, and reclaimed most of the charcoal, laying a thin layer at the bottom. We don't need too much charcoal, just enough to create a flat base, and we can add more if necessary. Although no one spoke, they exchanged glances, thinking Lin Mo was somewhat pretentious. Scanning the area, Lin Mo realized there were no suitable igniting materials. So he boldly walked into the kitchen, took a piece of charcoal, and placed it directly on the burner. The outer flame quickly turned one edge of the charcoal red. Xie Yuling, who had been quietly observing, could no longer hold her tongue. Be careful. Lin Mo waved dismissively. It's fine. The boy responsible for assembling the stove frowned at Lin Mo's actions, thinking it was quite showy, especially his comment about not needing too much charcoal, which drew laughter from the others. Only Xie Yufei and Xie Yuling were absent, or they might not have dared to laugh, believing their group to be a cohesive unit while viewing Lin Mo as an outsider. At that moment, a girl named Lu Xiaohua, a local with a charming countenance, approached with a basket of skewers. You're still laughing? The stove isn't even ready, and you're finding time to joke. Some of the boys grumbled, well, we helped build the stove. We put in our effort, even if it's not recognized. Indeed, she has been spending money on supplies, preparing ingredients, making garlic sauce, and threading skewers. Surely, she deserves some credit for her efforts, and it's rather petty of you to criticize her behind her back. Lu Xiaohua admonished them. Having known them for many years, she was unrelenting in her rebuke. After her scolding, the boys fell silent, their faces betraying their shame. Shortly after, Lin Mo emerged from the kitchen, holding a piece of charcoal that had become partially red. He placed the charcoal inside, arranging it so they could ignite it. Could you please fan the flames with something? I'll wash my hands first. The others did not respond immediately until Lu Xiaohua voiced, They quickly snapped into action. All right, leave it to us. We'll handle it. They each rushed to grab large fans to stir the fire. Xie Yufei returned with several plates, clearly having procured an abundance of ingredients. Tonight, it's just us at home. Everyone else has gone to the ancestral hall for dinner, so we can feast at our leisure. Another girl, eyeing the impressive spread, couldn't help but ask, can we finish all this food? Oh, we can take our time. We can eat until midnight, Xie Yufei declared with enthusiasm. However, as he surveyed the ingredients more closely, he turned to Xie Yuling. Why don't you invite some friends? As soon as he uttered those words, he fell silent, aware that everyone knew his sister had no friends. The others also turned to look at Xie Yuling. Lin Mo scanned the peculiar expressions on their faces before glancing at Xie Yuling, who bit her lip, radiating an even stronger aura of coldness. It seemed there was a specific incident in her past that had led to her reluctance to forge friendships. Thus, Lin Mo gently patted her head. Hey, what about asking Fong Jun? He was with us yesterday, wasn't he? At the mention of Fong Jun, Xie Yuling recalled standing beside Lin Mo without fleeing the scene and gave a slight nod. Lin Mo smiled and picked up his phone to call Fong Jun. As the ringtone played, Lin Mo's thoughts echoed. Every time you escape death, remember to fight back. Don't give up. After a few rings, Fong Jun answered. Hello, Lao Mo. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you eaten? Fong Jun was as warm as ever. Not yet. What about you? Neither. I'm at the ancestral hall with my parents. It's quite a hassle. Would you like to join me for barbecue? I'm at Xie Yuling's cousin's house. Do you know him? Fong Jun pondered for a moment. I think I know Xie Yuling's cousin. Is it Xie Yufei? Yes. Living in the same village made it easy to know each other. I know where he lives. I'll come over. With that, Fong Jun hung up. Lin Mo turned to Xie Yufei. Do you know Fong Jun? Who doesn't he know that guy? He asked Lu Xiaohua's cousin. Lu Xiaohua had been wanting to speak, but held back while Lin Mo was on the phone. How are you doing? I'm not particularly close to him. After all, we're not in the same class, Lu Xiaohua remarked. However, another boy directly challenged her statement. Come on. His parents visit your house every New Year, don't they? In a village, even if people have different surnames, the ties are often quite close. Just look up. Everyone is somehow related. Lu Xiaohua and Fong Jun are cousins, though their blood relations may not be significant. It's merely a matter of generational titles. As the conversation unfolded, the flames gradually began to rise. The charcoal started to ignite brilliantly. With a grill placed over it, it became an excellent barbecue setup. Come on, let us prepare something to eat. Xie Yufei laughed. Lin Mo handed his phone to Xie Yuling to play with and seized a spot at the grill. Holding several skewers of shrimp, both black tiger shrimp and ordinary prawns, he prepared to cook. Xie Yufei, upon seeing this, immediately understood that Lin Mo had bought the shrimp for Xie Yuling. He approached her, nudging her shoulder playfully. Hey sis, these shrimp are for you, right? Xie Yuling turned her head away. He just likes to eat shrimp. Oh, this black tiger shrimp looks quite expensive. He must really be willing to treat himself. Xie Yufei replied with a smirk before departing. Xie Yuling turned to steal a glance at Lin Mo, who was carefully grilling the shrimp, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, in a corner, a group of onlookers exchanged knowing glances. I bet 100 that she definitely has a crush on Lin Mo. I'll wager 1,000. But who has taking our bet? Chapter 71, The Teaching Play. As the shrimp sizzled, Fang Jun also arrived downstairs, carrying several large bottles of drinks, followed closely by Yuexin. Old Mo, let us spice things up. And Yuexin, being somewhat of a local, had a mother with the surname Liu, belonging to the same clan as Liu Xiaohua. The local community often mingled together. Even if they didn't know each other well, they might have crossed paths or share some familial ties. Thus, Fang Jun greeted everyone with enthusiasm, treating acquaintances and strangers alike as old friends, exuding an aura of social camaraderie. Conversely, after greeting Liu Xiaohua, and Yuexin approached Lin Mo, I'm sorry to drag you into this, he said, somewhat sheepishly, as he poured Lin Mo a glass of Coke. As long as we're all classmates, it's fine. At that moment, Fang Jun returned from his social rounds, throwing an arm around Yuexin's shoulders. I say, why don't you just confess to Lin Mo? Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Cut the nonsense. Tell us about your escapades with the girls from class 15. Fang Jun burst into laughter, pointing at a group of boys seated across from them. Those guys are from class 3. The boys looked bemused, realizing Fang Jun was from class 5, and Yuexin was in the same boat. Xie Yufei, who had been quietly grilling chicken wings, perked up upon hearing this, eager to know. Wait, are they from our class? Spill the beans, who is it? Fang Jun glanced at Yuexin, who looked slightly uncomfortable, and quickly replied, let us not jump the gun. You might ruin it before it's even begun. The eager onlookers grew restless. Hey, we might be able to help. After all, we know our classmates' preferences. It was unclear whether they were genuinely trying to assist or simply seeking amusement. And Yuexin felt conflicted. While he wanted to gather information, he was wary of the crowd, knowing that whatever they discussed might reach my Chuan's ears by nightfall. Yet, he was still curious. Lin Mo interjected, don't overthink it. Take it one step at a time, and don't let them disrupt your plans. This calmed Yuexin considerably. Xie Yufei, sensing the tension, shifted the topic. By the way, you mentioned dragging Lin Mo into something. What is that about? He was intrigued by this cousin of his, who seemed to embody an air of aloofness. That's a story worth sharing, Fang Jun said after a glance at Yuexin, who nodded in agreement. As they continued to barbecue, Lin Mo skillfully peeled the shells off the black tiger shrimp, deftly exposing the vibrant red flesh within. Unlike regular prawns, the shells of black tiger shrimp are slightly tougher. Grilling them first before shelling was more practical, followed by a glaze of honey and barbecue sauce. In Guangdong, barbecue often incorporates honey, which adds a subtle sweetness that enhances flavor without overwhelming it. If grilled just right, a crispy shell forms on the outside. After applying the honey, Lin Mo handed a shrimp to Xie Yuling. Here, give it a try. Xie Yuling had been patiently waiting nearby. Due to limited seating, she had settled slightly behind Lin Mo. Upon receiving the grilled shrimp, her eyes lit up, yet among so many people, she remained reserved. Thank you. She accepted the shrimp with both hands and took dainty bites. Take your time. There's more. Meanwhile, Fang Jun captivated the crowd with his storytelling, ensuring no one noticed the subtle exchange between Lin Mo and Xie Yuling. You won't believe it. During military training, Lin Mo actually arm wrestled and defeated a whole line of instructors. Even the chief instructor suggested he enroll in a military academy. Really? Is he that impressive? Someone chimed in. Fang Jun, seemingly the greatest advocate for Lin Mo, continued to boast. Although he spoke the truth, not everyone was convinced. Many expressed a desire to challenge Lin Mo to an arm wrestling match. Lin Mo raised the skewer of shrimp. Wait until I finish grilling these. After grilling 2 skewers of prawns until the shells were perfectly crisp, he handed them to Xie Yuling. All right, let us go arm wrestle. As Lin Mo stood up, many others followed suit, while some remained focused on their grilling. Xie Yuling, holding skewers of chicken wings and pork belly, took a seat directly at Lin Mo's spot, determined to prepare some food for him. Enjoying the already peeled black tiger shrimp, she found a firm texture and delightful flavor quite satisfying. Just then, 2 girls quietly approached Xie Yuling. Ahem, Xie Yuling, how far have you and Lin Mo gotten? Xie Yuling turned to Liu Xiaohua, momentarily stunned. What do you mean? How far? I don't understand what you're saying. With Lin Mo being so handsome and treating you so kindly. I can't believe you two aren't a couple, one girl remarked, causing Xie Yuling to blush instantly. However, she shook her head. We're not a couple. Although the girl denied it, it was evident to all that she was flustered. Yet, they did not press further. One girl suddenly asked, is Lin Mo good at academics? This situation is rather commonplace. After all, they're all students, ensconced in their ivory tower, naturally more attuned to academic performance. Liu Xiaohua cast a glance at the group in the distance, engaged in an arm wrestling match. He must be an athlete, for although not particularly tall, he possesses a commendable strength. Xie Yuling, usually reticent in her interactions with others, found herself unwittingly drawn into the conversation when Lin Mo was mentioned. No, his academic performance is exceptional, even surpassing mine. Upon hearing this, the two girls could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Xie Yuling is renowned not only for her beauty, but also for her academic prowess. The combination of attractiveness and any virtue is a formidable advantage. Yet it cannot stand alone. Xie Yuling's academic achievements have always placed her in the spotlight at her previous school. But to surpass Xie Yuling in academics, what kind of entity could that be? Noticing their astonished expressions, Xie Yuling nodded in affirmation. Even taught me advanced mathematics. The two girls initially thought of anything but advanced mathematics. Liu Xiaohua squinted, realizing it was a matter of teaching prowess. Over there, Lin Mo cast a fleeting glance, observing Liu Xiaohua with a look reminiscent of Anya and Xie Yuling, who appeared utterly perplexed. Chapter 72. Feeding. At this moment, several individuals took turns engaging Lin Mo in an arm wrestling contest. Lin Mo maintained an unflinching demeanor, yet the veins on their necks bulged conspicuously. Regardless of their exertion, both hands remained steadfastly aligned at the center. Once they exhausted their strength, Lin Mo leisurely began to apply pressure downwards. One could only describe his victory as effortless. Fang Jun clapped his hands, exclaiming, "I told you, didn't I? Lao Mo is truly formidable. He is a seasoned practitioner capable of sending that ruffian flying with a single kick." As he spoke, Yuexin respectfully offered a beverage. "Master." Lin Mo accepted the cup, nodding in satisfaction. "Run to. I find you quite commendable. If you continue diligently, there will be plenty of opportunities for you ahead." The boys all respectfully echoed, "Master." The three girls turned to look. Were all these boys like this? The other boys who did not participate were self-aware, focusing intently on barbecuing, becoming handsome grill masters. Meanwhile, Lin Mo savored his esteemed VIP iced cola, contemplating a direct ascent to South Kuan Mountain to begin his foundational training after reaching the summit. At that moment, a platter of golden brown grilled chicken wings was presented. Due to the pre-cutting, the wings cooked swiftly. Give it a try. Despite my lack of culinary skills, grilled food is still quite enjoyable. Lin Mo casually accepted the offering. "Thank you. It smells delightful. You provide me with grilled shrimp, and I shall reciprocate with chicken wings. We shall call it even." Xie Yuling adopted a demeanor that suggested mutual independence, embodying the essence of its tsundere. However, she was not the archetypal haughty heiress of anime. Rather, she leaned more towards the endearing persona of a neighborly younger sister. In all honesty, quite charming. Lin Mo relished the honey-glazed chicken wings. The crispy sweetness of the honey coating harmonizing beautifully with the savory barbecue sauce within. At that moment, Fang Jun lifted the lid of the cooler. "Wow, these oysters are enormous. How do you even open them?" Gazing at the palm-sized oysters from Russian, Fang Jun picked one up, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Montak, Hialing, strolled over while continuing to enjoy his chicken wings. "Allow me, I have a garlic sauce ready." Xie Yufei interjected. Lin Mo mentioned these are Russian oysters. "I've never tasted them before. I am familiar with Russian oysters. They are quite large, but you can only find them in the western regions of Guangdong." After finishing the chicken wings, Lin Mo took a small knife to open the oysters. Typically, an oyster knife is used, featuring blades on both sides for easily slicing through the oyster's adductor muscle. However, Lin Mo instinctively knew where to cut, rendering the oyster knife unnecessary. He simply slid the knife along the seam, revealing the pristine white oyster within. Fang Jun, gazing at the sizable oysters, couldn't contain his curiosity. "Where did you purchase these oysters? They are quite substantial." Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied, "I bought them at the market, though it's not cost-effective. I only learned I would be coming today at the last minute, which is why I went to the market. If one truly wishes to buy seafood, one must visit the Hongsha Seafood Market. I am aware of the Hongsha Seafood Market, but they often overcharge. This is not uncommon. Even now, it would be the same." However, Lin Mo's assertion stemmed from the fact that he had employed a soul-binding technique on the market vendor, compelling him to provide a fair price and ensure the quality of the oysters and black tiger shrimp. Otherwise, who would facilitate such a small order while guaranteeing premium seafood? Of course, Lin Mo did part with some money, and the seafood vendor made a profit. However, selling seafood is quite lucrative at this time, as prices are largely opaque. The opened oysters, topped with garlic sauce, were ready to be grilled on the iron rack. Subsequently, Lin Mo added a few oysters prepared in a clear broth. The garlic sauce, drizzled over the opened oysters, enveloped the plump morsels in rich oil. As the starch in the garlic sauce absorbed moisture at high temperatures, it formed a more concentrated sauce that lingered in the shell. The aroma of the garlic intensified with the heat, while the oysters prepared in clear broth began to slightly open. Xie Yufei promptly went to the kitchen to prepare some wasabi soy sauce, declaring, "This is how you ought to enjoy clear-broiled oysters." After completing these tasks, Lin Mo entrusted the remaining preparations to the others, turning his attention to grilling black tiger shrimp for Xie Yuling. As he grilled the shrimp, he recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival from his previous life. We had ordered a family bucket from KFC and consumed the entire meal alone. At this moment, surrounded by conversation and barbecuing, Lin Mo felt an entirely different sense of belonging. This feeling seemed more comfortable. Is cultivating immortality truly paramount? It appears not to be of utmost importance. Please refrain from such thoughts, host. The Great Way encompasses 50, the heavens encompass 49, and humanity escapes in one. What cultivators vie for is precisely this one. Speak plainly, Brother Tongzi. If the host does not strive, he may face dire consequences. Hence, I shall commence my foundational training tonight. It would be foolish not to exert effort with a system at hand. The invincible cultivation system expressed its satisfaction. Lin Mo had yet to discern the existence of other cultivators in this world. Nevertheless, he had long concealed his aura through divine techniques to avoid revealing his identity as a cultivator. As he contemplated these matters, Xie Yuling offered Lin Mo some food. "You haven't eaten much today. It's fine. I can eat later. Besides, you all won't finish, so I can take care of it." Lin Mo slightly parted his lips, signaling Xie Yuling to place the pork belly directly into his mouth, as his hands were preoccupied grilling shrimp. Momentarily taken aback, Xie Yuling cautiously blew on the pork belly before gently placing it into Lin Mo's mouth. Only after completing this action did she realize it might have been a tad too intimate. She was merely concerned that the pork belly was too hot. Yes, just like that. As for Lin Mo, he simply opened his mouth to consume the pork belly, his lips glistening with grease. "Quite good. The cumin is well balanced, and the flavor is rich." Lin Mo nodded, continuing to tend to the shrimp. This scene did not go unnoticed by the others, and Yuexin and Fang Jun exchanged hushed remarks in the corner. From this perspective, it seems Lin Mo is quite likely to end up with Xie Yuling, and Yuexin whispered, "It is difficult to articulate. In the context of a gal game, it can be said that everyone harbors affectionate sentiments, and we fervently hope that Lin Mo does not transform into Chang'e, leaving everyone only with black and white photographs to gaze upon." The thoughts of Lin Mo remain a mystery to all. Moreover, Lin Mo has not engaged in any intimate gestures with anyone. To put it plainly, they simply have not reached that juncture yet. In reality, Lin Mo has heard everything, or rather, his consciousness has. Even if they were to converse while hiding in the restroom, Lin Mo would be privy to their words. He harbors no concerns about being metaphorically stabbed by their dialogue. As for Xie Yuling, Lin Mo is acutely aware that she has developed a certain dependence on him. However, he is more convinced that this is merely a compensatory response to her emotional void. The loss of her father, coupled with experiences that have led her to seal off her inner self, has drawn her closer to someone who shares a similar plight. In his previous life, his immaturity caused him to express such yearning too swiftly, ultimately driving the girl away. In this life, by exhibiting maturity, he has naturally become her pillar of support. Nevertheless, Lin Mo does not perceive this as genuine affection. At the very least, she must first discern the distinction between love and dependency. Chapter 73. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The oysters are now cooked. Collectively, they comprise a substantial quantity. One for each person should suffice, as they cannot consume too many. In contrast, Lin Mo has unleashed his full appetite. He devoured 5 Lushan oysters in one go and appears poised for more. Aside from Xie Yuling and his classmates from Class 8, the others look on in astonishment at Lin Mo's voracity. Is he truly capable of eating that much? Xie Yufei murmurs in disbelief. Indeed, Lin Mo consumes a considerable amount during meals every day, and it is said that this is the reason for his extraordinary strength, though such prowess is not easily replicated. Fang Jun is grilling crispy sausages, along with beef and pork balls. After sampling a single Lushan oyster, the others gravitate towards grilling other items. While the oysters are indeed delectable, they do not offer much in the way of satiation. Though oysters may not appear filling at first glance, they are high in protein. Small oysters leave one feeling unfulfilled, yet larger ones provide a substantial sense of satiety. Consequently, everyone is inclined to indulge in other foods rather than consume additional oysters. 2 girls observe Lin Mo's oyster-eating spectacle and cannot resist exchanging whispers. Such strength and appetite, Xie Yuling is surely in for a treat in the future. Indeed, He must be remarkably impressive. With his heightened awareness, Lin Mo nearly erupts in protest. Do not speak recklessly. We are all merely children. He turns to see the boys engrossed in a debate over which Kamen Rider is superior, Kamen Rider Kuga or the latest iteration. How can a mere Kamen Rider from the past compare to the latest version? Speak again, and I shall steal your account right before you. After consuming a sufficient amount, Xie Yufei emerges from somewhere, brandishing a bottle of red wine and another of Sprite. Hey bros, want to indulge? Lin Mo glances at the wine, but shakes his head. Children ought not to drink alcohol. It can hinder growth and may prevent one from reaching their full height. What? No way. Many boys turn their attention to Lin Mo upon hearing this. Xie Yufei breaks into a cold sweat. Preventing growth. Lin Mo, with a solemn gaze, confirms, yes, it is precisely the kind of growth you are thinking of. Xie Yufei promptly turns to put the wine away. The others silently vow to abstain from alcohol. Regardless, they're determined to quit drinking. Even Yusin and Fong Jun exchange knowing glances and nod in agreement. Only the girls remain bewildered. After a moment, Lu Xiaohua catches on and chuckles. Another girl turns to inquire, what is so funny? Oh, nothing. When you struggle to comprehend what the boys are discussing, simply consider it in a more suggestive light, and it will all become clear. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly understands. Ultimately, no one partakes in the wine. Instead, they sip on soft drinks, and some even shake dice, with the losers required to consume a cup of carbonated beverage. This, too, proves to be a form of torment. As for Lin Mo, he does not engage much further. He primarily focuses on grilling shrimp for Xie Yuling and meat for himself, simply enjoying her company. After several rounds of drinks and flavors from the barbecue, everyone has eaten their fill. Once the food is consumed, the cleanup begins. Xie Yufei glances at the still-burning charcoal stove and remarks, let it be. We only need to tidy up the trash. My family will host another barbecue in a few days, and it will be my father's turn to invite people over. Laughter ensues. They have consumed a good deal of food, though some remains uneaten. Lin Mo has not overindulged. He primarily ate what he grilled for himself and Xie Yuling, not showcasing any particularly alarming appetite. Xie Yufei observes the leftover shrimp and oysters, which have been cooked but not eaten, and decides to take them to the kitchen. The reason those shrimp are still alive is solely due to Xie Yuling being satisfied. Otherwise, why would she allow the shrimp to remain untouched? After tidying up and cleaning the area, everyone prepares to head home. Since the village's ancestral hall has been booked for karaoke, Xie Yufei's parents will not be returning. Goodbye. See you after the holiday. Fong Jun and Yusin exchange farewells, saying, see you the day after tomorrow. Lin Mo nods and bids farewell to Xie Yufei before escorting Xie Yuling home. It is still just past 9 o'clock. Once the crowd dissipates, Xie Yuling's cold expression transforms into one of contentment. She gently caresses her slightly protruding belly, clearly having overindulged. Was the food delicious tonight? Yes. The shrimp you grilled was exquisite, and I didn't even have to peel the shells. Xie Yuling distinctly remembers how those two girls looked at Lin Mo with envy as he peeled the shrimp before handing them to her. This significantly inflates her sense of vanity. She raises her head to glance at Lin Mo, noticing he is not looking at her, and allows herself an extra moment of observation. Why 2 seconds? Because 1 second is insufficient, and 3 seconds would draw suspicion. 2 seconds is just right. Upon arriving home, Aunt Zheng has already returned. Mom, you're back so early. Didn't you go to karaoke? Zheng Yuan waves her hand dismissively. Where would I go? I cannot sing. I always end up just munching on fruit platters. It is far better to come home and rest. She then turns to Lin Mo. How was it? Was the barbecue enjoyable? Lin Mo nods. It was quite delightful. Everyone had a wonderful time. Zheng Yuan squints and smiles, but then heads to the refrigerator, retrieving a double yolk lotus seed mooncake. It is the mid-autumn festival. We ought to eat mooncakes to celebrate. I will not eat too much, so please help yourselves. Lin Mo promptly retrieves a small knife and carefully slices the mooncake into 4 pieces. Xie Yuling raises her hand, saying, I'll just have 1 piece. I'm really full. All right, I'll take the rest. With that, Lin Mo picks up a toothpick, pokes a piece, and looks at Aunt Zheng and Xie Yuling. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. That night, Lin Mo returns home and offers incense to his parents. Mom and Dad, it seems I'm no longer so lonely in this life. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mo decides to call his grandmother. Hello, darling. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you eaten mooncakes, Grandma? Having just finished a meal with Bin Bin, I felt content. That's good to hear. I indulged in mooncakes today as well, I replied. Hey, make sure to take care of yourself in Yangsheng and focus on your studies. I will. I assured. My landlord's family is very attentive to me. That's reassuring. After chatting extensively with my grandmother, Lin Mo reluctantly ended the call, planning to return home during the National Day holiday to see her. With confidence in his supernatural abilities, he felt no anxiety about the journey. Of course, to spare his grandmother any worry, he decided to keep this plan to himself. He donned a waterproof jacket and set off into the night, having already informed Xie Yuling that he would be staying at home for the day. Disappearing for 24 hours was trivial. After all, he possessed the power of invisibility. He headed towards the pinnacle of Yangsheng, Nan Kuan Mountain. At this moment, a full moon illuminated the sky, casting its serene glow over families gathered for reunions. Chapter 74, Sudden Lightning and Storm. Upon reaching the breathtaking summit of Nan Kuan Mountain, Lin Mo was taken aback by its beauty. Isn't that Chicken Brother? He mused, though he knew that Chicken Brother wouldn't emerge for many years to come. Not until Phoenix Legend dominated the charts. Finding the highest point, he settled down. Beneath him lay a sheer cliff, yet he felt little fear. As he learned to fly, although his flight was limited, he could certainly land safely. The night sky was clear, devoid of clouds, allowing the radiant moon to be easily seen. Sitting in meditation, Lin Mo felt the powerful energy of the universe flowing into him, likely due to the quality of the air and the abundance of spiritual energy. However, he needed to maintain this state for 24 hours. The peak was so remote that ordinary individuals could not ascend, which alleviated any concerns of interruption. Thus, he remained in quiet contemplation. As dawn broke, dew formed on his jacket, glistening as it trickled down the fabric. A beam of sunlight warmed Lin Mo's body, not with the typical warmth of sunlight, but from an inner glow. The 24 hours passed swiftly. Night fell again. Why climb at night when we could take the main path? A voice echoed among a group of well-equipped climbers making their way to the summit of Nan Kuan Mountain. What's the appeal of the main road? If we're going to walk, it should be through the wild paths. What are you afraid of? There are no wolves or leopards on Nan Kuan Mountain. Each member carried a trekking pole, suggesting a modicum of experience, though not extensive, typical of a group of adventurers. It was not uncommon for outdoor enthusiasts to favor the trails less traveled. However, at that moment, the sky rumbled ominously. They looked up, puzzled. This isn't right. The weather forecast said, no rain tonight, one remarked. Do you really believe in weather forecasts? You might as well believe on Qin Shi Huang, another retorted. Should we continue? Climbing in a thunderstorm is perilous. One member glanced at the leader, Ma Linshi, who surveyed the sky, although not obscured by thick clouds. The stars were gradually hidden. It's probably just a thunderstorm that will pass quickly, and the rain hasn't started yet, he reasoned. This perspective garnered nods of agreement, and most disregarded the expressed concerns. Old Chi, you're the most timid. Don't worry, we all have our gear, we'll be fine. Despite his apprehensions, Old Chi followed suit, realizing that descending alone would be unsafe, given that they were all acquaintances. The group continued upward, with two individuals forging a path ahead. However, as time passed, dark clouds began to blanket the once clear sky, and the persistent rumbling of thunder grew louder. Observing this, the group unconsciously quickened their pace, hoping to find a suitable spot to set up camp before the storm intensified. When they reached the halfway point, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck alarmingly close, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. No, this isn't right. That lightning was far too near. One shouted. The air buzzed around them, the proximity of the lightning creating an unsettling atmosphere. Ma Linshi contemplated the situation and raised his hand, commanding, downward. We must find a safe place to regroup. The group promptly turned around, retracing their steps down the mountain. Just then, heavy rain began to pour, turning the ground into a slippery mire, swiftly erasing their footprints. Boom! Another colossal bolt of lightning struck behind them, accompanied by a deafening roar. Many crouched in fear, while others slipped and fell to the ground. Ma Linshi sought to reassure the group, and turned to assess the situation behind them. Why does the lightning keep striking here? It's unprecedented. Suddenly, someone cried out, Majie, someone has been pierced by a branch. The sight was alarming. A man had been impaled in the thigh by a sharpened branch, the very one they had cleared earlier. Ma Linshi quickly retrieved medical supplies from his backpack, with others holding an umbrella for him. The injury to the thigh was severe, rendering the man nearly immobile, though thankfully it had missed any major arteries. Navigating this treacherous mountain path was already difficult, and now they had to carry an injured companion, prompting the group to exercise even greater caution. The rain intensified. The already muddy path became perilously slick. Each step felt like walking on thin ice. Visibility diminished drastically due to the downpour. Even high-lumen flashlights struggled to illuminate the path. However, at least they managed to stay together. Wait. I think we've taken a wrong turn. This isn't the right path. Don't overthink it. We just need to go down. We'll find a suitable place later. Upon hearing this, The voice of concern quieted. In truth, they had strayed far from their intended route. Now, several hundred meters off course. At that moment, the sky suddenly brightened. A massive bolt of lightning illuminated the night. What on earth? Someone exclaimed. Don't curse. Stay alert. Just then, a fierce wind surged from behind them, as powerful as a gale, causing people to stagger and some to slip and tumble down the slope, becoming muddied in the process. The casualties were mounting. Realizing the dire situation, Ma Linshi could not resist pulling out his satellite phone. If leading a group, one must be adequately prepared for any scenario, including getting lost. However, as soon as he turned it on, he discovered it had no signal. Are you kidding? This is a satellite phone. It should work anywhere on Earth. Another gust of wind swept through, toppling them. Even Ma Linshi lost his balance, crashing into a tree, and the satellite phone slipped from his grasp. In the next instant, the wind and rain ceased abruptly. A steady hand caught the satellite phone with precision. Hello. How may I assist you? As Marinxi regained her senses, a faint scent of disinfectant permeated the air. The entire sky was illuminated, not by daylight, but by a stark white ceiling. Where am I? Marinxi sat upright, surrounded by fellow hikers. How do we end up here? A nurse approached, gazing at Marinxi and the others with a peculiar expression. Did you not come here on your own? Yet, all Marinxi could recall was becoming lost in the mountains, after which her memory faded. However, she seemed to have glimpsed someone, a youth slowly turning away in the distance, vanishing into the night within the emergency room. Chapter 75. Who is entangling whom? The breakthrough to foundational establishment occurred in an instant. Lin Mo had not anticipated that this breakthrough would attract celestial phenomena. It was not a tribulation. The lightning was not directed at him, merely the tumult of wind and clouds. Yet in that fleeting moment of breakthrough, an overwhelming force erupted uncontrollably, causing a shockwave. This was precisely why the group of hikers encountered misfortune. Lin Mo was not a saint. He was not a saint. He was not a saint. Yet, deep down, he was not one to trouble others lightly. Thus, he intervened, channeling abundant spiritual energy to transport them down the mountain, subsequently directing them to the hospital and finally erasing their memories. A flawless operation. Had Lin Mo possessed only techniques without supernatural powers, such feats would have been impossible. One could only commend the generous rewards bestowed by the system. The host has now stepped into the foundational establishment. From this moment forth, cultivators can sense the changes in the world, but those in the nine heavens realm are as numerous as fish crossing a river. The host should not become complacent. If translated into human language, does that imply I should be more humble? The host possesses self-awareness. If I cannot be invincible, then what is the purpose of calling it an invincible cultivation system? This system is invincible. The host is not invincible. Please awaken to this fact. Very well. This is how we are to play, is it? Then I shall withdraw. Lin Mo returned home for a hot shower. It was not due to uncleanliness, merely a desire for comfort. After bathing, he swiftly returned to the ground floor of his rented apartment. Glancing at the time, it was still early. He bought a generous portion of barbecued skewers from a street vendor and ascended. Who said cultivators do not eat? Going without a meal leaves one feeling famished. Even after establishing a foundation, one must still eat well. As Lin Mo climbed the stairs, he prepared to message Xie Yuling. However, a sweep of his consciousness revealed that she was already in his room. Does she not understand boundaries? Entering a boy's room in the dead of night? What audacity! Lin Mo pushed the door open and found Xie Yuling poring over his advanced mathematics study materials. My apologies. I should have scanned a bit more with my consciousness. How diligent. Are you attempting to outpace me during the holidays? Outpace? Xie Yuling set down her pen and turned to Lin Mo. It has been 12 years since I last heard that term. This is merely competitive studying, dedicating time to learn earnestly while others indulge in leisure. What else could it be called? No, I was merely bored, using your computer to binge-watch dramas for a while, and then decided to tackle some problems. The girl explained earnestly. Lin Mo subtly touched the computer tower, which had already cooled down. He then waved his hand. Come, let us go upstairs to enjoy the barbecue. Your earlier action, was it a sign of disbelief in me? I suspect you are secretly studying and plotting against me. Lin Mo offered the skewers to the girl. Xie Yuling puffed up her cheeks, letting out a playful huff. Indeed, I aim to surpass you and defeat you thoroughly. Lin Mo instinctively reached out to ruffle the girl's hair. Even if you had several thousand years, you would still not best me. With that, the two ascended the stairs. At that moment, Aunt Zheng was watching television and, upon hearing the door open, remarked, You finally decided to return, did you? Yes. I brought her back, Lin Mo replied, placing a large box of barbecue on the table. Aunt Zheng, please help yourself. Zheng Yuan, spotting Lin Mo, smiled and inquired. Why are you back so late? I'm going shopping for clothes tomorrow, so I thought I'd return to set off with her. Oh, that means an extra trip. Lin Mo shook his head. Not at all. This route is shorter, and Xie Yuling can come and call me. I worry I might oversleep. Zheng Yuan nodded in understanding. Glancing at Xie Yuling, who was quietly munching on grilled shrimp, she discreetly nudged her daughter under the table. Remember to call Xiao Mo tomorrow. I know I will. The primary concern was that there were many others joining, so punctuality was essential. This was also to appease Zheng Yuan. After finishing the grilled shrimp, Xie Yuling frowned, commenting, "This shrimp isn't as delicious as what you grilled yesterday." Just then, Aunt Zheng brought over some iced tea. Drink some cool tea after consuming so much barbecue. You need to cool off. Lin Mo took a cup and drank directly from it. Such a child. How could the elders not adore him? Around 1 in the afternoon, Xie Yuling arrived at the door of Lin Mo's rental apartment and knocked. "Hey, wake up." "Coming," Lin Mo called as he opened the door, revealing his computer still on, with pages of chemistry-related materials displayed. The advanced mathematics textbooks lay untouched nearby. "Are you studying chemistry? No longer focusing on advanced math?" "Well, I've hit a bottleneck, so I thought I'd switch things up a bit," Lin Mo stated nonchalantly. Yet Xie Yuling wore an expression that suggested she perceived his study habits. "You are the true overachiever, aren't you?" "What overachiever? Call me the king of competition." However, it was at this moment that Lin Mo noticed Xie Yuling's attire, a blue-patterned short-sleeve shirt paired with a sky-blue skirt. Although described as a short skirt, it reached her knees, complemented by white knee-high socks that seemed to amplify her charm. Lin Mo quickly averted his gaze. The two soon set forth. Lin Mo managed the group's information through his phone. "Let's go pick up my neighbor first." "Huh?" Xie Yuling looked at him quizzically. Lin Mo rarely discussed such matters. Yet Xie Yuling recalled the large girl, Chu Miao Miao. "Is it that one?" Xie Yuling pondered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "It is indeed her, but she has faced some challenges in the past, and is quite reserved, so I need to pick her up." Xie Yuling inquired cautiously, "What happened? Can you share?" Lin Mo contemplated. While not strictly a scandal, it might be a sensitive issue for a girl. Once, she was nearly assaulted, and I intervened, dealing with the perpetrator and ensuring he faced justice. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuling felt that such a situation, if it occurred to her, would indeed render her rather introverted. Lin Mo glanced sideways at Xie Yuling. Cold and introverted. Wasn't that the hallmark of a natural-born saint? Perhaps it was best not to compare. Nevertheless, knowing this incident would elicit sympathy for Chu Miao Miao from Xie Yuling could potentially forge a friendship between the two, both of whom lacked companions. Such a bond would indeed be a beautiful thing, far surpassing any platitudes. Lin Mo also trusted that Xie Yuling was not one to divulge secrets recklessly. The two soon arrived at the foot of the apartment complex. As soon as I reached the entrance, a voice rang out. "Lin Montag." Turning around, I saw Geng Xiao. She was adorned in a floral dress, her face artfully made up and wearing contact lenses. Her beauty had noticeably increased compared to her usual appearance. However, in all fairness, she still paled in comparison to Xie Yuling. Thus, when Geng Xiao caught sight of Xie Yuling, the corners of her mouth subtly drooped for a moment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and trotted over to Lin Mo. "Are you here to pick us up?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Sister, a bit of a green tea vibe there." "I came to pick up Chu Miao Miao," Lin Mo replied, swiping his card and leading Xie Yuling into the residential complex. Geng Xiao, who had been waiting at the entrance, followed suit. "I'm also here to pick up Miao Miao. We had made plans." Geng Xiao chuckled as she moved closer to Lin Mo, but he sidestepped the outstretched hand of the green tea girl. A deft maneuver indeed. Nonetheless, Lin Mo merely quickened his pace and arrived at the elevator. At that moment, Xie Yuling transformed into a silent observer, for reasons unknown. She didn't seem particularly fond of this unexpectedly appearing girl. Perhaps it was the intuition of a beautiful girl? Ding! The elevator doors opened. Lin Mo stepped in and pressed the button. It was then that Geng Xiao spoke up. "Lin Mo, you seem quite familiar with this place. Even able to swipe your card." "Yes, Aunt Chu gave me this card. I come here for dinner every weekend." Once upstairs, Lin Mo pressed the doorbell, which emitted a soft chime. "Who is it?" "It's me," he replied. No sooner had he uttered the words than the door swung open. Chu Miao Miao, clad in pajamas, immediately exclaimed, "I'll go change. Please wait a moment." "Oh, Lin Mo has arrived. Are you taking Miao Miao out?" Came the voice of Chu Lintian from the kitchen. "Yes. Would you like something to eat before you leave?" Chu Lintian emerged from the kitchen and immediately noticed the two girls beside Lin Mo. Lin Mo certainly attracts girls, she mused. Yet, the girl on the left seemed to have a rather insincere smile. "Hello, Annie," the girl on the left greeted first. Xie Yuling, realizing her cue, quickly added, "Hello, sister." Lin Mo looked at Xie Yuling in confusion. When did you become so emotionally intelligent? Nevertheless, he turned his attention to Geng Xiao. "This indeed is Sister Chu." Geng Xiao promptly covered her mouth in apology, acknowledging that she too had thought of her as an elder sister. But upon seeing Chu Lintian's mature demeanor, felt it unfair and had secretly called her auntie. However, Lin Mo was equally surprised by Xie Yuling's perceptiveness. Chu Lintian Chuka. It's fine. I don't mind the title. Being under 30, she genuinely felt little anxiety about her age. Moreover, she had been called auntie numerous times before, likely due to her lack of makeup today. Typically, she would don heavy makeup to maintain the appearance of a mother, but at home, she naturally opted for none. Being called sister felt rather pleasant. Aren't you going to introduce us, Lin Mo? Julin Tian In Guit. Lin Mo gestured towards Xie Yuling. This is my landlord, and then pointed to Geng Xiao, and she is Miao Miao's deskmate. Ah, I see. All friends, that's wonderful. I can rest assured knowing Miao Miao is in your care. Just then, with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a girl in a flowing black dress. The dark color was slimming and concealed her figure, at least from the front, emphasizing her slender waist. If one were to describe her in a single phrase, it would be unavoidably attractive. No way. Tonight I must deal with that security guard, Geng Xiao thought, her lips involuntarily biting down as jealousy and admiration flickered in her eyes at the stunning girl's entrance. Even Xie Yuling was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the events that had unfolded around the girl, and silently thanking Lin Mo for his timely intervention. After surveying the scene, Lin Mo waved his hand, saying, "All right, let us get going. Sister Chu, you needn't worry. We will ensure Miao Miao returns safely." Chu Lintian smiled. "No problem. You can call me if you need me to pick you up." Leaving Chu Miao Miao's home, Lin Mo promptly hailed a taxi to Fanyuan Square, the largest commercial shopping area in the new district of Yangqing. There were numerous places to explore, but Lin Mo's primary objective was to purchase a few articles of clothing. Inside the cab, Geng Xiao complimented, "Miao Miao, your figure is absolutely stunning. Anyone who gets to be with you is truly fortunate." Though this remark seemed merely a compliment, Geng Xiao could sense that Xie Yuling's attitude towards Lin Mo was markedly different from that of the others. This suggested a singular possibility. Xie Yuling harbored feelings for Lin Mo. As for Chu Miao Miao, it was evident to anyone that she only desired Lin Mo's company. Thus, Geng Xiao felt compelled to incite rivalry between Xie Yuling and Chu Miao Miao, a strategic ploy to drive a wedge. Lin Mo, devoid of any need for intuition, was well aware of Geng Xiao's true nature. Others might not understand her, but Lin Mo had been her classmate for 3 years and knew exactly how deceptive she could be. Moreover, she had entangled relationships with many classmates. The duo of Hao Chong and Jian Lihao had clashed multiple times due to her sly remarks. Yet, Gao Yuanxiang, a stronger character, had easily dealt with Geng Xiao, and within half a month, she was discarded, all to avenge the boys in the back row. Now, it seemed Geng Xiao had set her sights on Lin Mo. However, Xie Yuling appeared unaffected, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor. Upon arriving at the destination, Fang Jun and the others were already waiting inside the mall. "Hey, Lin Montak," Fang Jun called out, flanked by Yuexin and Mai Chuan. "You all are quite early." Lin Mo greeted them in turn. "Well, there is not much to do at home, right? But wow, it's crowded here today. Of course, it's the second day of National Day. Many people are off work and school. Jiang Yunlu and Wang Qin haven't arrived yet, so we'll have to wait a bit." Lin Montak nodded, noting that everyone was in the mall, enjoying the air conditioning. At that moment, the elevator doors opened beside them, and 3 girls stepped out. It was Jiang Yunlu accompanied by an unfamiliar beauty. This must be one of Jiang Yunlu's friends. Lin Mo was unaware of what school Jiang Yunlu had previously attended, but judging by her friend's designer attire, she likely hailed from a prestigious private institution. Jiang Yunlu spotted Lin Mo immediately and waved enthusiastically. "Lin Montak." The next moment, she noticed Xie Yuling and Chu Miao Miao standing on either side of him, the 2 girls seemingly in perfect synchrony, forming a protective barrier around Lin Mo. Nonetheless, Lin Mo raised his hand in greeting to Jiang Yunlu, as most of them were from his class and introductions were unnecessary. However, it was Jiang Yunlu's middle school friend who seized her wrist. "Lulu, is this the boy? He seems a bit low-key, doesn't he? He is indeed handsome, but his clothes are rather ill-fitting. Bye-bye, do not speak carelessly. Lin Mo has merely grown taller. Boys go through these developmental changes at this age," Zhou Yubai replied, shaking her head, her gaze fixed upon her somewhat infatuated friend, sensing an air of discontent.